Chapter 1. Registration. Understood. Mom, now that my sister and I are both away from home, you and Dad can enjoy your couple's world, Zhang Ruiyun replied. Zhang Ruiyun, a freshman at a university, was a male with a feminine appearance, having been raised as a girl due to his delicate features since childhood. He had finally transformed into a stunning young woman as he entered university. His father was the CEO of a publicly traded company, worth several fortunes, while his mother was a wealthy heiress whom his father had wooed away from Zhang Ruiyun's maternal grandparents with charm and persuasion nonetheless. It was evident that his parents were genuinely in love. Zhang Ruiyun's sister, Zhang Ruodong, was a professor at a university and had previously held the title of campus belle. Observing the reluctant gazes of his parents, Zhang Ruiyun consoled them for a moment as it was time for registration. He reluctantly pulled his suitcase away from their wistful stares and exited the house. Upon leaving the garage, he placed his luggage atop the luxurious Mercedes AG63, a graduation gift from his father. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten his admission notice in a flurry. He rushed back upstairs, and just as he stepped out of the elevator, he overheard his father's voice in the hallway. "Dear, those troublesome kids have finally left. It's time for us to enjoy our honeymoon. Then let's hurry back home to pack and get going." Listening to his parents' excited chatter, Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that their love was genuine, while he was merely an unexpected addition to their lives. Upon entering the house, he found his parents hurriedly packing their belongings. They were so engrossed that they didn't even notice his arrival. When his mother finally looked up after finishing with his suitcase, she was startled to see him. "Why are you back?" she exclaimed. Zhang Ruiyun sighed. "I forgot my admission notice. You two can continue preparing for your honeymoon." With that, he walked away, ignoring his mother's awkward gaze. At that moment, his father emerged, noticing his wife's flustered demeanor. "What's wrong, dear?" he inquired. "Our children overheard us talking about our honeymoon," she replied. "So what if that rascal heard?" "Let's carry on," he said, brushing it off, and the couple soon forgot about the incident. Driving the G-Class to a university, Zhang Ruiyun felt a wave of youthful energy wash over him as he observed the bustling students around him. After navigating through the campus gates and finding a parking spot, he noticed that many new students had turned their attention toward him. As he stepped out of the car, the fresher stood frozen in awe. "Wow, she's stunning. And driving a G-Class is a genuine wealthy goddess," one exclaimed. "Exactly. Wealthy goddess, look this way," another chimed in. Some quickly nudged their friends. "Wipe your drool, you look like a lovesick fool." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ruiyun was oblivious to the attention. It wasn't that he didn't want to engage with the other new students, rather. He was grappling with social anxiety with a look that conveyed "keep your distance." He pulled his suitcase and stepped out of the parking lot, his breathtaking appearance continually drawing gazes. Upon reaching the registration area, he approached a senior who had been captivated by him from afar. Just as he prepared to ask the senior for assistance, a registration assistant rushed up to him. "Hello, Junior. You're a new student, right? Let me help you get acquainted with the campus," she exclaimed. "Sorry, Senior, but I'm actually a guy," Zhang Ruiyun replied in a cool, refined tone. "Wait, what? You say you're a guy?" she responded, clearly taken aback. "Yes, I am," he confirmed. "Don't joke around. If you're a guy, then what am I? Just a filler sent by the heavens?" she replied incredulously. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Ruiyun pulled out his ID card, which clearly indicated his gender, as male. The senior stood there, stunned. "Then what's with your voice?" she stammered. "Oh, I damaged my vocal cords from a high fever when I was little," he explained. At that moment, the senior realized the truth and quickly stepped forward, eager to assist. "Come, Junior, let me fill in your information." However, inwardly she mused, "Though he's a guy, why does he smell so enchanting? There's a subtle fragrance of gardenias, and he's simply too beautiful." Determined to linger with Zhang Ruiyun a bit longer, she deliberately took her time filling out the forms. Just as she completed them, a throng of seniors surrounded them. "Junior, let me show you around campus." "Junior, they'll take you to your dorm. I can help you set up your bed." Zhang Ruiyun felt increasingly anxious as he surveyed the crowd of eager seniors, all vying for his attention. Just then, his phone rang. Breaking the tension, he breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the caller ID. Beautiful, gentle, and graceful sister. It was his sister, Zhang Ruodong. Calling this designation was something she had forcefully changed after discovering that he had labeled her as fierce, easily angered, and devouring Mother Tyrannosaurus. He quickly answered the call, and a sultry voice filled his ear. My dear brother, have you registered at school yet? I miss you terribly, don't keep me waiting too long, okay? Zhang Rian shivered at her words. Sister, I'm currently cornered by seniors at the registration area. Please come to rescue me. What? I'm tied up with something and can't get away. Let me send one of my friends to pick you up. Her name is Miao Yushi. He heard his sister call out, Yushi, could you please go pick up my brother? I'm busy right now. Before he could respond, the call ended, leaving him staring blankly at the phone. Seniors, someone will be here to pick me up shortly. Thank you for your kindness. You may go about your business, he said, his expression neutral. Upon hearing this, the seniors fell silent, exchanging glances before gradually dispersing, though they continued to keep an eye on Zhang Ruiyun. Moments later, Zhang Ruiyun received a photo from his sister via WeChat. The girl in the picture was stunning, rivaling Zhang Ruodong in beauty, albeit with a youthful appearance. Accompanying the photo was a voice message. She, this girl will come to pick you up. Hang tight while I attend to my matters. Zhang Ruiyun replied with a simple okay. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, he noticed the girl from the photo approaching the registration area. Miao Yushi had spotted Zhang Ruiyun from a distance and, upon comparing him to the picture, was momentarily taken aback before striding toward him. Although she had heard her friend rave about her exceptionally handsome brother and had seen his photo, seeing him in person was still a shocking experience, stirring immature thoughts within her. You must be Zhang Ruiyun, Ruotong's brother? She asked. Yes, I am Zhang Ruiyun, he replied. Hearing his elegant voice and gazing at his ethereal beauty, Miao Yushi couldn't resist teasing him. Oh, calling me sister right away? Why not come and follow me then? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun's cheeks flushed crimson, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Miao Yushi, despite her youthful looks, was known as one of the Ice Mountain sisters of beauty. Alongside Zhang Ruodong, never had they seen her joke with a boy in such a manner. Yet, upon noticing Zhang Ruiyun's striking features, they quickly understood. However, it was undeniable that a blushing beauty like him possessed a unique charm. Zhang Ruiyun, feeling the weight of the stairs, could no longer afford to respond to Miao Yushi and began pulling his suitcase, dragging her along as they entered a university. Miao Yushi, witnessing Zhang Ruiyun's slight blush, felt a rush of emotion, a blend of admiration for his beauty and a sense of affection for this charming younger brother. Just as she was about to speak, she felt Zhang Ruiyun grasp her hand, leading her deeper into the campus. Caught off guard, she had never held a boy's hand before. As they ran, her cheeks gradually turned pink, stirred by an indescribable sensation. After a short sprint, they finally came to a halt. Are you planning to hold on to me forever? She teased. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Ruiyun snapped back to reality, quickly releasing her hand and awkwardly asking, Yushi, where is the boys' dormitory? Could you show me the way? Miao Yushi, enchanted by his slightly spoiled tone, glanced at his flushed cheeks and playfully remarked, Oh, are you trying to charm me, little brother? After regaining her composure, she responded, All right, I'll take you to the dormitory. By the way, which building are you in? Building 13, room 211, he replied. Great, building 13 is this way, she said, leading the way as Zhang Ruiyun hurried to keep up. Chapter 2. The military training uniform. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhang Ruiyun intended to ask Miao Yushi to busy herself with her own affairs. However, Miao Yushi pushed the door open and entered the dormitory without even glancing back. Inside, apart from Zhang Ruiyun, the other three occupants were already present. When the three noticed the door opening, they assumed the fourth member had arrived, only to be stunned by the entrance of a stunning beauty. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Miao Yushi's extraordinary beauty, but also from the fact that all three recognized her. After all, they had familiarized themselves with the campus's prominent figures, including the campus flower, prior to their arrival at a university. Just then, Zhang Ruiyun entered the dormitory, and the three, still in a daze, were once again taken aback. How could two campus beauties appear in a boys' dormitory simultaneously? They looked behind Zhang Ruiyun only to find no one else, filling them with confusion. That moment, Zhang Ruiyun spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ruiyun, your new roommate. The three, still reeling from the shock, were struck by yet another surprise. Why had a university assigned them a female roommate? Was it a new policy to help them find girlfriends more quickly? Hello everyone, please take care of me from now on. Zhang Ruiyun beamed with a sweet smile. One of the roommates finally regained his composure and stammered. Are you sure you haven't entered the wrong dorm? This is a boys' dormitory. Zhang Ruiyun innocently pointed to the room number on the door. 13th floor, room 211, that I'm in the right place. Another roommate quickly pulled out his phone to check the dormitory allocation list in their class group chat, and indeed, Zhang Ruiyun's name was clearly listed. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding by the school? The last roommate scratched his head, suggesting a possibility. Just then, Zhang Ruiyun's sister, Zhang Ruodong, called her. Upon answering, Zhang Ruiyun didn't even have a chance to speak before her sister's voice boomed from the other end. Have you arrived at the dorm? How are you getting along with your roommates? Zhang Ruiyun glanced at her roommates with a helpless expression and replied, Sister, I'm here, but it seems something is off. They all say I shouldn't be living here. Zhang Ruodong chuckled. Haha, don't mind them, just settle in comfortably. By the way, make sure to thank Miao Yushi. She was the one who helped me arrange everything for you. With that, Zhang Ruodong hung up. Zhang Ruiyun set her phone down and looked at her roommates, who were still in a state of shock, shrugging. Now do you believe me? I really am your roommate. Miao Yushi stifled a laugh and chimed in, Hello, juniors. Ruiyun is my best friend's little brother. Their family has such great genes that Zhang Ruiyun is incredibly beautiful, but he is definitely a boy. While speaking, she playfully ruffled Zhang Ruiyun's hair and added, Ruiyun, add me on WeChat. I have to leave now. Zhang Ruiyun promptly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and added Miao Yushi. After Miao Yushi accepted Zhang Ruiyun's request, she departed to AT that moment. The three roommates descended from their beds and approached Zhang Ruiyun. One of the slightly handsome ones spoke first. Hello, I'm Zhao Wenbo, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I particularly enjoy playing basketball, and I'm not too shabby at it. Another tall and handsome roommate smiled and said, Hello, I'm Gao E, a passionate badminton player that my skills are quite decent. If I do say so myself, he flashed a confident smile, seemingly proud of his athletic prowess. The last roommate, a tall figure reminiscent of a sporty type, with a healthy, weak complexion and defined muscles, extended his hand to Zhang Ruiyun and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Tian Rini, pleased to meet you. I used to be an athlete, but due to some special circumstances, I transitioned to a science major. Nevertheless, I still have a passion for sports and fitness. That as he spoke, he flexed his muscular arms, eliciting a mock disdain from the other two roommates. Wow, you all are so impressive. I truly admire you, Zhang Ruiyun remarked, feeling somewhat ordinary in comparison. But that's all right. I'm more than happy to share some things about myself. That I'm a local from City A beautiful and interesting place that I'd love to show you all. She paused, almost forgetting to mention, Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you my nickname is Cici. You can call me that to foster a closer bond between us. Zhang Ruiyun continued, I usually enjoy reading and listening to music. And I occasionally play video games. That is fantastic. We can play games together. Zhao Wenbo exclaimed excitedly. Yes, and I also love reading. Gaoi quickly added, Absolutely, we can exchange book lists. Tianri nodded with a smile. As the four continued to chat joyfully, the distance between them gradually diminished. Zhang Ruiyun began organizing her belongings while the other three had already tidied up theirs, admiring Zhang Ruiyun's graceful figure as she moved about. Accompanied by a faint fragrance of gardenias, Gao he suddenly suggested, Let us establish a hierarchy among us. Big brother, second brother, and so forth. Sure, the other three chorused in agreement. Gaoi proposed, Let us arrange ourselves in the order of arrival. The others had no objections. Since I was the first to arrive, I'll be the big brother. Tianrini is second, Zhao Wenbo third, and Cici, you'll be the youngest. All right, let us head out to collect our military training uniforms. We might have to queue if we wait any longer, Zhao Wenbo suggested. Sounds good. Let us go. Zhang Ruiyun readily agreed. Thus, the four of them exited the dormitory together, heading towards the designated location for the military training uniforms. They chatted along the way, enjoying a lighthearted and cheerful atmosphere that in this new environment. They were set to share many unforgettable experiences together. Upon arriving at the location for the uniforms, they indeed found a long queue already forming. Good thing we arrived early, Zhao Wenbo remarked with relief. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn. Zhang Ruiyun received a well-fitting military training uniform, feeling secretly pleased. Cici, you will definitely look stunning in this uniform. Miao Yushi suddenly appeared from somewhere, smiling at Zhang Ruiyun. Thank you, senior. What do you mean by stunning? Zhang Ruiyun replied, slightly puffed up. Of course it's because Cici is so beautiful. But I misspoke. I should say you'll look impressive. Since Cici is quite the goddess, senior, aren't you busy? Oh, so concerned about me, huh? I was just passing by. I'm off now, bye. After saying this, Miao Yushi left. Zhao Wenbo and the other two remained silent, lost in thoughts of how Cici would look in her military training uniform. After collecting their uniforms, they decided to head to the cafeteria for lunch together. All the while, Zhang Ruiyin absorbed the bustling atmosphere of the campus, her heart brimming with anticipation. She knew that in the days to come, she would share countless interesting moments with these delightful roommates. Chapter 3. A cafeteria incident. As the four of them entered the cafeteria, they instantly captured nearly everyone's attention. The boys were transfixed, their eyes glued to Zhang Ruiyin, and even many of the girls found themselves drawn to her, unable to resist stealing a few glances. Zhang Ruiyin felt somewhat bashful, while the other three remained vigilant, keeping a protective circle around her to ward off any unwarranted attention, given Cici's beauty. Noticing Zhang Ruiyin's discomfort, Gao Yi exchanged glances with the other two roommates, and they quickly formed a triangular barrier around her. However, despite their efforts, many still managed to catch glimpses of Zhang Ruiyin. Some, realizing it was inappropriate to stare at a stranger, shifted their focus back to their own affairs, checking their phones or scanning the area for other interesting distractions. Yet, their thoughts remained captivated by the enchanting figure they had just encountered, occasionally sneaking glances in her direction. Zhang Ruiyin and her companions arrived at the rice noodle counter. She was the first to speak to the lady behind the counter. "Annie, I'd like a bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles." Turning to the other three, she added, "Let us all have the same as Cici." Zhao Wenbo continued to shield Zhang Ruiyin from prying eyes. The Annie, having regained her composure, called out to the kitchen for bowls of crossing the bridge rice noodles. Then, with a beaming smile, she turned to Zhang Ruiyin, saying, "Little girl, you look truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Annie." Zhang Ruiyin replied with a smile. The Annie then inquired, "How old are you, dear? What year are you in?" "I'm 18 years old, just a new student reporting for duty." "But Annie, I'm a boy," Zhang Ruiyin politely responded. "How wonderful. 18 is such a blossoming age." "You say you're a boy." The Annie's voice rose several pitches in surprise. "Yes, Annie. Oh dear, don't tease me. How could you possibly be a boy?" Zhang Ruiyin, feeling exasperated, chose not to argue further. "Annie, do you want to know if I have a girlfriend?" Zhang Ruiyin appeared somewhat taken aback, gently shaking her head. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren stifled their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. That moment, the Anne enthusiastically interjected, "Let me introduce you to someone. My son is also a student at University A. And he is quite handsome, not to mention a person of good character. You two should get to know each other and perhaps become friends." Zhang Ruiyin, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled awkwardly and replied, "No, thank you, Annie. I just want to focus on my studies for now. That's all right. Making friends is also a good start. Once you become familiar, you could take things slowly," the aunt persisted. Just then, the noodles were ready, and as Zhang Ruiyin seemed on the verge of capitulating, Gao Yi quickly interjected, "Annie, we need to head back and clean up. We'll take our leave now." With that, he took Zhang Ruiyin's hand, pulling her along to grab the noodles, while the other two followed suit, hastily departing from the noodle stand and making their way out of the cafeteria towards the dormitory. As soon as they exited the cafeteria, Gao Yi released her hand, reminiscing about the delicacy of Zhang Ruiyin's touch, feeling a sense of lingering delight. The other two in the dormitory were envious. Although Zhang Ruiyin was male, apart from having a slightly broader frame than most girls, he exuded an air of elegance that it was only their first day of acquaintance, and Gao Yi had already taken advantage of the situation. Gao Yi exuberantly proclaimed, "Brothers, let us hurry back to the dorm and finish our meal. I'll take you all up a rank today. I'm in a good mood." "Indeed. You held hands with Shishi. You must be over the moon," Zhao Wenbo remarked with a hint of jealousy. Gao Yi awkwardly scratched his head, and Zhang Ruiyin quickly caught on to his reaction. "That's so? You're excited just because you held my hand?" "Gao Yi, I'm a guy. Please don't be so weird," Zhang Ruiyin retorted with a hint of disdain, his expression reflecting his contempt. Though he was aware of his striking beauty, Gao Yi and the others had long accepted his gender, so such peculiar behavior seemed unwarranted. Yet upon hearing Zhang Ruiyin's disparaging tone and witnessing his disdainful expression, the trio felt an unexpected thrill, as if awakening to some strange allure. It was simply irresistible to see an elegant figure display such a demeanor. "Shishi, if you can speak, do say more." Zhang Ruiyin observed the three with their mischievous grins, sending shivers down his spine. Without looking back, he made his way towards the dormitory. "Aren't you all heading back?" "I am going ahead," he called out. The trio quickly regained their composure and excitedly followed Zhang Ruiyan back to the dormitory. Along the way, many sought to acquire Zhang Ruiyan's WeChat, but sensing his unapproachable aura, they quickly lost their nerve. Upon returning to the dorm, Gao Yi and the others swiftly changed into their military training uniforms. After comparing sizes, they found them to be quite fitting. However, since Zhang Ruiyan had been raised with a feminine upbringing, he entered the dormitory bathroom to change into his military attire. The other three, upon seeing Zhang Ruiyan enter the bathroom, immediately gathered at the door, watching the slender figure moving about within. Their imaginations wandered into inappropriate territories. And in his distraction, Zhao Wenbo, suffering from malnutrition, experienced a nosebleed that moment. The bathroom door swung open, and Zhang Ruiyan emerged in his military uniform, asking, "Does this fit well?" The three gazed at his striking silhouette. And upon hearing Zhang Ruiyan's elegant tone, even those who had not previously experienced a nosebleed felt a rush of warmth. Zhang Ruiyan noticed their dazed expressions and remarked, "You three have nosebleeds." They quickly snapped back to reality and rushed to tend to their noses. Once they were done, Tian Rini exclaimed, "Shishi, you look absolutely stunning, especially in that military uniform. You've turned what is typically an unattractive outfit into something we can only dream of affording." Zhang Ruiyan, uninterested in their peculiar admiration, changed back into his clothes after leaving the bathroom and opened his computer, calling out to the three, "Hurry and change back. Let us start gaming." The trio, upon hearing this, changed back into their clothes within minutes and eagerly logged onto their computers to join the game. "Come on, today I must carry you to victory," Gao Yi shouted with excitement. Zhang Ruiyan watched them with a resigned shake of his head. Thinking to himself how childish they were as the game commenced, Gao Yi and his companions were fully immersed in the battle, while Zhang Ruiyan, with his elegant voice, served as their good luck charm. After an intense round of competition, Gao Yi and his friends emerged victorious. "Yay, we finally won," they cheered. Zhang Ruiyan smiled faintly, thinking that these three fellows were quite impressive. But so, how about it, Shishi? Am I great or what? Gao Yi grinned at Zhang Ruiyan. Not bad," Zhang Ruiyan replied nonchalantly. "Shishi, that is a bit too perfunctory," Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini protested. All right, let us wash up and get some sleep. We have military training tomorrow," Zhang Ruiyan urged. Okay, Zhang Ruiyan entered the bathroom again to take a shower, while Gao Yi and the others leaned against the door, watching the slender figure within. When Zhang Ruiyan finished and stepped out, the trio immediately pretended to be busy with their own affairs. "Who else wants a shower?" I'll go first." The three scrambled for the bathroom, with Gao Yi ultimately winning the race. Shishi, which body wash do you use?" Gao Yi inquired. "The pink one with petals," Zhang Ruiyan replied. After the three took turns showering, they all climbed into bed, with Zhang Ruiyan already fast asleep. Chapter 4. Military training, and the female tyrant Zhang Ruiyan rose early each day. A habit he had formed. Today was no exception. Around 6:30 a.m., he opened his eyes and got up from bed. Noticing that his roommates were still lost in slumber, he carefully tidied his bedding, taking care not to disturb them, but he then quietly descended from his bed and entered the bathroom. Zhang Ruiyan gently closed the bathroom door to avoid waking anyone. He began brushing his teeth and washing his face, meticulously grooming his hair to appear refreshed. Throughout the process, he maintained silence, as if he feared to disrupt the morning tranquility. Under the strong recommendations of his parents and the imposing presence of his older sister, the female tyrant, Zhang Ruiyan had kept his long, lustrous black hair. This cascade of hair flowed like a waterfall over his shoulders, emanating a subtle fragrance that was one of the many reasons others mistook him for a girl. As Zhang Ruiyan tended to his hair, Zhao Wenbo slowly opened his eyes. Having frequently played basketball at night, he was accustomed to waking early, yet today he was still a step behind Zhang Ruiyan. Hearing the sounds from the bathroom piqued his curiosity, prompting him to sit up, stretch, and glance around. Upon noticing that only Zhang Ruiyan's bed was empty, he felt a twinge of confusion. However, he quickly deduced the reason. He mused to himself that Zhang Ruiyan must lead a very disciplined life, but he then quietly tidied his own bed, carefully dressed in clothes and shoes, and cautiously stepped down, wary of disturbing the others. Approaching the bathroom door, he lightly knocked and then entered. Zhang Ruiyan, hearing the knock, realized someone was awake. When Zhao Wenbo stepped inside, Zhang Ruiyan curiously asked, "Up so early? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer?" Shishi, how can you say that? No wonder you are so beautiful," It must be because you go to bed early and rise early, nurturing your beauty to the point that it radiates. Zhao Wenbo chuckled. Zhang Ruiyan smiled and replied, "Please don't tease me. You can't possibly have come in here just to chat with me, right?" Zhao Wenbo looked Zhang Ruiyan up and down, sending shivers down Zhang Ruiyan's spine. "Oh right, I need to use the restroom first. It's all your fault, she. You're just too stunning. Otherwise, I would have chased after you madly." Zhao Wenbo quipped as he walked towards the toilet. Just as he was about to relieve himself, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhang Ruiyan, saying, She, have you finished? If not, could you step out for a moment? It would be a bit awkward otherwise." "What does it mean? We're both men, so why should there be any awkwardness?" "No, subconsciously I still perceive you as a girl. No, it's more accurate to say I still believe you to be female." Zhang Ruiyan was left utterly speechless. There was no choice but for him to step outside. As soon as the door closed behind him, Zhao Wenbo's valve was instantly opened, with the reservoir drained. Zhao Wenbo felt an immediate sense of relief. The first rays of morning sunlight had yet to completely dispel the lingering shadows of the night. Inside the dormitory, a crisp and powerful whistle suddenly pierced the tranquility. Akin to a sharp sword piercing through every slumbering dream, in the wake of this unexpected sound, the atmosphere within the dorm transformed into one of tension and vitality. Zhang Ruiyan stood by the window, basking in the warmth of the rising sun, his face adorned with a faint smile, as if he had long since grown accustomed to it all. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbo busied himself with squeezing toothpaste. The sounds of water and the brush's friction intertwining to form a symphony of the morning, while Gao Yi and Tianren hurriedly tidied their beds in a flurry in stark contrast to the calmness of the former. Gao Yi and Tianren were still lost in their dreams, hoping to steal a few more moments of precious slumber. Yet, the whistle's blare struck like a bolt from the blue, yanking them from their dreams back into reality. They bolted upright, bleary-eyed, their faces etched with confusion and astonishment, as if they had just traversed time and space. After a hurried wash and tidy up, the four finally set forth on their journey to the playground. While the other three from Zhang Ruiyan's dorm displayed a hint of urgency in their steps, their eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination for the challenges of the new day. Upon reaching the playground, the morning light had bathed the earth, the golden glow harmonizing with youthful silhouettes to create a captivating tableau on the playground. Students stood or sat, each engrossed in their own tasks, yet their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the quartet of Zhang Ruiyan. Zhang Ruiyan, a boy exuding an aura reminiscent of a strong woman, instantly became the focal point of the crowd with his striking good looks and unique charisma. His visage was as exquisite as a painting, and his gaze, deep and piercing, seemed capable of reading hearts. His presence rendered the surrounding air almost palpable, drawing the fervent eyes of boys and the envious admiration of girls alike. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren followed closely behind Zhang Ruiyan. Though they were not as dazzling, each possessed their own distinct charm. The four swiftly located their class's formation and fell into line. With the arrival of the last freshman, all formations in the playground assembled neatly, exuding a formidable presence. The chief instructor and the principal ascended the podium in succession, their speeches brief yet powerful, both uplifting morale and clarifying the significance and objectives of the military training. Following this, the instructors took turns introducing themselves, some serious and earnest, others humorous and witty, gradually easing the originally tense atmosphere. Once military training commenced in earnest, the students quickly immersed themselves in the rigorous exercises. Sweat soaked their clothes, yet their gazes grew ever more resolute. During these arduous yet fulfilling days, they learned the virtues of perseverance and endurance, while also forging friendships and personal growth. However, amidst a brief respite during the training, a minor commotion erupted on the playground. Zhang Ruiyan, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren were discussing purchasing some drinks for refreshment when they were suddenly approached by two girls of extraordinary beauty. These two were none other than Zhang Ruiyan's sister, Zhang Ruodong, and her close friend, Miao Yushi. Zhang Ruodong, the formidable older sister who instilled fear in Zhang Ruiyan, bore a striking resemblance to him, both in appearance and in their similarly intimidating presence. Miao Yushi, her loyal confidant, was inseparable from her, together forming a dazzling sight on campus. Their arrival immediately stirred the crowd on the playground. Boys cast astonished glances, while girls whispered and speculated among themselves. Faced with the unexpected visit from his sister and her friend, Zhang Ruiyun appeared somewhat flustered. Striving to maintain composure, he discreetly cast a pleading glance towards Gao Yi and the others for assistance. However, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly at a loss regarding how to tackle this unforeseen situation. Just then, Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi reached them. Zhang Ruodong's eyes expressed both reproach and concern as she gently patted Zhang Ruiyun on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, though military training is tough, you must also pay attention to rest and nutrition. Miao Yushi, smiling, offered him a bottle of energy drink, saying, "Here, have a drink to quench your thirst," despite the affection and care from his sister and friend. Zhang Ruiyun's anxiety and unease did not dissipate. He took the drink with a puzzled expression, assuring them that he would take good care of himself. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini seized the opportunity to engage Miao Yushi in conversation. Something was amiss. His sister couldn't possibly be so unconditionally kind to him. After all, every time she showed concern, it came with certain demands, such as forcing him to dress in women's clothing or compelling him to speak in a feminine tone. So, what price would he pay this time? Chapter 5. The unmasking Zhang Ruiyun pondered discreetly, carefully observing Zhang Ruodong's demeanor. He was well aware of his sister's temperament. Her seemingly gentle and considerate nature often concealed inscrutable intentions. He was not keen on becoming her experiment once more, forced in a feminine attire or compelled to utter awkward phrases in a feminine voice. However, Zhang Ruodong appeared oblivious to his unease, merely smiling lightly before turning to converse with Miao Yushi. Zhang Ruiyun quietly sighed in relief. It seemed his sister had no intention of teasing him this time. Seizing the moment, he exchanged glances with Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, and they discreetly departed the playground to purchase drinks at the convenience store. Throughout the journey, Zhang Ruiyun contemplated the true purpose behind his sister's sudden appearance. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired of the others whether they too sensed something unusual. Gao Yi and the others nodded in disagreement, asserting that there was nothing amiss with his sister merely checking up on her brother. However, had they known what Zhang Ruodong had previously put Zhang Ruiyun through, their perceptions might have shifted. Just as the four were deep in discussion, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they were surprised to see Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi catching up to them. Zhang Ruiyun's heart raced. Did his sister intend to pursue him? However, contrary to his expectations, Zhang Ruodong simply smiled as she approached and handed him a drink she had just purchased, saying, "I forgot to buy this for you earlier. Here, take it." Zhang Ruiyun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such thoughtfulness from his sister. Accepting the drink, warmth flooded his heart as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Zhang Ruodong gently ruffled his hair, her voice tender. "Silly brother, why be so polite with me? Military training is tough. Remember to rest well." After a moment, Gao Yi was the first to regain his composure, patting Zhang Ruiyun on the shoulder and chuckling. "Yun, it seems your sister truly cares for you." Zhang Ruiyun nodded, yet his heart was filled with uncertainty that he could not ascertain whether his sister's attentiveness had ulterior motives, but he wanted to believe she genuinely cared for him. Taking a deep breath, he savored the warmth and care emanating from his family through the drink. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly heard his sister shift the tone of the conversation. Leaning in to whisper, "My dear brother, how about donning a dress for tonight's talent show? I've already bought one. You mustn't refuse." Zhang Ruiyun knew that this endless cycle of torment would not be easily broken. At that moment, the whistle blew, and after bidding farewell to Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi, the four hurried back to their formation. The first day of military training swiftly passed, the sun gradually sinking in the west, painting the sky with a brilliant evening glow. At that moment, the instructor announced the commencement of the talent showcase following the military training. Everyone buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating their classmates' splendid performances. Zhang Ruiyun had initially thought he could take a breather. But unexpectedly, his sister insisted he change into women's clothing. He gazed at her helplessly, internally lamenting that he was still unable to escape this predicament. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the formation, silently praying for the talent showcase to conclude quickly. Yet time seemed to crawl, each passing minute amplifying his torment. Finally, the instructor announced, "Next, let us welcome Zhang Ruiyun to the stage." Upon hearing his name, his heart raced, as though it might leap from his throat. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his frayed nerves, though sweat began to bead in his palms. Slowly, He rose to his feet, his steps heavy as he walked toward the center of the circle formed by the assembled students. The audience's gaze fixated upon him, instilling a sense of pressure. However, when he met his sister's encouraging gaze, a surge of courage welled within him, and he silently urged himself, "Come on, Zhang, you can do this." The moment he stepped onto the stage, he took a deep breath, endeavoring to calm his nerves. Facing the sea of dark silhouettes in the audience, he suddenly felt as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the world, with everything else rendered insignificant and trivial. With a smile, he bowed gracefully to the crowd before commencing his performance. As the music enveloped him, he immersed himself wholly in the dance, exuberantly showcasing his talent and passion. At that instant, he was no longer the timid Zhang Ruiyan, but a radiant and self-assured dancer. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, he slowly unveiled his military uniform, each motion deliberate and solemn. As if partaking in a sacred ritual, the layers of his military attire gradually fell away. What lay hidden beneath began to emerge. Finally, he revealed the last layer, exposing the exquisite women's attire he wore underneath. It was a resplendent gown, vibrant in color and elegantly designed, its hem cascading like a blossoming flower, shimmering softly. The neckline and sleeves were adorned with intricate embroidery, while a golden belt cinched his waist. Enhancing its noble elegance, that a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Classmates stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to fathom the sight before them. They had not anticipated Zhang Ruiyan to appear in women's clothing. And indeed, the enchanting figure he presented could hardly be described as anything less than ethereal. The auditorium fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breath and gasps of wonder. Each person was taken aback by this unexpected transformation, as if time had frozen in that moment. Eyes widened and mouths parted, expressions of surprise and confusion painted their faces, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Murmurs and whispers filled the air. Zhang Ruiyan forced himself to maintain composure, striving to adapt to this new persona. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his mindset, and then, with a smile, stepped into the center of the circle formed by his peers. He began to sing, his voice clear and melodious, like a celestial serenade that captivated all. His dance was light and graceful, every movement imbued with feminine softness and charm, conveying the emotions of the song with exquisite clarity. The audience was utterly entranced by Zhang Ruiyan's performance, their eyes glued to the stage, erupting into applause and gasps of admiration. They became wholly absorbed in his artistry, forgetting his original identity. Once the performance concluded, Zhang Ruiyan hastily exited the stage. Changing back into his male attire, he approached his sister, gazing at her with a look of feigned reproach. Zhang Ruodong, with a playful grin, handed him a piece of chocolate as a token of reward. Zhang Ruiyan accepted the chocolate with a sigh, taking a bite, reflecting that this must be the fate of having a sister who delights in teasing her younger brother. Chapter 6. The plan of the foster son, as Zhang Ruiyan's performance came to a close. The students, teachers, and instructors on the playground were profoundly moved. They were immersed in the brilliance of Zhang Ruiyan's display, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. That it was only after some time that they gradually emerged from their reverie. When their gazes returned to Zhang Ruiyan, they discovered he had quietly changed back into the familiar military training uniform. The once splendid gown had vanished, replaced by the simple and tidy camouflage attire. However, despite his modest military garb, Zhang Ruiyan's radiance remained undiminished. He exuded a unique charm that rendered others utterly captivated. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a dashing soldier, ready to engage in the upcoming talent showcase alongside his peers. Yet, the extraordinary talent and charisma he displayed lingered in the minds of those who witnessed it. Whether on stage or in everyday life, Zhang Ruiyan was undeniably a figure of attention. Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo quietly gathered together, whispering among themselves. "That was definitely Cici, right?" Gao Yi inquired in a hushed tone. Tian Rini nodded in agreement. "It seems so." Zhao Wenbo, with a starry-eyed expression, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Cici looks absolutely stunning in women's clothing. From now on, I declare Cici is both my male and female idol." He was so thrilled he nearly leaped from his seat. Gao Yi, casting a mischievous smile at Zhao Wenbo, suggested, "How about we tease him a bit tonight?" As they continued to whisper, occasionally casting furtive glances at Zhang Ruiyan, he suddenly felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as if several pairs of mischievous eyes were fixated upon him. His heart raced, and he cautiously turned to face the source of the strange sensation. His gaze landed on Zhao Wenbo, who stood there with a smile, waving gently at Zhang Ruiyan. Recognizing the familiar face, he realized it was Zhao Wenbo's foster son. Now aware of who it was, Zhang Ruiyan dismissed the strange scrutiny and continued to endure the relentless teasing from his mischievous sister. After bidding farewell to his sister, Zhang Ruiyan approached his foster siblings. "What were you discussing earlier? You seem to be staring at me," he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just confirming how beautiful Cici is," they replied nonchalantly. "Oh, really?" Zhang Ruiyan responded, skepticism evident in his tone. "Of course it's true," Zhao Wenbo said, though his persistent glances toward Gao Yi and Tian Ren hinted that there was more to the story. As the day of rigorous military training came to an end, the new students began to return to their dormitories, feeling a sense of relief. Zhang Ruiyan, needing to purchase some additional supplies, returned slightly later than the others. Upon finally opening the dormitory door, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within. Immediately upon entering, he noticed Tian Ren hastily shutting off his phone screen, a swift action that piqued his curiosity. Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, who had been looking at the phone with Tian Ren, instantly pretended to be busy, as though they had not been engrossed in anything of significance. Zhang Ren mused to himself, "Why are they acting so strangely? Are they hiding some secret from me?" However, he refrained from confronting them directly, silently stepping into the room and placing his belongings down, curiosity bubbling within him. "What were you up to? Hiding from me?" he asked. "Oh, nothing much. Tian Ren had a quarrel with his girlfriend, and we were just sharing advice," Zhao Wenbo replied, attempting to mask their previous conversation. Zhang Ruiyan sensed that Zhao Wenbo was using Tian Ren's relationship to divert attention, and although it seemed unnecessary to hide such a trivial matter, he chose not to challenge it. "Tian Ren has a girlfriend? From high school?" he questioned. "Yes, but we haven't been in touch much since starting college," came the reply. "Well, let him tell you the story," Zhao Wenbo added. "All right, it's a long story that I started dating her in my second year of high school. Back then, I was an athlete, and I was quite good at basketball in our city. She would come to every game, bringing me water and wiping my sweat. She was also quite beautiful, which made me fall for her point one day. During a match when our team was at a disadvantage, she supported me unconditionally that I wanted to impress her. So I gave it my all, but that match ended up costing me my athletic career. Nevertheless, it was that game that made me resolve to confess my feelings to her, and we started dating. However, during that match, I was injured due to inadequate warm-up and ruptured my Achilles tendon. For us athletes, that is disastrous. I could no longer pursue sports that we had planned to attend a university together. But because of my injury, I had to repeat a year while she went to a university that I eventually came to a university, but we had little contact over the past 2 years. Until I saw a photo on her social media with her senior, looking quite intimate. I asked her about it, and we ended up arguing. After an extensive discussion, Zhang Ruiyan, Tian Ren, Gao Yi, and Zhao Wenbo reached a consensus. Tian Ren's girlfriend was likely juggling multiple romantic interests. "All right, can we talk about what you were discussing regarding me?" Gao Yi had no choice but to start with the day's military training that as the leader of the trio. He felt both shocked and exhilarated by Zhang Ruiyan's transformation. They had often contemplated Zhang Ruiyan's identity as a male, yet now, this notion appeared increasingly complex. They decided to buy women-esque clothing for Zhang Ruiyan, hoping to encourage him to experiment with different styles. Though this idea was fraught with contradictions and internal conflict, they were eager to see Zhang Ruiyan in women-esque attire, yet simultaneously apprehensive about how he might react. After the day's military training, they gathered to discuss what styles of women-esque clothing to purchase. Just as their conversation heated up, Zhang Ruiyan unexpectedly returned. The three froze, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. They quickly shifted their topic, feigning a discussion about mundane matters. Gao Yi struggled to steady his heartbeat, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, uncertain of how to explain. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Ren fell silent, their expressions betraying hesitation and anxiety. Zhang Ruiyan stood in shock, taken aback by their unexpected proposal. Confusion and disbelief filled his mind. Accompanied by a hint of disdain and contempt, he was left pondering the motives and intentions that lay hidden behind this suggestion. However, he resolved to give them an opportunity to clarify their thoughts. "Why?" Zhang Ruiyan inquired, her tone laced with a blend of disdain and contempt, yet imbued with an air of inviolable authority. The three initially wearing expressions of awkwardness, transformed their visages into ones of relief upon hearing her words. Concurrently, Gao Yi remarked, "There's no helping it. Cici, you look too stunning in women's attire." Chapter 7. The internet storm. Zhang Ruyin furrowed her brows, her gaze revealing an unyielding determination. She reiterated, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation and fatigue, "There is truly no need to purchase these clothes. I would never wear them. Moreover, I must reiterate, we are of the same gender, so please no more of such jokes." Her voice echoed clearly within the spacious dormitory. The three, upon hearing this, exchanged sly smiles, as if they had anticipated the delightful surprise that Zhang Ruyin was about to encounter. In unison, they replied, "All right," although their tone concealed a barely perceptible smugness that, in truth, they had already devised plans involving various outfits. JK uniforms, maid costumes, nurse outfits, having discreetly acquired them, all in wait for the opportune moment to present Zhang Ruyin with a grand surprise. They exchanged knowing glances, a smile gracing their lips, before each retreated to their beds, as if nothing had transpired. The dormitory returned to its usual tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional sound of pages turning and the gentle rhythm of breaths intertwining. Observing the three as they settled into their slumber, Zhang Ruyin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet found herself powerless to alter the situation. With a soft sigh, she turned and made her way to the bathroom, preparing to wash away the fatigue of the day. Gently, she pushed open the bathroom door, her footsteps reverberating in the expansive space with remarkable clarity. As the door slowly closed, it seemed to separate two realms. One, a private space soon to be filled with steam and droplets, and the other, a small corner rife with schemes and plotting. The very moment the bathroom door shut, Gao Yi's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. He swiftly turned to signal to his companions, Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini, to follow his lead. The trio moved like a synchronized pack of hunters, silently advancing to a corner of the living room. Their clandestine haven for exchanging ideas, the mobile phone, a marvel of modern technology, now served as their conduit for conspiracy, uniting three eager hearts. Gao Yi's fingers danced across the screen, and in an instant, their shared group chat was activated. This seemingly mundane group harbored countless plans and jokes, but today it would bear witness to the birth of a bolder scheme. "What do you think we should do?" Zhang Ruyin seems to despise wearing women's clothing. Gao Yi's message landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of contemplation. His tone bore a hint of resignation, yet could not mask the excitement bubbling within him. After all, the prospect of coaxing the typically regal-looking young man back into women's attire was thrilling. "That I have no idea what to do," Li Ming's reply followed closely, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Yet his eyes sparkled with mischief. That it was evident he was not truly at a loss, but rather biding his time for the opportune moment to unveil his ace. "Indeed, this situation is rather tricky," Zhao Wenbo interjected, his voice deep and magnetic, effortlessly capturing attention. As he pondered potential strategies, he discreetly observed Gao Yi and Tian Rini's reactions, hoping to glean inspiration from their expressions. For a brief moment, the chat fell into a contemplative silence. Yet this stillness was not born of desperation. Rather, it signified the three were diligently brainstorming how to navigate this seemingly insurmountable task. "Why don't we approach this from his interests?" Zhao Wenbo suddenly broke the silence, his eyes lighting up as if he had unearthed the key to their predicament. "I remember Zhang Ruyin is quite fond of anime and cosplay. Perhaps we could leverage that to encourage him to wear women's clothing voluntarily." "That's a splendid idea." Tian Rini immediately expressed his agreement that we could organize a small cosplay gathering and invite him. Then, we can prepare an outfit of his favorite anime character for him to don without realizing it. "But wouldn't that be too overt?" Tian Rini voiced his concerns that if Zhang Ruyin discovers this is our scheme, he might recoil even more. "Thus, we must ensure our plan is seamless," Zhao Wenbo replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "We can refrain from disclosing the theme of the gathering and simply invite him. Then, at the event, we can orchestrate a surprise segment that compels him to wear women's clothing in front of everyone. By that time, even if he resists, he may feel pressured by social decorum." "Excellent idea," Tian Rini echoed, enthusiasm mounting. The two began animatedly discussing the details of the gathering, from venue arrangements to costume selections, and even the guest list, striving for perfection in every aspect. However, at that moment, Gao Yi interjected, "No, I feel something is amiss. This way, you might only get Cece to wear women's clothing once. Afterward, he may never want to again. Zhao Wenbo queried. Then what can we do? There seems to be no other option. Gao Yi suggested, we could plan a trip to a water park afterward. One must wear swimsuits there, right? You understand. Yet before that, we need to gradually desensitize Cece, so he becomes less averse to wearing women's clothing in the future. As time progressed, the discussions within the group chat became increasingly fervent. They could almost envision the stunning scene of Zhang Ruiyun in women's attire, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. The water flowed over his body, seemingly washing away some of the irritations within him. However, unbeknownst to him, a storm concerning him was quietly brewing online. Meanwhile, on the campus of a university, discussions about Zhang Ruiyun were in full swing. The first to upload a video was a freshman who inadvertently captured a moment of Zhang Ruiyun, whose ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor instantly captivated a multitude of viewers. Upon its release, the video quickly went viral, garnering widespread attention and discourse that, oh my, what a celestial beauty! Is this a fairy descended to Earth? Sister, I am all in. In the comments section, netizens enthusiastically expressed their astonishment and admiration. However, when it was revealed that Zhang Ruiyun was, in fact, a male freshman at a university, the entire internet erupted in disbelief. What kind of outrageous statement is this? Netizens voiced their incredulity, but as more students from a university confirmed the truth, Zhang Ruiyun's real identity began to surface. The discussion surrounding him intensified. Some marveled at his beauty and elegance, even declaring that he was attractive enough to be considered as a male. Others lamented how refined today's boys had become, potentially swaying many hearts. Still, others sang praises of his looks, asserting that he surpassed many girls in beauty. Yet, Zhang Ruiyun remained blissfully unaware of all this. After finishing his shower and returning to the dormitory, he discovered over 60 missed calls on his phone, leaving him puzzled. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by the instructor's voice. Zhang Ruiyun, someone is looking for you. They claim to be from an entertainment company Chapter 8, refusing to enter the entertainment industry upon hearing this. He answered without hesitation, understood, instructor. He then turned to his companions and calmly stated, Gao Gu, Rini, Wenbo, you all go ahead with military training. I'll handle this matter and return shortly. With that, he strode decisively toward the instructor's office, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini exchanged glances, and Gao Yi voiced his uncertainty. Do you think Cece will sign with the entertainment company? Zhao Wenbo frowned in thought and replied, I doubt it. Having spent the last 2 days with him, I sense he doesn't enjoy being constrained. Tian Rini nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Cece genuinely wished to pursue a career in entertainment, he could have leveraged his advantages to seek opportunities long ago. Yet he is not. Zhao Wenbo comforted Gao Yi with a pat on the shoulder. Though this opportunity is quite good, I trust Cece will make a decision based on his own will. If he is unwilling, even our persuasion would be futile. Tian Rini chimed in, yes, we must respect Cece's choices. Regardless of the decision he ultimately makes, we will stand firmly behind him. After all, everyone has their unique life paths and goals. And Cece is no exception. Gao Yi nodded in agreement, affirming, I too believe that I hope Cece finds a path that truly suits him, allowing him to realize his dreams and values. Just as the three were engaged in their spirited discussion, a stern voice rang out. What are you three discussing here? Hurry up and assemble. The sudden reprimand shattered their atmosphere of communication, causing their hearts to race in an instant. It turned out that the instructor had discovered their behavior and issued a scolding. His serious expression and piercing gaze instilled a sense of fear in them. Upon hearing the instructor's rebuke, Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo immediately ceased their discussion, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. They realized that their actions might have displeased the instructor, prompting them to quickly compose themselves and, without a moment's hesitation, hastily make their way to the assembly point. However, despite their outwardly swift movements, their hearts were far from tranquil. They understood that this misstep could bring them some trouble, yet they also recognized the instructor's strict expectations were crucial for their growth, in this unique environment. They needed to learn to adhere to discipline and respect rules in order to better adapt to military life as they ran. Their tumultuous thoughts refused to settle. Ruodong, does your younger brother have a girlfriend? What? Are you trying to make a move on my brother? Oh no, just curious. Although she said this, Zhang Ruodong noticed the quickly concealed blush on Miao Yushi's face, her awkward expression, and her evasive gaze. Well, I consider you a close friend, but you want to be my sister-in-law. With that, Zhang Ruodong swiftly climbed onto Miao Yushi's bed, playfully wrestling with her. Stop it. Just a little more? Zhang Ruodong. Miao Yushi. The two rolled around on the bed, their laughter echoing throughout the room. After a while of playful banter, Zhang Ruodong paused, lying atop Miao Yushi, breathless as she gazed at her. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend. The good fortune should stay within the family. But if you fancy him, perhaps you two should get to know each other better. Otherwise, this is merely infatuation at first sight. As she spoke, Zhang Ruodong playfully pinched Miao Yushi's chubby cheek, relishing the delightful texture and unable to resist pinching a few more times. Zhang Ruodong. Miao Yushi felt a wave of embarrassment from Zhang Ruodong's antics, her face reddening further. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Get up quickly. Zhang Ruodong slid off Miao Yushi, returning to her own bed to put on her clothes. Miao Yushi also dressed, a smile gracing her face as she contemplated Zhang Ruodong's earlier words. However, when she picked up her phone to check the news, she was taken aback by a headline. Shocking. A boy has turned out like this. Is this a boy? Am I a female monkey? The most handsome boy ever. No exceptions. Girls are crying. Boys are in silence. What is wrong with this world? How can there be such a beautiful boy? Did he get plastic surgery? Seeking verification. Seeking the truth. Seeking contact information. Seeking a relationship. Isn't this our brother? It is him, captured online? But why are there comments from entertainment companies below? No way. What if an entertainment company comes looking for my brother? He worked so hard to get into a university. It can't be over before it even starts. I need to ask him that at this moment. Zhang Ruiyan was in her instructor's office, where several individuals, all talent scouts or agents from various entertainment companies, were present, hoping to sign this potential star. Thank you all for your kind intentions, but I currently have no plans to enter the entertainment industry. Zhang Ruiyan politely stated. Before anyone could respond, her words left them momentarily awkward. One persistent individual asked, Zhang Ruiyan, are you really not considering it any further? Entering the entertainment industry won't force you to suspend your studies. You can pursue both your education and your acting career. However, before he could finish, Zhang Ruiyan resolutely replied, No, thank you. At that moment, her instructor also reacted, smiling at the group and saying, Thank you all for your goodwill. Since my student currently has no interest in this field, please feel free to take your leave. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the entertainment companies exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. Yet they remained undeterred, standing up to express their gratitude to Zhang Ruiyan and her instructor before departing the office. One individual even slipped a business card into Zhang Ruiyan's hand before leaving. Ruiyan, you really have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Teacher Su, I have no such thoughts. Su Li, Zhang Ruiyan's beautiful university instructor, possessed a beauty that extended beyond her appearance. It lay in her grace and depth. Tall and striking, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, seemingly capable of perceiving everything. Her lips, plump and vibrant, conveyed warmth and approachability with the slightest smile. Su Li exuded an elegant aura. Always dressing appropriately and behaving graciously. Her demeanor radiated confidence and composure, earning her the respect of those around her. Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a beautiful song, and Su Li's depth was equally impressive. She possessed vast knowledge and a profound cultural foundation. She could always explain course content in an engaging and lively manner, allowing students to learn in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. She genuinely cared for her students' lives and growth, frequently communicating with them to help resolve any issues or difficulties they faced. Su Li was an exceptional university instructor, her beauty, grace, and depth leaving a lasting impression. Through her actions, she exemplified what true beauty is, serving as a role model and idol for her students. Chapter 9. Fainting Ruiyan, if you genuinely wish to enter the entertainment industry, I won't stand in your way. However, I would prefer you to continue focusing on your studies. After all, knowledge is power, the teacher said earnestly. Ruiyan smiled in response. Rest assured, teacher, I have no intentions of entering the entertainment industry. That I know what I want, and I believe this stage of my life should prioritize my studies. Hearing this, the teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's wonderful. You must understand that navigating the entertainment industry is not easy. Many people lose themselves in it that a talented and promising individual like you should channel your energy into more meaningful endeavors. Ian nodded in understanding. The teacher continued to praise, by the way, both you and your sister are exceptional. You both enjoy exploration and researching various subjects, which brings me great joy. Oh, why, to be honest, I have always held high hopes for you. Since Suli had a good relationship with Zhang Ruodong and had met Zhang Ruiyun during outings with Zhang Ruodong, they were already familiar with each other. Ruiyun humbly smiled. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. However, I believe I still have many shortcomings and need to continuously improve. Compared to me, my sister is much more impressive. Don't be modest, Rune. You are already remarkable. As long as you maintain this positive attitude, you will surely achieve great success in the future, the teacher encouraged. After chatting with her instructor for a while, Zhang Ruiyun returned to her formation. Upon her return, she found her class practicing military posture. After reporting her arrival, the instructor, upon recognizing her, allowed her to rejoin the formation. In order to cultivate an excellent military posture in the newcomers, the instructor required them to stand for an extended period, lasting over an hour. Zhang Ruiyun had begun to feel unwell half an hour prior, and at this moment, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. Just as she prepared to report her condition, her body suddenly lost balance, plunging her into darkness. An unsettling premonition surged within her. Something was amiss. Subsequently, her body began to tilt backward. That moment, Tianren stood behind Zhang Ruiyun and, noticing her unusual movements, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Zhang Ruiyun fell backward. Tianren witnessed the entire scene. Before Zhang Ruiyun lost consciousness, she caught sight of Tianren's arm, followed by the instructor and her classmates, including Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, all rushing to her side. That moment, Zhang Ruiyun closed her eyes. When Zhang Ruiyun awoke, she was greeted by a world of white, realizing she was in a hospital. Just then, a gentle voice echoed in her ears. Ruiyun, you've awoken. Listening closely, she recognized the voice of her sister. Zhang Ruiyun turned her head to look at her sister, who, sounding slightly weak, replied, Yes, sister. How am I? Her sister, with concern, scolded her. You have low blood sugar and symptoms of anemia. I have long advised you to pay attention to your health. Your constitution has never been as strong as mine. Why do you always disregard my counsel? After saying this, Zhang Ruodong lightly pinched Zhang Ruiyun's cheek in mild irritation, then affectionately stroked her hair. Zhang Ruiyun softly responded, I understand, sister. I am paying attention, but I didn't expect my health to be so fragile. All right, I have arranged for you to take a leave of absence, and I have also spoken with the chief instructor. You need not participate in the military training. However, should you wish to join, you may do so, but if you feel any discomfort, simply take a rest in the shaded area nearby. Zhang Ruodong earnestly articulated that moment, the door to the infirmary slowly creaked open, and a small head peeked in. After scanning the room, her gaze settled upon me in the hospital bed, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. It was none other than Miao Yushi. Yushi, what brings you here? Zhang Ruodong inquired, her tone tinged with surprise. Sister Yushi, what are you doing here? Zhang Ruiyun echoed her astonishment, as Miao Yushi had learned of my hospitalization so swiftly without her sister's prior warning. You didn't even tell me our brother fainted. And you, how could you collapse like that? Have you not been eating and resting properly? Miao Yushi's voice held a note of reproach and concern as she hurried to my bedside, scrutinizing my complexion. Zhang Ruiyun quickly interjected, Perhaps it's just that I've been rather fatigued lately. It's nothing serious. Yet, she felt a warmth in her heart at Miao Yushi's concern, upon hearing her sister's words. Zhang Ruiyun immediately straightened up and retorted, I am not that weak. Her eyes widened as she stared at Zhang Ruodong, seemingly displeased with her assertion. Zhang Ruodong gazed at her in astonishment, puzzled. How come you appear so spirited all of a sudden? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Zhang Ruiyun's forehead, confirming she did not have a fever, as if she were checking on someone who had lost their wits due to illness. Zhang Ruiyun confidently replied, I have always been in good health. I'm merely a bit tired. She patted her chest to emphasize her robustness. However, no sooner had she uttered these words than a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her vision blurred. She swayed slightly, nearly toppling over onto the bed. Zhang Ruodong quickly steadied her, anxiously asking, Are you truly all right? Should we check again? Zhang Ruiyun shook her head, insisting that she was fine, merely experiencing a bit of lightheadedness, and that resting for a while would suffice. She reclined on the bed, closing her eyes in an attempt to regain her strength. Zhang Ruodong sighed helplessly, thinking how much this brother of hers was a source of worry. Zhang Ruyin felt a pang of regret, realizing she should not have pushed herself so hard. Now, not only had Miao Yushi discovered her frailty, but she had also caused concern for both her and her sister. She silently resolved to take better care of her health in the future, ensuring not to worry anyone again. Is this not a sign of weakness? You are underestimating yourself. Well then, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Let Yushi keep you company, Zhang Ruodong remarked, rolling her eyes. Zhang Ruyin felt a flush of embarrassment at Zhang Ruodong's words, recognizing her own vulnerability. After Zhang Ruodong departed, Zhang Ruyin lay back down to rest, while Miao Yushi settled beside him. After a moment of silence, Miao Yushi suddenly asked, Brother, how is your health? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Zhang Ruyin lifted his head, offering a gentle smile to Miao Yushi as he replied, Sister Yushi, I feel much better, though I still experience some weakness. Hearing Zhang Ruyin's words, Miao Yushi nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. However, seeing Zhang Ruyin's relaxed demeanor eased her concern somewhat. Zhang Ruyin felt a surge of warmth at Miao Yushi's care. Gratefully, he looked at her and said, Thank you, Sister Yushi, that if it weren't for your assistance, I might have collapsed long ago. Miao Yushi smiled and shook her head, softly saying, We are family. There is no need for such formality. Your swift recovery is the best reward we could hope for. Zhang Ruyin nodded, then slowly reclined again, closing his eyes that he understood that he needed to rest thoroughly to regain his health. Miao Yushi quietly sat at the bedside, observing Zhang Ruyin's serene, sleeping visage. Her heart filled with reflections that as time passed, Zhang Ruyin finally drifted into slumber. Miao Yushi gently rose to adjust his blanket before quietly exiting the room. Zhang Ruyin's condition gradually improved, yet a complete recovery would require some time. During this period, Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi took turns to stay by his side, offering him meticulous care. Chapter 10, Mother. After a few days of recuperation, Zhang Ruyin finally regained his health. Since his sister Zhang Ruodong was preoccupied with other matters, she entrusted her friend Miao Yushi to assist Zhang Ruyin with his discharge procedures that on the day of his release. The sun shone brightly as Miao Yushi arrived early at the hospital to help Zhang Ruyin gather his belongings before heading to the parking lot together. They drove in Miao Yushi's impressive Mercedes-Benz G-Class toward a university. Inside the car, Miao Yushi hummed a cheerful tune, while Zhang Ruyin meticulously focused on the GPS navigation, both enveloped in this rare moment of tranquility. Upon arriving at the university, Miao Yushi attentively reminded Zhang Ruyin to take care of his health and to contact her or his sister should he need anything. Zhang Ruyin smiled and assured her he would take good care of himself before bidding her farewell. Subsequently, he ventured alone into campus, searching for his class assembly that as he entered the playground, Zhang Ruyin observed his classmates training diligently under the watchful eye of the instructor. Noticing his presence, the instructor inquired about Zhang Ruyin's health and urged him to rest well. Gratefully, Zhang Ruyin nodded and chose to sit on a nearby bench, basking in the warm sun and relishing a moment of peace. However, this tranquility did not last long. Soon after, Zhang Ruyin abruptly stood and left the playground, piquing the curiosity of those around him. Speculations arose about his whereabouts, even causing some students to be reprimanded by the instructor for their distraction. Yet, it was not long before Zhang Ruyin returned, pulling a handcart filled with watermelons. Instantly causing a commotion, he parked the cart beside the instructor and exchanged a few words in hushed tones. After hearing him, the instructor nodded and announced, Classmate Zhang Ruyin is treating us to watermelon. Let us take a break for now. Upon hearing this delightful news, the classmates erupted in cheers, especially when they learned that Zhang Ruyin had purchased the watermelons out of his own pocket. Their gratitude towards him evident. Every pair of eyes turned toward Zhang Ruyin, filled with appreciation and an indescribable sentiment. Zhang Ruyin then began distributing watermelons among his classmates. Each one received a slice and sincerely thanked him, addressing him as classmate Ruyin. When Tian Rini and Gao received their watermelons, Zhang Ruyin intentionally selected two particularly large pieces for them that in unison. They exclaimed, Thank you, Father. However, when Zhang Ruyin handed a similarly large slice to Zhao Wenbo, he unexpectedly shouted, Thank you, Mother. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Tian Rini could not help but exclaim, Wow, Zhao Wenbo, I never expected you to say that. Gao Yi nodded in agreement. This little interlude not only alleviated the tension of the training, but also fostered a more harmonious atmosphere within the class. Zhang Ruiyun's gesture undoubtedly deepened the bond between him and his classmates, allowing him to express the gratitude he had accumulated during his recovery in the hospital. As the sun began to set, the students relished this rare moment of respite on the playground. The instructor, observing the scene, silently rejoiced at having a student like Zhang Ruiyun, who could bring joy and strength to everyone in crucial moments. After everyone finished their watermelon, many students bought snacks and placed them beside Zhang Ruiyun, urging him, "Classmate Ruiyun, please enjoy." This left Zhang Ruiyun somewhat taken aback that in truth, his classmates had gradually begun to regard him as a central figure within the group. However, Zhao Wenbo did not partake in this camaraderie. He turned to Zhang Ruiyun and gently asked, "Mother, could you bring us 3 poor souls some food when you go to eat later? After all, you'll be dining earlier than us." The boy referred to as mother responded with an exasperated expression. "Please refrain from calling me mother. I am your father." Zhao Wenbo, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "All right, mother." The boy sighed in resignation, ultimately conceding, "Fine, do as you wish." To at that moment, the assembly whistle sounded. Zhao Wenbo immediately rose to his feet and dashed towards the gathering point. Zhang Ruiyun watched as Zhao Wenbo swiftly vanished into the crowd, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, but he understood that while this class was filled with jest and laughter, each individual genuinely cared for one another. This warm atmosphere was what he had always yearned for. The whistle echoed in his ears as classmates gradually convened, commencing the afternoon training session. Zhang Ruiyun joined the ranks, although his stamina had yet to fully recover. He was unwilling to forego any moments spent with his peers. The instructor noticed Zhang Ruiyun's participation and thoughtfully assigned him a lighter task to ensure he would not overexert himself. As training concluded, the sky began to darken. Zhang Ruiyun recalled Zhao Wenbo's request and made his way to the dining hall to prepare dinner. He selected an array of sumptuous dishes, not only for himself but also for Tian Rini, Gao Yi, and Zhao Wenbo. He learned that these 3 had additional training responsibilities today and would be dining later than the others. With a full array of meals in hand, Zhang Ruiyun returned to the playground, discovering the trio had completed their training and were seated on the ground, resting. Upon seeing Zhang Ruiyun approach with food, their faces instantly lit up with smiles. Zhao Wenbo was the first to grab a meal box, seizing the opportunity to exclaim, "Thank you, Mom." Tian Rini and Gao Yi chimed in with laughter. "Thank you, foster father." This drew the attention of their surrounding classmates, and soon, laughter echoed across the vast playground. Zhang Ruiyun shook his head, unable to suppress his laughter. "You truly are my beloved foster sons. You are both endearing and exasperating." Subsequently, the 4 gathered around to share dinner. The twilight cast a warm glow upon them, immortalizing the moment as a tender tableau. Zhang Ruiyun felt a long-forgotten sense of belonging and cherished this hard-won friendship deeply. After dinner, everyone helped to clear the dishes. As night fell, the campus gradually quieted down. Zhang Ruiyun gazed at the starry sky, his heart brimming with gratitude. He was thankful for each person who had shown him kindness and assistance during his illness. They had allowed him to feel the warmth of humanity. "Cici, we are coming." All right, the 4 then made their way to the dormitory. Upon their return, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, exhausted, quickly washed up and bid Zhang Ruiyun good night before heading to bed. Zhang Ruiyun entered the bathroom to take a shower. Afterwards, he picked up his phone and noticed a message from Miao Yushi. "Cici, do you have time tomorrow?" It had not been long since she sent it. He replied, "Yushi, I just got out of the shower." "What's up?" "I'm free every night these days." Chapter 11. Dinner. "Cici, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night?" Yushi, just the 2 of us? "Yes. What about my sister?" "Your sister is busy, so I can only invite you." "What if something bad happens to me while I'm with you, Yushi?" "You can just accompany your sister." Hearing Miao Yushi's playful tone, Zhang Ruiyun found it hard to resist. "Stop, Yushi. Is it all right if I accompany you?" I knew you were the best little brother." "You." Zhang Ruiyun listened to the voice message from Miao Yushi, chuckling helplessly before shutting off his phone and heading to bed. The next day, Zhang Ruiyun sat on a bench by the playground, watching his classmates endure military training under the scorching sun, and he felt quite content with his own leisurely existence. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Ruiyun, what are you doing here?" Zhang Ruiyun looked up to find class monitor Qin Xiaoyu. She was clad in camouflage attire, exuding a spirited aura, with sunlight illuminating her face, rendering her remarkably beautiful that I'm watching our classmates train. By the way, Xiaoyu, aren't you training? Zhang Ruiyan replied with a smile, "Oh, I was just assigned by the instructor to relay messages." Qin Xiaoyu nodded and sat down next to Zhang Ruiyan. By the way, Ruiyan, what do you think of this military training? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. "It's quite good. It helps cultivate everyone's willpower and team spirit," Zhang Ruiyan responded. "Indeed, but some classmates might find it quite taxing," Qin Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the students training on the field. "Yes, but it's also a form of growth," Zhang Ruiyan mused. The two chatted for a while until Qin Xiaoyu remembered she needed to return to training. "Well, I must go back to continue training." Qin Xiaoyu stood up. "All right, goodbye, class monitor." Zhang Ruiyan smiled and waved her off. Watching Qin Xiaoyu walk away, a gentle emotion surged within Zhang Ruiyan's heart. This girl was always so kind and gentle, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw closer. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Ruiyan entered the dining hall, instantly feeling the heat dissipate. The cool cafeteria was already populated with seniors who had come early to forage for food. Televisions hung from the pillars of the cafeteria, broadcasting news from CCTV 13, discussing the giant panda, Tuan Tuan. Zhang Ruiyan chose a seat that allowed him to perfectly view the television while enjoying the air conditioning and the scenery outside. After securing some chopsticks and spoons, he proceeded to the food counter to search for a meal. 10 yuan for a set meal, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Any classmates? Small bowls of vegetables. 2 pieces, 3 pieces of meat. Come take a look. Come, would you like a bowl of Datong knife-cut noodles? You can eat as much side dish as you want. 10 yuan for spicy hot pot. Enough to fill you up. The staff serving food in the cafeteria were very friendly, ensuring generous portions, fearing you might leave unsatisfied. Zhang Ruiyan, who often faced difficulties in making choices, finally picked 3 plates of stir-fry just as time began to run short. Sensing the imminent rush of youthful soldiers entering the cafeteria, that he selected stir-fried lamb with scallions, pan-fried beef, and shrimp-fried eggs. That he then ordered 3 bowls of Datong knife-cut noodles, which were truly affordable. A large bowl with an egg only cost 9 yuan. Though there were always some people who caused trouble and could only be found on Baidu. The boys had trained for a day and deserved some meat, but he himself had only eaten around 3 in the afternoon and wasn't particularly hungry. So he opted for a steamed dumpling and a bowl of egg custard, along with a large bottle of complimentary chilled sour plum soup. Phew, that was exhausting. This surely deserves a few shouts of Big Dad. After running around for a bit, Zhang Ruiyan snapped a picture of the meal he prepared for his roommate and posted it in their group chat with the caption, "Before we eat, everyone call me Big Dad." Once military training concluded, several teams of soldiers mobilized with great fanfare. Even though the school tried to stagger meal times, the sheer number of students made it feel like a battle when it came to serving food. Gao Yi and the others eagerly opened their phones at this moment. In the group chat, a photo of a table full of delicious dishes appeared, the seating arrangement being quite favorable. "Wow, it's still CC." Gao Yi pressed the voice button and exclaimed loudly, "CC, I love you. You are truly my Big Dad. Mua, I'll knock you down." Upon hearing Gao Yi confess to Yanan, Zhao Wenbo grew anxious, shouting, "You old gay. Trying to take advantage of CC. Huh, truly lacking in decency, you shameless man. Nonsense about taking advantage of CC. I'm just expressing my genuine feelings." Soon, the 3 arrived at the cafeteria and, upon entering, spotted Zhang Ruiyan's beautiful figure, prompting them to rush over. Zhao Wenbo was the first to speak. "Thank you, Mom." This immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Gao Yi and Tian Rini, feeling the gaze of others, unabashedly echoed, "Thank you for your great kindness." "Foster father, hurry up and eat." Zhang Ruiyan, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, urged his sons to eat quickly. Having already finished his meal, he idly gazed out the window while the 3 sons savored their food, admiring Zhang Ruiyan's exquisite beauty, which made their meal even more delightful. The day swiftly passed, and by evening, Zhang Ruiyan informed his sons that he had matters to attend to and made his way to his luxurious G-class vehicle. After getting in, he parked beneath Miao Yushi's dormitory, attracting the attention of several female seniors who had just finished class. They recognized him from the school forum, where he had maintained considerable popularity. What was he doing here? Was he waiting for someone? Some bolder girls approached Zhang Ruiyan to ask for his WeChat, but he declined them all. After a while, Miao Yushi emerged, her eyes immediately landing on Zhang Ruiyan's cool G-class. After getting into the car, she said to him, "Let us go, sister will take you to a great place. The food is absolutely amazing." All right, they switched places, and Miao Yushi took the wheel, driving Zhang Ruiyun into the night. As the city's neon lights began to flicker, they added a touch of romance to their dinner journey. Zhang Ruiyun navigated through the bustling streets, occasionally exchanging smiles with Miao Yushi, the air filled with ease and joy. Yushi, where is that place you mentioned? I'm starting to get excited, Zhang Ruiyun asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown. Miao Yushi smiled mysteriously, gently patting his shoulder. Don't worry. It's definitely a place you wouldn't expect, that I've chosen it with great care. Soon, the vehicle came to a gentle halt before an antiquated structure, its doorframe adorned with a quaint plaque inscribed with the three elegant characters. Yun Yin Xian, exuding an air of ethereal charm. Upon entering the establishment, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the clamor outside. The interior was adorned with simplicity, yet retained an air of elegance, with each table graced by a vase of fresh flowers, adding an element of refinement and warmth to the dining experience. Welcome, please follow me, a waitress clad in a cheap house said with a smile, guiding them to a table by the window. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a serene glow over the tranquil courtyard, creating a unique ambience. Each dish on the menu resembled a work of art, not only tantalizing the senses with its colors and aromas, but also steeped in profound cultural significance. Miao Yushi skillfully ordered several signature dishes and thoughtfully recommended a few options that Zhang Ruiyun might enjoy. As the delectable dishes arrived one after another, Zhang Ruiyun's palate was thoroughly awakened. He savored each bite while praising the flavors, occasionally sharing his thoughts and anecdotes with Miao Yushi, as the atmosphere grew warm and harmonious. After the meal, Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi decided to take a leisurely stroll together to alleviate the fullness from their sumptuous feast. They exchanged smiles and, in unison, chose a nearby park as their walking destination. A place known for its serene environment, perfect for unwinding and appreciating nature's beauty. Entering the park, a refreshing breeze greeted them, as if to cleanse the worldly worries away. Walking side by side, they traversed the stone-paved path flanked by lush trees and vibrant flowers, with occasional birdsong enhancing the vitality of the scene. Their conversation meandered from mundane trivialities to deeper discussions about dreams and futures, punctuated by laughter and moments of contemplative silence, relishing in the rare tranquility and harmony. As they ventured further, they arrived at an open expanse within the park, where a shimmering lake mirrored the azure sky and fluffy clouds, creating a breathtaking tableau. They strolled along the lakeside, the gentle breeze caressing their faces, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that dissipated any lingering restlessness and fatigue. Zhang Ruiyun softly hummed a tune, while Miao Yushi swayed gently to the melody, their silhouettes elongated in the warm glow of the setting sun, forming a picturesque and heartwarming scene. During their walk, they encountered several elderly individuals also enjoying the afternoon, some engaged in chess matches, others leisurely fishing, all wearing expressions of contentment and joy. Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi were inevitably touched by this tranquility and serenity, their hearts brimming with gratitude and love for life. They realized that regardless of how busy or chaotic life may become, there always exists a sanctuary where one can forget their troubles and return to their true selves. As time progressed, dusk gradually enveloped the sky, and the park's lights began to illuminate, adding warmth and romance to the serene night. As the moments passed, the number of visitors in the park dwindled. At that moment, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly heard a cry for help from behind, seemingly emanating from an elderly gentleman. He quickly turned to investigate the source of the commotion. Not far away, a drunken man, reeking of alcohol and behaving reprehensibly, was viciously assaulting a poor old man. Meanwhile, Miao Yushi was engrossed in their world, oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. It was not until she noticed Zhang Ruiyun's concerned gaze that she sensed something was amiss, and she followed his line of sight. Upon realizing the distressing scene before her, Miao Yushi was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to take action, she felt Zhang Ruiyun spring into motion. Without hesitation, he charged toward the drunken man, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He then hurried to assist the elderly gentleman, inquiring, "Sir, are you injured? Is there any pain? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Before the elderly man could respond, the drunken brute had risen again. Upon noticing the presence of a beautiful woman, his demeanor shifted, and he leered, "Oh, little sister, since you've hit me, You can either be my woman or spend the night with me. That's not right. I'm wearing shorts today. You were clearly distracted by driving and didn't wait for Zhang Ren to finish speaking before Miao Yushi interrupted him. Helpless, Zhang Ren could only obediently fall silent. Chapter 13. Dressed as a woman again on the other side. Sunlight slanted across the entrance of the delivery station, adding a touch of enigmatic allure to this unremarkable place. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren moved stealthily from the delivery station, akin to agents on a secret mission. Clutching several bulging bags in their hands, their eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and tension. They occasionally glanced back, fearful of encountering a familiar face. For the packages they held concealed, undisclosed secrets. Navigating through a few familiar yet strange streets, they finally arrived in front of the dormitory building. The surroundings were eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of birds in the distance. Breaking the stillness, the three exchanged knowing smiles, a silent agreement and anticipation for the secrets about to unfold. They quickly and cautiously surveyed their surroundings, and once assured that no familiar faces were in sight, they sighed in relief and hurried towards the dormitory. The dormitory door slammed shut behind them, as if sealing off two worlds. Gao Yi swiftly turned the key, locking the door with meticulous care, as if to keep all prying eyes and curiosity at bay. Inside, the dim light barely illuminated their faces, casting shadows in the room. They eagerly gathered around the bed, beginning to extract the mysterious packages from the bags one by one. The wrapping paper was vibrant and colorful, yet all hinted at a singular theme: clothing. These garments were not ordinary everyday attire, but rather costumes imbued with various fantastical elements: maid outfits, nurse uniforms, and JK uniforms, each radiating a unique charm that ignited the imagination. The trio carefully unfolded the garments, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they could already envision Zhang Rui's stunning appearance once adorned in them. However, they were acutely aware that these outfits must not be exposed to the light of day nor discovered by others. Thus commenced a tense operation of concealment. Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo took charge of neatly folding the clothes and placing them deep within the wardrobe, while Tian Ren meticulously checked every corner to ensure nothing was overlooked. Their movements were swift and orderly, reminiscent of a well-executed military operation. Once they completed their task, the three exchanged satisfied smiles, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, time was of the essence. They could not linger here. After all, they were still in the midst of military training, and punctuality was paramount. They hurriedly tidied their belongings, preparing to leave the dormitory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, Zhang Ren and Miao Yushi were experiencing a series of events. As evening descended, they finally concluded a bustling day and slowly returned to school in their car. Outside the window, the golden hues of the setting sun blanketed the campus, draping it in a warm embrace. The two shared laughter and stories along the way, reveling in each other's company. "Goodbye, Yushi," Zhang Ren called cheerfully, waving at Miao Yushi as he parked the car beneath the dormitory. Miao Yushi responded with a smile. "Goodbye, Ren. Remember to get to bed early. Let us chat on WeChat." With that, she turned back to glance 3 times before entering the dormitory. Zhang Ren watched her silhouette vanish into the corridor before turning to head towards his own dorm. Upon returning, he discovered that Gao Yi and the others had already finished their military training and were back. The dormitory was in disarray, clearly having just weathered a chaotic battle. Zhang Ren, intrigued, inquired about their whereabouts that afternoon and the origins of the packages. But their responses were vague and evasive. Though he felt a twinge of curiosity, he refrained from pressing further, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets. However, when he noticed his bed piled high with an array of garments, he was taken aback. These outfits appeared to be quite valuable, especially the black stockings emblazoned with the letters of the Bayan family. "What is this?" Zhang Ren stood in the center of the dorm, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at the exquisite pile of clothing, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The garments shimmered enticingly under the dim light, as if each stitch and thread bore extraordinary value and story. Particularly striking were the few pairs of black stockings adorned with the unique letter insignia of the Bayan family, exuding luxury and mystery, immediately conveying the prestige and noble lineage behind them. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren exchanged sly smiles, sharing a conspiratorial glance, as if engaged in a silent plot. Gao Yi cleared his throat, feigning mystery, and said, We actually want to see you dressed as a woman again. You know, you look absolutely stunning in women's attire. It's simply breathtaking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun's expression shifted to one of complexity as he pressed his lips together, his gaze reflecting a mix of helplessness and resolve. Recalling the embarrassment and discomfort of being forced into women's clothing previously, he still felt a tinge of awkwardness. Yet seeing the eager expressions of his roommates stirred something within him. After all, these friends had always looked after him. He was not devoid of warmth. However, after a moment of internal struggle, Zhang Ruiyun decisively shook his head and stated firmly, "No way, I will never wear women's clothing again. Not in this lifetime." His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable conviction. Upon hearing this, the smiles of the three in the dormitory immediately froze. They exchanged glances filled with disappointment and reluctance. Just then, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly shifted his tone, adopting a commanding tone. "You three perverts, don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. Put away those unrealistic notions." Instead of being angered by Zhang Ruiyun's reprimand, the three roommates wore expressions of relief. They knew that although Zhang Ruiyun spoke harshly, he still cared about their feelings. This sense of being valued filled them with warmth and satisfaction. Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but chuckle at the rapid transformations of their expressions. He shook his head in resignation and continued, all right. You perverts, stop your wild thoughts. Let us all get to bed. We have military training tomorrow." After delivering this line, Zhang Ruiyun mischievously threw them a flirtatious glance. A look that hinted both at teasing and a warning, as if to say, "Don't think I'll fall for your tricks so easily." Seeing Zhang Ruiyun's playful glance, the three felt a rush of warmth and hastily dashed toward the bathroom. Watching their flustered antics, Zhang Ruiyun laughed as he entered the shower. After finishing, he noticed his three roommates had already fallen asleep, so he climbed into bed and pulled out his phone, engaging in a chat with his sister and Miao Yushi in their group chat. Chapter 14. Dressed as a woman again, too, in the virtual chat space. Zhang Ruiyun, Miao Yushi, and Zhang Ruodong found themselves enveloped in a warm, laughter-filled little world. The words on the screen danced with joy, flowing freely like the delight within their hearts. Zhang Ruiyun's inquiry was like a gentle breeze, stirring the ripples of conversation. Has Yushi returned? A simple question, yet it concealed a longing and anticipation for Miao Yushi. Miao Yushi responded promptly and cheerfully. I'm back, he. Two simple words, accompanied by a smiling emoji, instantly transformed that anticipation into a cozy gathering in reality. Zhang Ruodong chimed in playfully, like a dash of seasoning, adding a touch of humor to the harmonious atmosphere. "Oh, has Yushi returned? I'm back. You say? So close, so caring." Zhang Ruiyun cleverly retorted, "Sister, are you jealous?" "Yushi, look at how jealousy changes one's appearance." Miao Yushi defused the potential awkwardness with a humorous remark. "Ha, Ruodong, our brother is just showing concern for me. My sister wouldn't get angry, right?" Yet, Zhang Ruodong's jealousy did not dissipate. Instead, she self-deprecatingly revisited the topic. "How could I be jealous? You two are really something. Jealousy makes me look terrible." Miao Yushi's laughter rang out once more, like warm sunshine illuminating the entire chat space. Just as the atmosphere began to settle, Zhang Ruiyun's comment reignited everyone's enthusiasm. My roommates are a bunch of old lechers. Do you know what they did?" His words carried a hint of helplessness and humor, instantly piquing the curiosity of Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruodong. Zhang Ruodong boldly guessed, "Did they harass you?" prompting Zhang Ruiyun to hurriedly deny it. Revealing the truth, his roommates had purchased 3 sets of women's clothing for him. 1 JK outfit, 1 nurse uniform, and 1 maid outfit. What a bunch of little lechers. Zhang Ruiyun's words were imbued with a blend of helplessness and amusement regarding her roommate's mischievous antics. Miao Yushi, with an eager expression, inquired, "So, will you wear it, CC?" Her tone resonated with vivid imagination and anticipation for Zhang Ruiyun donning women's attire. However, Zhang Ruiyun's response was resolute. "Yushi, what are you thinking? I could never wear women's clothing." Her voice carried a hint of panic and determination, clearly reflecting her strong aversion to the idea. Yet, Zhang Ruodong was undeterred in her mischievous plans. "Yushi, would you like to see my brother in women's clothing?" Her words brimmed with cunning and expectation. Miao Yushi responded without hesitation. "Of course I wanna." The seamless rapport between the two left Zhang Ruiyun feeling a twinge of unease and helplessness. "Sister, please don't do anything rash." I was already mortified the last time I wore women's clothing because of you. I can't bear to be embarrassed again." His words carried a plea tinged with desperation. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruodong's mischievous spirit remained unquenched. "Brother, you can't escape the fate of wearing women's clothing. Instead of me forcing you, why not willingly submit and wear it?" Her tone held a mix of threat and anticipation. Miao Yushi chimed in, "Cici, you would look stunning in women's clothing. Just wear it." Her encouragement only deepened Zhang Ruiyun's sense of helplessness and conflict, just as this whirlwind of women's clothing antics was reaching a climax. The atmosphere in the group chat underwent a subtle shift. The intertwining of Zhang Ruiyun's persistence and helplessness, Zhang Ruodong's cunning and anticipation, and Miao Yushi's encouragement and expectation formed a complex yet amusing tableau. Zhang Ruiyun's determination allowed her to maintain her identity and principles in the face of this challenge. Gazing at the women's outfit placed on Tianren's desk, she pondered, rather than being coerced by my sister into wearing it and exposing myself, I might as well wear it to show my roommates and my sister that no, I swore I would never wear women's clothing again in this lifetime. What if my female tyrant forces me? Oh, I am truly unfortunate. After muttering to herself for a while, she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently crept through the dormitory window, like tender fingers parting the curtains of night, everything within the dorm was bathed in a soft golden hue. This warm and bright light seemed to possess a certain magic, awakening everything from slumber. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren slowly opened their eyes in this gentle light, their faces still bearing traces of lingering sleepiness, but they were soon fully awakened by the increasingly clear sound of the wake-up whistle. The whistle was sharp and powerful, piercing the tranquility of the morning and shattering their inner laziness and procrastination. It was an irresistible command that compelled them to spring into action. Gao Yi was the first to respond to the call, abruptly sitting up, his eyes quickly adjusting to the room's brightness, and then swiftly began tidying his bed with agile and orderly movements. But he was filled with anticipation and energy for the new day, as if each rising was a challenge to himself. Shortly after, Zhao Wenbo also sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning, but he soon joined the ranks of tidying up. Zhao Wenbo's demeanor was relatively calm. He approached tasks without haste, yet every step he took was solid and reliable. At that moment, Zhang Ruiyun had already completed her morning routine. Standing at the dormitory door, she observed the bustling figures of the three, her eyes glimmering with warmth and satisfaction. After exchanging a few words with her sons, she headed to the assembly point. Gao Yi, Tianren, and Zhao Wenbo swiftly organized their belongings before hurrying to the meeting area. With the commander's speech concluded, the day's military training officially commenced. However, as they began their training, they discovered that Zhang Ruiyun had vanished without a trace. Throughout the morning's training, Gao Yi and the others did not catch sight of Zhang Ruiyun, which struck them as odd, but they did not dwell on it. During a break in training, Zhao Wenbo pulled out his phone to check messages and discovered a voice message from Zhang Ruiyun in their dormitory group chat. He clicked play, and Zhang Ruiyun's distinctive commanding voice immediately resonated. "I had something to attend to this morning. Just find me at the cafeteria at noon." As the dismissal whistle sounded, the soldiers dashed toward the cafeteria like sprinters in a 100-meter dash. Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tianren were already aware that Zhang Ruiyun had ordered lunch for them, so they were not in a hurry. However, upon entering the cafeteria and searching high and low, they did not spot Zhang Ruiyun. They then initiated a video call with her. "Cici, where are you? I'll send you a photo." "Okay." After hanging up, they soon received a picture showing a prime spot by the window. After searching for a while, they finally located the place, only to find a stunning figure in JK attire seated by the window. Chapter 15. Where is my brother? In that moment, Zhang Ruiyun's silhouette shone brilliantly in the golden glow of the setting sun. She gently turned. Her bright eyes sparkled with a soft light, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's heart. Her three sons, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren, stood nearby, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. Observing their reactions, Zhang Ruiyun's lips curled into a playful smile, and she waved her arm lightly, the gesture imbued with a mix of mischief and warmth, as if calling to long-lost friends. "Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, Tianren, I'm right here." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, instantly dispelling the trio's doubts and confusion. They stood frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Ruiyan, whose JK uniform fit her perfectly, as if tailored specifically for her. Exuding both youthful vigor and an alluring chill that a tumult of emotions surged within Gao Yi and the others, their minds racing with disbelief. Gao Yi was the first to break the silence. Muttering, "Where's my gigantic brother? How did he suddenly transform like this?" Zhao Wenbo appeared bewildered, silently questioning, "Where's my CC? Is this still the CC I know?" Meanwhile, Tianren exclaimed, "Wasn't she supposed to avoid wearing women's clothing? This is too surprising." However, as their gazes returned to Zhang Ruiyan, all astonishment and confusion melted into admiration and awe. Zhang Ruiyan's appearance in women's clothing was breathtakingly enchanting, especially in the JK uniform, which accentuated her beauty, albeit slightly understated, yet making her utterly captivating. An inexplicable excitement surged within Gao Yi and the others, each of them internally exclaiming, "Wow, Cici looks stunning in women's clothing. JK really suits her." What further astonished them was that Zhang Ruiyan had artfully paired the outfit with a pair of lettered black stockings from the Baianer family. The stockings clung tightly to her long legs, delineating perfect curves, prompting exclamations of, "Those legs are longer than my life." A wave of admiration and affection for Zhang Ruiyan enveloped the trio, who had never anticipated such a side of their roommate. Just then, Zhang Ruiyan's voice rang out again, playfully urging, "What are you all standing there for? If you don't come over soon, your food will get cold." This remark was like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling all lingering thoughts in their minds. They quickly responded, Oh, we're coming." Subsequently, the three hurried toward Zhang Ruiyan, their hearts brimming with anticipation and delight. Once seated, Tianren was the first to break the silence. "Cici, didn't you say you wouldn't wear women's clothing? What suddenly?" His sentence was cut short by Zhang Ruiyan's interjection. "Well, seeing how hard you all worked, I thought I'd treat you a little." Hee. Zhang Ruiyan's smile radiated warmth and brightness like the spring sun, rendering her irresistible. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi and the others felt a surge of warmth within. They understood that Zhang Ruiyan's actions were certainly rooted in thoughtful consideration. Although numerous questions lingered in their minds, they were more inclined to trust Zhang Ruiyan's genuine kindness at that moment. Grateful, they gazed at Zhang Ruiyan, silently vowing to cherish this precious bond of friendship and kinship. An indescribable joy and gratitude welled up within them, as if, in that moment, all their fatigue and worries had vanished in a thin air. Unanimously, they felt that in their previous lives, they must have performed some extraordinary deeds to have earned such fortune, bestowing upon them a roommate like Cici. Not only was Zhang Ruiyan strikingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being stepped out of a painting, but she also possessed a heart of gold. Every smile, every gesture of hers radiated endless tenderness and thoughtfulness, transforming their modest dormitory into a haven of warmth and beauty. "That aren't you going to eat? Do I need to feed you?" Zhang Ruiyan's voice is akin to a celestial melody, imbued with a hint of playfulness and affection, warming the hearts of the three companions. Zhao Wenbo could not help but jest, wishing to tease this delightful roommate. However, Zhang Ruiyan playfully admonished him with a smile, further lightening the atmosphere. Gao Yi, Tianren, and Zhao Wenbo began to focus on their meal, yet their glances would occasionally dart toward Xi's feminine attire. He was breathtakingly beautiful, as if every strand of hair and every glance radiated enchanting charm. They silently rejoiced in their fortune to spend time with such a remarkable roommate, feeling that it was indeed the greatest blessing of their lives that that moment. They deeply sensed the wondrous and beautiful nature of fate. Perhaps it was this rare connection that led them to encounter Zhang Ruiyan at that moment. The cafeteria was bustling with students during lunchtime, all eyes drawn to Zhang Ruiyan, as if he were the brightest star in the night sky. Each of his movements and smiles tugged at the heartstrings of those around him. Some students, perhaps captivated by his beauty or enchanted by his aura, mustered the courage to approach Zhang Ruiyan, hoping to obtain his WeChat contact. However, these requests were politely but firmly declined by Gao Yi, Tianren, and Zhao Wenbo. Despite such setbacks, some students remained unwilling to easily concede. They might have murmured to themselves, "Zhang Ruiyan hasn't expressed his stance yet. How can they decide for him?" Yet when Zhang Ruiyan himself gently refused, using his soft yet resolute voice to convey his desire not to be disturbed, the students finally set aside their stubbornness. leaving the cafeteria with a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, a competition to determine the campus flower was fervently underway. To end this contest, Zhang Ruiyun's name undoubtedly garnered the most attention. Interestingly, a photograph of Zhang Ruiyun taken in the cafeteria had been discreetly posted on the competition's webpage. In the image, Zhang Ruiyun appeared devoid of his usual reserve and vigilance, showcasing only the most natural and genuine smile. His beauty, unembellished, was enough to captivate all who beheld it. The appearance of this photograph undoubtedly bolstered Zhang Ruiyun's candidacy. Yet, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events that as Zhang Ruiyun's votes rapidly increased, the campus forum buzzed with activity. Did you see? A dark horse has emerged in the campus flower competition. That girl is truly stunning. Indeed. Who has her WeChat? To the one above, seeking the young lady's WeChat, I offer a reward of one best friend. Did your friend consent? She said just to pass her WeChat along. Wow, then I'll reward a brother. Chapter 16. Supporting a brother, the warmth of dinner lingered on their lips as Tianren gently set down his chopsticks, his gaze filled with determination and anticipation that he turned to his companions, Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, and slowly spoke. Brothers, I have an idea that I want to resolve my situation with Xiaoli, his girlfriend, once and for all. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gao Yi immediately cast an understanding glance. Patting Tianren on the shoulder, it's about time. Dragging it out is not our style. Speak up. How can we assist you? Zhao Wenbo echoed yes, whether it's emotional counsel or tangible action. We are your staunchest support. Zhang Ruiyun, unable to endure the students' ravenous gazes, returned to the dormitory. After reaching a consensus, the trio decided to request leave from their instructor, though the process was somewhat bumpy. Their exemplary behavior ultimately secured approval. Exiting the instructor's office and returning to the dorm, they intended to take a taxi to their destination. Just then, Zhang Ruiyun's voice rang out. Hey, you three, where are you headed? I happen to have a car. If it's on the way, I can give you a lift. Zhang Ruiyun's offer was like a timely rain, resolving their transportation dilemma. As a local, he naturally thought of borrowing his sister's car, who happened to be a professor at a university. Thus, they gladly accepted Zhang Ruiyun's kindness and abandoned the idea of taking a taxi. After making a quick arrangement, they mentioned to Zhang Ruiyun that Tianren wanted to discuss matters with his girlfriend. Zhang Ruiyun, wishing to support his brother, invited the three to the parking lot. Along the way, their hearts brimmed with curiosity and anticipation about the vehicle they were about to ride in. After all, to them, Zhang Ruiyun's self-confident offer to drive them suggested that the car must be extraordinary. When Zhang Ruiyun pressed the button on his remote, a sleek black G-Class, gleaming with metallic luster, slowly came into view. The trio stood momentarily dumbfounded. The streamlined body, the imposing front grille, and the signature large silver emblem all proclaimed its nobility and distinction. To Shishi, your sister is incredibly extravagant, driving a G-Class. Zhao Wenbo broke the silence, his tone filled with envy and disbelief. Zhang Ruiyun, slightly taken aback, replied, My sister, she doesn't drive a G-Class. She drives a Porsche. This one is a graduation gift from my dad. A graduation gift? Gao Yi and Tianren exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Although they came from affluent families, they never imagined someone would gift such an expensive luxury car as a graduation present. Yes, including pocket money, it totals 7 million, to Zhang Ruiyun mentioned nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential figure. Yet, in his words, the three sensed an indescribable pride and satisfaction that a wealthy dad, no, a wealthy sister, Gao Yi suddenly quipped. Provoking laughter from the others, Zhang Ruiyun playfully scolded them to hurry up and get in the car. Ultimately, amid their anticipation and laughter, Gao Yi accepted the car keys from Zhang Ruiyun. He carefully settled into the driver's seat, savoring the unique comfort and luxury that only a high-end vehicle could provide. Tianren took his place in the passenger seat, while Zhao Wenbo comfortably sat beside Zhang Ruiyun. As the engine roared to life, the black G-Class gracefully exited the parking lot. The gentle music playing in the car intertwined with the trio's jovial laughter, creating a warm and harmonious tableau. During their journey, Gao Yi and the others curiously inquired about Zhang Ruiyun's family background. Zhang Ruiyun generously shared his upbringing and family history. That it turned out that his family belonged to a well-known entrepreneurial lineage, with ventures spanning multiple sectors. That as the heir to this legacy, he was naturally cherished and anticipated. Although he was raised as a girl and had a formidable older sister, Zhang Ruyin believed that these external accolades and honors could not overshadow his genuine thoughts and aspirations, that he longed to prove his worth and capabilities through his own efforts, rather than relying solely on his family's background and resources. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi and the others looked at Zhang Ruyin with newfound respect. They had initially assumed he was merely a pampered rich kid, but were astonished to discover his independence and strength of character. Honestly, Shishi, I admire you, Gao Yi remarked sincerely. Maintaining your individuality and pursuing your dreams in such a family environment is truly remarkable. Indeed, Shishi, you are truly impressive. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini chimed in agreement. Zhang Ruyin smiled at their compliments, his eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. Thank you for your praise. I will continue to strive. However, he added, speaking of which, let us get back to business and not delay your matters. Thus, their conversation shifted back to Tian Rini and his girlfriend's situation, although Zhang Ruyin did not fully grasp the intricacies. He offered support and encouragement to Tian Rini in his own way, causing his face to flush with excitement, that he advised Tian Rini to face any challenges with courage and to seek resolutions actively. As the scenery outside the window transformed, their laughter and camaraderie drew them closer to their destination. Gao Yi and the others disembarked first. According to Zhao Wenbo, with Zhang Ruyin now in feminine attire, he could outshine anyone, truly too beautiful, and thus should make a grand entrance. After contacting his girlfriend, Tian Rini informed her that their relationship would come to an end a while later. Tian Rini's girlfriend, Xiaoli, arrived, but to their astonishment, she was in the embrace of an exchange student of African descent. The trio, Zhao Wenbo, Tian Rini, and Gao Yi, were left speechless. Xiaoli playfully bantered with the young man, but her smile vanished the moment she turned to Tian Rini. Tian Rini, let us break up, Xiaoli stated. Fine, let us break up, but can you tell me why you've changed so much? How did you become like this? Tian Rini responded, somewhat angrily to me. I've always been this way. You just failed to see it. Do you know why I'm breaking up with you? Xiaoli retorted. Because you have lost your value and can no longer elevate my status. Why not seek an African to enhance it? An African? No, you know nothing. Ben Anderson, my brother, is the son of a renowned tribal chief from Africa. He is immensely wealthy, and I aspire to be the chief's wife. That I hope you could become a lady rather than a mere tool. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Have you even considered your own worth before speaking to me? Chapter 17. The resurgence of conflict. As Xiao Li's words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. And then a crisp, resounding slap shattered the silence like thunder, striking her cheek with force. The sound was not only loud, but also imbued with undeniable power, reverberating throughout the space and leaving everyone present in shock. Xiao Li's body appeared to be propelled by an invisible force, causing her to lose balance and stumble to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. Her cheek quickly swelled, the pain rendering her momentarily speechless as she stared blankly ahead. At that moment, a melodious and commanding voice broke through, resonating like a celestial melody, yet laced with undeniable authority. How dare you speak of Tian Rini? You are nothing more than a vile creature. The words were filled with a fierce defense of Tian Rini and contempt for Xiao Li. The owner of this voice was none other than the center of attention, Zhang Ruyin. Zhang Ruyin's figure resembled a stunning landscape. Her graceful silhouette and extraordinary demeanor made her seem like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Standing there, she became the focal point of the entire space, drawing all gazes toward her involuntarily. Her eyes were cold and sharp, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Tian Rini, witnessing this scene, felt a swirl of complex emotions within him. He had not anticipated Zhang Ruyin would so directly and decisively defend him, which brought a flicker of warmth and gratitude to his heart. Xiao Li finally snapped back to reality, furiously rising to her feet and pointing at Zhang Ruyin, demanding, "Who are you to interfere with me?" Her voice was sharp and piercing due to her anger. However, Zhang Ruyin merely smiled faintly, her expression brimming with confidence and composure. "Who am I?" She echoed Xiao Li's question softly, then continued, "Tian Rini is mine. You are unworthy of him, and you certainly do not have the right to judge him." Her tone was resolute and powerful, each word striking Xiao Li's heart like a hammer. Xiao Li's complexion instantly drained of color, for she could not refute Zhang Ruyun's words, knowing them to be the truth. Tian Rini regarded Zhang Ruiyun's silhouette, feeling the anger within him dissipate entirely. He looked at Zhang Ruiyun with gratitude, a warm current surging within him. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo stood silently by, applauding Zhang Ruiyun's actions. They understood that her intervention was not only to defend Tian Rini, but also to uphold their friendship and dignity. At this point, a crowd had gathered around them. Some, having grasped the situation, pointed and whispered about Xiao Li. Others were captivated by Zhang Ruiyun's beauty, showering her with admiring glances. The appearance of Zhang Ruiyun transformed the scene into a grand performance, captivating everyone's attention. The African man, too, regained his composure from Zhang Ruiyun's beauty, his gaze fixed on her enchanting visage, momentarily disregarding the seated Xiao Li. He was tall and robust, his skin a glossy ebony that stood out strikingly under the sunlight. Drawn to Zhang Ruiyun's allure, he could not resist stepping forward to engage her. Believing himself quite dashing, he flashed a self-satisfied smile and extended his hand, speaking in his imperfect Mandarin. "My beautiful lady, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your beauty is akin to that of a goddess from mythology, leaving me utterly captivated. Did I recall a Chinese phrase, love at first sight, and I have indeed fallen for you at first sight. May I have the opportunity?" As the African spoke, Gao Yi and the others had already positioned themselves in front of Zhang Ruiyun, but she gently pulled them to her side. Zhang Ruiyun, looking at this man who disrupted others' feelings and could only think with his lower half, felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Thus, she politely said, "I am sorry, but I have no interest in you, nor do I appreciate those who think solely with their lower halves that if you were to become my woman, you would be the chief's wife of our tribe, surrounded by endless wealth and enjoyment, far better than being with them. What do you mean by that? Take your bus and leave. You're tarnishing our eyes." Gao Yi could no longer contain himself and interjected to AT this moment. Zhang Ruiyun tugged at Gao Yi and Tian Rini, signaling them to leave, then turned to walk away. The African, however, grew agitated and grabbed Zhang Ruiyun's arm, speaking with a hint of menace that, "Do you know who I am? I am the son of the chief of the African Intercontinental Tribe. If you follow me, I promise you a life of luxury." His eyes gleamed with greed and desire, as if he could already envision the day he would possess Zhang Ruiyun. Gao Yi could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, raising his voice. "You, African, get away from us. Do not pollute our air. Who do you think you are to pursue our goddess? Do you think you are worthy?" His words drew laughter and applause from the crowd, who expressed their agreement and support for Gao Yi's remarks. The African man's face turned ashen, clearly unprepared for such humiliation, that he glared at Gao Yi with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. "You yellow-skinned monkeys! How dare you speak to me like this?" he roared, his voice thick with accent and resentment. However, his anger did not intimidate Gao Yi and the others. That, on the contrary, it fortified their stance. Tian Rini also stepped forward, fists clenched, his gaze fixed firmly on the African man. "We respect everyone, but we will not tolerate anyone insulting or threatening our friends," he declared, his voice filled with strength and resolve. Zhang Ruiyun turned her head back, her eyes glimmering with a cold light. With a sharp motion, she forcefully shook off the hand gripping her arm. "Please show some respect," she said coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. The African man sensed the powerful aura emanating from Zhang Ruiyun, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet the anger and unwillingness in his eyes grew more pronounced. "Fine. You will regret this. I will remember you." He spat, then turned and left. As they watched him walk away, Gao Yi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this African man would not easily let them go, but they also believed in their strength and unity to overcome any challenges. Zhang Ruiyun gazed in the direction the African had departed, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. She understood that this man would not relent easily, yet she was prepared for whatever might come. "Let us go," she said calmly, then led the way toward her car. Chapter 18. A prank. As they drove toward the school, Gao Yi maneuvered the vehicle steadily, the wheels gliding smoothly over the road, producing a rhythmic and tranquil sound. In the midst of this serene journey, Tian Rini's voice suddenly pierced the tranquility within the car. "Shishi, you were truly impressive today, radiating confidence and charisma." The three of us refrained from taking action out of concern for the negative impact of hitting a girl. "But you were different. Your performance today was that of a commanding goddess, utterly commendable." His tone was filled with admiration and respect for Shishi. Inside the car, The laughter and chatter of the four intertwined to create a youthful symphony. Their topics ranging from mundane matters to future aspirations, leaving no stone unturned that I in this light-hearted atmosphere. Time seemed to sprout wings, flying by swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the school, with the dinner bell subtly approaching. Meanwhile, Xiao Li's figure appeared particularly solitary. She sat on the ground, her hands tightly covering her face, as if trying to conceal the turbulent emotions within her. Her gaze flickered with a complex mix of shock, resentment, and a hint of inexplicable excitement and admiration. Only when Zhang Ruiyun and her companions vanished from her sight did she slowly rise, the surrounding crowd having dispersed, leaving her alone to stand quietly in the open space. Replaying the earlier scene in her mind. Ah, she was just so cool. Xiao Li marveled inwardly. At the moment Cici took action, it felt as though an invisible force struck her very soul, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of awe and admiration. She even found herself fantasizing about possessing the same bravery and fearlessness as Cici, unafraid of authority, resolutely defending her dignity and beliefs. The way she took action was undeniably impressive, and she even scolded me. At this thought, a faint smile crept onto Xiao Li's lips, a complex expression tinged with embarrassment, shyness, and satisfaction. It seemed as if she was lost in her own little world, merging with the image of Cici, collectively experiencing that unique sense of glory and pride. Such a reaction, if witnessed by others, would surely lead them to believe she had succumbed to some magical spell, becoming utterly infatuated and fervent. Yet, deep within Xiao Li's heart, this admiration and yearning felt extraordinarily genuine and intense. Upon returning to school, the four of them agreed to dine together at the dinner table. They continued their previous conversation, sharing snippets of their lives and personal journeys. After dinner, Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and another companion hurried back to the military training formation to resume their unfinished training tasks. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyun returned to his dormitory alone, preparing to embark on his private time. However, as he removed his jacket to change clothes, the figures of his sister Zhang Ruodong and friend Miao Yushi surfaced in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a photo of his current outfit and send it to their small group chat. Soon after, his phone screen flickered with incoming responses. Cici, you're in girl-esque clothes? Wow, you look absolutely stunning. I really want to cuddle with you. Miao Yushi's reply brimmed with surprise and teasing, causing Zhang Ruiyun to feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. He quickly replied, no way, I'll change back into my original clothes soon. After a few more exchanges, Zhang Ruodong's message arrived fashionably late. Finally done, brother. No, sister, you're just suited for girl-esque clothes. Why not just keep wearing them instead of changing back? Her tone carried a hint of jest and anticipation that left Zhang Ruiyun both amused and exasperated. He promptly responded, no, sister, please don't torment me. I am a boy. I can't handle being raised as a girl. After a brief chat, Zhang Ruiyun recounted the day's events, omitting the incident involving the black man who had harassed him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly inquired, oh, our grandparents have a day off tomorrow. His sister replied, yes, but they miss you that I visited them the day before yesterday, and they kept mentioning you, saying you're not well and can't endure the military training, urging you to take care of yourself. They even reminisced about amusing stories from your childhood, laughing heartily. Indeed, I miss them too. Although I stayed with them for a month during summer vacation, Zhang Ruiyun softly remarked. Tomorrow, I can just go home and spend the day with our grandparents. His tone was filled with determination and anticipation. After their conversation, Zhang Ruiyun changed back into his own clothes and clicked on the familiar game icon, instantly filling the room with the game's music. His fingers danced nimbly across the screen. As if performing a silent ballet, he immersed himself entirely in the game, forgetting everything around him. Only this virtual world allowed him to temporarily escape the troubles and fatigue of the day. Meanwhile, as the sun set, the horizon gradually turned a shade of orange-red, with the afterglow casting a warm hue on the dormitory windows, adding a touch of coziness to the small space. Gao Yi and the others pushed open the door and returned to the dormitory, their faces bearing signs of fatigue and relief. They had just concluded a long and tedious lesson, the instructor's explanations seemingly endless, and now they were finally liberated. At last, it's over. That instructor can talk forever. Zhao Wenbo complained first, his tone revealing a yearning for freedom and endless grumbling about the instructor. Gao Yi surveyed the familiar, yet somewhat chaotic dorm environment, a wave of familiarity washing over him. He caught sight of Zhang Ruiyun's long legs swaying by the bedside. A unique sight while he was engrossed in his game. He couldn't help but signal to Tian Rini and Zhao Wenbo to keep quiet, indicating they shouldn't disturb Zhang Run. The other two understood immediately, and Gao Yi stealthily approached, eager to admire the exquisite face focused on the game from up close. However, they were unaware that a little prank was about to unfold. Completely absorbed in his game, Zhang Ruiyun was oblivious to everything happening around him, his headphones blaring with the sounds of battle and various sound effects. Just then, Gao Yi quietly drew near and suddenly grabbed Zhang Ruiyun's calf. Startled by the unexpected touch, Zhang Ruiyun instinctively scooted back from the edge of the bed, his expression shifting from concentration to sheer terror. He swiftly removed his headphones, his eyes reflecting the alertness and confusion of someone who had just been startled. Gao Yi, are you trying to scare me to death? His anger was tinged with a sense of grievance and helplessness after being shocked. Gao Yi, taken aback by Zhang Ruiyun's reaction, quickly composed himself and explained with a chuckle. I saw you were so engrossed in the game that I thought I'd have a little fun. With that, he playfully pinched Zhang Ruiyun's leg. Zhang Ruiyun grew even angrier. Get lost, you pervert. Don't touch me. He swiftly withdrew his leg to AT that moment. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini also approached, observing Zhang Ruiyun's reaction, and began to tease Gao Yi. Gao Yi, you're taking advantage of the situation. Zhao Wenbo said with a hint of sarcasm. If I had known, I would have scared CC too. Tian Rini chimed in, boss. You're lacking in martial ethics. Zhang Ruiyun looked at them disdainfully, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You three old lechers, get away from me. Though his tone bore traces of discontent, it simultaneously conveyed a unique blend of intimacy and playful sarcasm. Chapter 19. The support system, the laughter and frolic of the four-person dormitory gradually subsided, restoring a momentary tranquility within the room. Zhang Ruiyun donned his headphones once more, immersing himself in the virtual realm of his game, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, each keystroke serving as a cathartic release for the pent-up emotions of the day. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and his two companions gathered nearby, engaging in a discussion about the training schedule for the following day. Although the subject matter appeared serious, their faces remained adorned with relaxed smiles, as if this camaraderie in the face of challenges had become an indispensable facet of their university experience. As the night deepened, the lights in the dormitory gradually dimmed, leaving only a small lamp aglow beside Zhang Ruiyun's bed. He sat there quietly, his gaze focused and profound, as though the entire world had shrunk to encompass only himself and his game. Yet, amid this concentration, a flicker of longing for his family and aspirations for the future lingered in his heart. The following morning, as the first gentle rays of sunlight timidly peeked through the delicate cracks of the curtains, softly cascading into every corner of the dormitory, it seemed as though the entire world was slowly awakening to this serene and tranquil light. The air was imbued with a fresh, slightly cool fragrance, a unique essence that marked the transition from night to day. Waking up on such a peaceful and beautiful morning, Zhang Ruiyun opened his eyes to be greeted by the tender sunlight outside. As if nature herself was offering him the gentlest of salutations, that he gently turned over, reaching for his phone on the bedside table. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. That it was the weekend, and with his grandparents resting, he planned to visit them and enjoy some warm family moments. The thought filled his heart with joy. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory was quiet. The only sound breaking the stillness was the occasional chirping of birds outside. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini had long since risen to attend military training, their beds made neatly and empty, silently attesting to their diligence and self-discipline. Zhang Ruiyun smiled slightly, appreciating their efforts in his heart. He rose from his bed and approached a table beside it. Upon it sat a steaming bowl of wontons and some fragrant buns, clearly prepared for him by someone with care. A warm current surged through him, and gratitude welled up within. He noticed a sticky note affixed to the lunchbox, inscribed in familiar handwriting. CC, Zhang Ruiyun's nickname, we've gone to military training. Seeing you hadn't woken up. We bought you some breakfast. Remember to eat. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, Tian Rini. Reading the last lingering O, Zhang Ruiyun felt a delightful warmth and amusement. Shivering with goosebumps, yet enveloped in a comforting glow, he sat down to relish this lovingly prepared breakfast. The broth of the wontons was delicious, and the buns were filled with rich, juicy stuffing. Each bite brought him satisfaction and happiness as he ate. He reflected on how fortunate he was to have such roommates. Despite their diverse personalities, they always provided him with care and support when he needed it most. This friendship was something he cherished deeply. After finishing his breakfast, Zhang Ruiyan tidied the table before picking up his car keys. Ready to set off, he descended the stairs and traversed the campus path to the parking lot. The sun had grown brighter, bathing him in warmth and comfort. He opened the car door, settled inside, and after starting the engine, gently drove out of the parking area. Along the way, he admired the scenery outside. The streets were lined with lush trees and vibrant flowers, exuding a lively atmosphere. That he turned on the in-car music, letting a light-hearted melody elevate his spirits further. While waiting at a red light, he glanced at the temperature display outside, which read 31 degrees. Despite being morning, the warmth felt somewhat stifling. Thus, he decided to order each of his classmates an iced milk tea to cool off. He pulled out his phone, opened the delivery app, placed the order, and continued toward the 4th Ring Road. Before long, he arrived at the area where his grandparents resided in City A's 4th Ring. This locale was steeped in historical richness and cultural ambience. His grandparents' home nestled within a quaint courtyard, a legacy passed down through generations, embodying the memories and emotions of his family. Each time he stepped onto this familiar ground, he felt a profound sense of affection and belonging. After parking, he exited the car and inhaled deeply the fresh air, then made his way toward the courtyard, passing through an exquisitely crafted moon gate. He beheld the verdant trees and fragrant flowers, a scene of tranquility and peace. Approaching the main house, he gently knocked on the door, and from within came the familiar, warm voice of his grandmother. Li Jiyu. Who is it? He replied with a smile. Grandma, it's me, Run. The door swung open swiftly, revealing his grandmother's kind face as she took his hand and ushered him inside. Upon entering, he spotted his grandfather, Zhang Buiyuan, seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper through his reading glasses. He hurried over to greet him. Good morning, Grandpa. Grandpa looked up, removing his glasses with a smile. Ah, Ruiyan has come. Come, sit down. He settled beside his grandfather, engaging in conversation about school life, amusing anecdotes from military training and future aspirations. Grandpa, with his wealth of knowledge and profound insights, offered invaluable advice and encouragement, leaving a lasting impact on him. Meanwhile, Grandma busied herself preparing tea and slicing fruits, inquiring about his health and studies with genuine concern. Observing her busy figure and caring gaze, Zhang Ruiyan felt a surge of gratitude and happiness. Zhang Ruiyan's grandmother, Li Jiyu, served as the Deputy Superintendent of Education in City A. Despite being of retirement age, she remained steadfast in her duties. His grandfather, Zhang Buiyuan, was a professor at a normal university and a distinguished educator. As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Ruiyan suddenly confided in his grandmother. Grandma, I have been threatened. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering the tranquility of the room. Both of his grandparents straightened in their seats, their faces etched with shock and concern. His grandmother, unable to contain her anxiety, implored Cici, quickly tell Grandma. Who dares to threaten you? Why did they do this? What exactly happened? A flurry of questions revealed her inner turmoil and unease, faced with his grandmother's urgent inquiries. Zhang Ruiyan felt as though his throat had constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just then, his grandfather interjected calmly, Dear, don't rush him. Let Cici speak at his own pace, sensing the deep concern and warmth in their gazes. Zhang Ruiyan took a deep breath and recounted his recent ordeal in detail. He shared how he had stood up for his friends, only to unfortunately encounter the disrespectful harassment and threats from an exchange student. Upon hearing his narrative, complex emotions flickered across his grandparents' faces. They had long since accepted Zhang Ruiyan's way of life, having raised him as a girl since childhood, making the notion of him dressing in feminine attire a matter of course. Yet, at this moment, their primary concern was for Cici's safety and future. Exchanging glances, his grandmother resolutely declared, Cici, rest assured, I will take charge of this matter for you. Such brazen behavior from these exchange students has crossed the boundaries of international relations. I will advocate for a thorough investigation into their actions. They must not escape unpunished. The words of the grandmother were resolute and powerful, instilling in Zhang Ruiyan an unprecedented sense of security and strength. Chapter 20. Late night, Snack the Day seemed to pass like a film reel on fast forward, each frame racing by, until it was soon embraced by the gentle caress of dusk. The horizon gradually blushed with the orange-red hues of the setting sun, casting a warm, golden glow over the entire world. The time spent with his grandparents felt particularly precious in this tranquil and cozy twilight. At the dining table, the dishes were steaming and fragrant, each plate laden with the deep affection his grandparents held for their grandson. They engaged in casual conversation, their laughter intermingling with their chatter, creating a harmonious and fulfilling scene. Zhang Ruiyun listened intently as his grandparents recounted tales of the past, stories of family memories and the passage of time, which evoked a profound sense of history and warmth of kinship within him. He occasionally interjected, sharing amusing anecdotes from school, along with his aspirations and dreams for the future, his eyes sparkling with hope and anticipation. After the meal, a subtle melancholy filled the air. Zhang Ren knew he was soon to embark on the journey back to school. Though his heart brimmed with reluctance, he understood the significance of his studies that he rose to assist his grandparents in clearing the table, striving to appear casual, not wanting them to perceive the tumult of emotions within him. Finally, the moment of farewell arrived. Zhang Ruiyun picked up his backpack and cast a deep glance at his grandparents, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and sorrow. They grasped his hands tightly, as if wishing to convey their familial bond to him eternally. They urged him to take care of himself at school, not to overexert himself, and to remember to visit home often. Zhang Ruiyun nodded in agreement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he reached the doorway. He paused, looking back at the warm home filled with memories. His grandparents followed him outside, standing at the threshold, watching him depart. Their figures, elongated by the sunset's glow, appeared both solitary and resolute. Zhang Ruiyun turned back repeatedly, each glance revealing the tender and caring gaze of his grandparents, which enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort and warmth. At last, he settled into his car, starting the engine. The vehicle slowly pulled away from view. His grandparents' silhouettes grew increasingly blurred. Yet their gaze remained fixed on Zhang Ruiyun until the car vanished at the end of the street. In that moment, the elderly couple's hearts swelled with a complex mix of emotions, pride and contentment for their grandson's growth, coupled with concern and longing for his life away from home. They lingered in place, reluctant to part, as if their presence could somehow accompany and protect him. As night fell and the stars adorned the sky, Zhang Ruiyun's car sped through the darkness. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Renyi concluded their day of military training under the fading sunlight. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, yet their faces radiated an indescribable sense of fulfillment and pride. With the instructor's command, they were finally liberated from the rigors of military drills, akin to birds freed from their cages, eager to return to their cherished dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, a familiar, yet slightly desolate atmosphere enveloped them. They glanced around, realizing that Zhang Ruiyun, who usually returned first, was conspicuously absent. This sparked a flicker of surprise and curiosity among the three. Zhang Ruiyun broke the silence first, expressing concern as he inquired, "Where's Ruiyun? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Zhao Wenbo shrugged innocently in response. "How would I know? You think we can know what he knows?" His tone carried a hint of jest, suggesting that Tian Renyi's question was somewhat redundant. However, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation shone in his eyes, clearly revealing his eagerness for Zhang Ruiyun's arrival. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure at the entrance. Zhang Ruiyun, who had been sought after for so long. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet wore a warm smile. Gao Yi, with keen eyes, was the first to notice his presence and hurriedly asked, "Where have you been? We didn't see you as soon as you got back." His voice brimmed with concern and curiosity. Zhang Ruiyun smiled slightly, playfully teasing, "I spent the whole day at my grandparents' house. Guess what I did?" A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes, as if he anticipated a particular response. However, his question elicited little reaction from the trio, who merely gazed at him in silence, awaiting his next words. Noticing their lack of response, Zhang Ruiyun awkwardly rubbed his nose and continued, "Oh, you guys. I thought you'd at least wonder if I missed you while I was away." His tone was laced with a hint of playful complaint, instantly lightening the previously somber atmosphere. Yet the trio did not respond with the enthusiasm he hoped for. They watched his exaggerated performance with quiet amusement. Zhao Wenbo, unable to hold back, quipped, "Your performance is a bit over the top. I feel like my toes are cramping up from all this drama." His remark made Zhang Ruiyan burst into laughter. Seeing this, Tian Ren quickly interjected, all right, enough of the antics, that let's go grab a late-night snack, that there's a food street nearby with some really good eats." His suggestion was met with immediate agreement from the other three, who nodded enthusiastically and began to gather their things in preparation to head out. Under the blanket of night, the campus appeared especially serene and beautiful. The four of them strolled together toward the food street, their laughter and chatter filling the air. They reminisced about amusing incidents during military training, sharing secrets and dreams with one another. In that moment, they seemed to forget all weariness and troubles, relishing the rare gift of friendship and the passage of time. The food street was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. The aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. They navigated through the throngs of people, seeking out their preferred treats. Gao Yi had a particular fondness for a barbecue stand, ordering several skewers of lamb and chicken wings, savoring each bite. Zhao Wenbo was drawn to a spicy hot pot stall, selecting an array of his favorite ingredients to dip into the bubbling broth. Tian Ren was captivated by a crepe stand, eagerly watching the vendor expertly flip the crepes, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyan was enchanted by a dessert shop, ordering a mango pudding and a cup of milk tea. Delighting in the sweetness of the moment. Chapter 21. Singing on the night street, each of them relished their food, occasionally exchanging smiles that spoke of camaraderie and warmth, quietly spreading in the night. The lively atmosphere of the food street seemed to serve as the perfect punctuation to their youth. With each moment worthy of being cherished, as Zhang Ruiyan savored his mango pudding, he recounted the heartwarming moments spent at his grandparents' home. He spoke of family stories, the marks of time, and the attentive care of his grandparents. In his words, his eyes sparkled with a gentle light, reflecting a deep affection for family and a profound nostalgia for those beautiful past moments. "Ruiyan, you make me incredibly envious. How can there be someone like you in this world? So good-looking, with such a wonderful family background, and such beautiful familial bonds. It's all too perfect. It makes me incredibly jealous. I wish I could have that kind of happiness and beauty too, but alas, reality is often cruel. My family is harmonious, but I'm not exactly pretty, though I am handsome. Unlike you, who was forced to wear girls' clothes as a child." Haha. Upon hearing Zhao Wenbo's initial remark, Zhang Ruiyan felt a surge of pride, but upon catching the latter part, he realized Zhao Wenbo was merely teasing him. "Oh, come on. Enough of that. Just because I was raised as a girl doesn't mean it's a big deal. But honestly, every time I return to my grandparents' house, I feel an inexplicable sense of peace," Zhang Ruiyan said softly, stirring his milk tea. "They always patiently listen to me talk about school, whether it's the challenges I face or the achievements I attain, always offering me genuine encouragement and support. That feeling is truly heartwarming." Hearing this, Gao Yi put down his lamb skewers and looked seriously at Zhang Ruiyan. "Indeed, home is our strongest support, and no matter where we go or what difficulties we encounter, family will always be there, silently cheering us on." Zhao Wenbo nodded in agreement, swallowing a mouthful of spicy hot pot before cheerfully adding, "Exactly. Family is our safe harbor. But speaking of which, Ruiyan, did anything interesting happen at your grandparents' house today? Do tell." Zhang Ruiyan smiled and teased, "Oh, there were indeed some amusing moments, but let's save that for later. For now, let's enjoy our food." After finishing their meal, they continued to immerse themselves in the world of culinary delights. Savoring the rare moments of relaxation, and J.O.Y.'s night deepened. The lights along the snack street grew softer and more inviting. Engaged in lively conversation while dining, they had unknowingly traversed a significant portion of the street. At that moment, a melodious guitar strum suddenly resonated, capturing their attention. Following the sound, they discovered a young singer in a nearby corner, cradling his guitar and performing soulfully. His voice was clear and captivating, with each note striking directly at their hearts. "Wow, that sounds absolutely wonderful," Zhang Ruiyan exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed. Let us go listen," Gao Yi suggested. Thus the four of them made their way towards the corner as they approached. The singer's allure became increasingly palpable. His singing was imbued with a profound love and yearning for life, drawing them into a state of reverie. They found an empty spot to sit and quietly listened to the singer's performance. The surrounding clamor seemed to vanish at that moment. leaving only the lilting guitar and enchanting vocals that I in that instant. Zhang Run, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini found a unique resonance, their spirits experiencing an unprecedented relaxation and tranquility. As the song concluded, the singer smiled and nodded in gratitude. They responded with fervent applause and cheers, rallying behind the young performer, that a deep sense of satisfaction blossomed on the singer's face, his smile akin to the warm sunlight of spring, gentle yet radiant. He did not cease his strumming, but rather immersed himself even more, each note crafted like a meticulously chiseled work of art, dancing in the air and weaving a mesmerizing musical feast for the audience. Just as the exquisite melody flowed through the night sky, a passionate voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. It was Gao Yi, who excitedly shouted, "Hey buddy, my friend wants to perform a song too. Can we give him a chance to shine on this stage?" His voice brimmed with expectation and enthusiasm, as if adding a vibrant splash of color to the evening. The singer smiled at the request, his expression filled with understanding and anticipation for the impending performance. He nodded gently and replied succinctly, "Of course." Those two words seemed to unlock the door to a new realm, causing every individual present to hold their breath in anticipation. Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint flickered in Gao Yi's eyes. He quickly turned and gently nudged Zhang Ruiyun, who, known for her commanding presence, appeared even more striking under the spotlight. Her entrance was like a refreshing breeze, stirring the hearts of everyone present and inciting a wave of excitement. "Sing one, sing one." With Gao Yi's encouragement, the audience joined in the clamor, their voices rising in a chorus of anticipation and support for Zhang Ruiyun. Amidst the joyful uproar, she reluctantly stepped forward, her stride both steady and graceful, exuding confidence and composure with each step. Standing at the center of the stage, facing the eager gazes of the crowd, an unprecedented surge of exhilaration and nervousness welled up within her. Yet she understood that this moment was hers, a chance to showcase her talent. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, immersing herself entirely in the world of music. As the singer's guitar strummed once more, Zhang Ruiyun slowly opened her mouth. Her voice, clear and magnetic, flowed like a mountain spring, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She sang a classic old song, yet through her interpretation, it was endowed with newfound life and emotion. Her voice conveyed both nostalgia for the past and aspirations for the future. Each note, every lyric, was a genuine reflection of her innermost feelings, evoking deep emotions in her listeners as the song progressed. Zhang Ruiyun's performance became increasingly engrossing. Times, she bowed her head in contemplation. At others, she gazed into the distance as if engaging in a soulful dialogue with the audience. Every gesture and expression perfectly articulated the song's emotions and essence, transporting them into a dreamlike realm. The audience below was equally entranced by Zhang Ruiyun's performance. Some closed their eyes, lost in the exquisite melody. Others swayed gently to the rhythm, expressing their affection and resonance with the song. The entire snack street was enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, as if everyone was united in the transformative power of music. When the final note lingered in the air, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhang Ruiyun stood at the center of the stage, her face illuminated by a smile of fulfillment and happiness. She knew that this moment of glory and honor would forever be etched in her heart, becoming one of her most cherished memories. Little did she know, she had once again been captured on video by a passerby and shared online. While Gao Yi had already prepared to record the performance, intending to use Zhang Ruiyun's singing as his ringtone in the future. Chapter 22. Handling the aftermath. Zhang Ruiyun's voice sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky. As the last note gently descended, the venue seemed to be enveloped in an air of mystique. The lingering echoes captivating all present, that it was not merely the dance of notes, but the flow of emotions, immersing everyone in an indescribable beauty. However, for Zhang Ruiyun, everything felt dreamlike and surreal. She felt as if an invisible force guided her, compelling her to finish the performance. Then, like a startled fawn, she hurriedly descended from the stage, grabbing Gao Yi's arm and disappearing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Gao Yi wore an innocent yet sly smile, allowing Zhang Ruiyun to pull him through the throngs of people. The four figures, illuminated by the lights, became particularly striking. They resembled a perfectly synchronized duo or travelers escaping reality, quietly slipping away from the stage filled with applause and cheers under the watchful eyes of the audience. Behind them, Zhao Wenbo and Tian Ren closely followed, their eyes fixed on the retreating figures of Zhang Ruyun and Gao Yi. Zhao Wenbo mused internally, observing that Zhang Ruyun appeared as if she were eager to flee from an unknown disaster, her urgency and unease evoking both sympathy and amusement. Meanwhile, Tian Ren's face radiated curiosity and excitement, having rarely witnessed Zhang Ruyun in such a flustered state, igniting his imagination and anticipation for what might unfold next. The four of them navigated through the bustling crowd, as if traversing a tunnel of time, arriving in a world entirely different from the urban clamor and splendor. Here, the only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional distant bark of a dog. The night was dark as ink, with stars twinkling like scattered gems, as if the entire world had quieted down, leaving it solely for the four of them. Zhang Ruyun halted, breathing heavily, her face glistening with beads of sweat. Yet her eyes revealed an indescribable weariness and sense of release. Unable to contain herself any longer, she erupted, her voice tinged with grievance and indignation. "Gao Yi, you have gone too far." Her eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, filled with questions and bewilderment. She could not comprehend why Gao Yi would push her onto that pressure-laden stage at such an undesirable moment. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi's smile abruptly faltered as he lowered his head, softly explaining, "Cici, I'm sorry that I just love your singing so much and wanted to hear it again that I didn't anticipate it would make you feel this way." His voice was laden with guilt and remorse, as if he regretted his impulsiveness that he gently ruffled Zhang Ruyun's hair, his eyes filled with affection and apology, as though he were expressing his regret and comfort in his own way. Observing this, Zhao Wenbo promptly stepped forward to offer consolation. He tenderly extended his hand, gently patting Zhang Ruyun's head, akin to soothing an injured kitten. His voice was warm and reassuring, each word imbued with care and kindness. "Cici, don't be upset. Gao Yi meant well. He simply wanted everyone to hear your beautiful voice." His words, akin to a gentle spring breeze nourishing the heart of Zhang Ruyun, alleviated some of the grievances that weighed upon him. However, Tian Ren was not one to abandon his mischievous antics. Observing the slight improvement in Zhang Ruyun's mood, he was eager to emulate Zhao Wenbo's earlier gesture. Just as he reached out to pat Zhang Ruyun's head, she deftly evaded his touch. Tian Ren paused momentarily, then awkwardly retracted his hand with a chuckle that he realized he had once again landed himself in trouble. Yet the sight of Zhang Ruyun feigning anger, tinged with a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation, elicited a smile from him. In that instant, the atmosphere among the four friends transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. Zhang Ruyun couldn't help but laugh at the antics of Zhao Wenbo and Gao Yi. His words carried a blend of helplessness and self-mockery, but above all, they reflected a sense of relief and ease that he understood that his friends genuinely cared for him, and their companionship and encouragement enveloped him in an unprecedented warmth and strength. As time passed, the four of them set off towards the school, aware that a military training session awaited them the next day, necessitating a swift return to their dormitory for rest. Along the way, they continued to engage in lively banter, sharing amusing anecdotes and experiences that in a bid to make up for the missed opportunity to ruffle Zhang Ruyun's hair. Tian Ren seized a moment when she was not paying attention and playfully tousled her hair, leaving it disheveled. Zhang Ruyun feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Tian Ren, come here, just wait till I deal with you." Her voice was laced with playful jest and affection, causing Tian Ren to chuckle in response. Thus, they frolicked back to their dormitory, engaging in playful antics along the way. Once back, they each completed their evening routines before retiring to bed. However, just as they were on the brink of slumber, Zhao Wenbo suddenly recalled something significant. "Oh right, Cici, didn't you say you would tell us what you did at your grandparents' house today?" His words shattered the dormitory's tranquility, prompting Gao Yi and Tian Ren to sit up attentively. Zhang Ruyun propped herself up and said, "Oh yes, do you remember the last time we stood up for Tian Ren?" Tian Ren nodded, saying, "Of course, and how we teased the black guy." Zhang Ruyun continued, "Didn't I mention my grandparents' background today? I was there to address the issues regarding the current exchange students. We can't have only these exchange students here, or our city will be filled with such people in the future. So it needs to be dealt with." Her words carried a tone of seriousness and earnestness, prompting the other three to nod in agreement. Gao Yi remarked, "Oh, this matter indeed needs some organization. His tone was imbued with determination, as if he felt a sense of pride and reassurance in Zhang Ruyun's decision. Zhang Ruyun then added, "Let's get some sleep. You all have military training tomorrow." Good night. Her voice radiated warmth and care, making the others feel her concern and affection. They all responded in unison, all right before settling down to drift into slumber. As the night quietly receded, the familiar morning call, etched into memory, pierced the silence, causing Gao Yi and the others to spring out of bed with the vigor and precision of soldiers that I in contrast. Zhang Ruyun awoke in a manner all her own, rising slowly with a languid grace, as if the morning light itself had softened its touch, reluctant to disrupt her tranquility. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled glow upon her face. Her features, just liberated from the confines of dreams, bore an endearingly dazed expression, rendered even more enchanting by the gentle illumination. Her gaze held a hint of lingering haze, yet remained profound, as if capable of perceiving the subtlest secrets of the heart. Her hair, slightly tousled from sleep, cascaded casually over her shoulders, each strand seemingly narrating the night's tenderness and the lingering embrace of dreams, enhancing her beauty with an effortless charm and allure. The surroundings appeared to come alive with her awakening, the air thick with a delicate ambience, infused with the fresh vitality of the morning and Zhang Ruyun's inherent gentleness and serenity. Although Gao Yi and the others were well accustomed to Zhang Ruyun's extraordinary beauty, they could not help but steal glances at her, secretly marveling at the extraordinary aura she exuded even in the most mundane moments. Chapter 23. Subsequent matters. Zhang Ruyun languidly leaned against the edge of her dormitory bed, her gaze vacant as she watched a few leisurely clouds drift by outside the window, as if the entire world had come to a standstill aliside her thoughts. Her mood mirrored the weather, tinged with a sense of heaviness and helplessness. Inside the dormitory, her roommates Gao Yi, Li Ming, and Zhao Kai busily organized their belongings, preparing to leave this temporary sanctuary and embark on their respective journeys. Their movements were swift and orderly, punctuated by light-hearted exchanges, yet they failed to dispel the sense of solitude that lingered within Zhang Ruyun. "Min, we're leaving. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Should we bring something back for you?" Gao Yi asked just before stepping through the dormitory door. Zhang Ruyun slightly lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gently shook her head. "No need, you all go ahead, that I'll manage on my own later." As she spoke, her gaze refocused, as if she had emerged from distant musings back into reality. Once Gao Yi and the others departed, the dormitory returned to its serene stillness. Zhang Ruyun took a deep breath, resolving to organize her own world. She first stood up and approached the mirror, meticulously untangling her slightly disheveled long hair. Her black locks flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements, exuding an unspoken tenderness and languor. She delicately ran her fingers through her hair, placing each strand in order until her reflection appeared neat and refreshed. Subsequently, she turned to her bed, beginning to tidy the disheveled bedding. Each fold and pat seemed to reflect her efforts to arrange her emotions, smoothing out the tangled thoughts within her mind. She recalled that it had been 2 days since she last contacted her sister Zhang Ruodong and her friend Miao Yushi, and a wave of guilt and longing surged within her. Thus, she picked up her phone, her fingers gliding gently over the screen, preparing to initiate a conversation that spanned across time and space. However, just as she was about to press the send button, the phone screen suddenly illuminated, revealing a message from her grandmother. Her heart skipped a beat as her grandmother's familiar and warm voice seemed to transcend the screen, reaching deep into her heart. "Cece, the matter has been reported, and a collective overhaul is expected in the next couple of days." Her grandmother's words conveyed a sense of determination and anticipation, invigorating Zhang Ruyun. She quickly replied, "Grandma is the best. He love you the most." Her words brimmed with affection and reliance. Yet, her grandmother's next message caught her off guard. "Cece, when are you going to bring a girlfriend home? Grandma wants to hold a grandchild. Hurry up and put in some effort. And you should also nudge your sister. She's not getting any younger and hasn't found a boyfriend yet. What will happen then?" Her grandmother's words were laced with urgency and hope, leaving Zhang Ruyun momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that, having just turned 18, her grandmother would already be fretting over her lifelong affairs. She couldn't help but smile wryly, inwardly grumbling, "Grandma, you're being a bit too hasty, aren't you? I'm still young. Yet, she dared not show any sign of indifference, hastily assuring her grandmother that she would put in the effort before forwarding the chat log to her sister Zhang Ruodong. Almost as soon as she pressed send, Zhang Ruodong's reply came promptly. Huh? Why is Grandma suddenly pushing this? Woo-woo, I thought I could escape the marriage pressure, but it seems I can't. Her sister's tone was filled with helplessness and grievance, as if she too had fallen victim to their grandmother's matchmaking endeavors. Upon reading her sister's response, Zhang Rin couldn't help but burst into laughter. She knew that both she and her sister longed for freedom and resented being tied down. However, faced with their grandmother's earnest expectations and the family's traditional values, they found themselves compelled to make certain concessions that as these thoughts crossed her mind, her emotions grew complicated that on one hand, she understood her grandmother's thoughts and aspirations. On the other, she was not yet ready to seek a girlfriend. Miao Yushi, likely beside Zhang Ruodong, was about to inquire about what her friend was up to when she sent a message in the group chat. Cici, I've missed you so much. The three of them then shifted their focus to the group chat. Miao Yushi, are you trying to make me jealous? Expressing your longing for Cici so openly will surely hurt my feelings. Zhang Ruodong playfully replied in the group chat, her words laden with the unique intimacy and camaraderie shared among sisters. Miao Yushi immediately responded with a flurry of playful emojis, each one radiating cheerfulness and joy. As if one could see her beaming face through the screen, that, oh dear Tong Tong, you are my goddess. How could I dare to steal your thunder? It has simply been far too long since I last saw Cici. And my heart is overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Rin gazed at the interactions on the screen, a warm surge of emotion welling up within him. These two girls, one his blood-related sister and the other his confidant, enriched his world immeasurably that he gently tapped on the keyboard, joining in the joyous conversation. Haha, it seems I still hold a significant place in your hearts. But speaking of which, Yushi, what have you been up to lately? Have you discovered some new and intriguing magic? Zhang Ruyin teased, fully aware of Miao Yushi's almost obsessive passion for fantastical elements. Miao Yushi immediately perked up, a torrent of words cascading forth like a waterfall. Yes. I've been studying an ancient spellbook recently, containing a mysterious ritual that allows for a deep connection between souls that I am attempting to recreate it, and perhaps in the future, we can communicate directly through our minds without the need for phones. Zhang Ruyin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be captivated by Miao Yushi's imaginative ideas, responding with a smile. Yushi, you truly are a treasure. However, that kind of magic sounds rather perilous. Do take care. The trio engaged in spirited dialogue, their banter lively and animated. After some time, Zhang Ruyin felt a twinge of guilt for not reporting to his class for a few days, so he informed his sister and Miao Yushi before heading to the military training grounds for his class. Upon arrival, he noticed the new students standing at attention, and it reminded him of the saying, Chubang soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for 180 days. Behold, this is the great sunbathing ground. Just then, a senior shouted at the newcomers, Chubang soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for 180 days, standing straight like a military dog from head to toe, pitch black. The children looked as though they had been cooked to perfection, with an unyielding expression of fairness distinguishing between loyalty and treachery. Zhang Ruyin couldn't help but chuckle, and the instructor on the field, upon hearing this, playfully teased the newcomers, Look at how your seniors praise you as paragons of justice. I'm doing this for your own good. You can discern right from wrong, can't you? Haha. The new students appeared utterly speechless. After greeting the instructor, Zhang Ruyin took a seat on a bench beneath a tree. Chapter 24. Handling the aftermath. After a brief moment, Zhang Ruyin's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the students enduring the military training under the blazing sun. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, each droplet seemingly narrating tales of perseverance and effort. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruyin resolved to do something to express his gratitude and care for them, that he turned and walked towards the town supermarket, already formulating a plan in his mind that he intended to purchase some sweet and juicy watermelons as a reward for the hard work the students had put in, imagining their satisfied smiles upon tasting the watermelon. Zhang Ruyin's steps became noticeably lighter as he made his way to the supermarket on campus. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the campus supermarket, an unexpected sense of impending danger enveloped him. He felt a hard object pressed tightly against his spine, that cold and unyielding sensation instantly revealing its nature. That he attempted to maintain his composure, but his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Don't look back. Follow me. You are in grave danger, a voice with a thick foreign accent whispered ominously in his ear, deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Zhang Ruyun's heart raced, but he quickly composed himself and began to assess the situation. What do you want? Don't act recklessly. This is Huaxia, he replied, feigning calmness in an attempt to intimidate his adversary with his nationality. Yet, the voice showed no signs of retreat. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen to you next. The voice echoed again, laced with veiled threats. Zhang Ruyun understood that he was unequivocally at a disadvantage. Any form of resistance would be futile. Thus, he took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. Fine, I will follow you, he replied evenly, discreetly pressing the power button on his phone 3 times. This seemingly insignificant action was his meticulously crafted plan for self-preservation. His phone was set up with an emergency call function that, once powered off, would immediately send a distress message to preset contacts. That he believed it would reach his parents and sister. That he was hopeful that if someone received the message in time and acted accordingly, he might escape his current predicament. But just then, a throng of police officers and individuals resembling national security personnel stormed through the school gate. Zhang Ruyun sensed the tension emanating from the person behind him. Moments later, an urgent voice commanded, "Hurry. We must leave. They are coming. If we don't move now, your life is at stake." With no other choice, Zhang Ruyun was propelled forward towards the parking lot. Just then, the national security personnel seemed to spot him, accompanied by the police as they approached. Leading the charge was a national security officer, and as the distance narrowed, she called out, "David Johnson, surrender immediately. You are under arrest." In that moment, Zhang Ruyun felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, followed by a forceful shove that propelled him towards the officer. Instantly, the individual who had been threatening him fled, darting into the parking lot. The officer caught him as he stumbled forward, and he heard her command, "Quickly pursue him. Do not let him escape. Use your firearms if necessary, but do not kill him. Be cautious of potential self-harm." The officer then turned to him, asking, "Little sister, are you all right? Did he harm you?" Just as he was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he lost consciousness. Before blacking out, he heard the officer urgently speaking into her walkie-talkie, "Get a vehicle here immediately. A student is injured." Then he succumbed to unconsciousness in the officer's embrace. When Zhang Ruyun opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the familiar white walls of a hospital. That moment, he heard his sister Zhang Ruodong's voice, "Mom and Dad, my brother is awake." His father, mother, and grandparents quickly gathered around him. As he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his head, prompting his grandmother to gently press him back down. "Cece, just lie still. You were struck on the back of the head with a gun, and your nerves are somewhat damaged. Don't get up just yet." Her words brimmed with concern, and noticing the red-rimmed eyes of his family, Zhang Ruyun, a bit dazed, inquired, "Dad, why were there armed individuals at our school? Why did they take me hostage?" A voice emerged from behind his family. "Allow me to explain. Your name is Zhang Ruyun, correct? This was a lapse in our operations." The individual was a foreign spy. Posing as an exchange student, he was informed that his identity had been exposed and was preparing to escape when he encountered you. Seeing you were a girl, he attempted to take you as a hostage. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose further details due to confidentiality, but that spy has been apprehended. IT was the national security officer who spoke next. "Let me add you on WeChat. I will need to contact you regarding follow-up matters." After exchanging WeChat information, the officer took her leave. Zhang Ruyun watched her retreating figure, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. He had never anticipated that his ordinary life would suddenly intertwine with terms like espionage and danger. His family gathered around his bedside, their concerned gazes enveloping him in warmth, yet leaving him even more perplexed about the unfolding events. "Cece, do not be afraid. Mom and Dad are here." His mother gently caressed his forehead. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "Indeed, Cece, your father has already contacted the school. They will provide you with an explanation." The voice of his father resonated with a steady strength, attempting to soothe his troubled emotions. Zhang Ruyun nodded, and despite the physical pain that hindered his focus, he diligently recalled the harrowing scenes that had unfolded. The self-proclaimed spy, David Johnson, was filled with despair and madness, while the timely arrival of the national security officer was akin to an angel descending, pulling him back from the brink of death. That moment, his grandmother spoke. Cici, the origin of all this lies in my previous report, where I insisted on a thorough investigation into those exchange students. Subsequently, you encountered one such exchange student who was sent back to their home country. However, several of these exchange students were highly suspicious, and upon investigation, it turned out they were all spies, which eventually led to the involvement of national security. In the days that followed, Zhang Ruyin spent a relatively tranquil time in the hospital. His family took turns by his side, attending to his daily needs while also seeking updates on his recovery from the doctors. The national security officer would occasionally send messages inquiring about his health and providing updates on the case. As time passed, Zhang Ruyun's injuries gradually healed, and he began to attempt getting out of bed to engage in simple rehabilitation exercises. During these moments, he often thought of the national security officer who had bravely stepped forward in his time of crisis, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and admiration. Chapter 25. Military Training Performance During Zhang Ruyun's Hospital Stay. His three close friends, including Gao Yi, visited him multiple times. Initially unaware of the full extent of his ordeal, they came to his bedside with concern and greetings. However, upon entering the hospital and witnessing the weighty medical report, they gradually pieced together the outline of the entire incident. The complex medical terminology and diagnoses filled their hearts with care and understanding for Zhang Ruyin. They realized that the pain and pressure he bore were far greater than they had imagined. Simultaneously, Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruyun's sister, Zhang Ruodong, were also present. They frequently came together, using their tenderness and patience to build a warm fortress around him. With each visit, they brought comforting food, fresh fruit, and heartfelt greetings, expressing their sincere love and care for Zhang Ruyin. Time flew by, and the end of military training quietly approached. After a heartfelt conversation with his counselor, Zhang Ruyin learned that his classmates, and even students from other classes and departments, held high expectations for him, eager to witness his performance on stage. This revelation filled him with both surprise and emotion, while simultaneously increasing his pressure. Zhang Ruyin gladly agreed to participate in the performance, but only on the condition that he could first emerge from the hospital, his temporary refuge. Fortunately, in the crucial 2 days leading up to the performance, he finally saw the dawn of recovery. The doctor informed him that his health had improved sufficiently, and he could be discharged. After completing the discharge procedures, he climbed into the car driven by his sister, Zhang Ruodong, and set off for home. Having taken a special leave to ensure her unfortunate brother's safe return to school, she hurried to the laboratory to continue her research work. Zhang Ruyin felt deeply grateful for her busyness and dedication. For the upcoming performance, Zhang Ruyin had already formulated a plan. He would showcase his guzheng playing as the grand finale of military training. Having practiced the instrument since childhood, his passion and skill for the guzheng transcended the boundaries of time. He had dedicated 2.5 years of diligent practice solely for this moment's brilliant revelation. However, a slight dilemma emerged as he realized he had yet to prepare the necessary costume for the performance. This left Zhang Ruyin feeling somewhat anxious and helpless. He understood that without appropriate attire, his performance might lose its luster. Thus, on his way back to the dormitory, he called Miao Yushi, his tone laced with a hint of request and playful charm. "Yushi Jie, are you free these days? Could you help me prepare a set of performance attire?" On the other end of the line, Miao Yushi paused for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Her voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. "Cici, are you going to perform on stage? That's wonderful." Zhang Ruyun's voice was filled with a blend of charm and trust. "Yes, but due to my hospitalization, my preparation time is rather tight, that I need to rehearse intensively for the guzheng performance during the curtain call, and I simply cannot find the time to shop for a costume, so I must rely on you." Yushi Jie. Faced with Zhang Ruyun's persistent pleas, Miao Yushi ultimately acquiesced with a smile. "All right, leave it to me, Cici. Trust my judgment. I will ensure you dazzle the audience." However, Miao Yushi secretly began to contemplate selecting a special costume for Zhang Ruyin, a traditional female attire. Imagining Zhang Ruyin garbed in ancient garments, playing the guzheng and singing, Miao Yushi couldn't help but blush, her heart swelling with indescribable excitement and anticipation. She understood that this would be a unique performance, not only to mark the conclusion of military training, but also to showcase Zhang Ruyun's talent and indomitable spirit. She was determined to select a perfect ancient outfit for him, allowing him to shine with the brightest radiance on stage. Thus, Miao Yushi commenced her preparations. She first reached out to several renowned ancient costume designers, inquiring whether they had suitable outfits that matched Zhang Ruyun's physique and temperament. After a thorough selection and comparison, she finally discovered a stunning ancient costume. This attire was primarily adorned in a delicate blue hue, embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns and flying birds, perfectly complementing Zhang Ruyun's character while highlighting his Guzheng performance. Subsequently, Miao Yushi began searching for accessories and props. She knew that a great performance required not only excellent clothing, but also accompanying props and accessories. Therefore, she meticulously chose a finely crafted Guzheng, along with traditional hair ornaments and adornments. These detailed touches enhanced the overall presentation, making it more vivid and enchanting. Once everything was prepared, Miao Yushi delivered the exquisite ancient costume and accessories into Zhang Ruyun's hands. Gazing at the ensemble before him, Zhang Ruyun was momentarily speechless. He understood that all of this stemmed from Miao Yushi's care and support. Finally, the day of the performance arrived. However, with time running short, he could not make additional preparations, so he resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that he had worn it a few times before and another occasion would be inconsequential. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to deliver his best performance, not to disappoint Miao Yushi's expectations. Dressed in the ancient attire Miao Yushi had prepared for him, Zhang Ruyun stood on stage. His appearance immediately elicited gasps of awe and applause from the audience. He resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, each glance and smile captivating the hearts of those present. Standing on stage, Zhang Ruyun observed his friends below, who were fervently capturing his every moment with their cameras. And he pouted in mock annoyance. Yet that very gesture caused many hearts in the audience to flutter. Such a significant performance could not be missed by Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi, but upon seeing Zhang Ruyun's expression, Miao Yushi excitedly exclaimed to Zhang Ruodong, "Ruodong, Cici is just too adorable. That little pout is absolutely charming." As she spoke, a love-struck smile emerged on her face. This was the first time Zhang Ruodong had witnessed her brother in female attire, and she was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and his friends eagerly pressed the shutter, not wishing to miss a single second of Zhang Ruyun's stage presence, all the while flashing smiles at him in between shots. Zhang Ruyun, feeling somewhat helpless, prepared to begin playing the Guzheng as he started to strum the strings. The melodious sound resonated like a celestial symphony, immersing everyone in a state of enchantment. Each note he played was imbued with power and emotion, as if narrating his own story and journey. After the performance concluded, the audience rose to their feet, applauding fervently and showering Zhang Ruyun with high praise for his presentation. Zhang Ruyun was acutely aware that none of this would have been possible without Miao Yushi's assistance and support. He approached her, bowing deeply. "Thank you. Yushi Jie is your encouragement that allowed me to radiate my brightest light on stage." Miao Yushi smiled, shaking her head. "This is the result of your own hard work. I merely lent a small helping hand." However, immediately after, she excitedly added, Chapter 26. Resident Zhang Ruyun completed his military training performance on stage, and as the lights dimmed, applause and cheers intermingled in a chorus. He slowly descended from the stage, feeling a sense of relief from accomplishing his task, yet harboring a subtle undercurrent of tension. As he wove through the crowd, his gaze finally settled on two figures below, his sister Zhang Ruodong and her friend Miao Yushi. Both were enthusiastically waving at him, their faces beaming with anticipation and approval. Zhang Ruyun hurried towards them, his heart swelling with warmth at the sight of his loved ones. As he approached, Miao Yushi eagerly rushed forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Cici, you were simply stunning. This outfit was tailor-made for you. I knew you should trust my judgment." As he spoke, he circled around Zhang Ruyun, closely scrutinizing the ancient attire she wore, as if admiring a fine piece of art. Zhang Ruyun felt a tinge of bashfulness from Miao Yushi's enthusiasm, her cheeks flushing slightly that he glanced down at his own attire. While he had to concede that it was indeed a remarkably exquisite costume, he still felt a hint of embarrassment. "Yushi, I did ask you to help me prepare a performance outfit, but I never anticipated you would prepare such a feminine ancient dress," he remarked, his voice laced with a mixture of helplessness and shyness. Upon hearing this, Miao Yushi's smile abruptly froze, and a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. She quickly hid behind Zhang Ruodong, attempting to use her as a shield. "Well, Cici, you never said I couldn't prepare a woman's outfit. And look, you look magnificent in it. You even successfully completed the performance." she retorted stubbornly, though her voice had noticeably diminished in volume. Zhang Ruiyun listened to Miao Yushi's defense, feeling both exasperated and amused. He shook his head helplessly and let out a soft sigh. Yushi, I can't just go on stage in a short-sleeved shirt, can I? If I had known you would do this, I would have never let you help me with the outfit. His words carried a playful tone of complaint, but more so an understanding and acceptance of Miao Yushi's intentions. Zhang Ruodong watched the two lively souls bickering and smiled tenderly. She was well aware of the deep friendship between her brother and Miao Yushi and understood their way of interacting. Thus, she timely interjected to halt their playful banter. All right, enough of the teasing, Cici and Yushi. That wasn't this performance quite successful. It even exceeded our expectations. Her words were imbued with encouragement and comfort, slightly lifting Zhang Ruiyun's spirits. As the trio prepared to leave the auditorium, Zhang Ruodong noticed the curious and envious gazes directed at them. Sensing the attention, she softly cautioned Cici, Yushi, we should be on our way. There are too many people here. Let's avoid unnecessary attention. Upon hearing this, the two promptly suppressed their smiles and followed Zhang Ruodong out of the auditorium. And on their way back to the dormitory, Zhang Ruiyun's mood gradually settled, but he took out his phone. Ready to inform his roommates that he had finished the performance and was preparing to leave, as he opened the group chat, he found that Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tian Rini could hardly contain their excitement as they shared photos and videos from the performance. Zhao Wenbo had sent a photo of himself pouting in jest. Gao Yi had shared a video of his performance, while Tian Rini posted a close-up of her enraptured expression while playing. Each of them had distinctly captured his every moment. Zhang Ruiyun felt a warm swell within him as he viewed the photos and videos that he knew that his roommates had been watching over him, supporting him throughout. However, he couldn't help but think about their somewhat eccentric preferences, so he sent a message. I'm off to have dinner with my sister and the others. Enjoy the show before long, Gao Yi replied. Cici, you all go ahead. We still have a program to attend to, so be careful on your way. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Ruiyun swiftly changed out of the ancient dress and donned a comfortable casual outfit. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he felt a wave of relaxation and ease that he knew that no matter what attire he wore or what roles he played, he remained the unique Zhang Ruiyun. Subsequently, he, along with Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi, made their way to the snack street where he had sung previously. Along the way, the three engaged in lively conversation, sharing snippets of their lives and amusing anecdotes. Observing her brother in casual wear, Zhang Ruodong felt a sense of unsated longing. Suddenly, she remarked, Brother, why not just wear women's clothing from now on? I think it suits you much better. Zhang Ruiyun quickly shook his head in refusal. Sister, what kind of joke is that? I'm a pure man. How could I wear women's clothing? His tone was firm and proud, but he understood that his gender and identity were immutable and realized he should adhere to his principles and boundaries. Zhang Ruodong couldn't help but chuckle at her brother's earnestness. All right, just teasing you. But honestly, you do look quite good in women's clothing. Perhaps you should try it again sometime. Her words carried a hint of playful mockery and expectation. Yet, Zhang Ruiyun merely smiled and shook his head, indicating his disinterest in donning such attire again. As they continued along the snack street, the air was filled with tantalizing aromas that made one's mouth water. Zhang Ruiyun's stomach audibly growled, prompting laughter from Zhang Ruodong and Miao Yushi. Look at you, so hungry. Let us hurry along. There's a great spicy hot pot place up ahead, Zhang Ruodong said cheerfully, pulling her brother along. Without a second thought, Zhang Ruiyun followed his sister into the hot pot restaurant. Inside, the place was bustling with noise and activity, clearly a local favorite. They found a vacant table and began selecting their preferred ingredients. Cici, didn't you say last time that you loved tofu and greens? Be sure to grab plenty, Miao Yushi reminded while picking her ingredients. Thank you, Yushi. You should eat more too, Zhang Ruiyun replied gratefully. Feeling warmth in his heart, before long, the trio had chosen their ingredients and handed them over to the staff for cooking. While waiting, they chatted about amusing stories from their military training and their upcoming study plans. As the elder sister, Zhang Ruodong offered advice and encouragement, filling Zhang Ruiyun with confidence and anticipation for the future. When the spicy hot pot finally arrived, steaming and aromatic, Zhang Ruiyun eagerly picked up a piece of tofu and savored its delightful flavor. Feeling utterly content, Cici, you really performed wonderfully in this military training. Both Yushi and I are so proud of you, Zhang Ruodong suddenly said earnestly. Hearing this, Zhang Ren felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He recognized that his sister was encouraging him and acknowledging his hard work, that he set down his chopsticks, looked sincerely into his sister's eyes, and gratefully said, "Thank you, sister. I will keep working hard." Miao Yushi nodded in agreement. Smiling as she added, "Yes, Cici, you truly are amazing. We all believe in you." The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere growing even warmer and more harmonious. They continued to eat and chat, relishing this rare moment of leisure. After their meal, the trio decided to take a stroll in a nearby park to aid digestion. The park was lush with trees and fragrant flowers, refreshing the spirit. They walked along the lakeside path, admiring the beautiful scenery, chatting, and savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays, Zhang Ren, Zhang Ruodong, and Miao Yushi concluded their leisurely walk on their way back. Zhang Ruyin remembered his promise to his roommates and bought some fresh fruit, returning with a sense of fulfillment. Upon reaching the dormitory, the sounds of laughter and joy from within immediately captured his attention. The voices were filled with anticipation and excitement, as if a grand event were unfolding. "It's my turn. It's my turn." Zhao Wenbao's voice pierced through the door, brimming with uncontainable joy. Soon after, Tianren joined in, exclaiming, "You two have sniffed long enough. It's my turn now." Curiosity piqued. Zhang Ren gently pushed the door open. The sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. There stood Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbao, and Tianren, engrossed in sniffing the stockings, ancient costumes, and JK uniforms he had once worn, their expressions one of sheer rapture. This scene not only shocked Zhang Ruyin, but also left him feeling somewhat amused and bewildered. Just then, Zhao Wenbao, seated directly opposite the door, suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting Zhang Ruyin's. They locked eyes, as if performing a silent play, in a flurry. Zhao Wenbao hastily concealed the black stockings behind his back and nudged Gao Yi and Tianren, attempting to dissolve the awkwardness. However, Gao Yi and Tianren were lost in their own world, disturbed by Zhao Wenbao's sudden action. They looked up, ready to continue their exploration, only to inadvertently notice Zhang Ruyin's presence. The four of them froze in place, the atmosphere thick with tension, silence enveloping them. Finally, it was Tianren who broke the silence. Cici, we just wanted to help you clean these clothes. Really, we meant no harm." Zhang Ruyin, recovering from his shock, responded with a hint of disdain and mild irritation. "You three, enough already. Just give me back my clothes. I can handle it myself without your fuss." That he extended his hands, signaling for the return of his garments. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance, the three of them eventually handed over the clothes with a sense of reluctance. Upon receiving the garments, Zhang Ruyin promptly turned and stuffed them into a suitcase. Locking it securely, he then handed the fresh fruit he had purchased to Gao Yi and the others, commanding in a tone that brooked no argument. "Take these, you old perverts, and wash them clean." Gao Yi and the others exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a mutual sense of satisfaction. Despite Zhang Ruyin's masculine appearance, the regal aura he exudes, coupled with his unique queenly tone and authoritative manner, compels the three individuals to willingly accept his command, unable to extricate themselves from his influence. Although they reluctantly accept the fruits, they are acutely aware of Zhang Ruyin's temperament. They understand that the wisest course of action at this moment is to comply with his orders, lest they provoke the wrath of this queen. Thus they rise in unison, carrying the fruits towards the restroom, exchanging glances along the way, sharing this subtle mix of awkwardness and amusement. Zhang Ruyin watches their departing figures with a soft sigh. Surprised that his seemingly trivial quirks are so heavily emphasized by his roommates, he shakes his head and begins to tidy his belongings, silently resolving to be more cautious in the future to avoid such misunderstandings. Moments later, the sound of rushing water mingled with the laughter and playful banter of the trio emanates from the restroom. Zhang Ruyin chuckles helplessly, knowing that while these three jesters love to joke around, they are dependable in critical moments. He sets aside his task, walks to the window, and gazes into the night, a wave of inexplicable emotions washing over him. Perhaps this is what youth feels like. He muses softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Just then, the restroom door swings open, and Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbao, and Tianren emerge, droplets of water glistening on their faces, holding freshly washed fruits, their expressions radiant with satisfaction. Upon noticing Zhang Ruyin by the window, they gather around him, chattering apologetically and explaining themselves that we truly didn't mean it. We just wanted to smell your scent. Zhao Wenbo speaks first, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. Right. We really didn't think much of it. We just found it pleasant, Tianren hastily agrees, eager to placate Zhang Run. All right, I understand you all meant no harm. Zhang Rian turns to face them, his irritation dissipating as he sees their earnest expressions. He accepts the fruits, smiling as he says, however, do refrain from such mischief next time. My belongings are not to be trifled with at your service, your majesty. The trio replies in unison, their faces alight with playful grins. The four of them settle down together, playing with various fruits as they engage in laughter and camaraderie, quickly diving into an exhilarating game. However, in the heat of battle, as victory hangs in the balance, Zhang Ruyun, momentarily distracted, makes a critical error and meets a premature demise in the core of the team fight. This unforeseen twist casts a shadow of regret over the previously tense atmosphere. At that moment, Zhao Wenbo's voice rings out, imbued with a hint of mischief and tenderness. My hands are a bit busy right now. Could you pass me a piece of cantaloupe? Thank you, Shishi. His tone carries an implicit trust and reliance on Zhang Ruyun, as if this small request is entirely expected. Though slightly exasperated, Zhang Ruyun obliges, setting down his game, picking up a fork, and delicately lifting a tempting piece of cantaloupe to Zhao Wenbo's lips. This scene unfolds with warmth and a touch of flirtation, causing the very air around them to feel softer. Yet, this tranquility is short-lived. Tianren, witnessing the scene, suddenly wears an expression of displeasure, exclaiming, Zhao Wenbo, how can you think of taking advantage of Shishi at such a crucial moment? His tone is filled with dissatisfaction and reproach, as if Zhao Wenbo's actions are a betrayal of their team spirit. Then, swiftly shifting his focus, Tianren turns to Zhang Ruyun, pouting. Shishi, I want some too. I want you to feed me fruit as well. He opens his mouth wide, his eyes sparkling with expectation and mischief. Gao Yi, not to be left behind, quickly chimes in. Yes, Shishi, I want you to feed me too. Come put the fruit in my mouth. He mirrors the eager expression, clearly impatient. Faced with this unexpected request for feeding, Zhang Ruyun feels a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Nevertheless, he fulfills the wishes of the three, feeding them piece by piece with a gentle smile. As if this were his utmost pleasure, as for the trio, after receiving Zhang Ruyun's special attention, they are filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, akin to a buff in a game, enhancing their prowess in the ongoing battle. In the subsequent skirmishes, their synergy and camaraderie deepen, each joint endeavor making them cherish one another's presence even more. The feeding frenzy sparked by a piece of cantaloupe becomes an unforgettable anecdote in their shared memories. In the days to come, whenever they reminisce about this time, laughter will inevitably escape their lips, their hearts brimming with warmth and sweetness. That evening, the dormitory resounds with laughter and joy. Zhang Ruyun and his roommates sit together, sharing stories and dreams. They discuss future plans and envision a beautiful tomorrow that lies in this small space. They feel the warmth of home and the preciousness of friendship. Chapter 28. The National Security Sister. The curtain of military training slowly descends, akin to a cool breeze in summer, marking the end of intense, yet fulfilling days. The ensuing days herald the long-awaited holiday, a sponge that soaks up the exhaustion and sweat accumulated during training, ready to offer everyone ample rest and relaxation. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren, having endured the stringent trials of military training, opt for a more leisurely approach to embrace this holiday. They decide to indulge in the tender embrace of their beds a little longer, delaying the arrival of dawn. Outside, the morning light begins to break, yet their room remains enveloped in tranquility and serenity, punctuated only by the occasional soft snores, testament to their deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruyun, the roommate who for special reasons did not partake in the military training, can no longer contain his inner vitality, that he gently rises from his bed, his gaze affectionately sweeping over his still sleeping roommates. Their faces bear the distinctive weariness and contentment that follow military training, a resilience and courage that can only be manifested through trials and tribulations. Zhang Ruyun's heart swells with empathy and affection for them. These companions he shares his days with have long been regarded as brothers. He understands that they need not only rest, but also recognition and respect for their efforts and sacrifices. Thus, Zhang Ruiyan meticulously tidies his bed and belongings, striving to make no sound that might disturb his roommate's repose. Sitting at the edge of his bed, his gaze inevitably drifts towards his phone resting on the table. In this age of information overload, the phone has become an indispensable part of life. At this moment, Zhang Ruiyan hopes to maintain a connection with the outside world through this small window, seeking some personal joy and solace. Upon opening WeChat, a familiar chat box catches his eye. It is a conversation with Ren Xinran, a national security worker from Hunan, who graduated from the National Defense University. Their acquaintance, though brief, is filled with drama. Initially marked by polite greetings and concern, their exchanges revealed numerous shared topics and interests. Ren Xinran's name embodies a blend of resilience and gentleness. Her strong sense of responsibility and carefree nature, paired with unique insights and an extroverted personality, make her a captivating presence. Even her regal demeanor cannot obscure the warmth and sincerity within. This quality in her elicits both admiration and closeness from Zhang Ruiyan. Observing the messages from 2 days prior, a wave of warmth surges within him. He knows it is rare for Ren Xinran, amidst her busy schedule, to find time to converse with him. Now, in a relatively relaxed state, he musters the courage to express his gratitude and invite her to dinner. With a gentle tap on the screen, he sends a message. "Sister Ranran, if you have time today, I would be delighted to share a meal with you." After sending the message, he prepares to start a game, knowing Ren Xinran typically takes a while to respond. To his surprise, before the game interface even opens, Ren Xinran's reply appears on the screen. "I'm free, Shishi. Are you missing your sister? I've been thinking of you too." Her words are filled with affection and jest, wrapping Zhang Ruiyan in a comforting warmth. Shortly after, Ren Xinran teasingly adds, "But Shishi, you're really light as a feather. I could easily lift you with a princess carry." This remark elicits a chuckle from Zhang Ruiyan. He knows she is joking, yet he feels her care and affection for him. He shakes his head with a smile, grateful for such a straightforward yet thoughtful friend. He replies, "Sister Ranran, please don't tease me. I am certainly not light by any means the ITSU who possesses an astonishing strength, which is quite impressive." Their banter continues, drawing them closer with each playful exchange. Zhang Ruiyan proposed, "Since we are all free today, why not find a distinctive restaurant where we can dine and converse? It would also allow me to express my gratitude to you." Ren Xinran readily agreed, saying, "Of course, I must try the place recommended by Cici. However, I need to change my clothes first. Would you mind waiting for half an hour?" "Not at all. I shall tidy up as well. Let us meet at the school gate in half an hour." After Zhang Ruiyan replied, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. Although he had only known Ren Xinran for a short time, her candor and sincerity always brought him comfort, akin to reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. Half an hour later, Zhang Ruiyan arrived a few minutes early at the school gate. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air as he stood in the shade of a tree. Occasionally glancing towards the entrance, before long, a figure clad in casual attire, yet still exuding elegance, appeared in his line of sight. It was Ren Xinran. Her outfit today was simple, yet stylish. Her long hair casually tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and distinct features, with a soft smile gracing her lips that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. "Cici, I hope I haven't kept you waiting." Ren Xinran's voice rang out, crisp and melodious, tinged with a hint of apology. "Not at all. I just arrived myself." Zhang Ruiyan replied with a smile as they walked side by side towards a highly rated creative cuisine restaurant nearby. The ambience of the restaurant was exquisite, with a unique decor style, and each dish was presented like a work of art before the diners. Zhang Ruiyan carefully selected several signature dishes based on Ren Xinran's culinary preferences. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly, covering everything from mundane matters to personal interests and aspirations for the future, with topics both broad and profound. Several times, Zhang Ruiyan found himself captivated by Ren Xinran's smile and her tranquil demeanor while eating. Unable to tear his gaze away, "Cici, I am quite curious. What made you choose this major?" Ren Xinran suddenly inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Ruiyan paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "There isn't really a special reason. I just find this major fascinating that IT allows me to learn technical skills while also honing my critical thinking abilities. Furthermore, I hope to use my knowledge to contribute something meaningful to society in the future." Ren Xinran nodded in understanding. Indeed, Everyone has their own reasons for their choices. However, there are not many who have a clear goal and strive towards it as you do. Zhang Ruiyan smiled but said little more. He understood that his journey was still long, requiring continuous learning and growth. Yet at this moment, sharing lunch with such an outstanding friend as Ren Xinran and exchanging thoughts and feelings filled him with immense satisfaction. After their meal, the two decided to take a stroll in a nearby park to aid digestion. The park was lush with greenery, fragrant with blooming flowers, and occasionally filled with the melodious chirping of birds, adding to the tranquility and harmony of the scene. They walked and chatted, savoring this rare, leisurely time. Cici, did you know? I actually envy you. Ren Xinran suddenly stopped and said earnestly, looking at Zhang Ruiyan. Zhang Ruiyan was taken aback. Envy me? Why is that? Of course I envy you. You're just a novice fresh out of high school, and university life is so carefree that IT makes me nostalgic for those days. Now that I am working, I hardly have any free time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyan felt a surge of complex emotions that he had never imagined that someone as capable and resilient as Ren Xinran would have moments of envy towards others. He gently replied, Sister Ran, you are a role model for many. Though work is busy, it is also a testament to your worth. Moreover, I believe you must possess your own sense of peace and joy within. Ren Xinran smiled softly, a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. Yes, you are right. Everyone has their own way of living and pursuing their dreams that I merely find myself occasionally reminiscing about those simple and pure times. They continued their walk, traversing a sea of blooming flowers, arriving at a spacious lawn. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and adding warmth to the serene afternoon. They found a clean patch of grass to sit down, relishing this precious moment of tranquility and harmony. Cici, did you know? The reason I chose this job is that it allows me to feel my own sense of value, though it can be arduous. Every time I see my efforts making even a slight difference in society, I feel it is all worthwhile. Ren Xinran gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with determination. Zhang Ruiyan listened quietly, his admiration for Ren Xinran swelling within him. He had never considered that this seemingly strong woman harbored such profound reflections and aspirations that he softly remarked, Sister Ran, you are truly remarkable. Your persistence and dedication reveal to me what true courage and responsibility look like. Ren Xinran turned to Zhang Ruiyan, a hint of gratitude flickering in her eyes. Cici, you are also exceptional. Your innocence, kindness, and love for life deeply move me that I believe that as long as you maintain this original intention and passion, your future will undoubtedly be even brighter. They exchanged smiles, as if in that moment, all worries and troubles dissipated. They continued to share stories and dreams, with Zhang Ruiyan expressing his aspirations and plans for the future, while Ren Xinran offered him valuable advice and encouragement. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the last rays of the setting sun bathed the earth in golden light, they realized they had been talking for quite a while. Ren Xinran stood up, brushing off the grass from her clothes. Cici, I truly enjoyed our conversation today. However, I must head back now. I have work to attend to tonight. Zhang Ruiyan nodded reluctantly. Yes, I should return as well. Sister Ran, thank you for spending such an unforgettable afternoon with me. That you're welcome, Cici. Let us arrange to meet again when we have the time. Ren Xinran said with a smile. After waving goodbye, they each set off on their respective paths. Zhang Ruiyan watched Ren Xinran's retreating figure, his heart brimming with gratitude and warmth. He understood that he had encountered a friend and mentor worth cherishing. From that day forward, the bond between Zhang Ruiyan and Ren Xinran grew, increasingly intimate. They frequently exchanged messages on WeChat, discussing academic insights and daily trivialities, and occasionally arranged to dine or stroll together. With Ren Xinran's guidance and encouragement, Zhang Ruiyan not only made significant strides in his studies, but also gradually learned how to confront the challenges and difficulties of life. Yet, that was a tale for another time. Just as Zhang Ruiyan was enjoying a meal with Ren Xinran, a girl quietly posted a notice on the campus bulletin board, revealing an urgent desire. Wall. I am in search of someone, a mysterious girl. Regrettably, I have no knowledge of her department or class that I earnestly request Wall to lend a hand in locating her. SA reward. I am willing to offer 2,000 yuan. My contact information is attached. The number is 18619, and WeChat is the same. That I eagerly await your response. Subsequently, she carefully attached a photo, the figure in the image appearing even more enigmatic and blurred against the digital screen's backdrop. The campus bulletin board administrator, upon receiving this message, swiftly and cautiously responded that he understood that each repost could tug at the heartstrings of countless individuals. After scrutinizing the photo, he updated the notice on the board with a smile. Dear Seeker. Hello. After careful identification, the individual in the photo is, in fact, a dashing young man named Zhang Run. Although my knowledge of him extends no further than his name, I have done my best to post your request here, hoping to provide you with a hint. Before long, the girl replied in astonishment. What? A boy. I always thought she was a girl. I never expected her to be a young man with such an impressive demeanor. This twist is truly unexpected. However, this has become a significant source of inspiration for my comic creation that I had been struggling with selecting a character for the female lead, and now that I have his contact information, perhaps our relationship can grow closer, which would undoubtedly benefit my creative process. Imagining having such a handsome boyfriend by my side every day makes my heart race with excitement. How thrilling! This episode quietly circulated within the campus, becoming a topic of conversation among the students. Zhang Ruyun's name thus became intertwined with a story of misunderstanding and coincidence, adding an unusual hue to the otherwise tranquil campus life. Meanwhile, the girl, driven by her passion for comics and curiosity for the unknown, embarked on a remarkable journey of acquaintance and understanding with Zhang Ruoyan. As she eagerly pressed the send button, an unexpected encounter began to unfold. Her heart brimmed with curiosity and gratitude toward Zhang Ruoyan. This sudden surge of inspiration made her feel as though she could see the unique colors of the comic world gradually coming to life. Before long, she obtained Zhang Ruoyan's contact information from one of her classmates. The next day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow on every corner of the campus, adorning this ordinary day with a layer of radiant brilliance. With a mixture of nervousness and excitement, she dialed Zhang Ruoyan's number. Out on the other end of the line came a deep, magnetic voice imbued with an irresistible charm. At that moment, she felt as if she could glimpse the enigmatic figure from the photograph, establishing a connection with her in a manner she had never anticipated. Hello, this is Zhang Ruoyan. How may I assist you? His voice carried a hint of curiosity, yet predominantly exuded politeness and warmth. Taking a deep breath, the girl endeavored to sound as natural as possible. Hello, Zhang Ruoyan. I found your contact through the campus wall. I have a small request. Would it be possible for us to meet and discuss in detail? Zhang Ruoyan paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, Of course, I would be delighted to be known better. However, I am currently occupied with classes. Could we arrange to meet at a CF off campus? The girl nodded eagerly. Even though he couldn't see her, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. That's wonderful. Thank you. You set the time and place, and I will be there punctually. After hanging up, the girl's emotions remained in a state of turmoil. She began to envision the scene of meeting Zhang Ruoyan, her heart filled with both curiosity about the unknown and anticipation for her own creative endeavors. She resolved to utilize this time to transform the inspiration from the previous night into a rough draft of her comic. Perhaps this would serve as the finest testament to their acquaintance. Chapter 30. The bet Zhang Ruoyan exuded an air of tranquility, unburdened by worries, his gaze inadvertently landing on his three protégés. They were each engrossed in their phones, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Gao Yi and Tian Rini appeared to be immersed in a delightful competitive game, occasionally exchanging strategic updates and passionately debating which weapon was superior. The atmosphere brimming with youthful exuberance and fervor. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbo, the boy who typically wore a playful smile, now sat alone at the bedside, his phone still firmly in hand, yet his smile bore a hint of mystery and cunning, as if he were concocting some undisclosed scheme. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his stride imbued with a sense of resolution as he made his way to the computer desk that he asked the computer word to life. He swiftly opened a window that seemed to harbor an abyss capable of consuming all light, exuding an indescribable aura of the dark web. This scene undeniably ignited a profound curiosity within Zhang Ruoyan. He stealthily approached, positioning himself behind Zhao Wenbo, slightly leaning in, his eyes tracking every movement. Zhao Wenbo's fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable agility and precision, finally pausing at a backend program named Green Bubble. He stumbled upon a seemingly neglected group chat and, without hesitation, sent a message. Brothers, I've got work. The group erupted into a frenzy, akin to a pack of slumbering lions awakened abruptly that an array of inquiries flooded in. What work? What is it about? Is there compensation? Zhao Wenbo dismissed them all, patiently awaiting the opportune moment that at last. He composed a message that conveyed an undeniable resolve. Recently, that audacious domestic scam syndicate online has caught my attention. I have decided to take matters into my own hands. Not for revenge, but because I cannot tolerate their collusion with certain dark forces in Southeast Asia, that I aim to expose their true nature and restore clarity to society. At the moment he pressed enter, an unprecedented light gleamed in Zhao Wenbo's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyan could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhao Wenbo, what exactly are you doing? His voice was soft yet tinged with concern. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Zhao Wenbo turned sharply, the distance between them so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Zhang Ruiyan quickly stepped back, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Zhao Wenbo, momentarily flustered, soon regained his composure, smiling as he explained. I plan to collaborate with my hacker friends to infiltrate that criminal syndicate's network system and see if we can locate their hideout, subsequently uploading the information anonymously to a reporting site. You can hack. A flicker of surprise and intrigue danced in Zhang Ruiyan's eyes. Zhao Wenbo raised an eyebrow with pride. Naturally, my hacking skills are among the best in Huaxia. Though I may seem carefree, I can be quite formidable when I put my mind to it. Zhang Ruiyan appeared skeptical. Just you? I find that hard to believe. Zhao Wenbo, feeling challenged, exclaimed. Why not? I have real skills, you know. Let us make a bet. Zhang Ruiyan's competitive spirit was fully ignited. What shall we wager? Zhao Wenbo, eager to secure the bet before Zhang Ruiyan could back out, quickly declared, this criminal syndicate has 5 firewalls, and I bet I can be the primary one to crack them, that if I win, you must agree to 3 things for me. If I lose, I'll buy you the 3 most expensive game skins. Zhang Ruiyan readily agreed. Deal. Upon receiving Zhang Ruiyan's affirmation, Zhao Wenbo seemed infused with boundless motivation, but he swiftly announced his plan in the group. Brothers, I will personally lead the charge to breach the firewalls. Everyone, please cooperate fully, and afterward, I will distribute 20 generous red envelopes as thanks. Additionally, I made a bet with my friend and hope you all will lend a helping hand. The group responded in unison. Okay, no problem. We've got your back. As Zhao Wenbo's fingers danced over the code software, a battle of justice and technology quietly commenced. Zhang Ruiyan stood by, watching with a heart full of anticipation and unease. He wished for Zhao Wenbo to succeed, yet also harbored some reservations about the risks involved. However, his desire for the former outweighed the latter. He understood that this wager was not merely about winning or losing, but rather concerned a young man's conviction and courage, as well as their potential to bring a glimmer of light and hope to the world. As time progressed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and grave. Zhao Wenbo's eyes were fixated on the screen, his fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard, each keystroke seemingly bearing the weight of the world. Zhang Ruiyan stood nearby, striving to maintain composure. Yet the inner turmoil proved difficult to quell, that he felt proud of Zhao Wenbo's bravery, while simultaneously worrying about the potential dangers he might face. Wenbo, are you sure you want to go through with this? Zhang Ruiyan could not help but ask again, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. Zhao Wenbo did not turn around but calmly replied, CC. Some things must be done by someone that I cannot stand idly by while innocent people suffer. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged within Zhang Ruiyan that he knew Zhao Wenbo's character. Once he made a decision, he would not easily waver. Thus, he refrained from further words, silently standing by to support Zhao Wenbo. As Zhao Wenbo delved deeper, they discovered that the scam syndicate's network system was far more intricate than anticipated. The 5 firewalls were intricately layered, each resembling a meticulously designed labyrinth, rendering them elusive. However, Zhao Wenbo and his hacker friends did not falter. Instead, their determination intensified. Everyone, the first firewall has been breached. Now on to the second. Zhao Wenbo exclaimed excitedly in the group. The tense atmosphere caught the attention of Gao Yi and Tianren, who were engrossed in their games, prompting them to join in. Zhang Ruiyan signaled for them to be quiet and discreetly recounted the entire situation to them. Meanwhile, on Zhao Wenbo's end, the group erupted into cheers, congratulating one another as they resumed their intense work. Zhang Ruiyan observed this scene, Feeling both moved and proud, he recognized that, despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, these hackers could rise to the occasion and fight for justice when it mattered most. However, the good times were short-lived. When Zhao Wenbo and his team attempted to breach the third firewall, they encountered unprecedented challenges. This firewall not only boasted advanced encryption techniques, but also seemed to harbor some unknown attack mechanisms that in an instant, the entire team found themselves at an impasse. Wenbo, what do we do? This firewall is too formidable, a hacker friend asked anxiously. Zhao Wenbo furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the screen rapidly, that he understood that any oversight at this moment could lead to utter failure. Therefore, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Everyone, don't panic. Let us analyze the situation again. Zhao Wenbo spoke in a low voice. Under his leadership, the team members once again engaged in an in-depth analysis and discussion regarding the firewall. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered a minuscule vulnerability. Though seemingly insignificant, it proved to be the key to their breakthrough that we found it. Everyone, get ready. We'll tackle this from here. Zhao Wenbo exclaimed with excitement. Following his command, the team members sprang into action. After a tense series of maneuvers, they successfully breached the third firewall. Soon after, the fourth and fifth firewalls were also dismantled in succession. That we did it. We succeeded. A chorus of cheers erupted within the group. Zhao Wenbo also revealed a long-awaited smile, aware that this moment of triumph belonged not just to him, but to the entire team and all those who fought for justice. However, the joy of victory did not linger for long. When they attempted to upload the acquired information to the reporting website, they unexpectedly fell victim to a hacker attack. Clearly, the scam syndicate had detected their actions and initiated countermeasures. This is bad. We're under attack, one of the hacker friends exclaimed. Zhao Wenbo's expression turned grave in an instant, that he understood that any lapse in focus could not only nullify their efforts, but also jeopardize the entire team's safety. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Zhao Wenbo commanded sternly. Under his guidance, the team members swiftly mounted a counterattack. They utilized their hacking skills to engage in an intense struggle against the syndicate as hackers. The room was filled with an atmosphere of tension and fervor. After a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in fending off the hackers and successfully uploaded the information to the reporting website. In that moment, the entire team basked in the euphoria of victory. Their identities remained undisclosed, while the criminal group found themselves under the scrutiny of the Inspection Bureau. Chapter 31. Conditions. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Wenbo, who, with extraordinary skill, had successfully breached the seemingly indestructible firewall, illuminating a guiding beacon amidst the boundless digital ocean. Soon after, even more exhilarating news arrived. He had precisely pinpointed the hidden lair of the criminal organization, marking a significant victory for justice. Gao Yi and Tianren had left midway through Zhao Wenbo's endeavor and missed this captivating progression that a surge of complex emotions welled up within Zhang Ruiyun, intertwining joy and anxiety, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling yet tinged with a barely perceptible shadow. The joy stemmed from her deep admiration and trust in Zhao Wenbo's capabilities. She recognized that this string of remarkable achievements reflected countless attempts and relentless efforts on Zhao Wenbo's part, as well as a perfect manifestation of his wisdom and courage. Zhang Ruiyun felt a swell of pride and satisfaction for her partner's success, as if sharing in this glory herself. Yet, amidst the joy, a faint trace of sorrow unexpectedly surfaced. Reflecting on the earlier wager with Zhao Wenbo, Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but smile wryly. She had never anticipated that a moment of impulsiveness would lead to such consequences. The terms of the wager were simple and direct. Should Zhao Wenbo successfully breach the firewall and locate the criminal group's hideout, Zhang Ruiyun would have to fulfill 3 of his requests. Now, having won the bet with an impeccable performance, Zhao Wenbo's triumph left Zhang Ruiyun facing the promises she had made. She pondered what those 3 requests might entail. Although Zhao Wenbo typically appeared carefree, he consistently exhibited extraordinary decisiveness and profound insight at critical moments. Zhang Ruiyun worried that he might propose requests that were extraordinary, perhaps even somewhat embarrassing. This uncertainty left her feeling both anxious and helpless, as if standing at a crossroads in life, with every choice fraught with the unknown and challenges. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruiyun knew that as a person of integrity, she must honor her commitments, regardless of the nature of Zhao Wenbo's requests. She would strive to fulfill them, even if it meant overcoming her internal barriers and self-imposed limitations. Thus, she spoke, "Zhao Wenbo, I never expected your skills to be so exceptional. Just how long have you been practicing?" This remark escaped from Li Hao's lips, imbued with astonishment and admiration. Zhao Wenbo, the typically low-key colleague, had captivated everyone present at the gathering with his astonishing prowess, particularly his deft techniques, as if refined through countless trials. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenbo's lips curved into a subtle smile, and he gently shook his head, responding in a jesting tone. "Oh, it's merely third in the world, just some trivial skills." However, when it came to the duration of his practice, he mused, "Well, I've been involved in this since elementary school. Back then, it was merely out of curiosity and passion, never anticipating that this pursuit would extend over so many years that I asked for the specific duration. I can hardly recall. Time flies. And here we are at this juncture." Zhao Wenbo's gaze suddenly brightened as he looked at Zhang Ruiyan, a teasing smile playing upon his lips. "But, shouldn't you be fulfilling your promise? You've lost our previous wager quite decisively." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of regret washing over her as she lowered her head and replied softly, "Had I known you were this formidable, I would have refrained from betting with you so easily. All right, I concede. I agree to your 3 requests, provided they are not excessive." Her voice carried a hint of prideful defiance, yet it was underscored by recognition of Zhao Wenbo's prowess and a sense of resignation. Zhao Wenbo's smile widened at her words, and he calmly replied, "Rest assured, they will not be excessive to Shishi. Why don't you lie down on the bed?" The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room became decidedly delicate. Although Zhang Ruiyan felt a twinge of apprehension, she understood that having already agreed to the wager, she had no choice but to comply with Zhao Wenbo's instructions. With a measured pace, she stood up and walked toward the bed, silently praying that Zhao Wenbo's request would not be too outrageous. As she gently reclined on the soft bedding, Zhao Wenbo followed suit. Taking a seat beside her and gazing tenderly at Zhang Ruiyan as he softly instructed, "Shishi, you need to do this next." Following Zhao Wenbo's guidance, Zhang Ruiyan began to act according to his requests. She first adjusted her posture to lie more comfortably on the bed. She now do this. After some time, Zhang Ruiyan, feeling helpless, glanced down at Zhao Wenbo, who was reclining on her lap, demanding to be fed fruit. With a resigned smile, she held a grape and playfully adopted a teasing tone, saying, "Young master, open your mouth for the grape." Upon hearing Zhang Ruiyan's voice and inhaling her fragrant scent, Zhao Wenbo opened his mouth, and she slowly placed the grape into his mouth, rolling her eyes in a dramatic fashion. It turned out that after instructing Zhang Ruiyan to lie down, Zhao Wenbo had removed her socks and prepared a pair of sheer stockings for her to wear. Although Zhang Ruiyan had resisted a few times, the threat of the matter unfolded as follows. Chapter 32. Defining Relationships. Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tian Ren meticulously analyzed the events that transpired. Upon finishing their discourse, Gao Yi and Tian Ren exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with unspoken understanding and intricate scheming. In contrast, Zhao Wenbo remained entranced by the recent delicate and smooth sensations that invigorated his spirit. Savoring the moment as if time had momentarily frozen, that instant, Gao Yi and Tian Ren, in perfect harmony, pushed open the balcony door and stepped into their own little realm. Their silhouettes elongated under the fading rays of the setting sun, emanating an ineffable air of conspiracy that ignited boundless imagination. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyan emerged, transformed, before everyone's eyes, as if the previous image of him clad in a maid's outfit had merely been a figment of illusion. Were it not for the subtle flush lingering on his ears, one would hardly believe he could effect such a remarkable metamorphosis in the blink of an eye, a transformation that was truly breathtaking. Feigning calmness, Zhang Ruiyan unlocked his phone screen, revealing a message from Miao Yushi that had just arrived moments ago. Eagerly, he tapped on the voice message, and Miao Yushi's alluring voice flowed forth. "CC. Are you free today? How about we go watch a movie? I happen to have some spare time. CC, won't you accompany me? I'm really quite bored all alone." Her voice was gentle, yet filled with anticipation, as if it could transcend the screen and reach the depths of one's heart. Zhang Ruiyan's fingers trembled slightly, his gaze lingering on the screen, a tumult of emotions swelling within him. He understood well that Miao Yushi's invitation entailed more than merely watching a film. It concealed a delicate and intricate emotional entanglement between them. With a soft sigh, he gazed towards the distant horizon where the sun was gradually sinking, lost in contemplation. Wenbo, I need to step out for a while. Zhang Ruyun's voice shattered the tranquility of the room, striving to sound nonchalant, concealing any hint of unease. Zhao Wenbo snapped back to reality, noting Zhang Ruyun's readiness to depart. Curiosity piqued. In such a hurry? Where are you off to? Miao Yushi has invited me to see a movie. She mentioned that the new release is quite good. Zhang Ruyun replied while donning his jacket, a fleeting hesitation flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenbo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Oh, then do enjoy your little world together. His words, tinged with playful teasing, nonetheless conveyed a subtle concern for his friend's feelings. Gao Yi and Tian Rini exchanged glances. Seemingly attuned to one another's thoughts, they recognized that the relationship between Zhang Ruyun and Miao Yushi was far more intricate than it appeared, and this unexpected movie invitation might serve as a pivotal moment in their connection. Be safe and reach out if you need anything. Zhao Wenbo patted Zhang Ruyun's shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement and support. Zhang Ruyun nodded and turned to leave the room. His steps appeared light. Yet his heart churned with a myriad of emotions. Having known Miao Yushi for many years, their relationship had evolved from innocent naivety to a current ambiguity, their feelings resembling a winding stream, sometimes flowing serenely, at other times rushing tumultuously. Upon arriving at the cinema, Zhang Ruyun spotted Miao Yushi from afar. She wore a simple white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. Her striking figure, complemented by her youthful visage, was simply captivating. As Zhang Ruyun approached, several young men attempted to engage her, yet all were swiftly rebuffed. Amidst the crowd, she seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. Drawing all eyes toward her, Zhang Ruyun's heart raced, and he hurried forward, standing beside Miao Yushi. Have you been waiting long? He inquired, a hint of apology lacing his voice. Not at all, I just arrived myself. Miao Yushi responded with a gentle smile that resembled the warm sun of spring, bright and comforting. She lightly looped her arm through Zhang Ruyun's, and together they entered the cinema. The film was a romantic horror story, narrating a tale of love transcending time as the protagonists encountered eerie and terrifying events during their travels. As the plot unfolded, horror ensued. Upon reaching their inn, the female lead, upon entering the bathroom, was confronted by an indescribable ghostly figure devoid of eyes, blood oozing from the empty sockets. This scene left many in the cinema covering their eyes in fear, while Zhang Ruyun remained unfazed. However, Miao Yushi was a different story. Frightened, she dove into Zhang Ruyun's embrace. After a moment, Miao Yushi collected herself and sat back up, while Zhang Ruyun remained momentarily stunned, both awkwardly watching the film amidst the tension. Miao Yushi's embarrassment eclipsed her initial fright, especially as the film concluded with the protagonists embracing passionately, love radiating from their every gesture. As the credits rolled, despite maintaining a respectful distance in the darkness. An indescribable awkwardness hung in the air between Zhang Ruyun and Miao Yushi. After the movie, Miao Yushi suggested a stroll in a nearby park. The night was gentle, the moonlight ethereal, as they walked along the tranquil path, the occasional night breeze offering a refreshing chill. Suddenly, Miao Yushi halted, turning to face Zhang Ruyun, her eyes shimmering with earnestness. She hesitated, as if a multitude of words danced on the tip of her tongue. Yet she did not know how to begin. Zhang Ruyun's heart tightened. He had a vague inkling of what she wished to convey. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered the courage to respond. Yushi, I know there has always been something ambiguous between us, that I have liked you for a long time, that I in that moment. As the words left his lips, Zhang Ruyun felt his heart racing, almost leaping from his chest. He anxiously awaited Miao Yushi's reaction, fearing that his confession might disrupt the delicate harmony they shared. Yet a look of relief graced Miao Yushi's face. She gently took Zhang Ruyun's hand, her voice soft. Me too. Ruyun, I have been waiting for you to say that. Shall we take a step further? At her words, an indescribable joy surged within Zhang Ruyun. He grasped Miao Yushi's hand tightly, as if terrified of losing this hard-won happiness. Under the moonlight, they exchanged smiles, and all hesitation and uncertainty dissipated in that moment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Ren eagerly shared the delightful news with Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tian Rini. Their faces lit up with joy upon hearing it. Showering him with heartfelt blessings, "It seems our movie night has not only fostered your love, but has also marked the beginning of something beautiful," Zhao Wenbo remarked with a smile. "Indeed, fate can be quite wondrous at times." Gao Yi concurred. Tian Rini patted Zhang Rui's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Cherish it well, Ren. Love is a rare treasure that requires mutual nurture." Chapter 33. The last day of vacation, Zhang Rui's heart surged with tumultuous waves of emotion. Akin to the relentless crashing of ocean tides, stirred by a sudden, joyous revelation, as night descended. The stars adorned the vast expanse of the sky, yet sleep eluded him, and his thoughts galloped like wild stallions. Racing freely through his mind, that he tossed and turned upon the plush bed, each movement accompanied by boundless anticipation and yearning for the future. Time slipped away quietly, and as the clock approached 4 in the morning, fatigue finally triumphed over excitement. He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to a world filled with sweetness and dreams. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the gaps in the curtains, gently caressing the room, Gao Yi awoke quietly amid the tranquility and beauty. Unlike his usual languor, he felt an invisible force propelling him, and he swiftly and methodically made his bed, donned neat attire, and lightly descended from the bed. His heart brimmed with anticipation and longing for this special day, and every action revealed his inner joy and exhilaration. When his gaze tenderly fell upon Zhang Rui's serene, picturesque sleeping face, time seemed to freeze in that moment. The morning light cast a particularly gentle glow upon his features, and his long eyelashes rested delicately upon his eyelids, resembling two small fans that added an air of mystery and tranquility to his beauty. Unable to resist, he lifted his phone and gently pressed the shutter, capturing this warm and lovely scene. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gao Yi's phone wallpaper had subtly transformed to a photo of Zhang Ruiyun in slumber. Each time he unlocked his phone, the first sight to greet him was that peaceful and beautiful visage that he meticulously examined every detail he had captured, from the strands of hair to the eyelashes, from the corners of the mouth to the cheeks. Each angle appeared flawless and perfect. His heart overflowed with satisfaction and happiness, as if he possessed the most precious treasure in the world. Subsequently, Gao Yi quietly completed his morning routine, careful not to disturb the serene atmosphere. But he stealthily exited the dormitory, having already mapped out plans for the day's itinerary, that he knew this was their last day of vacation. A splendid opportunity to create beautiful memories together. Around 9 o'clock, Gao Yi returned to the dormitory, carrying a steaming breakfast, a tea that moment. Tian Rini and Zhao Wenbo had already awakened, and the two were animatedly discussing their plans for the final day of vacation. Tian Rini suggested heading to the gym, believing it would not only allow them to exercise but also showcase their prowess, perhaps even attracting the attention of some girls. Zhao Wenbo, on the other hand, proposed a trip to the water park, unabashedly admitting, "After all, I can't conceal my old pervert's intentions." The two argued passionately, each defending their viewpoint. With a smile, Gao Yi entered the dormitory, placing the breakfast on the table and interrupting their debate. He suggested they finish breakfast before deliberating on their destination. The three quickly gathered around the table, enjoying their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. When Zhang Ruiyun gradually awakened, he realized he had missed breakfast. Yet he felt neither hunger nor dissatisfaction. Instead, he was enveloped by the warm and harmonious ambience of the dormitory. Sitting on the bed, he daydreamed for a moment before dressing and proceeding to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he approached the table and felt a surge of warmth upon seeing the breakfast Gao Yi had prepared for him, that he glanced gratefully at Gao Yi before taking a seat to enjoy the meal. Noticing this, Gao Yi urged, "Cici, hurry and eat your breakfast. Once you're done, let's discuss where to go. We must make this last day of vacation meaningful." Zhang Ruiyun nodded in agreement, hastening his pace. After finishing breakfast, the four gathered together to strategize their plans for the day. Tian Rini and Zhao Wenbo once again presented their suggestions, but Gao Yi skillfully navigated through their ideas that he patiently listened to everyone's opinions before proposing. "I believe we should visit the water park. That IT offers numerous entertaining water attractions where we can fully relish the summer's coolness while also strengthening our friendship and camaraderie." His words brimmed with sincerity and anticipation. stirring excitement among the other three. Ultimately, the four reached a unanimous decision to spend the last day of their vacation at the water park. Of course, Gao Yi's proposal garnered support, not only due to his inherent charm, but also because he understood Zhang Ruyun's fondness for water activities. He yearned for the chance to share delightful moments with Zhang Ruyun. His heart swelled with expectation and longing, as if he could already envision them frolicking joyfully in the water park. As sunlight streamed through the gaps in the car windows, illuminating the smiling faces of the four, they drove towards the exhilarating water park. The atmosphere within the vehicle was light and cheerful, filled with excited discussions about the impending adventure. However, in an unsuspecting moment, an unexpected dilemma shattered this harmony. They had all forgotten to bring swimsuits. This unforeseen discovery instantly thickened the air with tension. But a clever decision soon resolved the minor crisis. How about this, Gao Yi? You're quick, so you go to the nearby swimsuit store and select a set of swimsuits for each of us. The three of us will head to the supermarket nearby to grab some snacks and water. What do you think? Zhang Ruyun suggested, a hint of mischief in his voice, as if he had already foreseen the challenge Gao Yi was about to face. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini nodded in agreement, recognizing that in this critical moment, Gao Yi's decisiveness and initiative were their most reliable assets. Thus, the four swiftly divided their tasks, with Gao Yi feeling a mix of reluctance and excitement. Leaping out of the car and making his way to the nearby swimsuit store. Inside the store, a vibrant array of swimsuits adorned the walls and shelves, each style more dazzling than the last. Standing in the center of the store, Gao Yi surveyed his surroundings, silently lamenting his predicament. But he was not particularly attuned to fashion, let alone the intricacies of selecting swimsuits. However, since the task had fallen upon him, he resolved to push forward. First, he thought of himself, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, quickly selecting three simple yet stylish pairs of swim trunks from the men's section. These trunks were practical and suited their personalities, which left Gao Yi feeling quite pleased. When he turned his attention to Zhang Ruyun, contemplating which swimsuit to choose for him, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. The women's section featured a plethora of swimsuits, ranging from modest one-pieces to alluring bikinis. Gao Yi recalled that Zhang Ruyun, despite being male, often exhibited a somewhat feminine demeanor, shaped by years of habit, that he hoped to select a swimsuit that would not only align with Zhang Ruyun's character, but also showcase his unique charm. Just then, his gaze was captivated by a backless swim dress. This elegant black piece, with its flowing skirt, featured a strikingly unique design that cleverly concealed Zhang Ruyun's hips while accentuating his slender waist and smooth back, rendering his figure all the more enchanting. Moreover, the dress's cut and style were meticulously tailored to flatter Zhang Ruyun's physique, ensuring he would stand out in any crowd. Gao Yi silently marveled at the ingenious design of the swim dress while imagining how Zhang Ruyun would look wearing it. He was confident that with Zhang Ruyun's beauty and charisma, complemented by this exquisite swim dress, he would undoubtedly become the most radiant presence in the water park. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly picked up the swim dress, intending it as a delightful surprise for Zhang Ruyun. Having completed the selection of swimsuits, Gao Yi swiftly checked out and exited the store, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. He could hardly wait to see Zhang Ruyun in this stunning swim dress. Chapter 34. China's Zhang Ruyun was entirely unprepared for the situation that awaited him, while Gao Yi remained tight-lipped, secretly wary of him, fearing that upon glimpsing the swimsuit, Zhang Ruyun might be tempted to visit a shop at the water park to select his own swim trunks, thereby rejecting the carefully chosen outfit Gao Yi had picked out for him. As the four of them journeyed together, laughter and chatter filled the air. Gao Yi deftly sidestepped the sensitive topic of swimsuits, yet he exchanged subtle glances with Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini, conveying unspoken messages. This silent understanding allowed Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini to grasp the situation at once, for among men, sometimes a mere glance could convey more than 1,000 words. However, Zhang Ruyun remained blissfully unaware of these nuanced exchanges. And thus the three, each harboring their own thoughts, continued their cheerful banter as they made their way towards the water park. Upon arriving at the water park, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Suddenly, Gao Yi halted, breaking the team's jovial spirit with a soft whisper. "Sorry, everyone. I need to step away for a moment to use the restroom. You all enjoy a moment of peace here," upon concluding his words. He cast a meaningful glance at Tian Rui, as if an unspoken secret signal passed between them. Subsequently, Gao Yi did not proceed directly towards the restroom. Instead, he artfully took a detour, ultimately halting in front of a nearby swimwear boutique. Observing this, Tian Rui's lips curled into a knowing smile, and he swiftly concocted an excuse. "Oh dear, I suddenly feel a bit unwell in my stomach. I may need to step away for a moment. Please bear with me." That he intentionally selected the other side of the water park, where the uniquely designed second swimwear store awaited, subtly echoing Gao Yi's intentions. Their outing had been meticulously planned in advance, and the three of them were well-versed in the layout of the water park, particularly the strategically positioned swimwear shops. Upon entering the store, Gao Yi and Tian Rui engaged in brief, yet effective negotiations with their respective store managers, generously paying a deposit while solemnly presenting a special request. When the distinguished guest, Zhang Ruiyan, visits, they must not sell her any men's swimwear. To ensure absolute adherence to this arrangement, they even presented a photograph of Zhang Ruiyan. Upon seeing the striking and commanding figure in the photo, who was in reality a boy concealing his identity, the managers smiled knowingly and assured them they would strictly uphold this clandestine agreement. The two swimwear stores featured an ingenious design, with the sections for men's and women's swimwear separated by a delicate curtain, while the men's swimwear was cleverly concealed in the farthest recesses of the shop. Once the curtain was drawn, the outside world was entirely shielded from view. This layout undoubtedly heightened their chances of success in executing their plan. Before long, Gao Yi and Tian Rui returned to the group almost simultaneously, both wearing enigmatic smiles, while Zhang Ruiyan remained blissfully unaware, lost in anticipation of the forthcoming adventures in the water park. The quartet continued onward, their destination being a changing room composed of several independent cubicles, which lacked clear gender divisions, thus providing further possibilities for their scheme. Upon reaching the changing room, Gao Yi swiftly retrieved the pre-prepared swimwear from his backpack, distributing it among his companions. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rui eagerly accepted their swim trunks, without a moment's hesitation, darting into the changing room. When it was Zhang Ruiyan's turn, Gao Yi handed him a meticulously selected swimsuit while he himself feigned a need to step into the changing room, anxious that Zhang Ruiyan might suddenly realize and seize the specially tailored swimsuit. Initially, Zhang Ruiyan perceived no issue as he accepted the swimsuit, only noting that its fabric seemed considerably thicker than standard swim trunks. Glancing at his companions, who were anxiously awaiting, he assumed their urgency stemmed from a desire to dive into the water, and thus he hastily entered the changing room. However, upon unfolding the swimsuit and comprehending its design, his expression turned ashen, followed by an enraged outcry. "Gao Yi!" He stormed out of the changing room, heading straight for Gao Yi's cubicle, pounding on the door and demanding to know, "Gao Yi, come out. What on earth is this? How am I supposed to wear it?" Inside, Gao Yi could barely contain his laughter, responding with silence. Frustrated and hopping mad outside the door, Zhang Ruiyan declared that he would go buy a suitable swimsuit himself. Yet, when he entered the two swimwear stores with hope, he was informed that all men's swimwear had been sold out. Stunned, he exited the shop, filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly return to the entrance of the changing room, waiting for Gao Yi to emerge and demand an explanation. When Gao Yi finally appeared, Zhang Ruiyan approached him like an irate little lion. Due to a slight difference in height, he had to look up at Gao Yi's slightly provocative expression and indignantly exclaimed, "Gao Yi, you did this on purpose, didn't you? There's no way I can wear this outside." "What now?" Gao Yi feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "Oh, I just wanted you to give it a try. This swimsuit accentuates your beauty while perfectly concealing your figure. What's not to like?" Zhang Ruiyan, upon hearing this, was infuriated further. "You've been planning this all along, haven't you? I'm not wearing it. What are you going to do about it?" Just then, Tian Rui and Zhao Wenbo emerged from the changing room one after another. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles before gradually closing in on Zhang Ruiyan, forming a circle around him. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyan felt a surge of trepidation. "What are you all up to?" Before he could finish, Gao Yi had already lunged forward, hoisting Zhang Ruiyan up and heading back toward the changing room, with the other two trailing closely behind, swimwear in hand. Inside the changing room, Zhang Ruiyan's voice echoed, "Don't do this. I was wrong. Stop tickling me. I'll put it on myself. Don't take off my clothes." Moments later, the changing room door swung open once more, revealing a visibly aggrieved Zhang Ruiyan that he had reluctantly donned the specially selected swimsuit. Although his expression remained unsatisfied, there was a glint of resignation and compromise in his bright eyes. The three, Gao Yi, Tian Rui, and Zhao Wenbo, looked upon him with pride and satisfaction, as if all their efforts and schemes had culminated in this very moment. Dressed in swimwear, Zhang Ruiyun was breathtakingly beautiful. His tall and slender figure was perfectly accentuated by the swimsuit, which, despite its simplicity, exuded a unique allure. His skin, pale as snow, contrasted sharply with the black swimwear, enhancing his captivating beauty and noble elegance. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, gently brushing against his fair skin, imparting an air of mystery and temptation. His face was exquisitely crafted, with slightly raised eyebrows and captivating eyes that shimmered with an enchanting charm. His lips, slightly pursed, wore a look of grievance, as if showcasing his discontent and reluctance to the world. Zhang Ruiyun exuded an air of grace, his every gesture radiating a sense of nobility. His very presence seemed designed to capture the attention of all, rendering them utterly enamored in that moment. Zhang Ruiyun resembled a captivating enchantress, alluring hearts with an air of seduction. His commanding presence carried with it an aura that discouraged casual approach, yet rendered his charm utterly irresistible. The black swimsuit appeared tailor-made for him, highlighting his physical advantages while adding an enigmatic allure. Chapter 35. The emerging lotus. Zhang Ruiyun's eyes sparkled with defiance as he witnessed the triumphant demeanor of Gao Yi and his companions. The flames of his anger igniting like dry tinder, blazing fiercely within him. However, he chose to bear this frustration alone, his steps heavy as he moved toward a nearby bench, as if each stride was laden with immense emotional weight. He settled down slowly, curling into a ball, burying his face deeply in the crook of his arm, as if to compress all his grievances, anger, and unwillingness into that confined space, refusing to let them escape. Gao Yi, Tian Rui, and Zhao Wenbo observed this scene, their hearts stirred by a complex mix of emotions. Guilt and helplessness intertwined within them. They exchanged subtle glances, which conveyed both sympathy for Zhang Ruiyun's plight and regret for their own inappropriate actions. Yet, confronted with Zhang Ruiyun's silence and refusal, they found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, resorting to anxious discussions about potential strategies. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyun, despite exuding an air of grievance and surrounded by a stifling atmosphere, maintained his unique charm. Clad in a simple yet elegant black swimsuit, its cut perfectly accentuated his graceful form, embodying both feminine softness and an indescribable resilience and strength. He sat there quietly, seemingly isolated from the world, yet inadvertently becoming the focal point of attention. Those with ulterior motives cast predatory glances, like ravenous beasts seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities, while the innocent, idealistic young men were drawn to his unique aura, casting admiring looks in his direction. Gao Yi and his companions keenly observed this, their hearts racing with concern. They recognized that their actions had indeed crossed a line, and guilt weighed heavily upon them as they racked their brains. Stealing glances at Zhang Ruiyun, fearful of missing any opportunity for reconciliation that moment, a self-important, somewhat awkward young man approached Zhang Ruiyun confidently, seemingly intent on seizing the moment. However, Gao Yi's response was swift and decisive. Like a keen-eyed leopard, he immediately recognized the potential threat. Without hesitation, he positioned himself between the young man and Zhang Ruiyun, erecting an impenetrable barrier with his formidable presence. His gaze was resolute and powerful, as if declaring to all, Zhang Ruiyun is his friend, and he would not allow anyone to take advantage of her vulnerability. In that instant, Gao Yi embodied the valiant knight, safeguarding his princess, his actions exemplifying the true essence of friendship and loyalty. The awkward young man, whose face was marked by lewdness, attempted to circumvent Gao Yi, but Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rui timely stepped forward, acting as two unyielding fortresses that stood before him. Realizing he could not pass, he awkwardly uttered, "Excuse me, I need to speak with that girl about something." Gao Yi, calm and composed, replied, "What business do you have with her?" Gao Yi's voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, each word seemingly articulated after profound contemplation. His gaze conveyed an unwavering resolve, as if he were silently asserting that he would never allow Zhang Ruiyun to come to harm. The man before him was taken aback by Gao Yi's formidable presence, momentarily rendered speechless. After a few seconds of hesitation, he managed to force a semblance of a smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a casual tone. "Oh, it's nothing serious, just hoping to befriend her. Make friends?" Gao Yi's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unconvinced by this rationale, that he understood that at this critical juncture, any attempt to approach Zhang Ruiyan could conceal ulterior motives. Thus, he resolutely reaffirmed his stance. He required tranquility and wished to be undisturbed, that if you truly wish to befriend her, please respect her wishes and return when she is ready. Seeing Gao Yi's firm attitude, the man realized that further insistence would be futile, and he retreated a few steps, casting a lingering glance filled with unspoken meaning. However, this did not sway the determination of Gao Yi and his companions. They stood like three steadfast fortresses, diligently safeguarding Zhang Ruiyan, ensuring that no external disturbance could affect her. As time passed, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhang Ruiyan and the three of them in serene silence. An ineffable tranquility and harmony enveloped the air, as if time itself had slowed its pace in that moment. Zhang Ruiyan remained curled up, yet his breathing steadily grew deeper and more even, as if he were processing his emotions in his own manner. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Gao Yi and his companions found themselves compelled to approach Zhang Ruiyan at that moment. Zhao Wenbao mustered his courage and spoke softly. "Shishi, please don't be angry anymore. We sincerely recognize our mistakes, that we shouldn't have acted this way. And I assure you, this will be the last time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyan slowly raised his head. His eyes slightly reddened, as if a few crystalline tears had slipped down, adding a poignant beauty to his already delicate features. His vulnerable expression evoked an instinctive desire to offer him warmth and steadfast protection. He replied gently, "If you truly wish to see me in women's attire, I would not be unwilling to oblige, provided you are forthright with me. However, your deceit and coercion have truly pained me deeply." Gao Yi and his companions gazed at Zhang Ruiyan's heart-wrenching visage, their feelings of guilt surging like a flood. They quickly affirmed, their tone earnest and resolute. "Shishi, we genuinely acknowledge our wrongs. Whatever you say will be done, and we shall be unwavering in our commitment." Witnessing this, a smile of relief finally graced Zhang Ruiyan's lips as he gently reassured them. "All right, I forgive you. Let us cast aside this unpleasantness and embrace joyful moments together." "Great!" Gao Yi and his companions exchanged smiles, the clouds of discontent dissipating instantly. They followed Zhang Ruiyan's lead, stepping forward with a buoyant rhythm. Being in a water park, all four wore casual flip-flops as they made their way towards the artificial waves. The waves crashed against the shore, bringing forth refreshing breezes and laughter. They frolicked in the water, their joyous laughter echoing through the air, as if the very atmosphere was imbued with delight. At that moment, a particularly large artificial wave surged towards them, catching the four off guard before they could react. In the tumultuous waters, Gao Yi and his companions were unexpectedly swept away by the colossal wave. While Zhang Ruiyan exhibited a strikingly different demeanor than a proficient swimmer since childhood, he not only excelled in freestyle, but was also adept at diving. Without hesitation, he submerged himself, gliding effortlessly through the water like a dragon in the sea. As Gao Yi and his companions finally emerged from the depths, frantically scanning their surroundings for one another, they found themselves increasingly anxious when Zhang Ruiyan was nowhere to be seen. Just as they were calling out in desperation, a graceful figure surfaced from beneath the water, reminiscent of a lotus blossom emerging from the depths. Fresh and ethereal, Zhang Ruiyan broke the surface. He elegantly flicked his long hair back, the lustrous strands creating a beautiful arc in the air before cascading down his back. This motion not only showcased his athletic form, but also added an indescribable charm and allure to his already remarkable beauty. Chapter 36. An exhilarating day when Zhang Ruiyan presented his unparalleled beauty to the world. Even Gao Yi and his companions, who were accustomed to his presence, were momentarily taken aback, as if seeing him for the first time. The surrounding crowd erupted in admiration, casting awestruck glances. This sudden display of beauty was akin to the dawn's first light, warm and radiant, instantly dispelling any worries in their hearts, replacing them with sheer joy and wonder. The three exchanged smiles, their expressions brimming with deep admiration and respect for Zhang Ruiyan, as if to convey, "You are our pride." Zhao Wenbao humorously remarked, "Shishi, your diving skills could rival those of an Olympic champion. If you entered a competition, you'd surely collect medals effortlessly. His words were laced with recognition of Zhang Ruyun's abilities. Infused with playful humor, Zhang Ruyun smiled, a hint of pride illuminating his features that he splashed the water playfully, creating delicate ripples, seemingly responding to Zhao Wenbao's jest. Haha, that depends on the event. Perhaps I could surprise you after all. His voice was clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, refreshing to the soul. Thus, the four continued to swim forward amidst laughter, relishing the boundless joy and challenges brought forth by the waves. Sunlight filtered through the water's surface, shimmering like diamonds, intertwining with their laughter, forming a heartwarming and captivating scene that in that moment. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their innocent smiles and joyful figures, just as they were immersed in this rare happiness. A staff member clad in professional attire quietly approached them. Holding a high-end waterproof camera, his eyes sparkled with a keen sense for capturing beautiful moments. He swam closer, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke in a soft, magnetic voice. "Hello, dear young gentlemen and ladies. I am a member of this enchanting water park, and my duty is to capture each visitor's brightest smiles and most touching moments. Just moments ago, when this fairy-like lady leapt from the water, her extraordinary grace was perfectly captured by our lens. This is more than just a photograph. It is a work of art, a frozen moment in time, an eternal memory. May I ask if you would like to possess this precious recollection?" The staff member's words were as gentle and sincere as a spring breeze. And as he pressed the playback button on the camera, the screen instantly displayed the breathtaking image of Zhang Ruyun emerging from the water. In that moment, Zhang Ruyun resembled a lotus flower rising from the depths, his features kissed by the morning light, radiating a soft and captivating glow, as if the entire world was enchanted by his beauty. His graceful figure exuded an effortless charm, each movement reminiscent of a legendary beauty from ancient tales, instantly illuminating why heroes might forsake everything for such splendor. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbao, and Tian Ren also appeared strikingly handsome in the photograph, their confident and radiant smiles contrasting beautifully with Zhang Ruyun's delicate allure, together creating a breathtaking tableau. The four were profoundly moved by this unexpected delight and unanimously decided to have the photographs printed as keepsakes. Upon receiving their affirmative response, the staff member's eyes sparkled with excitement and gratitude as he continued. "Actually, I have a small request. This photograph is, in our view, one of the most perfect captures of the day, and we would love to display it within our park, allowing more people to experience this beauty and joy. Of course, this entirely depends on your wishes. We respect and cherish each visitor's choice." Upon hearing these words, the four of them exchanged knowing glances, a silent testament to their mutual understanding and trust that required no further elaboration. Ultimately, they smiled and nodded in agreement to the request made by the staff. In that moment, they not only created cherished memories of their own, but also became messengers of joy and beauty, allowing the brilliance of that fleeting moment to endure and illuminate the hearts of many others. As time passed, the number of visitors in the water park gradually increased, with long queues forming before various amusement attractions. Gao Yi and his companions suggested trying out the more thrilling rides, while Zhang Ruyun appeared somewhat hesitant, but he was not afraid of the challenge itself, but rather concerned about the potential exposure of his identity in front of the crowd, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. However, encouraged by the unwavering support of Gao Yi and the others, Zhang Ruyun ultimately summoned the courage to join them. After taking some photos, the four friends arrived at the park's most popular attraction, the Super Bighorn. This ride was renowned for its thrilling nature, requiring a group of four to board a specially designed raft and plunge down from a great height, navigating a series of heart-pounding twists and turns before ultimately splashing into the pool below. While waiting in line, Zhang Ruyun frequently adjusted his swimsuit, anxious about any potential mishaps. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and his friends playfully teased him, attempting to alleviate his tension. Finally, it was their turn. The four of them excitedly climbed aboard the raft. And as the staff began the countdown, the raft slowly began its descent. In that instant, Zhang Ruyun tightly shut his eyes, gripping the edges of the raft with both hands, his heart a tumult of anticipation and apprehension. As the raft accelerated downwards, he experienced an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration. The wind howled past him, mingling with the screams of his companions as he felt transported to another realm, where all his worries and concerns vanished into oblivion. When the raft finally plunged into the pool below, a refreshing splash enveloped him, and Zhang Ruiyin felt all his tension and unease dissolve in the cascading water. But he opened his eyes to find Gao Yi and the others equally ecstatic. His heart swelling with gratitude and happiness, but he understood that no matter the challenges and difficulties he might face in the future, as long as he had these three friends by his side, he could bravely confront anything. After the exhilarating experience on the Super Big Horn, the four friends continued to try several more thrilling rides. They screamed and laughed joyously, releasing their youthful vitality and passion. In this park filled with laughter and cheer, Zhang Ruiyin felt he had discovered his true self. A brave, confident individual willing to challenge his limits, but he no longer feared societal judgments or worried about his identity being revealed, because he realized that as long as he harbored love, courage, and faith within, nothing could hinder his forward momentum. However, such joyous moments are fleeting that as the sun began to set, visitors at the water park gradually started to depart. Gao Yi and his companions looked at Zhang Ruiyin, whose face bore signs of fatigue, yet still radiated excitement, and felt a pang of reluctance. They recognized that although this holiday was brief, it was profoundly meaningful. It not only deepened their friendship, but also empowered Zhang Ruiyin to face his inner self courageously. Before leaving the water park, the four of them sought out a quiet corner to take a group photo. Zhang Ruiyin stood in the center, his hands resting on the shoulders of Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The sunset's golden rays bathed him in a warm glow, making him appear strikingly brilliant and charming, as if the entire world was captivated by him. Chapter 37. The Photograph. Zhang Ruiyin, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini spent an afternoon filled with laughter and thrills at the water park. The sunlight danced across the shimmering surface of the water, casting a radiant glow upon their youthful faces, as if the very air around them was infused with vitality and freedom. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, they reluctantly bid farewell to this joyous haven and began their journey homeward. Before departing, the four decided to return to the changing room to slip into dry clothes, ensuring a more comfortable continuation of their adventure. The changing room was softly lit, with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and order. Zhang Ruiyin stood before his locker, gently pulling open the door to retrieve the clothes he had prepared, ready to change. At that moment, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini suddenly gathered around him, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. That seemed they had reached a silent agreement, collectively urging Zhang Ruiyin to change clothes in synchrony with them, adding a touch of playful amusement to the occasion. Although Zhang Ruiyin felt somewhat exasperated, he couldn't resist the gleaming anticipation in their eyes and ultimately chose to acquiesce. He shook his head in resignation, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, and began to remove his damp swimsuit. The atmosphere in the changing room grew subtly charged. That as Zhang Ruiyin changed, he occasionally sensed the discreet attention of his three friends. They either made noise to draw his focus or stealthily approached him, exchanging unspoken glances filled with enigmatic messages. Zhang Ruiyin felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, concealing his emotions from view. After some effort, Zhang Ruiyin successfully completed his change. He stood before the mirror, carefully tying his slightly damp hair into a high ponytail, presenting a fresh and polished appearance. That he then turned to face Gao Yi and the others, who had already changed, sharing smiles as they stepped out of the changing room together. Holding their belongings, they made their way toward the parking lot. The sunset cast a warm glow upon them, adding a touch of warmth and romance to this brief yet cherished journey. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a cheerful female voice called out from behind, "Excuse me, miss, please wait a moment." Zhang Ruiyin instinctively turned to look, spotting a girl in a short skirt with flowing hair standing not far away, her eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. Yet, Zhang Ruiyin did not halt his steps. He knew he was not the miss she referred to. Assuming it was merely a misunderstanding, he continued on his way. To his surprise, the girl quickly caught up, gently tapping him on the shoulder, and implored, "Miss, please wait. Can I add you on WeChat? I really want to get to know you." Zhang Ruiyin, bewildered, turned around and he carefully observed the girl before him, noting her delicate features and the sincerity and enthusiasm in her gaze. However, despite her charm, he could not alter the reality of his own gender. With a rueful smile, he politely yet firmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm a boy, not a girl." This revelation struck the girl like a bolt from the blue, shattering the illusion she had conjured in her mind. She stood frozen, disbelief and disappointment etched upon her face. It seemed she could hardly accept this truth, repeatedly whispering to herself, "No, this can't be. She is so graceful, so enchanting." Yet reality was merciless. The girl had to confront the harsh truth that the miss she admired was, in fact, a boy. She desperately tried to argue, "Sister, please don't use such absurd reasons to reject me. Look at your poise and your voice. They're so captivating." But before she could finish, Zhang Ruiyan interjected. "I truly am not a girl," that in a bid to dispel her misconceptions and affirm his identity. Zhang Ruiyan reluctantly retrieved his student ID from his pocket and showed it to her. As her gaze fell upon the gender marker indicating male, the girl was utterly stunned. She could scarcely believe her eyes, clinging to the hope that this grim reality was merely a mirage. Overwhelmed with disappointment and frustration, it felt as though her entire world had collapsed in that moment. The girl stood there, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at Zhang Ruiyan's resolute expression and the student ID in his hand. Finally realizing just how naive and foolish her assumptions had been. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she struggled to regain her composure and, with a heavy heart, turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Ruiyan felt a surge of complex emotions. That he admired her innocence and courage, but also lamented her sorrow and discontent, that he understood that he had inadvertently caused her pain, though that had never been his intention. All he could do was silently wish her well, hoping she would soon emerge from this shadow and rediscover her own happiness. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini observed the scene with great interest. Captivated by the unfolding drama, they cast approving glances at Zhang Ruiyan, as if to say, "Cici, you are impressive. You've managed to leave a girl so enamored." Zhang Ruiyan could only smile wryly and shake his head, indicating he did not wish to be the center of attention. The four of them quickly reached the parking lot, immediately spotting Zhang Ruiyan's familiar vehicle, and climbed in, ready to embark on their journey home. However, just as the car was about to start, Zhang Ruiyan suddenly spoke up, interrupting the moment of impending departure. "Gao Yi, please wait a moment. I need to go back." Zhao Wenbo, puzzled, turned to Zhang Ruiyan with concern etched on his face, asking, "Cici, what's wrong? Did you forget something?" Zhang Ruiyan shook his head gently, explaining, "No, I just forgot to retrieve the electronic versions of the photos I took at the artificial wave area in the water park. Those photographs I intend to share with my sister and Yushi." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhang Ruiyan had already flung open the car door and hurriedly dashed towards the water park. His silhouette appeared particularly resolute in the waning glow of the sunset, as if nothing could impede his forward momentum. Before long, Zhang Ruiyan returned, panting, clutching his phone tightly, and a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He swiftly unlocked his phone, opened the WeChat application, and began searching for the small group chat shared with his girlfriend, Miao Yushi, and his sister. Upon locating it, he wasted no time in sending the recently retrieved photos, accompanied by a brief caption. After sending, Zhang Ruiyan did not immediately exit WeChat, but he continued scrolling the screen, seeking another contact, Ren Shinran. Once found, he similarly shared the photos, adding a few playful remarks. After dispatching all the photos, Zhang Ruiyan finally returned to the WeChat homepage, quietly awaiting responses. That he was acutely aware that these images would undoubtedly astonish Miao Yushi, Ren Shinran, and his sister, and he was eager to discover their reactions. Yet at that moment, an unexpected realization sent ripples through Zhang Ruiyan's mood. He inadvertently glimpsed the WeChat avatar of the girl who had previously sought him out on the wall, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. He suddenly remembered that he had an important dinner appointment with that girl later that evening. Chapter 38. The meeting. Zhang Ruiyan and his companions had finally concluded their delightful outdoor adventure. Returning to the embrace of the school, laden with cherished memories and a hint of fatigue, the sunset's afterglow bathed the pathways of the campus, imbuing this ordinary day with a touch of warmth. Zhang Ruiyan paused, turning to face Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. "Gao Yi, you three head back first. That I have someone to meet tonight, and time is of the essence." His words carried an air of mystery, prompting curious glances from Gao Yi and the others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenbo perked up instantly, deliberately elongating his tone to mimic the melodramatic heroines of soap operas, teasingly remarking, "Oh, she, are you off to see your little girlfriend? Now that you have a girlfriend, you've forgotten your brothers." His tone held a playful sarcasm, yet it also conveyed genuine concern for Zhang Ruyin. In response, Zhang Ruyin's lips curled into a sly smile. Unwilling to be outdone, he echoed Zhao Wenba's tone, playfully retorting, "Brother, why do you ask? Have you not yet found your own happiness? Alas, it seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon mine." His voice was soft and alluring, causing Gao Yi and the others to feel a flutter in their hearts. Seeing this, Gao Yi quickly intervened. All right, she, enough teasing. Since you have an appointment, we shall take our leave. However, do be cautious on your way. Don't let the excitement of your date overshadow your safety. And remember to take care of yourself. His words carried an air of awkwardness and helplessness, clearly amused by Zhang Ruyin's banter. Listening to Gao Yi's advice, Zhang Ruyin could not help but roll his eyes, then playfully nudged him with a gentle kick, pushing him out of the car door. Zhao Wenba and Tian Rini, recognizing the cue, hastily made their exit. Zhang Ruyin took the driver's seat, starting the engine and steering towards the rendezvous point. While waiting at a traffic light, he instinctively picked up his phone to check for messages. He discovered that Miao Yushi, his sister, and Ren Xinran had all sent him messages. Miao Yushi's message brimmed with excitement and curiosity, expressing her desire to see Zhang Ruyin's new look in person. His sister, as always, teased him, her words revealing her affection and fondness for her younger sibling. While Ren Xinran's message was more direct, unabashedly expressing her admiration and anticipation for Zhang Ruyin's new image. "Cici. Wow, Shishi, I want to touch it. You must wear it for me next time. Tong. Oh, being in a relationship really changes everything. Everyone wants to touch it directly, Tong. Unlike me, who has been able to touch it since childhood. The texture is superb, Cici. No way. I must seek justice for Shishi. Tong, I'm coming." Zhang Ruyin, observing the playful banter between the two sisterly figures, replied, All right, next time we meet, I'll wear it for you. Tong. What about me? I'm not a girl, sister. When did you ever ask me to touch it? Didn't you just go ahead and do it? Tong. Well, why the double standard? Zhang Ruyin switched to the chat interface with Ren Xinran. Ren. Wow, Shishi, have you come to terms with it? Are you ready to be a little boy now? Ren. Drooling.jpg Ren. So good looking. I can't wait to see it in person. I'm not a girl. Sister Ran, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, that I'm not a girl. Disdain.jpg reading these warm and amusing messages. Zhang Ruyin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He subsequently replied to both sisters and Ren Xinran, satisfying their curiosity while deftly deflecting his sister's teasing and Ren Xinran's bold thoughts. In his conversation with Ren Xinran, Zhang Ruyin showcased his humorous and charming side, playfully teasing Ren Xinran for being obsessed with appearances, yet inadvertently revealing his appreciation and gratitude for their friendship. Their dialogue was filled with laughter, as if the very air around them was imbued with sweetness. Having concluded their chat, Zhang Ruyin soon approached his destination. The last remnants of the sunset quietly slipped below the horizon, casting the city's outline in a gentle and hazy light that on the streets, neon lights gradually illuminated, draping the night in a vibrant cloak. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow, Zhang Ruyin hurriedly navigated through the bustling crowd, making his way toward a CAF name time corner. His steps were light and resolute, his eyes sparkling with a blend of anticipation and trepidation as he prepared to meet the author who had chosen him as the inspiration for a brand new comic. This unexpected honor filled Zhang Ruyin with both delight and a hint of anxiety, for exposing his life, emotions, and dreams to the public gaze was undeniably a challenge unlike any he had faced before. The Time Corner CAF nestled in a quiet corner of the city, its exterior unremarkable, yet it attracted many artistic souls with its unique ambience and exquisite decor. As he pushed open the door, a blend of coffee and the scent of books wafted towards him, while soft lighting bathed every corner, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. Zhang Ruyin scanned the space and eventually spotted Mu Xinyan seated by the window. True to her name, Mu Xinyan exuded a refreshing and ethereal charm. She sat there, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her gaze bright and clear, adorned with a gentle smile that seemed to dispel the surrounding clamor and restlessness. Scattered across her table were several art books, colored pencils, and a laptop, indicating her thorough preparations for this meeting. Upon noticing Zhang Ruyin's entrance, Mu Xinyan gently lifted her head, their eyes meeting in the air. And in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Zhang Ruyin momentarily paused, then quickly approached Mu Xinyan, politely extending his hand. Hello, I am Zhang Ruoyun. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mu Xinyun rose, smiling as she grasped Zhang Ruoyun's hand. Hello, I am Mu Xinyun. Your arrival has filled me with anticipation. Please take a seat. I didn't expect you to be even more stunning than in your photos. Once seated, the server timely delivered 2 steaming cups of coffee. The rich aroma enhancing the warmth and comfort of their conversation. Mu Xin gently stirred her coffee, breaking the silence first. Actually, I've always been curious. What were your thoughts when you learned you would be the protagonist of my comic? Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. To be honest, at first, I was quite surprised and even somewhat incredulous. After all, I am just an ordinary university student. Nothing particularly special. Mu Xinyun nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. I admire your courage and openness. The reason I chose you as my inspiration is that I see a unique quality in you, a blend of masculinity and femininity that creates a fascinating contrast. I believe that this aspect of you will undoubtedly captivate readers, allowing them to resonate with your story. As their conversation deepened, the distance between them gradually diminished. Zhang Ruiyun began to open his heart. Sharing his journey of growth, dreams, and confusions, he recounted how he persevered amidst the dual pressures of study and life, how he remained unyielding in the face of setbacks, and how he sought solace for his soul in moments of solitude. Meanwhile, Mu Xinyun listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement and jotting down key insights with her pen. Her gaze radiated focus and understanding. As time ticked by, the patrons of the CF changed in waves. Yet the dialogue between the two seemed eternal. They discussed art, life, love, and those seemingly trivial, yet vitally significant daily matters that in Mu Xinyun's eyes, Zhang Ruiyun transcended the simplistic archetype of a comic character. Evolving into a flesh-and-blood friend brimming with stories that in Zhang Ruiyun's heart, Mu Xinyun became a vibrant scenery in his life, enriching his world with colors. Ultimately, as the night fully enveloped the surroundings and the CF's lights softened, their meeting drew to a close. Mu Xinyun stood up, smiling at Zhang Ruiyun, saying, I am truly delighted to have met you today, and I appreciate your willingness to share your story with me. I believe our collaboration will undoubtedly be a resounding success. Zhang Ruiyun also rose to bid farewell, shaking Mu Xinyun's hand. I, too, am grateful for this opportunity, allowing me to present myself in a different light. I eagerly anticipate the publication of your comic. I am confident it will resonate with many. Stepping out of the CF, Zhang Ruiyun gazed up at the starry sky, his heart brimming with unprecedented anticipation and longing. He realized that from this moment onward, his life would unfold a new chapter, all sparked by the encounter with the female artist Mu Xinyun after the sun had set. Following this meeting, their relationship blossomed from mere strangers into friends. After this day, their bond deepened. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 39. The first day of class. Zhang Ruiyun, dragging his weary body, traversed the silent corridor and finally returned to the dormitory in the embrace of the deep night. His heart swelled with remorse for the time, feeling as though he had become an intruder of the night. To atone for this transgression, he deliberately selected a few fresh fruits from a nearby convenience store and gently placed them on the desk of the dormitory manager, accompanied by a soft apology. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The manager looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, quickly replaced by a smile of acceptance. Touched by Zhang Ruiyun's sincerity, he pushed open the dormitory door. A warm and familiar scent enveloped him. Inside, his roommates Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini were already lost in slumber, their various sleeping positions revealing a rare tranquility. Particularly, Tian Rini's snoring rose and fell like a low symphony, echoing loudly in the tranquil night. Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but chuckle. This scene felt both endearing and amusing to him. To avoid disturbing his roommate's rest, Zhang Ruiyun moved lightly to his bedside. Preparing for bed, he carefully completed his nightly routine, striving to make no sound. After washing his face, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination for the new semester, that he secretly reminded himself that tomorrow marked the first day of school, and he must greet the new challenges in the best possible state. Returning to his bed, Zhang Ruiyun lay down gently, striving to relax his body. As he closed his eyes, his mind replayed the day's events, from the bustling daytime to the quiet return at night, and the warm interaction with the dormitory manager. Everything felt like a dream, both real and surreal. Nevertheless, he had returned to this familiar and cozy place, his dormitory. Before long, Zhang Ruiyun's breathing became even and deep. He had completely immersed himself in slumber. As if the entire world had quieted to end this serene night, he felt as though he could hear the voice of his inner self calling him, urging him to keep moving forward, that he was ready to embrace the new day. The following morning, as the first warm and gentle rays of sunlight slowly pierced through the heavy black night, Zhang Ruiyun was awakened by the carefully set alarm. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he rose slowly, filled with anticipation for the new day. Bathed in the morning light, he thoughtfully selected a pristine white unisex short-sleeved shirt, which not only exuded simplicity and elegance but also subtly highlighted his unique charm. Once donned, he was instantly imbued with an aura of sophistication, radiating an undeniable allure in every gesture. His deep-set eyes conveyed a confidence that seemed to dismiss the world's chaos and clamor, as if they could not penetrate his gaze. After completing his morning routine, he stood before the mirror, satisfied with his appearance, as though everything was ready, awaiting the forthcoming challenges to at that moment. His three roommates, Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo, began to awaken in response to the morning light. Groggily, they looked around, attempting to recall the memories of the previous night. When their eyes fell upon Zhang Ruiyun, they froze in surprise. Tian Rini blurted out, "Sister, who are you?" This remark shattered the morning's tranquility and left Zhang Ruiyun somewhat amused and bewildered. However, instead of directly answering Tian Rini's question, Zhang Ruiyun decided to seize the opportunity to jest. He deliberately struck a flirtatious pose and replied in a teasing tone, "Oh dear, little brother, you truly are a heartbreaker. Just last night, you were so candid with me, and today you've forgotten all about me." How heartbreaking. This remark instantly roused Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Zhang Ruiyun and Tian Rini. Tian Rini, still not entirely awake, scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Who am I?" This question provoked laughter from Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo, who realized they had stumbled upon a rare opportunity to inject some amusement into the mundane morning. Thus, they chose to remain silent, quietly observing the scene, eagerly anticipating what amusing antics would unfold next. Noticing their reactions, Zhang Ruiyun's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he continued in a half-serious, half-joking manner. "It seems our young Master Tian must have wandered into a fairyland last night, forgetting even his sister. But fear not, I shall help you remember that." As he spoke, he slowly approached Tian Rini, his gaze a blend of playful mockery and warmth, leaving an air of intrigue. Tian Rini, taken aback by Zhang Ruiyun's sudden approach, hastily clarified, No, I was just joking. Of course, I remember you. You are our good roommate, Zhang Ruiyun." He retreated slightly, fearful that Zhang Ruiyun might truly do something outrageous. Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo watched the exchange with great interest. Unable to stifle their laughter, the light-hearted atmosphere provided a temporary reprieve from the academic pressures looming ahead. Gao Yi teased, "Looks like our young Master Tian is in for quite the blessing today. Haha." Zhao Wenbo chimed in, "Indeed, Zhang Ruiyun, with that outfit, you look like a character straight out of a comic." Tian Rini, "You lucky fellow." Zhang Ruiyun merely smiled at their remarks, knowing they were just playful banter among roommates, not to be taken to heart. He moved to his bed, beginning to tidy up his space as he said, "All right, enough of the jokes. Hurry up and get ready, that we can't afford to be late on the first day of school." Prompted by Zhang Ruiyun's words, the three roommates scrambled out of bed, bustling about. They each organized their bedding and clothes while occasionally exchanging thoughts about their plans and aspirations for the new semester. Throughout this process, their camaraderie and friendship deepened further. During breakfast, the four friends convened at the school cafeteria, which was already bustling with people. They each found an empty seat and settled down. Zhang Ruiyun ordered his favorite soy milk and fried dough sticks, while Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo opted for buns, porridge, and noodles, respectively. As they savored their meals, they engaged in discussions about their respective majors, club activities, and future career plans. The most composed and rational among the four. Zhang Ruiyun attentively listened to each person's thoughts and aspirations, offering timely advice and encouragement that he believed that as long as they worked together with determination, they would undoubtedly overcome various challenges and realize their dreams and goals. After finishing breakfast, the four of them made their way to the classroom. The first day of the new semester was always filled with a sense of novelty and anticipation. Upon entering the classroom, They discovered that it was already filled with students, as the students either bowed their heads to read or whispered to one another. The entrance of Zhang Ruiyun and his companions instantaneously captivated the attention of everyone in the classroom. Zhang Ruiyun, momentarily taken aback, surveyed the room, and his disdainful gaze imparted a thrill to each individual present. Following their arrival, the four found a seat at the back, clustered together. Shortly thereafter, the teacher arrived, compelling everyone to redirect their focus Chapter 40. Dreams as the teacher's steady footsteps reverberated down the corridor. The cacophony within the classroom seemed to be gently smoothed over by a tender, yet resolute force, replaced by an indescribable solemnity and profound anticipation. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the windows, casting dappled shadows in every corner, adorning the first lesson of the new semester with a warm and resplendent golden veil. Zhang Ruiyun, Tianren, Zhao Wenbo, and Gao Yi, who were previously immersed in the joyful laughter of their break, now collectively restrained their youthful exuberance and mischief, replaced instead by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and deep respect for their mentor. They sat up straight, their gazes sharp, as if they were prepared to embrace the intellectual feast that this esteemed professor would present. At the moment the professor stepped into the classroom, time appeared to freeze. Despite having surpassed 50 years of age, the passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet it could not obscure the boundless passion for academia and relentless pursuit of knowledge reflected in his eyes. His gait was steady and powerful, each step resonating deeply within the souls of his students, stirring ripples of thought. Standing at the podium, his piercing gaze swept across the room, as if he could perceive the depths of each student's spirit, bestowing upon them unwavering conviction and warm encouragement. Dear students, as we embark on a new semester and a fresh beginning, we are about to set forth on a journey of knowledge filled with challenges and opportunities. The professor's voice, deep and resonant, struck each student's heart like a hammer, instantly imparting upon them a weighty sense of responsibility and noble mission. This semester's courses will guide you across the ocean of knowledge, exploring uncharted territories and unlocking the codes of wisdom that I hope you will maintain your original intentions, bravely explore the unknown, and face challenges without retreating and difficulties without yielding. Zhang Ruiyun and his companions listened with rapt attention, fully aware that this was not merely a message from the professor, but a significant guide for their future paths in life. They promptly adjusted their focus, retrieving their prepared notebooks, ready to document every piece of insight and every remarkable moment articulated by the professor. The sound of pen gliding swiftly across paper resonated, a melody of intimate dialogue with knowledge, marking solid footsteps along their journey of growth. Occasionally, they would glance up, exchanging knowing smiles, an unspoken bond of understanding and determination taking root in their hearts. During the break, the four exited the classroom, as if emerging from the halls of knowledge back into the realm of reality. They inhaled the fresh outdoor air greedily, wishing to disperse all weariness and pressure along with the cool breeze. Gathering under the shade of a tree in a corner of the campus, they continued their fervent discussion from class. With his quick wit and clear logic, Zhang Ruiyun consistently pinpointed the crux of the issues, his words nourishing his companions' minds like gentle spring rain, illuminating their understanding. Tianren, Zhao Wenbo, and Gao Yi each contributed their insights and queries, forming a positive feedback loop of learning, inspiring one another and progressing together. At lunchtime, they reconvened in the cafeteria, this time opting for a more varied selection of dishes, experimenting with different flavors and combinations. The atmosphere at the table was relaxed and joyful as they dined and conversed, sharing anecdotes from their lives and reflections on their studies. Zhang Ruiyun's attire was particularly eye-catching today, clad in a minimalist yet stylish white short-sleeve shirt paired with fitted white flared pants, exuding an allure that did not compromise his sharpness. Zhao Wenbo, noticing this, playfully commented, "Cici, your outfit today is simply stunning. You must be turning heads all over campus." Zhang Ruiyun merely smiled in response, his calm and self-assured demeanor rendering him even more captivating. The afternoon classes were more intense and enriching, with the professor leading the students into a deep exploration of several complex and profound concepts. Zhang Ruiyun and his companions remained utterly focused, fearful of missing any detail. They occasionally bowed their heads in contemplation or feverishly took notes, committing every word of the professor's teachings to memory. During breaks, They would engage in exchanges of insights and experiences, collaboratively tackling academic challenges. This atmosphere of mutual assistance not only strengthened their friendship, but also rendered their educational journey smoother and more efficient. After classes, they returned to their dormitory together. Zhang Ruiyun changed into comfortable loungewear and began organizing his desk and bookshelf. He took pleasure in maintaining an orderly environment, as it not only uplifted his spirits, but also enhanced his study efficiency. Gao Yi, upon seeing Zhang Ruiyun's attire, could not help but exclaim, "Ruiyun, your outfit is simply fantastic. It truly is a breath of fresh air." Zhang Ruiyun chuckled in response. "Ego, are you complimenting me or teasing me?" Their exchange elicited laughter throughout the dorm, alleviating the tension of a long day of study. As night fell, the dormitory was illuminated. The four gathered on the balcony, gazing at the myriad stars above. They discussed their dreams and aspirations, sharing their perspectives and insights on life. Tianren curiously inquired, "Ruiyun, what is your dream?" Zhang Ruiyun's eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at the starry sky. "My dream is to become an exceptional engineer, using my intellect and diligence to contribute to society." Though his words were simple, they were imbued with strength, moving everyone present. They understood that as long as they persevered, their dreams would one day materialize into their most treasured possessions. Time passed swiftly, and soon Zhang Ruiyun, Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tianren were preparing to engage in a sweet game of four-player before bedtime. They commenced their gaming session, with Zhang Ruiyun serving as the tactical mastermind and mascot of the team. His voice continuously invigorated Gao Yi and the others, as he earnestly analyzed the map and strategized their forthcoming actions, his eyes glimmering with the light of wisdom, as if he foresaw the dawn of victory. Zhao Wenbo quietly adjusted his gear, his fingers dancing upon the keyboard, each click revealing his fervent desire for triumph. Tianren, the team's jovial spirit, occasionally interjected with witty remarks, eliciting peals of laughter that transformed the tense atmosphere into one of levity. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, the elder statesman of the group, sat calmly at the center, offering invaluable advice drawn from his wealth of gaming experience, ensuring the team moved forward steadily. As the game commenced, the four quickly found their rhythm. They coordinated seamlessly, whether in attack or defense, exhibiting effortless proficiency. Chapter 41. Fierce battles in that small yet electrifying room filled with tension and passion. The dim yellow light illuminated Zhang Ruiyun's resolute visage, resembling a general orchestrating his troops as they charged forth on the virtual battlefield. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. Each breath was accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes, an anthem of their battle, a symbol of camaraderie and trust. Zhang Ruiyun's voice, captivating and irresistible, resonated like a melody from an ancient instrument, penetrating the clamor and striking at the heart. Each of his commands was not merely a string of words, but rather a carefully considered and strategically crafted plan. His gaze was profound, as if he could discern every corner of the virtual realm, with no subtle movements from the enemy escaping his keen perception. Under his leadership, the team appeared to be imbued with vitality, each member transforming into an indispensable cog in the machinery of victory. Zhao Wenbo, the team's speedster, danced upon the keyboard with the grace of a ballet dancer, each keystroke precise and accurate, guiding his character seamlessly across the battlefield. The excitement in his eyes reflected a burning desire for victory, a flame that blazed brightly within him, but he understood that every action he took was pivotal to the team's fate. Thus he poured his heart and soul into the game without a hint of complacency. Tianren, the team's guardian, excelled in utilizing characters capable of providing formidable cover fire. Calm and composed, he resembled an unshakable fortress, providing unwavering support for his teammates. His presence ensured that the team remained poised and collected even in the face of fierce enemy onslaughts. Responding with grace, his accolades for Zhang Ruiyun's leadership were the highest testament to the spirit of teamwork. Gao Yi, the team's assaulter, fought alongside Zhang Ruiyun, charging into the fray at the forefront of battle. Their collaboration flowed with the ease of a gentle stream, each maneuver perfectly synchronized, forming an unstoppable force. Their tacit understanding transcended the boundaries of language. A mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to grasp each other's intentions and actions. Through their collective efforts, the enemy's defenses were systematically breached, and the scales of victory gradually tilted in their favor. As the battle progressed, The synergy among the four intensified, and their tactics matured. They seemed to have become an indivisible entity, invincible on the battlefield. Every assault was akin to a sharp blade piercing the enemy's heart, while each defense resembled an impregnable fortress. The adversaries appeared diminutive and helpless in their presence, forced to watch helplessly as their stronghold was gradually devoured. However, just as victory seemed imminent, an unexpected tension enveloped the room. The enemy's main forces launched a fierce counterattack, and the situation became perilous in an instant. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze sharpened and became resolute as he swiftly assessed the battlefield and issued a series of precise commands. Under his leadership, the four assumed their respective roles, coordinating seamlessly to successfully withstand the enemy's onslaught while seeking counteroffensive opportunities. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in dismantling the enemy's base, securing a resounding victory. At that moment, the room erupted in a cacophony of cheers, a symphony of applause celebrating their triumph. Tianren leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "We won!" The other three beamed with joy, exchanging high fives and celebration, reveling in the hard-won delight of victory. Yet, amidst this elation, Zhang Ruiyun was suddenly reminded of a long-neglected concern. He had not attended to Miao Yushi all day. This thought struck him like a thunderclap, jolting him from the euphoria of victory. A wave of guilt surged within him as he realized he might have committed an irreparable error. That he hastily grabbed his phone and opened WeChat, only to find 99 messages from Miao Yushi. Tightening his chest with apprehension, he knew he had to confront this reality. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to apologize to Miao Yushi and elucidate the reasons behind his actions. Taking a deep breath, he clicked open the chat with Miao Yushi, bracing himself for the impending storm. However, upon carefully reading her messages, he discovered she was not as angry or accusatory as he had imagined. Instead, she expressed her concern and worry for him, her discontent stemming from his obsession with gaming. Her tone was imbued with helplessness and disappointment, yet it also carried a glimmer of hope and expectation. She wished for him to understand her feelings, to cherish their relationship, and to weather future challenges together. As he absorbed these words, Zhang Ruiyun felt a profound sense of emotion and regret swell within him. He knew he had erred in many ways, neglecting Miao Yushi's feelings and betraying her expectations. That he resolved to cherish her more, to care for her, and to protect her from any harm or grievance henceforth. Simultaneously, he recognized the need for personal change. He understood he could no longer immerse himself in gaming at the expense of real-life relationships and responsibilities, that he needed to strike a balance that would allow him to enjoy the pleasures of gaming while tending to those around him. He believed that with determination, he could achieve this equilibrium. As night fell, the four concluded their gaming session and lay in bed, reflecting on the night's battles and experiences, feeling an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. They recognized that their triumph that evening stemmed not only from their skills and coordination, but also from the trust and friendship they shared. They believed that in the days to come, regardless of the obstacles and challenges they faced, their unity would enable them to overcome all and attain further victories and glory. For Zhang Ruiyun, that night represented a profound moment of reflection and growth. He comprehended the responsibilities and missions he needed to embrace, as well as the people and matters he should cherish. He believed that in the future, he would mature and strengthen, becoming a better version of himself and the most reliable support in Miao Yushi's heart. However, when he beheld the message from his sister, he felt as if the sky had fallen. "Oh dear, little brother, what have you done to provoke Yushi?" After returning home today, she was quite agitated, clutching a pill. "I have heard that you have recently grown quite close to our dear Yushi. Is that true?" Zhang Ruiyun nodded and replied, "Yes, uncle. Yushi and I are truly in love." Miao Yushi's father fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I know you are a good child, and you care deeply for our Yushi. However, there are certain things I must share with you. Yushi has been frail since childhood, suffering from congenital heart disease that necessitates regular surgical treatment and care. Although we have always taken great care of her, her condition remains precarious, causing us considerable concern. That I hope you will carefully contemplate whether your future together can withstand such pressure and risk." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ruiyun felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had never imagined that Miao Yushi was afflicted with such a severe illness, nor had he considered that their love would face such enormous trials. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he said, "Uncle, please rest assured, I understand the gravity of Yushi's condition, but I will do everything in my power to care for and protect her, no matter what difficulties and challenges lie ahead. I will unwaveringly stand by her side to support and accompany her." After listening to Zhang Ruyun's words, Miao Yushi's father remained silent for a moment before responding. "Ruyun, I can sense your sincerity and determination. However, I must convey to you that love is not merely about sweetness and romance. It is also about responsibility and commitment that I hope you will thoughtfully consider whether you can truly face and overcome all difficulties and challenges together." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruyun found himself unable to calm his emotions. Lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, he fell into deep contemplation that he understood that Miao Yushi's health issues were an unavoidable reality in their relationship and a challenge they must face together. Yet he also realized that he could not abandon his love and commitment to Miao Yushi because of this, that he believed that as long as they loved each other and supported one another, they would surely overcome this hardship and embrace a brighter future. Chapter 43. Whispers in the Dream. That night, Zhang Ruyun felt as though he were ensnared by a heavy sense of guilt, unable to escape. The night was dark as ink, the stars hidden away, and only the moonlight filtered through the curtain's gaps, casting a pallor over his furrowed brow, adding to his melancholy. An invisible force tugged at his heart, each breath laden with profound worry and self-reproach for Miao Yushi. As dreams quietly descended upon him, they transported him to a world steeped in pallor and silence. In this realm, the hospital corridors lay desolate and frigid, the scent of disinfectant permeating the air, and every faint sound from the medical instruments felt like a direct blow to his heart. He moved forward slowly, the unease and dread within him coalescing into something tangible, nearly suffocating him. At last, he arrived at the door of Miao Yushi's hospital room. Pushing the door open gently, he was met with the sight of an immaculate white bed and the extraordinarily fragile figure of Miao Yushi lying upon it. Her complexion was as pale as the first snow of winter, devoid of any color, her eyes tightly shut, long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, exuding an eerie tranquility that stirred immense pity within him. Zhang Ruyun's heart tightened painfully. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace her tightly, to dispel the chill that enveloped her with his warmth. Yet reason reminded him that this was merely a dream, that he could not truly touch her nor provide her with any tangible aid. He stood at the bedside, gazing at Miao Yushi's lifeless countenance, his heart brimming with endless regret that if only time could be rewound, he would treasure every moment spent with her, ensuring she never faced harm or distress, that he would be more attentive to her health, swiftly addressing her heart condition rather than standing helplessly by, witnessing her struggle on the hospital bed. Time in the dream seemed to stretch infinitely, each second elongated beyond measure. Thus, Zhang Ruyun stood quietly at the bedside, accompanying Miao Yushi until the first rays of sunlight timidly crept into the room, dispelling the night's gloom. Yet even then, her complexion showed no signs of improvement. Her condition appeared to worsen. In that moment, Zhang Ruyun suddenly heard a faint yet resolute voice. He looked up abruptly to see Miao Yushi's eyes slowly opening. Though her gaze still bore traces of fatigue and weakness, the strength and optimism within it brought him immense comfort. "Do not worry," Miao Yushi spoke softly. "I am aware of my health, but I believe that as long as we work together, we can conquer this illness." Her voice, though gentle, was filled with strength, sending a warm wave coursing through Zhang Ruyun's body. Zhang Ruyun grasped Miao Yushi's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. "Yushi, you must hold on. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side until you are completely healed." His voice was resolute and heartfelt, as if declaring to the world his commitment and determination to Miao Yushi. As the dream deepened, Zhang Ruyun and Miao Yushi faced many arduous challenges together. They supported each other through adversities. They encouraged one another, seeking the glimmers of hope together. In this process, Zhang Ruyun profoundly grasped the fragility and value of life. He cherished every emotion shared with Miao Yushi even more, and he fortified his own beliefs and aspirations within his heart. Ultimately, as the dream began to fade and the morning light filled the room, Zhang Ruyun awoke from his slumber, finding himself still in his own bed. However, unlike before, his mood had transformed dramatically. He was no longer the guilt-ridden solitary soul. Instead, he had become a warrior imbued with hope and determination. He understood there was a long road ahead, But he believed that as long as love and conviction resided in his heart, he could overcome all challenges and embrace a brighter future. Yesterday, Miao Yushi's father's phone call had shattered the tranquility of his heart like a sudden stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the night, leaving him sleepless on the other end of the line. Miao Yushi's father's voice was deep and heavy, each word striking like a hammer upon Zhang Ruiyin's heart. He mentioned Miao Yushi's heart condition, a vulnerability that required utmost care in that moment. Zhang Ruiyin envisioned the hidden fragility and resilience behind Miao Yushi's usual cheerful demeanor. He felt a profound sense of compassion, coupled with an unprecedented sense of responsibility as a friend. How should he address this fragility and offer Miao Yushi the care and support she needed? The day's classes felt like an interminable tug-of-war for Zhang Ruiyin. The teacher's explanations and his classmates' discussions seemed like distant echoes, muffled and unclear. His thoughts were tethered by an invisible thread, constantly drifting towards Miao Yushi and the complex emotions stirred by that phone call. He imagined her at home, wondering if she felt lonely and helpless due to her condition. How could he be her steadfast support during the break instead of engaging in playful banter with his classmates? Zhang Ruiyin sat alone in a corner of the classroom, brow furrowed in deep contemplation, that he began to ponder how to express his concern and support for Miao Yushi in the most appropriate manner without making her feel pitied or condescended to. He understood that Miao Yushi was a girl with a strong sense of pride. What she needed was not sympathy, but understanding and respect. Finally, as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Zhang Ruiyin found his answer, that he resolved that his first step would be to delve deeper into the knowledge surrounding heart disease, so that he could offer Miao Yushi accurate assistance and advice when necessary. Thus, he dedicated his evening to researching a wealth of information about heart disease online, taking notes on its causes, symptoms, and daily care. That he also joined support groups for heart disease patients, listening to their voices and learning how they face life's challenges while maintaining an optimistic outlook. Simultaneously, Zhang Ruiyin contemplated how to broach this topic with Miao Yushi in a relaxed and natural manner, that he recognized that directly mentioning her condition might make her feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. So he planned to start with small talk about everyday life, gradually guiding the conversation. For instance, he could invite Miao Yushi for a walk during the break, to breathe in fresh air while discussing their interests and dreams. In such an atmosphere, he believed Miao Yushi would feel more at ease to open up and accept his concern. Additionally, Zhang Ruiyin decided to offer Miao Yushi more support in her studies. He knew that while Miao Yushi always appeared optimistic and strong on the surface, the pressures and anxieties she faced internally remained largely unrecognized. As a friend, he was willing to be her study partner, tackling academic challenges together. That he believed that through their joint efforts, they could not only achieve better results, but also derive greater joy and growth from each other's companionship. Chapter 44. Ren Xinran's Subtle Thoughts After School. Zhang Ruiyin eagerly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found the pinned chat with Miao Yushi. That he sent a message. "Yushi, are you there?" Within 10 seconds, Miao Yushi replied, "I'm here. Did you miss me?" "Sister?" Zhang Ruiyin responded. "Of course I wanna press my sister against the wall and kiss her fiercely." He 3 to Miao Yushi replied, "Oh, you little lecher, well, since my little lecher wishes to kiss his sister so much, come to Fongjing Garden. There's a quaint tavern here. Come find your sister. I'll be waiting for you." Upon seeing this message, Zhang Ruiyin's heart raced with excitement, and he immediately replied, "Sure thing. I'll head over right away." After saying that, he hurried off towards Fongjing Garden. That on the way, Zhang Ruiyin felt an extraordinary thrill, envisioning the moment he would meet Miao Yushi, his heart brimming with anticipation and sweetness. At last, he arrived at the entrance of Fongjing Garden, locating the quaint tavern following the directions given by Miao Yushi. Upon entering the tavern, his eyes were instantly drawn to Miao Yushi sitting in a corner. Dressed in a white sundress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she was enchanting. Zhang Ruiyin's heart ignited in an instant. He swiftly approached and sat beside her, smiling as he said, "Sister, I am here." Miao Yushi smiled gently and replied, "It's good you came." With that, she lifted her glass and took a delicate sip of her drink. Zhang Ruiyin gazed at her, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, and the tavern's lights cast a particularly soft and warm glow against the night sky. This was a quaint little tavern imbued with a vintage charm. With wooden tables and chairs, old photographs adorning the walls, and an ancient gramophone in the corner, all evoking a sense of timelessness and the warmth of bygone days, seated across from each other in this story-filled space. Both Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi wore smiles radiating happiness and contentment. The soft music in the tavern flowed gently, akin to a babbling brook, adding a touch of romance and comfort to the evening. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze was filled with warmth and care as he gently swirled the liquid in his glass, as if stirring the thoughts within his heart. He smiled at Miao Yushi, his eyes brimming with unspoken emotions and hopes. Do you know, every time I see you smile, my heart feels as though it is warmed by the sunshine. Zhang Ruiyun's words were tender and sincere, akin to a gentle spring breeze that stirred a warm current within Miao Yushi's heart. She looked at him gratefully, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion and happiness. They began to discuss their lives, from mundane trifles to lofty dreams, with every topic infused with mutual care and understanding. Zhang Ruiyun patiently listened to every story of Miao Yushi, whether filled with joy or sorrow, willing to be the most devoted listener. Miao Yushi, in turn, felt Zhang Ruiyun's sincerity and affection, opening her heart to reveal her inner world without reservation. As their conversation deepened, Zhang Ruiyun skillfully steered the dialogue towards the topic of heart disease, that he understood that Miao Yushi had long been troubled by this affliction. But he also knew that only by confronting and accepting it could she truly overcome it. Through his words and actions, he conveyed to Miao Yushi that no matter the challenges she faced, he would always be by her side, providing unwavering support and strength. You know, in my heart, you have always been the strongest and bravest girl. Zhang Ruiyun's words were filled with encouragement and affirmation, like a powerful force that instilled in Miao Yushi an unprecedented sense of courage and confidence. She realized that as long as Zhang Ruiyun was by her side, there was nothing to fear. Listening to Zhang Ruiyun, Miao Yushi's eyes moistened. She had never imagined she could have such a caring boyfriend. In his company, she felt an unparalleled sense of happiness and tranquility. She looked at Zhang Ruiyun with gratitude, her heart overflowing with warmth and emotion. She knew there was someone in this world willing to give everything for her, accompanying her through every stage of life. This feeling was immensely precious and blissful that as time passed, the night deepened, yet the atmosphere in the tavern grew increasingly vibrant. Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi seemed to forget the passage of time, continuing to converse, laugh, and share their stories and feelings that end this night filled with love and care. They not only deepened their understanding of one another, but also gained invaluable friendship and personal growth. They learned to remain strong and optimistic in the face of adversity. They learned to listen sincerely to each other's voices. They learned to warm each other's hearts with love. Eventually, when the night fully enveloped the earth, Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi reluctantly bid each other farewell. They embraced tightly, as if to etch each other deeply into their hearts. They understood that they did not know when they would meet again. But they also knew that regardless of what the future held, they would always cherish this hard-won bond and friendship that on his way home, Zhang Ruiyun felt exceptionally lighthearted and joyful. He gazed up at the starry sky, his heart filled with reflection and anticipation that he knew he had found his direction in life. To warm the hearts of everyone in need with love and care, he believed that as long as there was love in his heart, he could overcome any difficulty and challenge. He further believed that as long as he walked hand in hand with Miao Yushi, they could create an even brighter future together. Meanwhile, Miao Yushi returned home with a heart full of warmth and happiness. Sitting by the window, she gazed at the night outside, filled with gratitude and expectation. She realized that her life had been enriched with a precious gift, the sincere and steadfast friendship of Zhang Ruiyun. This friendship was like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding her forward. It was also like the warm sun in winter, providing her with endless warmth and strength. She believed that as long as she and Zhang Ruiyun worked hard together, they could embrace every challenge and opportunity in life, co-authoring a splendid chapter that belonged to them. On this tranquil night, as the stars adorned the sky, Ren Xinran finally concluded her busy day at work and wearily returned to her little haven. Her phone, an indispensable companion in modern life, lay quietly by her bedside, emitting a faint glow. She reached for her phone, her fingertips brushing against the screen, and the familiar image appeared, a carefully chosen wallpaper photo of a well-behaved dog in women's clothing, its eyes reflecting innocence and tenderness, as if capable of instantly melting hearts. Gazing at this photo, Ren Xinran felt an inexplicable wave of emotion swell within her. Her thoughts began to drift, recalling her parents' cliché D words from earlier that day. Shinran, you re not getting any younger. It's time to find a boyfriend. Whenever this was mentioned, she would always deflect with claims of being too busy with work, yet deep within her heart, the yearning for love had never truly vanished. Thus, a bold and avant-garde idea quietly took root in her mind. Chapter 45. Confession. The next day, as the sunset cast its golden silk-like glow over the bustling streets, enveloping the city in a warm and gentle light, Ren Shinran, usually gentle and reserved, exhibited an extraordinary side. She meticulously selected a simple yet stylish dress, its hem swaying lightly like a summer morning breeze, exuding both elegance and a hint of playfulness. The slender high heels accentuated her graceful figure, with each step radiating an aura of intelligence and gentleness. Before the mirror, she scrutinized herself carefully, as if admiring a meticulously arranged painting. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her inner anticipation and nervousness. She understood that today's date was not merely a casual gathering, but rather a journey of self-exploration and adventure. She yearned to share her inner world with Zhang Ruiyun, hoping for his understanding and response. Inside the restaurant, soft lighting bathed each exquisite table, creating a warm and romantic ambience. The air was infused with delicate floral scents mingling with the aroma of delicious food, drawing one into a state of blissful intoxication. Zhang Ruiyun had arrived early, seated by the window, engrossed in his phone, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The moment Ren Shinran stepped into the restaurant, his gaze was instantly captivated. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Shinran, you're here. Zhang Ruiyun stood up, a warm smile illuminating his face, as bright as the spring sun, that he stepped forward to pull out a chair for Ren Shinran, facilitating her seating. Their actions were harmonious and natural, as though they had known each other for years. The waiter promptly offered the menu, filled with an array of culinary delights. However, Ren Shinran appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze occasionally flitting over the words on the menu, but more often lingering on Zhang Ruiyun's face. She sought to decipher his thoughts through his expressions, yet feared her assumptions might stray from reality. Noticing her demeanor, Zhang Ruiyun felt a surge of warmth within that he understood the complexity of Ren Shinran's emotions and sensed her regard and care for him. Thus, he set the menu aside and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you troubled?" Ren Shinran looked up, meeting Zhang Ruiyun's gaze in that moment. She seemed to see the sincerity and care in his eyes, feeling the warmth and strength he conveyed. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to face her inner self courageously. "The truth is, I invited you out today to share some heartfelt thoughts." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, as if she were making a solemn vow to herself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun's expression turned serious, that he wiped the smile from his face and gazed intently at Ren Shinran, awaiting her next words. That he understood that this moment was profoundly significant for her, marking a pivotal juncture in their relationship. "That I have always regarded you as a cherished friend and am truly grateful for your unwavering concern and support," Ren Shinran began, each word imbued with deep emotion and gratitude. "However, I have come to realize that my feelings for you seem to transcend the boundaries of friendship." Pausing momentarily, she appeared to summon courage, as if assessing Zhang Ruiyun's reaction. Zhang Ruiyun's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions upon hearing her confession. He had not anticipated Ren Shinran would suddenly profess her feelings, and this revelation left him both astonished and elated. He was acutely aware of his fondness for her, yet it had been more of an admiration and respect than romantic affection. Nevertheless, gazing into Ren Shinran's steadfast eyes and hopeful expression, he found it difficult to outright reject her. "Shinran, I truly appreciate your honesty and courage," Zhang Ruiyun finally spoke, his voice laced with regret and helplessness. "However, I must be forthright with you. I already have a girlfriend." His words, though succinct, resonated with finality, causing Ren Shinran's complexion to pale instantly, akin to petals brushed by a gentle spring rain, momentarily losing their vibrant hue. Yet this subtle shift was merely a fleeting glimpse of the turmoil within her. Soon, she resembled a tranquil lake, regaining her calm demeanor. In her profound gaze shone a glimmer of understanding and tolerance, as if she could perceive the deepest secrets of the human heart. With a gentle sigh, reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing treetops, she conveyed her acceptance of Zhang Ruiyun's position and the complexity of his emotions. a reflection of the confusion and struggle one faces when love intertwines with friendship. She understood that his decision was not made lightly, but rather the result of careful consideration. Thus, she chose to respect his choice and the bond they shared. "It's all right, Rin." Rin Shinran's voice was soothing yet resolute, as if she were bestowing upon him a warm strength. "That I recognize this may come as a surprise to you, but I do not regret voicing my true feelings. Love is beautiful. It is worth pursuing and confronting with bravery. Even if the outcome is not what we desire, at least we can take pride in having made the effort at this juncture." A subtle smile graced Rin Shinran's lips, a blend of relief and anticipation. She seemed to have shed the burdens of her heart, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. "However, I don't mind," she said lightly. "Why don't you bring her out another day? I have something I wish to discuss with her." Upon hearing this, it was Zhang Ruyun's turn to be astonished. He widened his eyes, incredulously regarding Rin Shinran, as if seeking confirmation that he had not misheard. In his mind, Rin Shinran had always been a tender and sensitive soul. How could she so graciously propose to meet his girlfriend? This was entirely beyond his expectations. Yet in Rin Shinran's eyes sparkled sincerity and composure. She did not waver in the face of Zhang Ruyun's astonishment. Instead, her resolve only strengthened. She was aware that only through direct communication could they truly comprehend one another's thoughts and feelings, thereby discovering the optimal path to resolve their predicament. Zhang Ruyun, captivated by Ren Shinran's determined gaze, felt an intricate swirl of emotions within him. He was both shocked and filled with admiration, tinged with a hint of guilt. He recognized that his previous anxieties and concerns were unfounded, for Ren Shinran had demonstrated her grace and magnanimity through her actions. Little did he know that he would soon find himself with two girlfriends, and ultimately more than two, often being perceived as part of a larger group of girls. Chapter 46. A Beautiful Day? Zhang Ruyun and Ren Shinran gradually concluded their conversation in the warm ambience of dinner, each word imbued with sentiments deeper than mere language. Their gazes intertwined like the brightest stars in the night sky, a silent understanding etched deeply into their hearts as nightfall softly enveloped the world. The city lights twinkled like scattered stars, gradually illuminating the entire horizon. Standing at the street corner, they gazed at each other, the surrounding world seemingly frozen, leaving only their hearts to silently exchange unexpressed emotions. Zhang Ruyun let out a gentle sigh, laden with both reluctance and acceptance, breaking the silence. "Shinran, it's getting late. We should head back." That a flicker of complicated emotions danced in Ren Shinran's eyes. A spark of determination intertwined with resignation. She softly replied, "Ruyun, I won't give up, that I will continue to seek ways for your girlfriend to accept our existence." With that, she turned to leave, her solitary yet resolute figure stretching under the dim streetlights, reminiscent of an unfinished tale yearning to unfold. Zhang Ruyun stood rooted in place, watching Ren Shinran depart, his heart awash with a tumult of feelings, but he understood her tenacity and deep affection. Yet this emotional entanglement left him bewildered and conflicted. The thought of sharing his life with two women felt like an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, he recognized that in matters of the heart, there are rarely absolutes of right and wrong or rationality. Shaking his head, he attempted to cast aside these disordered thoughts and turned to make his way back to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, laughter and chatter shattered the night's tranquility. Zhang Ruyun's three younger brothers were gathered around the computer, wholly engrossed in the virtual gaming realm. Their faces radiated the vigor of youth, embodying a carefree era that belonged solely to them. Upon seeing Zhang Ruyun return, they paused their gaming, enthusiastically greeting him. Zhang Ruyun smiled in response to their warm welcome. Yet an involuntary wave of fatigue washed over him that he approached his desk, habitually retrieving his phone to initiate a video call with Miao Yushi. Miao Yushi's sweet smile instantly illuminated the screen, her voice soft and magnetic, possessing an enchanting quality that seemed to dispel Zhang Ruyun's weariness in an instant. They engaged in cheerful conversation, traversing topics from the trivialities of daily life to aspirations and plans for the future, each subject fostering an intimate connection between them. However, just as they were reveling in their exchange, an unexpected surprise burst onto the screen. Zhang Ruodong's disheveled figure appeared abruptly, startling Zhang Ruyun to the point of almost dropping his phone. Zhang Ruodong, witnessing Zhang Ruyun's startled demeanor, erupted into laughter, her face alight with mischief. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be so easily frightened now. You used to drag me to graveyards without a trace of fear. Zhang Ruiyun rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet warmth swelled within him, that he understood that Zhang Ruodong was expressing her care and affection in her own playful manner. As the trio continued to chat animatedly, Zhang Ruodong suddenly shifted the topic. Hey Cici, Zhang Ruiyun's nickname, are you free tomorrow night? Your girlfriend Miao Yushi should be free too, right? How about we all go shopping together? Zhang Ruiyun paused, momentarily taken aback, then recalled that it had indeed been a while since he had accompanied Miao Yushi on a shopping trip. He glanced at Miao Yushi's expectant face on the screen, and a warm current surged within him. He nodded in agreement to Zhang Ruodong's suggestion. All right, let's plan for tomorrow night then. Where shall we meet? Miao Yushi pondered for a moment before replying. How about the parking lot? Oh, and Cici, remember to wear women's clothing, hee hee. I want to see how you look in a dress. Zhang Ruiyun gazed at Miao Yushi's eager eyes, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation that he was aware of her fondness for his feminine attire. Yet each mention of it filled him with embarrassment and reluctance. However, this time he chose not to refuse but rather to acquiesce. He agreed to Miao Yushi's request, silently grumbling. Why does my little darling like seeing me in women's clothing so much? Yet upon reflection, he was willing to do anything to make Miao Yushi happy. However, Zhang Ruodong expressed her strong dissatisfaction. No way, brother. How can you treat us differently? When I asked you to wear women's clothing, I had to resort to coercion, yet you readily agreed to your girlfriend. She feigned tears, exclaiming, I feel unloved. Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi exchanged amused glances, their eyes filled with exasperation yet tinged with affection. They understood that Zhang Ruodong was merely expressing her discontent and jealousy in her own way, a testament to the deep bond of sibling love and friendship they shared. The following evening, Zhang Ruiyun donned women's attire as promised, standing in the parking lot awaiting the arrival of Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruodong. Clad in a flowing white dress, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and an exquisite makeup that rendered him even more beautiful than most girls, he was a vision to behold. When he appeared before Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruodong, both were momentarily struck speechless by his beauty, showering him with compliments, their eyes sparkling with admiration and delight. The three of them linked arms, stepping into the shopping mall to relish their rare moment of leisure. They strolled together, indulging in shopping and savoring delectable cuisine, each moment brimming with laughter and warmth. Zhang Ruiyun, clad in feminine attire, attracted countless glances and admiration from passers-by. Within the mall, he shyly lowered his head, yet reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. Yes, they wandered through the shopping center. Several young men approached, seeking to exchange WeChat contacts. For in their eyes, they were three enchanting sisters, each more beautiful than the last. Many were particularly eager to acquire Zhang Ruiyun's WeChat, but upon learning that he was in a relationship with his companions, the boys departed, disappointment evident in their expressions. They had hoped to encounter true love, only to discover a different reality, that he recognized this as a unique gift from Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruodong, a testament to their profound bond. Throughout this experience, Zhang Ruiyun felt his connection with Miao Yushi deepen. They understood and supported one another, facing any challenges hand in hand. Zhang Ruodong also seemed to have grown more accepting of their relationship, no longer opposing it as vehemently as before, but instead choosing to silently bless and protect it. This transformation filled Zhang Ruiyun with immense comfort and gratitude, knowing it was the result of their collective efforts and a reflection of their deep emotions. As time passed, night enveloped the surroundings and the crowds within the mall gradually dispersed. Yet, Zhang Ruiyun, Miao Yushi, and Zhang Ruodong remained immersed in each other's company, reluctant to part ways. Chapter 47. Candlelight dinner. They entered a quaint CAF. Hidden in a corner of the bustling city, where the outside world was filled with hurried pedestrians, yet inside lay an oasis of tranquility. The CAF's decor was minimalist yet elegant, with soft lighting casting a warm glow across every nook, creating an intimate atmosphere. Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi chose a window seat, where they could relish the richness of their coffee while gazing at the nightscape outside. Within the CAF, the rich aroma of coffee intertwined with the gentle strains of jazz, akin to a delicate tapestry, infusing the evening with an ineffable sense of romance and warmth. Zhang Ruiyun slowly lifted the lid of his cup, leisurely stirring his latte, the velvety milk froth creating ripples on the surface like a delicate portrayal of his feelings for Miao Yushi. His gaze fell tenderly upon her, his eyes, brimming with stories, reflecting endless affection and gratitude. From their initial, serendipitous encounter amidst a sea of people to becoming indispensable presences in each other's lives, they had traversed the vitality of spring, the fervor of summer, the harvest of autumn, and the tranquility of winter, with each season bearing witness to their growth and transformation. Yushi, thank you for always being by my side. Zhang Ruiyun finally broke the silence. His voice deep and resonant, each word imbued with emotion. This statement was not merely a reflection on the past, but also an anticipation of the future. Upon hearing this, Miao Yushi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly clasped Zhang Ruiyun's hand. Her touch warm and reassuring, as if to dispel all the world's chill. Silly, we are each other's support, and no matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side. Her response was resolute yet tender, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, warm and radiant. Seated nearby, Zhang Ruodong observed her brother and sister-in-law's affectionate exchange, a wave of warmth swelling within her heart. She was acutely aware of Zhang Ruiyun's arduous journey and had witnessed the pure yet resilient love he shared with Miao Yushi. Seeing them finally attain their own happiness brought her immense comfort and satisfaction. Clearing her throat lightly, she attempted to break the overly sweet atmosphere. All right, you two. Save the lovey-dovey displays for another time. Let's discuss our plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Zhang Ruiyun inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face. That haven't we already finished our shopping? With a mischievous smile and a glint of cunning in her eyes. Zhang Ruodong replied, Oh, shopping was merely one of tonight's activities. Tomorrow, I have prepared a special surprise for you both. Her tone was filled with anticipation and excitement, as if she could hardly wait to witness their expressions upon receiving the surprise. What surprise? Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation. Zhang Ruodong, however, playfully withheld the details. It's a secret for now. But rest assured, this surprise will be unforgettable. With that, she fell silent, simply gazing at the two with a smile. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist into the room, Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi awoke. They exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken connection and warmth requiring no words. After breakfast, Zhang Ruodong led them on a journey to a quaint town on the outskirts. The town exuded an atmosphere of antiquity and serenity, with charming architecture, cobblestone paths, and babbling brooks, all harmoniously beautiful. Is this the surprise you prepared for us? Zhang Ruiyun asked, surveying his surroundings with surprise. Zhang Ruodong shook her head with a smile. Of course not. This is merely the first stop of our journey. Her words were laden with mystery and expectation, intensifying Zhang Ruiyun and Miao Yushi's curiosity about what lay ahead. Just then, it seemed Zhang Ruiyun remembered something. But sister, I have class today. Although I've learned everything, I can't possibly leave a bad impression on the teacher. Can I? His words carried a hint of hesitation and unease. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruodong immediately reassured him. Oh, don't worry. I've already taken care of your absence. Today is a day of great significance, so you can relax. With my capabilities, you should have no doubts. Her tone brimmed with pride and confidence, prompting Zhang Ruiyun to roll his eyes. Though his heart swelled with gratitude that in the ensuing hours, Zhang Ruodong guided them through every corner of the town. They visited ancient temples, experiencing the solemnity and sanctity therein, savored authentic local delicacies, delighting their taste buds, and crafted pottery, pouring their emotions and creativity into their creations. Each activity filled them with joy and satisfaction, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of beauty and harmony. As night fell and the town was cloaked in a veil of mystery, Zhang Ruodong led them to an open grassy area that a white dining table adorned with chairs was set up, surrounded by soft lighting and blooming flowers. The scene resembled a fairy tale, utterly enchanting. This is breathtaking. Zhang Ruiyun marveled at the sight before him, his heart overwhelmed with awe and emotion. This is the candlelight dinner I've prepared for you, Zhang Ruodong declared proudly, her eyes sparkling with happiness and fulfillment, as if every effort and sacrifice she had made had culminated in this moment. What do you think? A surprise, isn't it? Her words carried a playful and expectant tone, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise. Zhang Riyun and Miao Yushi exchanged glances, both recognizing the emotions and happiness reflected in each other's eyes. They approached the table, seated themselves, and gazed at the exquisite food and fine wine before them, their hearts brimming with gratitude and warmth. This was more than just a meal. It was a profound expression of love and care. They raised their glasses in a toast, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Zhang Ruodong. Ruodong, thank you for everything you've done for us. You truly are the best sister. Their voices trembled with emotion, a sincere testament to familial love. After dinner, they strolled together on the grass, relishing the tranquility and beauty of the night. The starry sky, dotted with twinkling stars, seemed to crown their friendship and love. They shared their dreams and aspirations, delighting in the simple joys of life, their deep emotions flowing through the night, painting the most beautiful scenery. When Yushi, Zhang Ruodong suddenly halted, earnestly gazing at both of them, her eyes shimmering with determination and hope. That I wish for you both to find everlasting happiness, to face any challenges together. Her words washed over them like a warm tide, filling their hearts with profound warmth and strength. That we will, Zhang Riyun and Miao Yushi replied in unison, their eyes shining with conviction and faith. They knew this deep bond was not solely theirs but belonged to a family filled with love and warmth. They would cherish this connection, proving their love and commitment through actions, allowing their love to shine like the brightest star in the night sky, forever illuminating their hearts. Chapter 48. Mutual agreement. The warm ambience of the candlelight dinner lingered around the trio as Zhang Riyun, Miao Yushi, and Zhang Ruodong savored their meal under the gentle glow of candles, engaging in discussions about their dreams and futures. After dinner, they did not rush to end this rare gathering, but decided to stroll along the cobblestone paths of the ancient city, continuing their delightful adventure. The night in the ancient city was imbued with a unique charm. The lights flickered like stars, and the moonlight flowed like water, casting a mysterious and solemn aura over the old buildings. They meandered through narrow alleyways, sometimes pausing before quaint little shops to select cherished handicrafts. At other times, they stood by bridges, gazing at the flowing water, savoring the tranquility and beauty around them. The sounds of their laughter became the most melodious symphony of the night. As time slipped by unnoticed, when the night deepened, Zhang Riyun, Miao Yushi, and Zhang Ruodong reluctantly concluded their unforgettable journey through the ancient city. Zhang Riyun offered to drive them back to school, expertly maneuvering the vehicle along familiar roads. In the vehicle, the three friends continued to share their experiences from the evening, their laughter resonating as if the entire world were enveloped in their joy. Eventually, the car came to a gentle stop at the school gate. Zhang Riyun smiled as she watched Miao Yushi and Zhang Ruodong alight, waving goodbye as they gradually faded into the night. At that moment, her heart brimmed with satisfaction and happiness, for she understood that, regardless of how the future might unfold, this precious friendship would forever be etched in their hearts. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight quietly crept through the dormitory window, delicately caressing every inch of space, it resembled nature's gentlest alarm, awakening the three slumbering souls. Sunlight danced upon the floor, swirling in harmony with the dust motes suspended in the air, infusing this ordinary morning with a touch of vitality and vigor. Within the dormitory, a serene tranquility was gradually disrupted by this sudden illumination. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tianren slowly opened their hazy eyes, remnants of sleep still lingering on their faces. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them, akin to that of longtime friends. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by an unexpected discovery. As they prepared to rise and embark on a new day, Gao Yi's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhang Ruyun's bed. The space that should have been empty now harbored a surprising figure, a beauty clad in women's attire, with tousled hair and a blanket haphazardly draped over her. This scene instantly captured the attention of everyone in the dormitory, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion, as if time had momentarily frozen. This. Zhang Riyun. Zhao Wenbo was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with disbelief. Tianren leaned in closer, scrutinizing the beauty in an attempt to discern a familiar face from the blurred outline. Gao Yi furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with questions and curiosity. The previous night, they had known that Zhang Riyun had gone out with her sister Zhang Ruodong and Zhang Ruodong's partner. Miao Yushi. Zhang Ruyin was known for her vivacious personality and her love for new experiences, but to don women's clothing and venture out was a first. The trio couldn't help but speculate. Had something particularly extraordinary transpired at last night's gathering? As time passed, the atmosphere in the dormitory grew increasingly nuanced. They began to whisper among themselves, piecing together the truth of the previous night from fragments of each other's words. Gao Yi suggested that perhaps Zhang Ruyin had lost the game and, as a consequence, had to wear women's attire. Li Ming speculated that it might have been a prank by Miao Yushi, given that he had heard tales of Miao Yushi's playful nature, while Zhao Wenbo took a more direct approach, proposing that they should simply awaken Zhang Ruyin and inquire for clarity. However, just as they were about to act, Zhang Ruyin stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she seemed still caught in the remnants of slumber. Upon realizing her surroundings and the attire she wore, an awkward yet resigned smile spread across her face. Noticing the incredulous expressions of her roommates, she hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. We lost a game last night. And this was the punishment. That I didn't expect to fall asleep right after returning without changing clothes." With this explanation, Gao Yi and the others finally grasped the situation, that it was merely a misunderstanding. They exchanged knowing smiles, their earlier confusion and curiosity dissipating. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ruyin cheekily quipped, "So, how do I look? This outfit isn't too shabby, right?" Her words elicited laughter throughout the dormitory, restoring a light-hearted and jovial atmosphere. "Zhang Ruyin, it's quite a sight to see you in women's attire for the first time. You look lovely. It seems our training has borne fruit," Zhao Wenbo remarked playfully. Zhang Ruyin shot him a bemused glance, replying, "Oh, spare me the theatrics. It sounds as if I've been subjected to your whims." Once the four had completed their morning routines, they chatted amicably as they made their way to the classroom. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, in a cozy, artistically adorned cat CF, Miao Yushi and Ren Xinran arrived as planned. Inside the CF, soft lighting enveloped every corner, while cats lounged lazily on windowsills or curiously observed the two unexpected guests. The air was imbued with a gentle aroma of coffee mingled with the soft scent of cat fur, adding warmth and mystery to this unexpected meeting. "Hello, I'm Ren Xinran." Her voice broke the serene silence of the CF as she smiled and extended her hand toward Miao Yushi, her gaze radiating an indescribable sense of determination and sincerity. Miao Yushi was momentarily taken aback, then politely shook her hand in return. "I'm Miao Yushi. May I ask what brings you here?" Ren Xinran took a deep breath, seemingly preparing herself for what she was about to say. "Actually, I'm here to discuss something regarding Zhang Ruyin." She spoke slowly, her eyes locked onto Miao Yushi's, seeking a reaction. "Zhang Ruyin is a very important friend to me, and someone I have quietly admired for a long time." That a blush crept onto Ren Xinran's cheeks as she continued. "I know about your relationship with Zhang Ruyin, but I want you to know that my feelings for her are genuine. Therefore, I would like to ask, would you mind if Zhang Ruyin had another girlfriend?" This question was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly creating ripples in Miao Yushi's heart. She was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, surprise and confusion. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, contemplating Ren Xinran's inquiry seriously. She recognized that Zhang Ruyin was a gentle and kind-hearted boy, deserving of love and care from all. Although she cherished her feelings for Zhang Ruyin, she also wished for him to experience greater happiness and joy. Miao Yushi. Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she paused, seemingly searching for the most appropriate response. "That I don't mind if Zhang Ruyin has more people who love him. As long as he is happy, I am happy," she finally articulated, her tone imbued with relief and tolerance. In that moment, it felt as though she had cast aside a heavy burden, her spirit lightened. Upon hearing this, Ren Xinran's eyes gleamed with gratitude and admiration. She had not anticipated Miao Yushi would so graciously accept her presence, which significantly enhanced her fondness for Miao Yushi. "Thank you, Miao Yushi," she said sincerely. "I will treat Zhang Ruyin with my utmost sincerity and will also respect the bond you share." Chapter 49. Only Zhang Ruyin remains in his encapsulated world beneath the glow of the setting sun. Ren Xinran and Miao Yushi stood side by side at the street corner, their faces radiating an indescribable joy and satisfaction. Just moments ago, they had made a decision together, one that not only represented a courageous endeavor into the future, but also served as a testament to the deepening of their friendship. This decision felt like a seed, quietly taking root and sprouting within their hearts, heralding the commencement of a new journey. As the dust of their decision settled, their gazes inadvertently met, and in that instant, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. In each other's eyes, they saw trust, support, and understanding, emotions flowing like a warm current, kindling warmth within their hearts. Rin Shinran was the first to break the silence. A gentle smile gracing her lips, imbued with a hint of playfulness and sincerity. I never expected we would be so in sync that our thoughts would align effortlessly. Miao Yushi, upon hearing this, reciprocated with a tender smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it truly is fate. Moreover, as we talked, I discovered that we share so many similar interests: music, movies, travel, and of course, genre. It feels as if I found a kindred spirit. Moved by this sudden resonance, they simultaneously proposed, since we're so compatible, why not take advantage of the fact that the mall hasn't closed yet and go for a stroll? We might just uncover even more shared interests. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement, and they exchanged knowing smiles as they stepped hand in hand into the mall. Inside, the mall was ablaze with lights, bustling with people, and alive with excitement. Yet, amidst the throng, Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi felt as though they inhabited a world uniquely their own. They navigated through various shops, pausing occasionally before exquisite accessories, whispering opinions on which would better suit each other. At times, they wandered into bookstores, losing themselves in the sea of books in search of words that touched their souls. With each new discovery, they shared their thoughts and feelings, their innocent joy radiating to everyone around them. In the fitting room, they enthusiastically selected clothes for one another, trying them on, mixing and matching, and offering critiques with unbridled delight. Each time they beheld the other donning a new outfit, radiating newfound charm. They couldn't help but express genuine admiration and applause to that moment. They were not merely selecting garments, but uplifting each other's beauty and confidence. As time slipped away, night gradually enveloped the world, and the mall began to quiet down. However, Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi's enthusiasm remained undiminished. They seemed to have an endless stream of conversation, discussing everything from hobbies to life aspirations, from past experiences to future dreams, each topic resonating deeply within them. Through this exchange, they gained a deeper understanding of one another, further solidifying the bond of their friendship. By the time they finally exited the mall, it was well past midnight. Yet, not a trace of fatigue marred their faces. Instead, they were aglow with fulfillment and happiness. They realized that today was not merely a shopping excursion, but a profound exchange of hearts and minds. During this journey, they not only discovered shared interests, but also found a cherished friend with whom they could confide their innermost thoughts and share their joys. From now on, we should often go out together, Rin Shinran said earnestly, holding Miao Yushi's hand tightly. Of course, I think so too, Miao Yushi replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Thus, Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi continued to forge ahead on the path of life, side by side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, Zhang Rin had just concluded her afternoon classes, her mind brimming with newfound knowledge, blissfully unaware that her life was about to be swept away by an unexpected and delightful storm. Unbeknownst to her, in a moment of serendipity, she had quietly been bestowed with a new identity as the girlfriend in the hearts of two girls who had unexpectedly become bosom friends. The tapestry of fate silently wove intricate patterns around her. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed their four figures, Zhang Rin, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, in its warmth, they strolled along the familiar path back to the dormitory, discussing amusing anecdotes from class and sharing their experiences. Laughter danced in the gentle breeze, adding a touch of warmth and comfort to an otherwise ordinary day. However, a subtle sense of unease lingered in Zhang Ruyun's heart, as if something was amiss. Something that was both absent and present compared to the usual rhythm of her life. Yet she found it difficult to articulate. Upon reaching the dormitory, Gao Yi and Tian Rini eagerly proposed an exhilarating game to dispel the weariness of the day. Yet, Zhao Wenbo unexpectedly shook his head, a mysterious smile illuminating his face. "Not today, my friends. I have a date tonight and need to prepare," he added with a wink towards Gao Yi and Tian Rini as Zhang Ruyun turned away. Signaling them to check the group chat on WeChat, a shared understanding and mischief hanging in the air. Zhang Ruiyan caught sight of this exchange and smiled slightly, as if coming to an understanding, yet chose not to delve deeper. That I'll join you guys later. I need to have a chat with Yushi first. After all, a newly acquired friend needs to be nurtured, he said, placing extra emphasis on the word friend, his eyes glinting with playful cunning as if hinting at something more. Gao Yi immediately feigned an exaggerated expression of disdain, dramatically exclaiming, "Oh, look at this fellow who prioritizes love over friendship. Now that he has a girlfriend, he forgets about us brothers. Truly, the world has changed for the worse." His words drew laughter from both Zhang Ruiyan and Tian Ren amidst the light-hearted atmosphere that I in this cheerful setting. Zhang Ruiyan quietly climbed on his bed, unlocking his phone. As Yushi's chat interface appeared before him. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he initiated their sweet conversation. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and Tian Ren gathered around the computer, engrossed in the messages shared by Zhao Wenbo and their small group. "Hey, brothers, I've made big plans today. I've scheduled a session with an amazing photographer to shoot a stunning collection for Shishi this weekend. You won't believe your eyes. It'll be breathtaking." His words radiated excitement and anticipation for the shoot, as well as his deep affection for Shishi. The two exchanged knowing smiles, silently applauding Zhao Wenbo's romantic gesture, eagerly anticipating the weekend, hoping to witness this beautiful moment firsthand. That I in the dormitory, though Zhao Wenbo's presence was absent. The warmth and happiness born from the intertwining of friendship and love permeated the air like a gentle breeze as nightfall descended. The lights in the dormitory dimmed softly, casting a warm and inviting glow. This light not only illuminated the room, but also brightened the delicate and profound emotional exchange between Zhang Ruiyan and Yushi. Their conversation flowed like a gentle stream in the mountains, unhurried yet imbued with warmth and enduring strength, meandering through their hearts. Each word from Yushi was like a meticulously crafted note, resonating on the strings of Zhang Ruiyan's heart, weaving melodies that were both poignant and captivating. These melodies harbored infinite dreams for the future, an unwavering pursuit of aspirations, and a deep appreciation for the little joys in everyday life. Zhang Ruiyan listened intently, offering humor interspersed throughout their dialogue, making their conversation lively and filled with laughter. "Do you know, Ruiyan, I always feel that time flies when we chat." Yushi typed gently from the other side of the screen, her face aglow with happiness. She felt an immense sense of gratitude and appreciation. For in this fast-paced world, finding someone willing to listen and share was indeed a rare treasure. Zhang Ruiyan felt a warm surge of emotion in return. He quickly replied, "That's because we are in sync. Every time we talk, it feels like I've found someone with whom I can share everything." This statement not only conveyed his recognition and reliance on Yushi, but also revealed his deep-seated value and care for this newfound friendship. As their conversation deepened, they transitioned from mundane matters to more profound emotional realms. Zhang Ruiyan discovered that Yushi was not only gentle and lovely in appearance, but also possessed a sensitive and nuanced inner world, offering unique insights and reflections on life. She always approached problems with a distinctive perspective, comforting others with her gentle words. This only heightened Zhang Ruiyan's admiration and respect for Yushi, making him cherish this unexpected bond even more. Meanwhile, in another corner, Gao Yi and Tian Ren were fervently planning Shishi's photo shoot. Sitting before the computer, their eyes were glued to the works shared by Zhao Wenbo, seeking inspiration. Tian Ren proposed an idea. "We could prepare some special props and scenes to allow Shishi to fully relax during the shoot and showcase her authentic self." Gao Yi immediately agreed, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they envisioned Shishi radiating beauty before the camera. Their enthusiasm grew as they meticulously discussed every detail of the shoot, from prop selection to scene arrangement, from camera angles to lighting techniques. They decided to invite some friends to assist in creating a warm and romantic atmosphere, allowing Shishi to feel the warmth of home and the affection of friends during the shoot. However, just as they were about to leave the dormitory to gather supplies, Zhang Ruiyan suddenly received a call from Yushi. Her voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. "Ruiyan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you come and keep me company?" This statement struck Zhang Ruiyan like a bolt from the blue. He immediately realized that Yushi might be facing some difficulties or discomfort and needed his presence and comfort. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruiyan swiftly explained the situation to Gao Yi and Tian Ren, asking them to handle the subsequent arrangements for the photo shoot, but he then hurriedly left the dormitory, racing towards Yushi's location. Along the way, his heart was filled with worry and anxiety. He feared that Yushi might be in serious trouble and was terrified of not being able to reach her in time to provide the help and support she needed. Upon arriving at Yushi's location, Zhang Ruyin found her face pale as a sheet, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, but he rushed forward to support her, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell?" Yushi managed a weak smile and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing serious. I might just be a bit exhausted, that a little rest should help." Though Yushi attempted to mask her discomfort and fatigue, Zhang Ruyin could still sense her frailty and weakness. Zhang Ruyin, was like a refined gentleman, his movements gentle and considerate as he carefully guided Yushi to a nearby comfortable chair. The chair seemed to transform into a soft embrace at that moment. As if designed to cradle Yushi's weariness and fragility, that he helped her settle down with utmost care, each gesture reflecting his meticulous concern for her well-being. That he then turned to the water dispenser, thoughtfully selecting a clean cup and gently pressing the button, allowing crystal-clear warm water to flow into the cup, producing a soothing sound that mirrored the tranquility and harmony of the moment between them. Yushi accepted the cup, her fingers trembling slightly, a mix of weakness and gratitude coursing through her. She lowered her head, sipping the warm water slowly, as if it was not merely a drink, but Zhang Ruyin's silent care and affection for her. As the warmth nourished her, her complexion gradually regained some color, and her previously pale lips took on a soft pink hue. Seeing this, Zhang Ruyin felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling softly. His eyes filled with tenderness and relief. "Don't worry, Yushi. I'll stay right here with you." His voice was low and rich, like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, warm and bright. His words were simple, yet powerful, bestowing upon Yushi boundless courage and solace. Yushi looked up, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she softly spoke. "Thank you, Ruyin. You are always so attentive and considerate." Though brief, her words carried profound emotion, filling Zhang Ruyin with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He understood that for Yushi, he was not merely a friend, but a harbor upon which he could rely and trust. The two sat in serene silence, as if the world around them had come to a standstill. They held each other's hands tightly, a silent understanding transmitting emotions that needed no words. The warmth and heartbeat shared between their palms felt as if their hearts were intertwined, pulsating in unison to a shared melody. On this love-filled night, their bond reached a new pinnacle of elevation and fortification, shining as brightly as the most radiant star in the night sky. As time flowed, the darkness deepened, yet the starlight grew ever brighter. Outside the window, the world was shrouded in a mysterious veil, appearing particularly tranquil and profound. However, within the dormitory, warmth and light abounded, emanating from the love they shared. They continued to converse, sharing their innermost thoughts and stories. The fragments of dreams, futures, and life gradually coalesced into beautiful canvases within their dialogue. Their exchanges were filled with laughter, emotion, contemplation, and longing, each moment brimming with cherished memories and precious feelings. That on this night, they seemed to return to the carefree days of childhood, where innocent smiles and playful antics felt as if they were just before them. Yet, they both recognized that those wonderful times were irretrievably lost. Nevertheless, they cherished the present, valuing the friendship that bound them. They understood that no matter the challenges and trials the future might bring, as long as they stood side by side, they could overcome anything and stride toward a brighter tomorrow. The night grew deep, yet their hearts drew ever closer. Together, they wove a beautiful narrative of friendship, love, dreams, and the future on this love-filled night. Chapter 51. The shock from Zhang Ruodong. The farewell between Zhang Ruyin and Miao Yushi was imbued with reluctance and attachment. However, reality compelled them to part ways and return to their respective dormitories. Once separated, the uncertainty of when they would meet again left an indelible mark of helplessness and sorrow in their hearts. As Miao Yushi stepped into the dormitory, her thoughts lingered on her parting with Zhang Ruyin, entirely oblivious to an unexpected figure stealthily approaching. Suddenly, Zhang Ruodong appeared before her like a specter, causing her to scream in fright. "Ruodong, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Her heart raced like a drum, her face a mix of panic and indignation. Zhang Ruodong, however, wore an innocent yet mischievous expression, sticking out her tongue and pretending not to understand Miao Yushi's complaints. As she playfully groped her, exclaiming, "Oh dear, just returned from a date with my handsome brother, and now you've stolen him away from me. How could you forget your best friend now that you have a boyfriend?" Boo-hoo! Her words were laced with jest. Though her tone was laced with jealousy, Zhang Ruodong recognized this as part of their playful banter, this unique intimacy deepening their bond. Miao Yushi understood that Zhang Ruodong was jokingly expressing her acknowledgement and blessings for her romantic relationship. They exchanged smiles, dissolving any misunderstandings or grievances in that moment, leaving only deep friendship and affection. Observing Zhang Ruodong's playful demeanor, Miao Yushi couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing it as their distinctive interaction, light-hearted teasing between best friends. Not to be taken seriously, she reached out and gently pinched Zhang Ruodong's cheek, teasing, "Oh my, your little mouth is getting sweeter. Are you craving candy again? Spill your intentions." Their relationship remained as close and amusing as ever. This profound friendship standing as their invaluable treasure, that moment. Miao Yushi's expression turned unusually serious, as if every word she was about to utter carried immense weight. She spoke slowly, her voice laced with a hint of imperceptible determination and complexity. "Ruodong, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you earnestly, one that concerns me, Rin Shinran, and your brother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruodong sat up straight, her gaze filled with curiosity and confusion. She had never seen Miao Yushi so solemn. Her heart stirring with a premonition that what was to follow was of great significance. In fact, a few days ago, Rin Shinran approached me. Miao Yushi's tone was calm and profound, as if recounting something trivial. Yet each word struck Zhang Ruodong's heart like a hammer. "She revealed to me that she harbored deep feelings for your brother, and even though he already has a girlfriend, she finds herself unable to extricate her heart from him." At this juncture, Miao Yushi paused slightly, seemingly allowing Zhang Ruodong a moment to absorb the gravity of the revelation. Zhang Ruodong, already taken aback by this news, could scarcely find her voice. Her eyes widened. Her mouth agape. She finally managed to stammer. "How could my brother possess such charm? How is it possible for a girl with a boyfriend to still wish to be with him? This is simply unbelievable." Miao Yushi sighed softly, as if she had anticipated Zhang Ruodong's reaction. "I understand this is hard to accept, but it is the truth. Even more unexpectedly, when Rin Shinran confided in me, I did not choose to reject or condemn her. Instead, I agreed to her request." "What? You agreed?" Zhang Ruodong's voice rose an octave, disbelief flooding her senses. In her worldview, love was exclusive, intolerant of third-party interference. Yet now, her best friend was telling her she was willing to share the same boyfriend with another girl? This was more absurd than a tale from a fantasy world. "Yes, I agreed." Miao Yushi's tone remained steady, though her eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. "I know this sounds insane, but both Rin Shinran and I believe that love should not be confined by traditional frameworks. We are willing to explore a new relational model, one founded on mutual respect, understanding, and trust." Zhang Ruodong stood frozen, her mind racing to process this sudden influx of information. She had never envisioned such dramatic developments in her life. She looked at Miao Yushi, searching for any hint of jest upon her face, only to find sincerity and resolve. But how could this possibly work? Zhang Ruodong finally regained her voice, filled with confusion and disbelief. "How can you both love the same person? Won't there be jealousy, arguments? And my brother? Does he know? Has he agreed?" Miao Yushi gently shook her head, a flicker of tenderness and helplessness in her gaze. "These questions are ones we have all pondered. However, with time, we have come to understand a profound truth. Love is complex and ever-changing. It should not be simplistically defined as a one-to-one possession. We are open to accepting this possibility, willing to explore a love that is more inclusive and liberated. As for your brother, we have yet to tell him, as we know it will be a tremendous shock to him. However, we believe that with enough courage and sincerity to confront this, he will ultimately understand and accept our decision." Zhang Ruodong remained silent for what felt like an eternity, her emotions roiling like a tempest-tossed sea. She had never anticipated facing such a complicated emotional dilemma, nor that her friend would make such a bold decision. Yet in that moment, she deeply felt Miao Yushi's determination and courage, prompting her to reflect on her own views regarding love and relationships. Perhaps this truly was a new beginning worth exploring. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruyin returned to the dormitory, only to find it completely empty. As he opened WeChat to inquire, he noticed a recent message from Gao E. CC. The three of us won TV back tonight. We're at the internet CF for an honor. Zhang Ruiyan was left feeling helpless, unaware that Gao Yi and the others were not at a CAF but were actually preparing to set up a surprise for him. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, he spotted a message from Ren Xinran. Chapter 52. You are our Zhang Ruiyan saw the message Ren Xinran had sent him. CC. Now I'm your girlfriend too. Aren't you excited? Zhang Ruiyan stared at the text on his phone screen, as if time had frozen at that moment. His fingers glided over the screen, repeatedly confirming the words, desperately seeking a glimmer of misunderstanding. Yet reality doused his hopes like cold water. Confusion and disbelief flooded his heart. The word also struck him like a bolt of unexpected thunder, sending his thoughts spiraling into chaos. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within, fingers dancing across the keyboard as he swiftly replied, Sister Xinran, what do you mean by this? I'm a bit confused. Didn't we agree before that Yushi is my girlfriend? His tone was laced with a hint of disbelief, as if he hoped this was merely an extravagant jest by Ren Xinran. However, Ren Xinran's response flowed like an irresistible torrent, sweeping away all his doubts and expectations. CC, this story is rather lengthy, but I have decided to recount it to you in its entirety. Her voice carried a note of pride and cunning, as if she had already anticipated Zhang Ruiyan's reaction. The night before last, I mustered the courage to confess my feelings to you, right? Although you did not give me a direct answer at that moment, I did not lose hope. Later, when you mentioned having a girlfriend, I felt an overwhelming urgency to uncover the truth. Thus, I managed to obtain your partner Yushi's WeChat through various means at this point. Ren Xinran's tone brimmed with a sense of pride and triumph. It took quite an effort for me to find her. Zhang Ruiyan listened to Ren Xinran's tale, his heart a maelstrom of emotions that he had never imagined that his romantic life could become so intricate and tumultuous. He had believed his relationship with Yushi to be sufficiently stable to withstand any external storms, yet now it seemed he had been overly naive. And then, what did you say to her? He asked, stifling the turmoil within, that I told her that I also liked you and that I wished to share you with her. Ren Xinran's voice was tinged with bashfulness and anticipation. I am aware that this may seem selfish. Yet I truly do not wish to miss out on you, that I express my willingness to care for you alongside her, to accompany you, and to ensure you experience double the happiness upon hearing this. Zhang Ruiyan couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment. He had never envisioned his romantic life morphing into such a melodramatic narrative, with himself as the coveted protagonist in a rivalry between two women. He shook his head, attempting to dispel these absurd thoughts from his mind. And what did Yushi say? He continued, although he already had an inkling of the answer, hoping to hear confirmation from Ren Xinran. Yushi is truly understanding. Ren Xinran's voice brimmed with admiration and affection for Yushi. When I conveyed my feelings, she did not express anger or opposition. Instead, she said she would also be willing to make you happier. Thus, we reached a consensus and decided to become your girlfriends together. As she spoke, her voice radiated happiness and contentment. Moreover, we discovered that we share a remarkable rapport and gradually became inseparable confidants. Listening to Ren Xinran's narrative, Zhang Ruiyan felt as though his emotions were tumultuously churning within him. He had never anticipated his romantic life would become so chaotic, nor did he know how to confront this situation. After a prolonged silence, he finally found the courage to ask, So, am I now both of your boyfriends? His voice echoed with uncertainty and confusion. Indeed, CC, you are incredibly fortunate. Ren Xinran's voice was filled with joy and excitement. We both adore you, love you, and are willing to give everything for you. You shall now enjoy double the happiness and affection. Zhang Ruiyan listened to Ren Xinran's words, yet felt a bittersweet pang of helplessness. He knew he could not reciprocate the affections of two women simultaneously, nor did he wish for them to suffer because of him. After a long silence, he finally ventured, Ren, why must you choose me? And how is it that both of you are willing to be my girlfriends? How did you become such close friends? His voice was fraught with perplexity and disbelief. Upon hearing Zhang Ruiyan's inquiries, Ren Xinran chuckled softly before responding earnestly. CC, I have pondered this question myself on numerous occasions. Perhaps it is because you possess a unique charm, one that stirs the heart and inspires a willingness to give everything for you. She paused for a moment, then continued, Moreover, I believe matters of the heart cannot be forced or compromised, that if I truly like you, love you, and wish to be with you, then I should express that courageously rather than harboring it silently within. As for why we became close friends, it is likely because we both love you too much. Rin Shinran's voice was imbued with emotion and a hint of resignation that we do not wish to see you hurt or in pain. Which is why we are willing to set aside our grievances and work together to make you happier and more content. With a gentle sigh, she added, truthfully, we are both aware that this kind of relationship may invite scrutiny and criticism from many. Yet we are genuinely prepared to face it all together. As Zhang Ruiyan absorbed Rin Shinran's words, he felt a surge of emotion and guilt. He realized he could not offer them both the same love and commitment. Yet he also recognized his inability to sever his feelings and dependence on them. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, Rinran, thank you for your love that I am truly touched, but I am at a loss as to how to proceed. His voice was heavy with helplessness and confusion. Upon hearing Zhang Ruiyan's sentiments, Rin Shinran chuckled softly and replied gently, Cici, you need not worry or feel lost that we will always be by your side, supporting and encouraging you. Regardless of the decisions you make, we will respect and understand you. Her voice was warm and resolute, as though imbuing Zhang Ruiyan with an invisible strength. Listening to Rin Shinran's reassurances, Zhang Ruiyan felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He knew he was not facing this turmoil alone. He had Rin Shinran and Yushi, two women who deeply cherished him, standing by his side. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, thank you both that I will think this through carefully and will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. His voice resonated with determination and courage, as though he had finally found his path forward. Chapter 53. Dividing Cici. Zhang Ruiyan sat before the screen, the soft glow of the lights casting a gentle radiance on his face, revealing his complex emotions. His fingers glided over the familiar, yet intricate chat history, akin to perusing a weighty emotional diary. Each message, each character, bore the weight of intertwined past and present, stirring a whirlwind of feelings within him that he had merely intended to engage in light-hearted conversation with his partner during this tranquil night. Seeking to dispel the fatigue of the day, yet unexpectedly, this simple action seemed to trigger a hidden mechanism, unveiling a deeply concealed secret and releasing a blend of awkwardness and anticipation in his thoughts. His gaze involuntarily lingered on the chat window with Miao Yushi. That name seemed to possess a certain enchantment, gentle yet playful, effortlessly tugging at his heartstrings. Miao Yushi, a girl who held a special place in his heart, brought boundless warmth and solace with each of her appearances. Zhang Ruiyan inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he typed a question that felt both abrupt and direct. Yushi, what exactly is going on between you and Rinran? How is it that both of you consider me your boyfriend? In the instant he hit send, he felt as though he could hear the rapid thumping of his heart echoing in the stillness of the night. Sensing the impending storm brewing on the other side of the screen, the wait for a response stretched into an agonizing eternity, each second testing his patience and courage that he fixated on the screen, terrified of missing any subtle change. Finally, the screen illuminated, and Miao Yushi's reply, infused with her signature cheerfulness, flooded in. Cici, I am merely considering your future happiness. Both Rinran and I believe that only by watching over you together can we prevent you from becoming one of those unfaithful men featured in the news, wandering off in search of other women. Her message, both playful and tinged with earnestness, left Zhang Ruiyan caught between laughter and exasperation that he savored Miao Yushi's words, feeling a tumult of emotions. This sudden notion of happiness left him somewhat flustered. Yet it also imbued him with a sense of being valued and cherished that he had never envisioned himself as the focal point of concern for two girls, let alone experiencing this unique form of happiness. He began to ponder, is this happiness arriving too suddenly? Nevertheless, their actions have truly left me somewhat taken aback, imagining the duality of care and scrutiny he might face in the future. Zhang Ruiyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, that he envisioned a life surrounded by two girls, basking in their meticulous attention and care, yet also enduring their rigorous oversight, that he even worried about his ability to adapt to such a new lifestyle. For he had always cherished his freedom. However, upon reflection, how fortunate it was to be adored by two such exceptional girls. As he indulged in self-deprecation, the message from Miao Yushi once again caught his attention. All right. No need to ponder any longer. Just now, Shinran informed me of your situation. mentioning that you are contemplating this matter. I will simply create a group chat so we can discuss it in detail. The resolute tone underlying her brief words made Zhang Ruyun acutely aware that this impending romantic tempest seemed utterly unavoidable. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, he exited the private chat with Miao Yushi. As anticipated, a newly formed group appeared in his chat list, aptly named Three's Company of Happiness. Upon entering, Zhang Ruyun felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm, one uniquely inhabited by the three of them: Zhang Ruyun, Miao Yushi, and Shinran. Every word and expression brimmed with uncertainty and potential. He could sense the enthusiasm and anticipation radiating from the two girls on the other side of the screen, as if they could hardly wait to share their thoughts and plans with him. Miao Yushi's response was nearly instantaneous. "Come on, Cece, make your stance known. Dare to disagree. If you do, you might find yourself losing your reputation later on." Humph. Accompanying her message was a cute cat emoji, raising a fist in mock threat, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from Zhang Ruyun that he realized that this negotiation was perhaps not as serious and formal as he had envisioned. Rather, it was infused with a sense of levity and fun. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ruyun decided to respond in a manner that balanced humor with sincerity. Yushi Shinran, are you two trying to provide me with double insurance? But honestly, to be regarded by both of you is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Zhang Ruyun. However, matters of the heart ought to be approached gradually. Why don't we first get to know each other better as friends? Having sent his message, he let out a sigh of relief. Feeling as though he had accomplished a significant task, he understood that regardless of the outcome, this experience would become an indelible memory in his life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Miao Yushi and Shinran exchanged smiles upon reading his reply, as if they could already envision the beautiful tapestry they would weave together in the future. They shared an emoji of mutual laughter in their private chat. Reveling in their quiet joy, they recognized that Zhang Ruyun's response reflected both his sense of humor and his earnest approach to this budding relationship, precisely what they had hoped to see in a mature, composed, responsible, and yes, quite charming young man. In the brightly lit studio, an atmosphere charged with tension and excitement permeated the air. Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo had just concluded a day of classes, yet instead of retreating to the tranquility of their dormitory, they rushed toward this enigmatic location. Over the past few days, they had transformed into master planners, laboring tirelessly day and night to execute a bold scheme to persuade Zhang Ruyun, the beautiful and somewhat shy boy, to agree to a photo shoot. This studio was a temporary rental, situated on the outskirts of the city, costing them a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan for a mere 5 days. Nevertheless, the environment was quite pleasing. Tian Rini, place that light here. Gao Yi's voice resonated with determination as he stood at the center of the studio, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Leaving no detail overlooked, he was acutely aware that the success of this shoot hinged significantly on the arrangement of the set and the manipulation of light. Meanwhile, Tian Rini acted as a diligent executor, swiftly and accurately following Gao Yi's directives, positioning each exquisite light fixture in the optimal spot, instantly infusing the space with depth and artistic flair. Beyond lighting, they meticulously selected various props and decorations, from vintage cameras to fashionable attire, from minimalist backdrops to exquisite embellishments, each element revealing their thoughtfulness and creativity. They aspired to craft a shooting environment that not only resonated with Zhang Ruyun's essence, but also showcased his unique charm. After 2 days of relentless effort, the studio had been rejuvenated, transformed into a dreamlike photography haven. The trio stood aside, gazing at the space they had poured their hearts into, filled with anticipation and pride. They understood that the next challenge would be even more formidable. How to instill in Zhang Ruyun a belief in their sincerity and encourage him to grace this place with his beautiful presence. Yet, they were convinced that with heartfelt endeavor, nothing was beyond reach. Days later, a much-anticipated weekend arrived. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating the faces of Gao Yi and his companions. Awakening their yearning for leisurely moments, they lay in bed, exchanging knowing smiles, silently resolving to seize this precious day to share joyful experiences with Zhang Ruyun. After careful planning, they decided to venture outdoors with him. Relishing in half a day of relaxation and freedom, they selected a picturesque park as their destination, a verdant oasis replete with fragrant blossoms. an ideal retreat from the city's clamor, perfect for unwinding. Imagining themselves strolling along winding paths, breathing in the fresh air, occasionally encountering leisurely creatures, they felt their spirits lift even further than on that afternoon. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a warm hue upon a corner of the city, enhancing the charm of an otherwise ordinary weekend. Dressed in casual attire, Gao Yi, Tian Rini, and Zhao Wenbo stood beneath Zhang Rin's dormitory, their faces aglow with easy smiles. They carried a carefully prepared picnic basket brimming with an assortment of delicacies. From Zhang Rin's favorite snacks to their own lovingly crafted desserts, all reflecting their thoughtfulness. "Are we ready? We need to give Zhang Ruyin a grand surprise," Gao Yi exclaimed, patting his companion's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tian Rini and Zhao Wenbo exchanged knowing glances and nodded, and thus the trio set off toward the park. Within the park, the lush trees and blooming flowers painted a harmonious scene, where people ambled leisurely or shared laughter. Gao Yi and his friends discovered a spacious patch of grass, unfurled their picnic blanket, and arranged the food meticulously. Subsequently, they dialed Zhang Ruyun's number, inviting him to partake in this rare moment of respite. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ruyun appeared in their line of sight, clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, exuding a refreshing charm as though he had stepped straight out of a painting. Upon seeing Gao Yi and his companions, he paused in surprise before breaking into a warm smile and hastening toward them. "You all thought to go out this weekend? That is wonderful," he exclaimed, his voice infused with delight. "That, of course, we want to spend a delightful weekend with you," Gao Yi replied with a grin, extending a delectable dessert toward Zhang Ruyun. "Here, try this. We prepared it especially for you." Zhang Ruyun accepted the treat, savoring a bite that elicited a satisfied expression. "Delicious. Thank you so much," he said gratefully. As the afternoon unfolded, the four gathered around, indulging in conversation that ranged from mundane daily matters to shared interests. Gao Yi and his friends skillfully guided the dialogue, allowing Zhang Ruyun to gradually relax and reveal more of his authentic self. They discovered that Zhang Ruyun was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a gentle and kind disposition. Treating his friends with utmost sincerity, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson. Gao Yi glanced at the time, sensing it was the moment to unveil their plan. "CC, the reason we invited you today, aside from the joy of spending time together, is to discuss something important," he stated earnestly. Zhang Ruyun paused, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Gao. "What is it? You seem so serious." "Well," Gao Yi inhaled deeply, continuing, "we have always admired your talent and grace, believing you deserve to be seen by more people. Therefore, we wish to invite you to participate in a photo shoot, capturing your most beautiful moments. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. If you're not interested, we will not press you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Ruyun's face, though he quickly regained his composure. "A photo shoot? That sounds intriguing," he said with a gentle smile, seemingly interested in the proposition. "Yes, we've rented a studio and meticulously arranged it, just to provide you with the perfect shooting environment," Tian Rini added, pulling out his phone to show Zhang Ruyun several photos of the studio. Zhang Ruyun gazed at the artistic space in the pictures, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, this place looks amazing. You guys really put in a lot of effort." "Of course, we've invested considerable thought into this," Zhao Wenbo chimed in proudly. "Can I think about it?" Zhang Ruyun asked hesitantly. While he felt curious and excited about the photo shoot, he also harbored concerns about whether he could live up to it. "Absolutely," Gao Yi nodded vigorously. "Take your time to consider. Whatever decision you make, we will respect your wishes." In the days that followed, Zhang Ruyun found himself mulling over the proposal, perusing the studio photos and shooting plans sent by Gao Yi and his friends. His heart a tumult of conflict and contemplation. On one hand, he yearns to embrace new experiences and reveal a different facet of himself. On the other hand, he harbors concerns about his ability to adapt to life under the spotlight and the myriad challenges that may arise during the shoot. Ultimately, as the weekend approached, Zhang Ruyun made his decision. With Gao Yi having spent the past few days ensconced in the studio, he had no choice but to dial Gao Yi's number, his voice imbued with a hint of determination and anticipation. "I have made up my mind. I shall accept your invitation to participate in this photo shoot." Upon hearing this news, Gao Yi and his companions were filled with exhilaration. They immediately commenced the final preparations for the shoot. meticulously coordinating everything from wardrobe choices to makeup designs, and from scene arrangements to lighting adjustments, striving for perfection in every detail. They understood that this shoot represented not only a challenge and breakthrough for Zhang Ruoyin, but also a test and showcase of their own skills and creativity. On the day of the shoot, Zhang Ruoyin arrived at the studio bright and early that he donned a carefully selected white shirt paired with minimalist jeans and white sneakers, exuding an aura that was both refreshingly handsome and elegantly alluring. Under the deft hands of the makeup artist, his features appeared even more refined and three-dimensional, his eyes sparkling with confidence. As the camera's shutter clicked in rapid succession, Zhang Ruoyin unveiled his multifaceted self before the lens. At times, he bowed his head in contemplation, a hint of melancholy gracing his brow. At other moments, he lifted his gaze and smiled, his eyes shimmering with warmth, and occasionally he struck various poses, radiating youthful vitality. Each photograph seemed to narrate a story, compelling one to delve deeper into the boy's inner world. Throughout the shoot, Gao Yi, Tian Rinyi, and Zhao Wenbao remained steadfastly by his side. They alternated between offering Zhang Ruoyin advice and encouragement, ensuring that he remained in peak condition. Their professionalism and dedication instilled in Zhang Ruoyin an unprecedented sense of reassurance and trust that as the final photograph was captured, the entire shooting process came to a gratifying conclusion. Zhang Ruoyin gazed at the camera screen, where artistic and evocative photographs filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Chapter 55. Various attires that I end the studio, brimming with an artistic ambience and creative sparks. A soft, focused beam of light gently cascaded from the ceiling, precisely outlining breathtaking visual feasts. The draped fabric hung delicately, akin to a guardian of secrets, concealing the multifaceted and charismatic youth, Zhang Ruoyin, who showcased her ever-changing persona through the lens. These photographs were not merely an interplay of light and color. They were deep imprints of emotion and narrative. The first image that caught the eye featured Zhang Ruoyin clad in a refreshing swimsuit. In the scene, she appeared to have strolled in from a sun-kissed beach, sunlight filtering through the airy fabric, casting mottled patterns upon her skin, delineating graceful and healthy contours. Her eyes, clear as water, half-closed yet glimmering with an indescribable allure, seemed capable of capturing the very essence of the beholder's heart. The swimsuit's design was minimalist yet stylish, perfectly accentuating her elongated figure and elegant poise, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. In that moment, she transformed from an ordinary university student into a sprite soaring freely in the sea breeze, guiding the audience into a summer reverie filled with fantasy and passion. Next, another series of photographs transported viewers into a marvelous realm where classical and modern intertwined. Zhang Ruoyin stood resplendently in an exquisite qipao against an antiquated backdrop, as if she had traversed a time tunnel to the misty Jiangnan of yore. The qipao's tailored cut clung to her form, showcasing her graceful silhouette. Every turn and glance exuded boundless Eastern charm. The intricate embroidery and subtle hues harmonized beautifully with her gentle demeanor, evoking distant sense of ink and flowers from a bygone era. In that instant, she was no longer the vibrant youth, but had metamorphosed into a captivating figure stepping out from a classical painting, enchanting all who beheld her. Perhaps the most striking of all were Zhang Ruoyin's cosplay photographs. The first featured her as the character Rika Takarada, with striking blue twin tails complemented by her signature eye mask, instantly immersing viewers in a whimsical, adventurous two-dimensional world. Her gaze embodied both the innocence and curiosity of youth, intertwined with the determination and bravery of a warrior, perfectly encapsulating the unique charm of Rika. The book in her hand seemed a key to exploring unknown realms, inviting the audience to embark on a journey filled with serendipity. Following that, she transformed into the straightforward and anime-loving character Izumi Kato. In the photograph, she donned a loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts, her feet clad in comfortable slippers, seated amidst a pile of comics and games, her face radiating satisfaction and joy. In that moment, stripped of the stage's glamour, she appeared more relatable, allowing others to feel her unwavering passion and dedication to life. Every movement, every expression was imbued with vitality and authenticity, as if Izumi had truly stepped into the real world. Lastly, she portrayed the character Hu Tao, beloved for her distinctive personality and appearance from another popular work, Zhang Ruoyin, With her exceptional performance and profound understanding of the role, vividly brought Hu Tao's playful and lively essence to life. Whether through exaggerated expressions or animated poses, she evoked laughter, as if the character herself danced before the audience. This collection of photographs not only showcased Zhang Ruiyin's versatility, but also allowed viewers to witness her love and respect for the cosplay culture. Faced with these remarkable images, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren could not help but feel their hearts flutter. As fellow males and dormitory brothers, they often engage in playful banter. Yet at this moment, they were deeply captivated by Zhang Ruiyin's displayed allure. They understood that such feelings ought not to exist, yet the stirring emotions from the depths of their hearts proved difficult to suppress. Fortunately, each possessed ample rationality and self-control, acknowledging that these sentiments could only be buried deep within, transforming into admiration and support for Zhang Ruiyin's talent and efforts. As time passed, these photographs became a shared secret and treasure within their dormitory. Gazing at Zhang Ruiyin's refreshing images, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren felt their hearts flutter. Had he not been their roommate and brother, they might have succumbed to their feelings. Gao Yi cleared his throat, attempting to mask the tumult within. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted back to those photographs. He inwardly chuckled at the sudden and inexplicable emotions that had arisen, as if overnight, the roommate with whom they shared laughter and life had transformed into someone so distant yet so enchanting. Zhao Wenbo, on the other hand, simply turned away from the photographs, though the faint smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. He understood that this emotion was neither love nor mere admiration, but rather a complex and ineffable intertwining of feelings. Zhang Ruiyin's talent and charm illuminated their mundane university lives and resonated within their hearts. Tian Ren appeared more composed, silently organizing the photographs and returning them to their place. As if conducting a solemn ritual, that he understood that if these emotions were not handled delicately, they could jeopardize their brotherhood. Thus, he opted for silence, burying these feelings deep within, transforming them into unwavering support and encouragement for Zhang Ruiyin. As night deepened, the dormitory returned to its usual tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional rustle and gentle breaths. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren lay in their beds, each lost in thought while seemingly avoiding the sensitive topic. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtain seams into the dormitory, they resumed their usual banter and laughter, as if the previous night's events had never transpired. Yet, within their hearts, the admiration and affection for Zhang Ruiyin had grown deeper and purer. As time progressed, Zhang Ruiyin's talent garnered increasing recognition. Her photographic works not only created a sensation on campus, but also began to gain popularity online. During these moments, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Ren felt genuine joy for her success, as if it were their own glory. They became more actively involved in Zhang Ruiyin's creative endeavors, either serving as models, providing ideas, or assisting with post-production. Throughout this process, they not only learned much about photography and creativity, but, more importantly, their bond of brotherhood grew stronger and more profound. Of course, this was a matter that arose during their third year when they had the time or desire to shoot. Chapter 56, CC. I'm here. After a day of shooting, Zhang Ruiyin and her companions, though weary yet exhilarated, slowly stepped through the dormitory's entrance. Inside, the lighting was soft, and everything appeared tranquil and warm. They exchanged hushed conversations about the day's amusing events. Laughter and chatter intertwining, infusing the small space with vitality and energy. Zhang Ruiyin made her way to her bed, gently pulling out the chair to sit, as if this moment of serenity was the highlight of her day. Slowly, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. The screen illuminated, reflecting her slightly fatigued yet still bright eyes. That he unlocked his phone, his fingertips gliding across the screen, revealing a series of photographs taken earlier that day. These images captured the toil and laughter of their day, each one bearing a unique tale and cherished memory. Among the multitude of photos, a few particularly enchanted Zhang Ruiyin, specifically those featuring him adorned in a qipao. He had initially presumed that such attire might appear out of place, even somewhat ludicrous. Yet to his surprise, the photographs unveiled a distinctive charm and elegance. The qipao, his exquisite tailoring, perfectly accentuated his elongated figure, while his eyes, brimming with stories, sparkled vibrantly before the lens. As he gazed upon these images, Zhang Ruiyan could not help but nod in satisfaction, a wave of indescribable joy and pride swelling within him. However, as his thoughts delved deeper, an unexpected realization left him momentarily stunned that he found himself developing an unexpected fondness for the version of himself clad in the qipao, a revelation that left him somewhat bewildered. He hastily shook his head, attempting to banish this absurd notion from his mind. Yet, the more he tried, the clearer that thought surfaced, as if mocking his futile resistance to, "Oh no, I've grown fond of myself." Zhang Ruiyan murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and self-mockery, that he understood that such thoughts were not typical, particularly for a man. Yet he could not deny the authenticity of his feelings. He was undeniably captivated by the image of himself in the photograph. This realization plunged Zhang Ruiyan into a profound state of confusion, and he began to reflect on his psychological state, endeavoring to uncover the root of this perplexing issue. Ultimately, he recognized that it might be linked to his attire and the day's photographic experience. When he donned the qipao for the shoot, it felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new persona, one that bestowed upon him a sense of unprecedented freedom and liberation. That it was this very sense of liberation that led him to embrace this novel version of himself. Yet, this fondness was not for his true self, but rather for the individual in the qipao, embodying a different role. This realization left Zhang Ruiyan feeling both conflicted and helpless, that he understood that he could not remain enraptured by this illusory affection. He needed to find a way to balance and regulate his mindset. Thus, he began to contemplate the issue more rationally, that he reassured himself that this was merely a transient phenomenon, one that did not warrant excessive concern or turmoil. Simultaneously, he considered how to transform this experience into a positive force to propel his growth and development. This notion sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating his thoughts unexpectedly, causing him to chuckle softly. This was not merely a fleeting idea. It resembled a portal to an unknown realm, quietly unveiling itself to him, that he realized that the thought of instructing his subject with a sultry voice, while seemingly absurd, contained boundless possibilities and creative sparks. That it was akin to an extraordinary seed taking root within him, gradually blossoming into a vibrant flower. He gently closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to gallop freely, transcending the constraints of reality, racing through a bizarre world filled with limitless imagination. In this realm, he was no longer the ordinary self he was accustomed to, but had transformed into a mysterious entity endowed with a deep, magnetic, sultry voice. This voice possessed a certain magic, capable of penetrating the clamor and striking the softest chords of the heart, rendering one irresistibly captivated. He began to envision the captivating dialogues that would transpire between him and his subject. Each exchange would resemble a meticulously crafted stage performance, with every word and pause carefully considered to achieve the utmost impact. But he imagined how, with this unique vocal quality, he could weave seemingly mundane phrases into captivating narratives, allowing listeners to not only feel the warmth in the words, but also glimpse the profound meanings concealed within. These dialogues would not only represent an ultimate pursuit of linguistic artistry, but also a profound exploration of emotional connection. This striking contrast, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, added an unusual hue to their relationship. It rendered what might have been ordinary exchanges vibrant and engaging, transforming each conversation into an exhilarating journey filled with the thrill of the unknown. Each interaction was akin to opening a door to a new realm, where the mysteries awaited eager exploration. Emboldened by this inner excitement and anticipation, he sprang into action. That he understood that in order to sustain this sense of contrast in reality, he must find a way to express it. Thus, he turned his gaze to the multitude of photographs captured that day. These images, meticulously selected and thoughtfully taken, each bore witness to his pursuit of beauty and self-exploration. Among the many photographs, he resembled a discerning artist, scrutinizing each piece with care, and he sought those moments that perfectly encapsulated his unique allure. Some photographs showcased him in resplendent attire, his gaze deep and enchanting, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Others depicted him as an innocent child, a radiant smile inviting a protective embrace. Yet, regardless of the image, each exuded an ineffable charm, lingering in the memory long after. In the end, he selected a dozen or so photographs that he believed most represented his style. These images served as a mirror to his inner world, revealing both his profound introspection and his playful vivacity. He believed that these photographs would undoubtedly resonate with his subjects, allowing them to perceive the richness and vibrancy of his essence. Without hesitation, he pressed the send button, transmitting these precious images to his two distant subjects. At that moment, his heart brimmed with a blend of anxiety and anticipation that he envisioned their expressions and reactions upon receiving the photographs. Would they be surprised, delighted, or perhaps a mixture of complex emotions? He was eager to discover the answer, yet apprehensive that his expectations might be dashed. Nevertheless, he had taken that step, unveiling his most authentic and unique self to them. All that remained was to await their responses in quiet anticipation. She promptly replied with an enthusiastic cascade of exclamations, her words brimming with admiration for the photos and praise for him. "Wow, this is simply stunning. I'm completely enchanted by you." She even sent a photo of herself drooling. A candid expression that elicited a laugh from him, that he knew well that Miao Yushi's nature was refreshingly direct and endearing, utterly irresistible. Just then, Ren Shinran, not to be outdone, sent her own message. Her response was equally filled with whimsy and excitement, as if she could hardly wait to join in on this playful endeavor. This looks so fun. I want to join this game too." Her words conveyed a hint of mischief and flirtation. Quickening his heartbeat, he recognized that both of his subjects were uniquely captivating, their presence enriching his life in vibrant ways. Observing their responses, warmth and happiness enveloped him. This interaction afforded him a joy and fulfillment he had never before experienced. He felt as though he were nestled within a small world brimming with love, weaving beautiful memories together with his two subjects, that he understood that this small group was not merely a platform for their exchanges, but rather a sanctuary for their emotions and connections. Here, they could speak freely, share joys, and express troubles, deepening their emotional bonds with each interaction. Chapter 57. Joy Valley. The dormitory's lighting was soft and tranquil, casting a warm glow over each slumbering roommate, weaving a picture of warmth and harmony. Zhang Ruiyan sat at the edge of his bed, his gaze sparkling with anticipation and excitement, as the echoes of his recent conversations with Miao Yushi and Ren Shinran lingered in his mind. Their laughter, words, and dreams for the future filling him with warmth and strength. After their chat, Zhang Ruiyan gently lifted his head, surveying every corner of the dormitory. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, the three companions with whom he shared laughter and challenges, were now lost in the embrace of sleep. Gao Yi's breathing was steady and deep, as if he were experiencing a delightful dream. Zhao Wenbo lay on his side, a hand resting casually by his pillow, seemingly poised for new adventures, while Tian Rini curled up tightly, swathed in blankets, leaving only a serene face exposed. Observing their peaceful slumber, Zhang Ruiyan felt a wave of warmth and happiness wash over him. He knew that these individuals would become some of the most treasured memories of his university life. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ruiyan quietly stood, taking care to make no noise that might disturb his roommate's rest. He approached his bedside, retrieved his toiletries, and made his way to the bathroom. The mirror reflected his slightly fatigued yet alluring visage, and he offered himself a subtle smile, as though bolstering his own spirit. He was aware that tomorrow would be a day filled with challenges and fun, and he needed to be in the best possible state to face it. After completing his grooming, Zhang Ruiyan exited the bathroom. He tiptoed back to his bed, beginning to tidy up his sleeping area. He meticulously smoothed the quilt, adjusted the pillow to the most comfortable position, and then removed his coat and shoes before gently lying down on the bed. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and contentment, that he knew that although Miao Yushi could not accompany him through this night, their hearts remained intertwined. Moreover, the presence of Ren Shinran added an extra layer of anticipation and surprise to their rendezvous. He closed his eyes, and scenes of their upcoming date began to materialize in his mind. They would leave laughter and footprints in every corner of Beijing Happy Valley, experiencing thrilling and delightful amusement rides. They would relish childhood joy on the carousel and feel their hearts race on the roller coaster. They would make wishes at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, allowing their love to be witnessed beneath the blue sky and white clouds. As he contemplated this, a smile of bliss unconsciously graced Zhang Ruiyan's lips. However, this happiness was fleeting, that as the lights dimmed and darkness enveloped him. Zhang Ruiyun's thoughts gradually became hazy, that a wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if countless stars were twinkling before his eyes, luring him into a dreamlike realm that he struggled to stay awake, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of slumber that in his dreams. He once again encountered Miao Yushi and Ren Xinran. They strolled together along the streets of Happy Valley, laughter and cheers echoing around them. They rode the most exhilarating roller coasters, braved the spookiest haunted house, and savored the most delectable snacks. Their laughter and cheers resonated in the air, as if the entire world rejoiced and blessed their joy. Yet dreams are but ephemeral. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains into the dormitory, Zhang Ruiyun slowly opened his eyes. He felt a sense of disorientation and dazedness, as if he had just returned from a distant place. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling his date with Ren Xinran that day, that he abruptly sat up. Glancing at the bedside clock, which indicated that it was still early, yet he was already eager to embark on a new day, he swiftly donned his attire, completed his morning routine, and exited the dormitory. Today, under Ren Xinran's insistence, he wore feminine clothing for their outing. The morning campus exuded an extraordinary tranquility and beauty, the air infused with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of earth. He inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing vigor surge within him. He was aware that this day would be filled with hope and opportunity. That as he walked along the path to Happy Valley, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. He imagined the moment he would meet Ren Xinran. How would they greet each other? What activities would they share? What topics would they discuss? These questions swirled in his mind, evoking a blend of nervousness and exhilaration. At last, he arrived at the entrance of Happy Valley, but he surveyed his surroundings, searching for Ren Xinran's figure. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ear. "Zhang Ruiyun, over here!" He turned abruptly to see Ren Xinran standing not far away, waving at him. She wore a white dress, her smile blooming like a flower, radiating a captivating charm in the sunlight. He hurried over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. In that instant, all tension and unease dissipated. They exchanged smiles, then walked hand in hand through the gates of Happy Valley. Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran strolled hand in hand through every joyous corner of Happy Valley. Their laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, adding a touch of warmth to the exhilarating amusement park. The two felt like long-lost friends reuniting, exploring this vibrant world to their heart's content, from the enchanting carousel to the mysterious haunted house. Each nook held the echoes of their joyous footsteps. Yet amid the multitude of attractions, Ren Xinran suddenly brightened, excitedly pointing towards the distant roller coaster and suggesting, "Cici, let us ride the roller coaster. I hear the screams there reach the heavens and release all your stress." Upon hearing this, a spark of curiosity and anticipation flickered in Zhang Ruiyun's eyes, and he readily agreed. Thus, hand in hand, they embarked on their journey to the roller coaster. The scenery along the way blurred in their vision, as all their focus was drawn to the impending thrill. Upon reaching the roller coaster, they beheld a queue that resembled a winding dragon, stretching endlessly. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran showed no signs of retreat. They found a relatively shorter line and patiently queued as they waited. They exchanged their expectations and imaginations about the roller coaster. Their excitement and thrill palpable as time passed. The line gradually moved forward. Just then, Zhang Ruiyun felt a hand brush against his backside. Initially, he thought it was merely a consequence of the crowd's density. But, Chapter 58, wait for me. Yet that hand, as if driven by an invisible force, was not satisfied with those unintentional touches. That slithered behind Zhang Ruiyun like a serpent in hiding, making its second and third forays. Each touch as gentle as a breeze, yet laced with an undeniable malice, akin to a cold blade grazing his skin. Zhang Ruiyun's spine involuntarily stiffened, a chill coursing from his spine to his forehead, causing him to shudder. His expression shifted slightly as he attempted to locate the owner of that nefarious hand amidst the throngs of people. However, the surrounding crowd was a sea of faces, some excited, others anxious, creating a complex tableau that obscured any distinction. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze flitted through the crowd, but failed to capture the figure of the impudent assailant. His heart brimmed with anger and helplessness. Yet he had no outlet for his frustration. That moment, Ren Xinran noticed Zhang Ruiyun's unease. She gently touched his arm, her voice soft and concerned, inquiring, "What is wrong, Cici?" Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Ruyin shook his head. Yet a flicker of vigilance danced in his eyes that he lowered his voice to confide in Ren Xinran about his experience. Upon hearing this, Ren Xinran's brow furrowed, a glint of anger flashing in her eyes. She understood that amidst such a crowded venue, identifying the miscreant would not be an easy task, but she resolved to do her utmost to protect Zhang Ruyin. Ren Xinran scanned the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the suspicious figure within the throngs of people. Yet each individual appeared so ordinary and unremarkable, devoid of any peculiarities. She knew she could not judge a person's guilt solely based on intuition. Yet she was unwilling to give up so easily. Therefore, she decided to take a more proactive approach. She gently tightened her grip on Zhang Ruyun's hand, providing him with unwavering strength. Zhang Ruyun felt the comfort and support of Ren Xinran, and his unease gradually faded. He understood that no matter what transpired, Ren Xinran would stand by his side to face it together. This trust and support enveloped him in warmth and reassurance. Just then, that hand reappeared. It had become bolder and more audacious, directly pinching Zhang Ruyun's backside. This time, Zhang Ruyin was prepared. He swiftly turned around, accurately seizing that wicked hand. With a forceful flick, he hurled the hand away while glaring at the insolent perpetrator. Ren Xinran, witnessing this, immediately turned her head. She saw Zhang Ruyin firmly gripping the hand of a boy, who wore a lewd grin. Clearly, he had not anticipated Zhang Ruyin's decisive retaliation against his provocation. A flicker of panic and anger flashed in his eyes, but it quickly morphed back into his arrogant demeanor. "What is up, little sister? Do you like your brother? Unfortunately, I already have a girlfriend, but if you want to be my little lover, that can be arranged." Ren Xinran let out a cold laugh and said, "Do you think we were raised in fear? I assure you, we are not to be trifled with. If you dare to harass us again, we will not hesitate to call the police and let them handle the situation." The boy's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Ren Xinran's resolute decision to invoke legal means for her protection. He hesitated for a moment, then shot a fierce glare at Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran, declaring, "Fine, just wait. I won't let you off the hook." With that, he turned and squeezed his way through the crowd, vanishing from sight. Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran exchanged glances, each recognizing the steadfastness and courage reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that although the boy had temporarily departed, it did not signify his abandonment of the intent to harass them. They had to remain vigilant and be prepared for any potential danger. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation arose that a staff member in uniform approached. Noticing the tense atmosphere between Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran and the departing figure of the boy. Immediately recognizing that something might have transpired, he inquired, "May I ask what happened? Do you require our assistance?" Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran promptly recounted the events to the staff member. Upon hearing their account, the staff member furrowed his brow, evidently incensed and displeased by such harassment. He immediately assured them that he would enhance surveillance and security measures in the area and reminded them that they could seek his help at any time in case of an emergency. As the staff member gradually walked away, Zhang Ruyun's thoughts gently drifted from the recent disturbance, as if it were merely an inconsequential ripple that had briefly disturbed the tranquil lake of his heart before settling into calmness once more. His attention naturally shifted to the impending adventure of the roller coaster, an amusement ride brimming with excitement and challenges, patiently awaiting their exploration of its unknown thrills and delights. Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding that required no words, each pair of eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Hand in hand, they strode towards the ticket booth, each step seemingly paving the way to a journey of adventure. When the ticket attendant smiled and tore the ticket in half, it felt as though a grand door to a new world had swung open before them. After the tickets were checked, the two entered the waiting area for the roller coaster, surrounded by fellow visitors equally filled with anticipation, their faces adorned with a myriad of expressions, nervousness, excitement, and a hint of trepidation for the thrills to come. The air was thick with an indescribable sense of exhilaration, as if even the atmosphere was rejoicing in the forthcoming spectacle. Zhang Ruyin and Ren Xinran settled into a relatively quiet spot, beginning to converse softly, sharing their imaginations and aspirations for the journey ahead. Their voices resonated warmly and peacefully amidst the cacophony, as though they were making final preparations and silent prayers for this adventurous odyssey. Chapter 59. The Scandalous Girl, and The Rogue, as the gentle yet taut announcement from the loudspeaker echoed softly, akin to the first rays of sunlight piercing through the morning mist. Heralding the dawn of a new day, it simultaneously signaled the commencement of this heart-racing adventure. This moment. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran, two friends with contrasting personalities yet kindred spirits, instinctively paused their fervent discussion, as if sharing a silent connection that drew their full attention to the impending experience. Their gazes inadvertently met once more, a mutual understanding that transcended words, a flicker of unwavering trust shimmering in their eyes. The surrounding world seemed to be muted in that instant. The clamor of voices and joyous laughter faded into the background, leaving only the resonance of their heartbeats, intertwining in a fervent overture of anticipation and passion yet to be unleashed. The roller coaster gradually began to move, its tempo measured and deliberate, guiding the passengers into the realm of the unknown. Initially, there was a gentle and elongated ascent, reminiscent of a tranquil moment in life, allowing one the time to adjust their breathing and unwind, savoring this fleeting peace and beauty. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran sat side by side, their eyes reflecting both the allure of the unknown and their reliance on one another. They spoke softly, sharing their hopes and anxieties, the warmth and intimacy of their connection rendering this brief tranquility even more precious. However, this serenity was short-lived, soon shattered by the impending storm that as the roller coaster ascended to its highest point. The entire amusement park panorama drew near, becoming clear and magnificent in an instant. That moment. Time seemed to freeze, the world halted, leaving only the two of them in silent communion with the vast expanse before them. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran clasped each other's hands tightly, a wordless encouragement and support, their heartbeats synchronizing with the rhythm of the roller coaster as they braced themselves for the challenges ahead. They understood that the tension and unease of this moment would serve as the finest testament to their friendship and courage. Suddenly, the roller coaster surged forth like a beast unleashed, plummeting from its apex. The sensation of weightlessness striking them instantaneously, prompting involuntary screams. The cries and cheers intertwined, forming a symphony amidst the tempest, resonating through the skies. The wind howled past their ears, carrying a sense of freedom and abandon. As the images before them blurred and sharpened in rapid succession, each turn a twist of fate, oscillating between fear and exhilaration. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran's hands remained tightly clasped, their smiles radiant against the gale, celebrating the boundless possibilities of life and expressing gratitude for each other's companionship. They recognized that regardless of how rugged the path ahead might be, as long as they stood together, nothing was insurmountable. After navigating a series of breathtaking flips and dives, the roller coaster finally coasted into its destination. As the car came to a halt, the air erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, the highest accolade for the brave. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran exchanged a knowing smile, satisfaction and pride glimmering in their eyes. They understood that this was not merely a simple amusement experience, but a profound adventure of the spirit. A deep testament to courage, trust, and love. The tacit understanding and resolve between them found its most perfect expression in that moment. Exiting the roller coaster area, they felt as though they had returned from another world, their hearts brimming with joy and excitement. The amusement park, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, appeared even more vibrant and colorful, every corner infused with fun and surprises. Hand in hand, they strolled through the park, continuing to explore this fantastical realm. Each ride seemed like a small challenge in life, requiring them to advance together, facing it head-on. They might feel fear or hesitation, but as long as they leaned on each other and offered encouragement, nothing could impede their progress. In a corner of the amusement park, they indulged in delicious ice cream, the cool and sweet flavor melting slowly on their tongues, pure and profound, much like their bond. They shared their feelings and experiences, stories of courage, trust, and love flowing gently amidst laughter. Their souls resonated in the deepest exchange, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. As night fell, the amusement park transformed into a fairy tale world, adorned with vibrant lights. Zhang Riyun and Ren Xinran ascended the Ferris wheel, rising to its peak, gazing down at the city aglow with lights. They nestled closely, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and beauty. The starry night sky twinkled above, seemingly the most beautiful blessing bestowed upon them. They knew that regardless of how long and arduous the road ahead might be, as long as they relied on each other and forged ahead hand in hand, they would undoubtedly create their own happiness and miracles. Just then, a voice, both familiar and unsettling, suddenly echoed in Zhang Ruiyun's ear. Akin to a summer afternoon thunderstorm, unexpected yet impossible to ignore. Instinctively, he turned towards the sound, his gaze cutting through the bustling crowd like a finely tuned radar, eventually locking onto a figure. That figure, all too familiar, was none other than the boy who had harassed him earlier in the amusement park queue for the roller coaster. That a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. Anger, disgust. Zhang Ruiyun himself could not articulate it. He observed the boy, who was now accompanied by a girl, their gestures intimate, laughter abundant, clearly a couple lost in the sweetness of love. This scene, ordinarily mundane, now stirred a tempest within Zhang Ruiyun, for he noted that the girl was none other than the infamous femme fatale from his memories. The one who had shattered his friend Tian Ren's heart and turned to another's embrace. Her presence was like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples that complicated Zhang Ruiyun's emotions. His gaze oscillated between the two, his heart a tumult of conflicting feelings that he reminisced about the countless times Tian Ren had confided in him during the stillness of the night, sharing the pain of betrayal that continued to resonate within him. The scene before him undoubtedly served as a fresh wound to that past. He struggled to comprehend how such a seemingly gentle and amiable girl could effortlessly inflict pain upon a man who adored her, only to subsequently engage so sweetly with another. As Zhang Ruiyun became ensnared in his tangled thoughts, his companion, Ren Xinran, noticed his unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, she quickly spotted the couple that a flicker of curiosity stirred within Ren Xinran, prompting her to softly inquire, "What's wrong? Do you know them?" Zhang Ruiyun gently nodded, at a loss for how to articulate the complexities of the situation. Yet at that moment, the femme fatale caught sight of Zhang Ruiyun. Chapter 60. Sister, I desire Xiaoli's life. After that crisp sound of a slap, Xiaoli's existence seemed to be reimagined, that it was not merely a simple physical contact, but rather a bolt of lightning that instantaneously shattered the tranquility of her heart, sending ripples cascading outward. Zhang Ruiyun, the breathtakingly beautiful woman, left an indelible mark on Xiaoli's heart with every gesture and word, each like a brand seared into her memory, particularly that slap, accompanied by a sharp rebuke, sliced through Xiaoli's recollections like a razor, leaving behind a wound that seemed impossible to heal. Initially, Xiaoli was stunned by the sudden emotional upheaval, feeling anger, shame, and a tinge of confusion. However, as time passed, these complex emotions gradually faded, giving way to an inexplicable yearning. She began to frequently recall the figure of Zhang Ruiyun, that radiant face illuminated by sunlight, and those eyes filled with strength and resolve. Whenever the night fell silent, images of those moments would emerge in Xiaoli's mind, echoing with the sting of the earlier insult, reverberating over and over. This emotional transformation left Xiaoli both perplexed and exhilarated. She found herself looking forward to encountering Zhang Ruiyun again, even craving to hear those harsh words once more. Such thoughts filled her with shame, yet she felt powerless to control her own musings. She attempted to distract herself with busyness, but each night, that longing surged forth like a relentless tide, preventing her from finding rest at Xiaoli's new boyfriend, a seemingly gentle and considerate man, though perhaps merely pretending. Naturally sensed her peculiar behavior, that he assumed that Xiaoli was grappling with emotional wounds and thus decided to take her to an amusement park, hoping the joyous atmosphere and exhilarating rides would help her dispel her gloom. However, he remained unaware that the shadow looming over Xiaoli's heart did not stem from that conflict, but rather from the deep-seated emotional entanglement within her. Yet when the night grew quiet, the desire for Zhang Ruiyun would quietly resurface, leaving her unable to find closure. The days at the amusement park represented for Xiaoli not only an unforgettable experience, but also a journey of self-discovery. She endeavored to lighten her emotional burden, relishing the joy and thrill each attraction brought alongside her boyfriend. The screams on the roller coaster, laughter on the carousel, and the thrills and embraces in the haunted house. All these moments allowed her to experience unprecedented relaxation and freedom. In that somewhat awkward instant, Zhang Ruiyun's gaze inadvertently met Xiaoli's. as if two invisible forces collided in the air, sending ripples of subtle tension throughout that a brief flash of disdain flickered in Zhang Ruiyun's eyes. An indescribable sentiment that perhaps reflected some unpleasant memories of the past, or perhaps a subtle aversion toward Xiaoli and her unfamiliar companion. Instinctively, she withdrew her gaze from the couple, as if evading a reality she was unwilling to confront. Meanwhile, Ren Xinran observed the scene with a face full of bewilderment, her mind swirling with questions. She attempted to glean a hint from Zhang Ruiyun's nuanced expressions, but evidently, this task proved to be no simple feat. Just as she prepared to voice her inquiries, Xiaoli, accompanied by her partner, approached Zhang Ruiyun with a somewhat deliberate gait. Upon noticing this, an impulse to retreat surged within Zhang Ruiyun. She wished to avoid Xiaoli, and even more so, any situation that might ignite conflict. Thus, she instinctively buried her head deep into Ren Xinran's embrace, as if it were the only sanctuary from the storm of emotions surrounding her. Ren Xinran sensed Zhang Ruiyun's reliance and desire to escape. He asked no questions but gently cradled her head, offering silent comfort and support. From a distance, this scene undoubtedly appeared to Xiaoli as a silent rejection and dismissal. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within her, a complex blend of feeling overlooked and excluded. She acutely understood the insurmountable chasm between herself and Zhang Ruiyun. Yet despite this, she could not resist the urge to draw closer, yearning for even the slightest acknowledgement or recognition. Gathering her courage, Xiaoli approached Zhang Ruiyun's side. Standing there, she hesitated for a moment, seemingly in search of the right opening line. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to utter, "Sister, could you scold me a few more times?" This statement, though abrupt and somewhat absurd, upon deeper reflection, revealed the yearning and struggle within Xiaoli's heart. What she desired was perhaps not merely the scolding itself, but a form of emotional release and expression, a longing to be understood and accepted that if one were to closely observe Xiaoli's eyes, they would discern a peculiar gleam, a mixture of anticipation, desire, and unease. As if a seed on the verge of breaking free, striving to find its own sunlight and nourishment. Beneath her gaze lay an unutterable secret, a yearning for guidance, an aspiration for a unique relationship. Yet, for Zhang Ruiyun, Xiaoli's request was undoubtedly unexpected. She was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Turning to Ren Xinran, she sought some insight or support from him, but he merely shook his head, indicating that he too could not comprehend Xiaoli's intentions in that vibrant amusement park, when the somewhat erratic young man's gaze inadvertently swept across the faces of Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran. His eyes suddenly froze, as if time had come to a standstill. Fragments of memory quickly coalesced in his mind, vividly recalling moments not long ago in the queue for the roller coaster, where he had mistakenly believed his flippant antics to be humorous, and the two girls had appeared humiliated yet restrained in their fury, that a complex wave of emotions surged within him, tinged with embarrassment and curiosity, prompting him to feign calmness as he asked Xiaoli beside him, "Lily, do you know them?" This seemingly simple question acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Upon hearing this, a fleeting, indescribable expression crossed Xiaoli's face. Her thoughts swirled chaotically like leaves caught in a tempest. She pondered repeatedly. Was it the seemingly gentle Zhang Ruiyun who had struck her without mercy amidst the crowd? Or was it Ren Xinran, the one she had fantasized about countless times in her dreams, yearning for him to discipline her once more in that unique manner, etching the experience into her memory? Or perhaps both? Such questions flooded her mind like a tidal wave, leaving her breathless with pressure. She realized that no matter how she answered, it could unearth a painful past she wished to avoid, possibly exacerbating the already delicate atmosphere. Thus, she chose silence, her eyes filled with confusion and struggle, fixed on Zhang Ruiyun, eager to discern what she thought of her. Chapter 61. A regrettable man. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze pierced the air like two sharp lasers, fixating on Xiaoli. Her eyes held no warmth, only a chilling resolve, akin to the biting wind of a winter night, penetrating deep into Xiaoli's heart. Her words were brief yet powerful, slicing through the surrounding noise like a winter breeze, directly piercing Xiaoli's soul. "That I don't know you. You've mistaken me for someone else." These simple words struck like a hammer, resonating within every heart present, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified. time seemingly frozen in that moment. Zhang Ruiyin's mind was flooded with memories, reminiscent of a carousel of emotions, involuntarily conjuring the image of that earlier scene filled with anger and betrayal. That it was an afternoon that should have been bright and sunny. Yet the atmosphere was laden with oppression and gravity. She had witnessed Xiaoli, an individual of great significance to her friend Tian Rini, betray him without hesitation for her own selfish desires. In that moment, Zhang Ruiyin felt as though her heart had been torn asunder, waves of fury and disappointment crashing over her, leading her to impulsively strike Xiaoli. That slap was not merely punishment for Xiaoli's actions, but also a lament for Tian Rini's poor judgment and character. Now, facing Xiaoli once more, Zhang Ruiyin felt no ripples of emotion within her. He seemed to have penetrated the intricate and capricious nature of humanity, and he understood that there was, in fact, no intersection between himself and this woman. Those fleeting moments they had shared were merely a jest played by fate, allowing them to cross paths briefly before returning to their respective trajectories. That he gently shook his head, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips, embodying a mixture of disdain and derision. That he recognized that Xiaoli's actions were nothing more than a desperate attempt to capture his attention, a futile endeavor to flaunt her allure before him. Yet in Zhang Ruiyin's eyes, Xiaoli's behavior was merely a base and laughable tactic. That moment, an incongruous voice shattered the surrounding tranquility. The man who had been standing beside Xiaoli suddenly revealed a lewd grin, his gaze brimming with lecherous desire and greed, as if he were eyeing a lamb ready for slaughter. In a sleazy tone, he remarked, "Oh, then I guess we don't know each other. Ah, little sister, I could still try to embrace you from both sides. I'll pay you, dear brother." As soon as these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. Zhang Ruiyin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated such audacity from this man, especially in broad daylight. Xiaoli, too, wore an expression of shock and perplexity, clearly caught off guard by her man's audacious flirtation with Zhang Ruiyin. Xiaoli's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and incomprehension. She could not fathom why her partner would act in such a manner. Did he not realize that Zhang Ruiyin was the very person she longed to possess? Or did he simply not care? Her heart was tumultuous, unsure of how to respond. She yearned to halt her man's reckless words, but found herself at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. All she could do was watch helplessly as the tension between Zhang Ruiyin and the man escalated. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyin observed the unfolding scene with an icy demeanor. His gaze was filled with indifference and contempt. He understood that this man was merely a buffoon, unworthy of inciting his anger, and he shook his head gently and took Ren Xinran's hand, preparing to turn away. That he had no desire to squander any more time in this place, nor to allow Ren Xinran to endure any harm. However, just then, the man abruptly blocked their path. A lecherous smile plastered across his face as he said, "Little sister, don't rush off. Brother hasn't had his fun yet." With that, he reached out to grab Zhang Ruiyin's arm. Yet, Zhang Ruiyin's reflexes were swifter. He pivoted sharply, evading the man's grasp, and coldly stated, "Get lost, don't block the way." His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority and an undeniable force. The man, taken aback by Zhang Ruiyin's commanding presence, instinctively stepped back a few paces. However, he did not relent. Instead, he grew increasingly arrogant, retorting, "Humph, you little brat dare speak to me like that. Do you even know who I am?" Yet, Zhang Ruiyin paid no heed to his threats, merely shooting him a frosty glance and continuing, "I don't care who you are, nor do I wish to know. But if you dare harass me or anyone near me again, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he pulled Ren Xinran along and turned to leave, leaving the man in a state of shock. Xiaoli, witnessing this exchange, was equally astonished and filled with admiration. She had not expected Zhang Ruiyin to confront her partner's threats with such courage and decisiveness. As she watched Zhang Ruiyin's retreating figure, her heart swelled with a complex mix of emotions: surprise, admiration, and a twinge of regret and loss. It dawned on her that she may have truly lost someone worth cherishing. Just then, the perverse man, regaining his senses as Zhang Ruiyin prepared to depart, hurriedly obstructed her path once more. His smile had morphed into something even more lascivious and vile, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. He intended to coerce Zhang Ruiyin into submission. However, Zhang Ruiyin was not one to yield easily. With a steely gaze and a swift movement, he deftly evaded the man's assault and retaliated with a punch to the man's abdomen. The blow elicited a pained gasp from the man, who staggered back a few steps, astonished by Zhang Ruiyun's formidable strength. Yet, refusing to concede, he lunged forward again, desperate to seize Zhang Ruiyun. But Zhang Ruiyun's agility surpassed his expectations. He effortlessly dodged the man's attack and delivered a swift kick to his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. The man lay there, groaning in agony, his eyes filled with fear and rage as he regarded Zhang Ruiyun. However, he dared not approach again, fully aware that he was no match for Zhang Ruiyun. Meanwhile, Xiaoli and Ren Xinran stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight of Zhang Ruiyun so effortlessly subduing the man. At that moment, Xiaoli strode over, reached her partner's side, and slapped him fiercely across the face. "Scumbag!" she exclaimed. Before tearing into him, it appeared that Xiaoli could no longer bear to witness her partner humiliating himself by harassing Zhang Ruiyun. She sought to end this farce in her own way. Zhang Ruiyun observed the scene without intervening. Recognizing that this was Xiaoli's affair and not his to meddle in, he stood quietly to the side, watching the events unfold, while Ren Xinran clutched his hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety. She understood that Zhang Ruiyun was a person of restraint, unlikely to act rashly, yet she remained worried for his safety. Eventually, Zhang Ruiyun called the police, and ultimately, Xiaoli and her partner departed the scene under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving in a hurried manner, as if fearful of being seen. In contrast, Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran exchanged smiles and continued their date hand in hand. This unexpected commotion did not dampen their spirits. Rather, it deepened their appreciation for the time they spent together. Chapter 62. The first kiss. Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran were like a warm ray of sunshine on a winter's day, undeterred by the surrounding clamor and chaos that sought to intrude upon their world. Steadfast in their inner tranquility, this sudden minor incident was akin to a gentle breeze skimming across a lake's surface, creating mere ripples before swiftly returning to calmness. Zhang Ruiyun, a figure whose allure transcended the boundaries of gender, strolled through the bustling streets in women's attire, exuding an indescribable charm with each step. His exquisite makeup, paired with perfectly fitted garments, made him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting. Drawing the attention of passers-by, many of whom mustered the courage to approach, eager to connect with the enchanting beauty through WeChat. Ren Xinran, Zhang Ruiyun's partner, witnessed this spectacle without a trace of jealousy. Instead, a profound sense of pride welled within her, as she observed Zhang Ruiyun, surrounded by admirers. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance akin to stars, and she found herself inwardly chuckling. "My man is simply beautiful. They can't take their eyes off him. Haha." This laughter was imbued with both recognition of Zhang Ruiyun's charm and confidence in their solid relationship. Hearing Ren Xinran's laughter, Zhang Ruiyun shook his head in exasperation, his gaze reflecting a blend of affection for his partner's playful spirit and a sense of resignation regarding his peculiar situation. That he understood that while his feminine attire garnered attention, what truly mattered was the unwavering support he received from Ren Xinran and Miao Yushi. Their eyes met in a shared smile, requiring no words. That mutual understanding was sufficient. Just then, Ren Xinran suddenly grew bold, raising an eyebrow and flashing a mischievous smile as she teased Zhang Ruiyun. "What's this? Want to steal a kiss from your sister? Come on." Her words were like a spring breeze, laced with a hint of provocation, catching Zhang Ruiyun off guard, but he had not anticipated such directness from Ren Xinran. Nor did he foresee being teased in such a public setting. However, the stubborn and tenacious nature that resided within Zhang Ruiyun was ignited in that moment, that he thought to himself, "Hey, is that a challenge? A man cannot be outdone." So, summoning his resolve, he closed his eyes and leaned in for an intimate encounter with Ren Xinran. The kiss came like a bolt from the blue, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Ren Xinran had not expected Zhang Ruiyun to respond so decisively to her teasing, nor could she have imagined that the kiss would be so fervent and affectionate. She felt the warmth of Zhang Ruiyun's lips, a sensation both foreign and familiar, both passionate and tender. Her heart swelled with joy and fulfillment, as if she possessed the entire world in that singular moment. As for Zhang Ruiyun, he was utterly absorbed in the kiss. He had never envisioned that his first kiss would be bestowed upon Ren Xinran in such a manner. Yet in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. He savored the softness and moisture of Ren Xinran's lips, an indescribably delightful sensation. His cheeks flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples, as he mused, "Xinran's lips are delightful to kiss, so soft, The sudden influx of sweetness and happiness left him somewhat flustered yet immensely appreciative. The two embraced quietly, relishing the warmth and beauty brought forth by that unexpected kiss. The surrounding clamor and din seemed to fade away, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of their heartbeats and breaths echoing in their ears. In that moment, it felt as though they were ensconced in a world solely belonging to the two of them, with all troubles and worries dissipating into thin air. Both were taken aback by the kiss. Ren Xinran never anticipated that Zhang Ruiyun would be so bold and direct, yet she felt a delightful thrill within her, savoring the exquisite sensation of Zhang Ruiyun's lips and yearning for another kiss. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyun's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, as she reflected on how her first kiss had been bestowed upon Ren Xinran, and how delightful and soft her sister Xinran's lips felt. After what seemed like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, gazing at each other with smiles that sparkled with happiness. Zhang Ruiyun softly expressed, "Xinran, thank you for your unwavering support and companionship." Ren Xinran tenderly replied, "Silly, do we really need to say such things? As long as you're happy, I am content." Their conversation flowed like a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing each other's hearts. Zhang Ruiyun's eyes shimmered with gratitude and affection as she clasped Ren Xinran's hand tightly, as if fearing that this moment of bliss might vanish at any instant. Ren Xinran, in turn, gently squeezed back, offering her the most steadfast of supports. They continued their stroll down the bustling streets. Yet this time, everything around them seemed to lose its significance. Zhang Ruiyun's attire still drew the gaze of passers-by, but at this moment, she was unconcerned with the odd stares and whispers. She understood that as long as Ren Xinran was by her side, she could boldly be herself, unafraid of any slander. Ren Xinran watched Zhang Ruiyun's confident and resolute strides, her heart swelling with pride. She knew that Zhang Ruiyun's ability to face her preferences and choices with such ease was deeply rooted in the support and encouragement from her and their other friends. She silently vowed that regardless of the difficulties and challenges the future might hold, she would steadfastly stand by Zhang Ruiyun's side. Facing them together, as they walked, they arrived at a dessert shop. Zhang Ruiyun abruptly halted, grasping Ren Xinran's hand, saying, "Sister Xinran, I crave ice cream. Will you accompany me?" Ren Xinran nodded with a smile, and the two entered the shop together. The air inside was infused with rich dairy and fruity aromas, with an array of desserts that dazzled the senses. Zhang Ruiyun excitedly perused the flavors at the counter, while Ren Xinran patiently awaited her choice. When Zhang Ruiyun returned, cradling 2 large ice creams, her face radiated a childlike glee, as though she had been transported back to the carefree days of childhood. They found a cozy spot by the window, indulging in the delightful ice creams while admiring the scenery outside. The sunlight streamed through the glass, warming them, creating an atmosphere of exceptional comfort and bliss. Zhang Ruiyun took a gentle bite of her ice cream, and the cool, sweet flavor instantly melted in her mouth, prompting her to close her eyes and relish this rare moment of tranquility and beauty. Ren Xinran observed Zhang Ruiyun's content expression, her heart brimming with happiness. She delicately reached out to wipe away the remnants of ice cream from the corner of Zhang Ruiyun's mouth. Upon opening her eyes, Zhang Ruiyun met Ren Xinran's gaze, and they both smiled in that instant. Their mutual understanding and rapport required no words. Everything was conveyed in silence. After finishing their ice creams, they decided to take a stroll in a nearby park. The park was lush with greenery, fragrant with blossoms, and occasionally filled with the melodious chirping of birds. Hand in hand, they walked along the shaded pathways, savoring the tranquility and harmony of nature. Suddenly, Zhang Ruiyun stopped, turned to Ren Xinran, and earnestly said, "Sister Xinran, thank you for always being there for me. With you by my side, I feel truly blessed." Upon hearing this, Ren Xinran's eyes glistened with emotion as she embraced Zhang Ruiyun tightly, whispering, "Silly, it is because of you that I feel happy, and no matter what the future holds, let us promise to never part." Zhang Ruiyun nodded solemnly, and they held each other close, as if to meld into one another. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of twilight, they nestled together, quietly watching the clouds fade into darkness, their hearts filled with anticipation and dreams for the future. They knew that as long as they loved and supported one another, no matter how rugged the path ahead, they could traverse it together, crafting a beautiful future uniquely their own. Chapter 63. live broadcast. Zhang Ruiyun and Ren Xinran stood on the bustling street, their eyes reflecting reluctance and nostalgia. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, adding a touch of tenderness and melancholy to their parting scene. They embraced tightly, as if time itself had frozen, unwilling to let them part. Yet, reality is often harsh. They had to confront their respective lives and responsibilities, reluctantly loosening their embrace and turning away with heavy hearts. Ren Xinran took slow, heavy steps towards her car, her heart a swirl of complex emotions. Longing for Zhang Ruiyun intertwined with anticipation and uncertainty for the future. She understood that this separation might mark the beginning of their independent journeys. Yet the profound emotional bond they shared would never fray. Once settled into the driver's seat, Ren Xinran started the engine and drove towards home. Her mind raced with memories, replaying every moment spent with Zhang Ruiyun, the sweet instances, the tender conversations, and that unexpected kiss from earlier today, each evoking a sense of unparalleled joy and fulfillment. Upon returning to her apartment, Ren Xinran eagerly grabbed her phone, eager to share her joy with her best friend, Miao Yushi, who was also Zhang Ruiyun's significant other. She quickly typed a WeChat message. Yushi, today she kissed me. His lips are so soft and fragrant. After sending it, she awaited Miao Yushi's response with bated breath. At home, Miao Yushi was leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea when her phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at her screen and her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe her eyes. Ren Xinran claimed that Zhang Ruiyun had kissed her. How could this be? A wave of intense jealousy and dissatisfaction surged through her. What did you say? She kissed you. Miao Yushi's reply was filled with shock and confusion. She could scarcely accept this reality, especially since she had a close relationship with Zhang Ruiyun and had once thought she might be the first to receive a kiss from her. Yet now, she was abruptly informed that her dear friend had beaten her to it. Upon reading Miao Yushi's reply, Ren Xinran realized she might have been a bit too smug. She quickly clarified, yes, that was my first kiss, Although her heart brimmed with joy and pride, she knew she had to consider Miao Yushi's feelings, given the delicate and intricate nature of their relationships. However, Miao Yushi's response took her by surprise. I haven't even kissed Shishi yet. Why is it that I became Shishi's girlfriend before you, but my progress is lagging behind? Seeing this message made Ren Xinran chuckle. She hadn't anticipated such a strong and direct reaction from Miao Yushi, yet she could also sense her friend's underlying disappointment and frustration. After a moment of thought, she decided to send Miao Yushi a comforting message. Yushi, don't be sad. You can't rush feelings. Besides, Shishi and I are just getting started. You two are so familiar and in sync. You'll have plenty of chances. Miao Yushi replied immediately, no way. Next time I go out with Shishi, I'll definitely make him gasp for air. Zhang Ruiyun gently pushed open the slightly worn wooden door of the boys' dormitory, a wave of youthful energy and sweat washing over him. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a warm, golden veil over every corner of the cramped space. His gaze swiftly swept across the room, finally settling on Zhao Wenbo in the center. That moment, Zhao Wenbo was crouched on the floor, surrounded by an array of streaming equipment, a computer flickering with dim light, several microphones neatly arranged on the table, and a camera steadily positioned nearby, its lens aimed directly at him. His eyes were fixated on the connection cables in his hands, deftly maneuvering his fingers through the intricate web of wires, occasionally glancing at the computer screen to ensure each step was executed flawlessly. His focus and seriousness created an atmosphere where time seemed to stand still. Noticing this, Zhang Ruiyun felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation. Rather than interrupting, he turned to approach Gao Yi, who was engrossed in his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly captivated by whatever he was viewing. Go. What is Wenbo up to? Zhang Ruiyun inquired softly, his tone revealing a hint of confusion and curiosity. Upon hearing Ego, Gao Yi's face lit up with a radiant smile. As if struck by something sweet, he quickly tucked his phone away and looked at Zhang Ruiyun, his eyes sparkling with pride and excitement. Oh, you're asking about Wenbo? He elongated the words, seemingly relishing this moment of boasting. He is planning to live stream himself playing games on Douyin. He wants to become a game streamer. Ha ha! After delivering his remarks, Gao Yi couldn't resist adding a few teasing words, clearly finding amusement in Zhao Wenbo's decision. Do you recall the last time we played games? Wenbo was utterly flustered by a streamer. That streamer, you see, was an entertainment host whose skills were rather lackluster. Quite abysmal, in fact. Yet, as you know, Wenbo approaches gaming with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for error. Consequently, he uttered a comment directed at that streamer. And guess what? The streamer retorted with, "I am the streamer," which left Wenbo utterly disarmed. Since that incident, he has resolutely determined to become a game streamer, letting his skills speak for themselves. Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She could vividly envision the scene. Zhao Wenbo, intensely focused on his game, suddenly smacked down by a streamer whose skills were inferior to his own. A palpable sense of defeat and frustration was inevitable. And now, Zhao Wenbo intended to use this experience as motivation to embark on the path of becoming a game streamer. Such courage and determination were truly admirable. Frankly, I believe Wenbo's idea is quite commendable. Zhang Ruiyun remarked earnestly to Gao Yi. The streaming industry is thriving, especially in gaming. If he can make a name for himself, who knows what he might achieve? Gao Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I also see potential in Wenbo. His gaming skills are exceptional, and his cheerful personality will undoubtedly facilitate interaction with his audience. Moreover, he is a person of great seriousness. Once he commits to something, he will undoubtedly give it his all. As the two continued their animated conversation, Zhao Wenbo finally completed his preparations. That he stood up, dusted off his hands, and surveyed his creation with satisfaction. It was then that he noticed Zhang Ruiyun and Gao Yi watching him from the side. A hint of shyness and anticipation flickering across his face. "Did you all see that?" he asked, somewhat bashfully. "That, of course, we did." Zhang Ruiyun chuckled as she stepped forward, patting Zhao Wenbo on the shoulder. "Wenbo, your preparations are quite thorough. It seems you truly intend to carve out a niche in the streaming world." Zhao Wenbo smiled at her words, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Indeed, I genuinely want to give it a try. After all, this has been my dream for quite some time, and I firmly believe that with effort, I will eventually realize it. That we shall eagerly await your success." Gao Yi also stepped forward to give Zhao Wenbo an encouraging embrace. "Go for it, Wenbo. We will undoubtedly support you from behind." With the encouragement and anticipation of his roommates, Zhao Wenbo finally pressed the button to start the stream as a crisp notification sound resonated. His journey as a game streamer officially commenced. Chapter 64. A hidden beauty. Zhao Wenbo's emotions mirrored the game world he was about to enter. Both tense and filled with anticipation. As he gently clicked the mouse, the streaming interface gradually unfolded before him, resembling a door to an unknown realm. Taking a deep breath, as if preparing for the forthcoming adventure, he resolutely launched the game. In that moment, it seemed his world consisted solely of the screen before him and the quest about to unfold. The streaming interface danced across his phone screen, serving as a bridge of communication between him and his audience. That he understood well that each stream was an opportunity to showcase himself and interact with his fans. Thus, he meticulously attended to every detail, striving for excellence in both game selection and streaming setup. That moment, he had cleverly integrated a special element into the lower right corner of his streaming screen, a view of his dormitory. This small design not only made the stream more vibrant and engaging, but also allowed the audience to glimpse his authentic life. Just as Zhao Wenbo immersed himself in the gaming world, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in his ear. He looked up to find Zhang Ruiyun. Today, she had donned feminine attire specifically for a date with Ren Xinran, and upon returning, her excitement led her to forget to change out of her beautiful ensemble. She approached Zhao Wenbo, her encouraging gaze fixed upon him, softly uttering words of motivation. Her words felt like warm sunlight, instantly dispelling Zhao Wenbo's anxiety and unease. Encouraged by Zhang Ruiyun, Zhao Wenbo's confidence solidified. He realized he was not merely fighting for himself, but also for the countless supporters who had always stood by him. Thus, he immersed himself even more intensely in the game, each action marked by precision and power. After encouraging Zhao Wenbo, Zhang Ruiyun turned back to her computer desk. She, along with Gao Yi and Tian Rini, had long arranged to embark on a trio gaming adventure. For this occasion, she had even invested in Zhao Wenbo's stream to attract more viewers. This quiet support and effort filled Zhao Wenbo with warmth and gratitude. With Zhang Ruiyun now engaged in her game, the atmosphere in the streaming room grew increasingly vibrant. Observant viewers quickly noticed Zhang Ruiyun's presence. Captivated by her beauty, they inundated the chat with messages praising her charm and grace, as if the entire streaming room had been illuminated by her arrival. However, Zhang Ruiyan remained oblivious to these compliments. Fully engrossed in her game, she collaborated seamlessly with her teammates, facing the challenges of the game with poise and confidence. Each of her maneuvers appeared so effortless, leaving spectators in awe of her gaming prowess and talent. At that moment, the streaming camera captured Zhang Ruiyan's computer desk and her focused demeanor perfectly. She appeared both beautiful and earnest, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Viewers, through the streaming lens, were privy to her authentic self, a girl who was as stunning as she was gifted. This moment not only became a radiant highlight in the streaming room, but also etched itself deeply into the hearts of every viewer. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the streaming room, Zhao Wenbao's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, each click synchronized with his character's precise skill releases, eliciting cheers and gasps from the audience. Yet, in the midst of this thrilling gaming battle, a flurry of comments suddenly surged onto the screen, akin to fireworks illuminating the night sky, vibrant and attention-grabbing. "Host, are you hiding a beauty in your golden house? But can girls even enter the boys' dormitory at a university?" A particularly eye-catching comment leapt onto the screen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Following that, a wave of similar inquiries flooded in, igniting the audience's curiosity. "Exactly. Host, please tell us, who is she? Come on, host, don't just focus on the game. Pay attention to the comments. We all want to know the truth." "1. I want to know me too, host, don't keep us in suspense." "Same here, please reveal." The comments flew like snowflakes, and although Zhao Wenbao was engrossed in the game, his peripheral vision caught these curious and gossip-laden remarks that a smile crept across his lips. He found these viewers endearing and amusing. Thus, after yet another successful defeat of an opponent, he paused the game, turned to the screen, and prepared to respond to his enthusiastic audience. "Hi, everyone, don't rush me. Let me explain slowly." Zhao Wenbao's voice, clear through the microphone, reached every viewer's ear. "First and foremost, boys' dormitories, of course, do not permit girls. That is a school regulation that as for the person you're asking about. She is not a girl at all, but rather my roommate, a true bro." At this point, Zhao Wenbao deliberately paused, seemingly relishing the small prank he was playing. "However, my buddy is quite charming," he added with a half-joking tone, immediately lightening the atmosphere in the streaming room. The audience flooded the comments with laughter, as if they could feel Zhao Wenbao's deep camaraderie and playful teasing towards his roommate. Just then, a particular comment caught Zhao Wenbao's attention. "Isn't that the campus beauty from a university who was quite popular recently?" This comment was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout. Zhao Wenbao paused for a moment, then realized that a viewer had recognized his roommate. "Zhang Ruiyan, oh right, it just clicked," Zhao Wenbao exclaimed, suddenly recollecting that Zhang Ruiyan had gained notoriety online after participating in a talent competition at school. Especially for that memorable performance of hers singing, as he spoke, a look of pride and joy spread across his face, as if he were boasting about having such an outstanding roommate. "Wow, host, you must be incredibly fortunate." "Exactly, with such a multifaceted roommate by your side. Every day must be filled with joy and surprises." Haha, it seems the legendary dormitory of a university is bound to gain fame. Quiet nights after lights out perfectly describe your dormitory. Viewers expressed their admiration and envy through the comments. And as Zhao Wenbao read these uplifting remarks, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and fulfillment. He is aware that although he and his roommates do not always lead a glamorous life, it is precisely these ordinary yet genuine moments that constitute their most treasured memories of youth. "Why don't I have such roommates? How wonderful it would be if I did," some viewers expressed enviously. Chapter 65. Host, please step aside. Zhang Ruiyan was fully immersed in the realm of the game, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, as if the entire world had condensed to just her and the virtual battlefield on the screen. However, just as this focus reached its zenith, a gentle, yet teasing voice pierced through the clamor of the game, reminiscent of a spring breeze brushing over a lake, creating ripples upon its surface. "Cici, are you free? The audience wants to see you. Come over and say hello." Zhao Wenbao's voice carried a hint of amusement that he knew Zhang Ruiyan was engrossed in the game, yet he also understood that his roommate and friend always revealed a unique charm at pivotal moments. His words were akin to a meticulously crafted invitation tailored for Zhang Ruiyan, neither intrusive nor overwhelming, yet perfectly igniting her curiosity. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Zhang Ruyun's lips. She did not immediately cease her gaming, but rather, with a relaxed demeanor, slowly maneuvered her chair while continuing to play, gliding towards Zhao Wenba's direction. This action not only showcased her passion and dedication to the game, but also revealed her respect and friendliness towards the audience. Her movements were light and fluid, akin to an assassin weaving through enemies in the game, each shift imbued with strategy and elegance. That as the sound of her chair, gliding, grew nearer, Zhang Ruyun finally settled beside Zhao Wenba. She elegantly took her seat, her gaze naturally shifting towards the camera. And in that moment, the atmosphere of the entire streaming room seemed to freeze. Before the lens, Zhang Ruyun appeared with cascading hair, deep-set eyes, and features so exquisitely sculpted that each detail exuded an extraordinary aura. Her presence was akin to a magnificent painting suddenly unveiled before the audience, compelling them to savor every nuance. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ruyun, your host's roommate," she announced, her voice a unique blend of allure, rich and resonant, as if it could transcend the screen and touch each viewer's soul. Her tone embodied the softness and grace of femininity, balanced with the steadfastness and strength of masculinity, and this distinctive charm instantly ignited fervor within the streaming room. "Wow, sister. No, brother. Your voice is simply enchanting." Countless comments of this nature flooded the screen, as viewers succumbed to the allure of Zhang Ruyun's voice. Some even began to question the reliability of their ears, unable to believe that such a melodious sound emanated from someone who appeared so delicate. "Zhang Ruyun is breathtaking. I can't help but admire." More viewers were captivated by her beauty, their exclamations echoing a desire to etch this exquisite visage into their memories. Every gesture, every expression of Zhang Ruyun became the focal point for them, rendering it impossible to divert their gaze. Wow. With a face like a mature goddess and a voice to match, she is a little Nanliang. Is she just the ideal partner who won't get pregnant? A humorous comment struck a chord with many. Though laced with jest, it aptly encapsulated the enigmatic allure of Zhang Ruyun. She possessed the maturity and composure of a goddess, while embodying the innocence and charm of a young lady. Her voice was both deep and magnetic, yet gentle enough to soothe the heart. Undoubtedly, she became the ideal companion in the hearts of many. The guy isn't out of the question either. Some audacious viewers openly expressed their unrestrained desires. Though such remarks seemed somewhat out of line, they also reflected the immense charm Zhang Ruyun exuded. She not only attracted the gaze of the opposite sex, but also won the admiration of her own. In a society rife with competition and pressure, Zhang Ruyun exemplified what it meant to appeal universally. As Zhang Ruyun's interactions with the audience deepened, the atmosphere in the streaming room grew increasingly vibrant. She shared amusing anecdotes and insights from her gaming experiences, patiently addressing the myriad questions posed by viewers. Her humor and sincerity garnered the affection and respect of all in this modest streaming space. Zhang Ruyun seemed to embody a bridge connecting disparate individuals, fostering a sense of closeness and harmony among netizens from all walks of life. Time passed inexorably, yet Zhang Ruyun's stream possessed an enchantment that rendered viewers spellbound. She narrated her own stories and dreams, inspiring each audience member to pursue their aspirations and happiness. In this world brimming with uncertainty and challenges, Zhang Ruyun demonstrated through her actions that as long as one bravely pursues, strives, and dedicates oneself, one can undoubtedly attain their own share of beauty and joy. At this moment, the atmosphere within the streaming room subtly transformed, as if it had ceased to be Zhao Wenba's personal stage and had morphed into a realm dominated by Zhang Ruyun's light. The soft illumination caressed her visage, reflecting her unique warmth and vitality, while the moniker Little Nanliang resonated particularly loudly, becoming the unspoken key to popularity within the streaming room. Zhao Wenba stood by, not the least bit displeased. Instead, he felt a surge of unexplainable excitement and anticipation. He realized that collaborating with Zhang Ruyun was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial venture, as their complementary personalities and individual influences would surely create a magnificent spark. Zhao Wenba understood that in this rapidly changing digital age, popularity was paramount. With Zhang Ruyun, the Little Nanliang, possessing a vast fanbase, her every appearance would incite considerable commotion. With her by his side, he had no reason to fret about increasing his own followers. This confidence was not unfounded, but rooted in his recognition of Zhang Ruiyun's prowess and the boundless potential of their collaboration. Thus, he began to devise a series of meticulously planned streaming initiatives, with each detail aimed at elevating their partnership to new heights. Within the streaming room, the atmosphere gradually intensified, with the audience's enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Just then, a bold yet humorous comment rippled through the serene waters like a stone cast into a calm lake. Hee hee. Then I shall not hold back. I'll go first as a toast. This remark momentarily stunned not only Zhang Ruiyun, but also left viewers breathless, anticipating her response. Zhang Ruiyun paused briefly, then her lips curled into a smile that bore a hint of playful disdain. Her bright eyes seemingly capable of piercing through to one's soul as she cast a disapproving glance at the camera, silently communicating with each viewer. Then, in a tone that was both gentle and resolute, she replied that it's not allowed. This statement, simple and straightforward, was imbued with an undeniable charm and strength, instantly refreshing the atmosphere of the streaming room with a playful edge. Her expression conveyed a subtle refusal of unreasonable requests while also revealing an unwavering determination. Her voice was soft, yet carried an air of unassailable authority that left listeners captivated. Did I end that instant? The barrage of comments in the streaming room seemed to hit a pause button, as everyone became enraptured by Zhang Ruiyun's unique allure. However, this tranquility did not last long. As her words echoed, the room erupted in a thunderous applause and teasing. Wow, sister scolded me, if you can make that expression. Do it more. Wow, I love this expression from sister. Even as a girl, I can't resist. A wave of comments surged forth, brimming with adoration and admiration for Zhang Ruiyun. This moment, she not only diffused the awkwardness with her wit and charm, but also transformed the stream into a grand feast in the hearts of the viewers. Chapter 66. Water friends matched at the streaming room of Zhao Wenbo and Zhang Ruiyun. Laughter and joy echoed, resembling a vibrant ocean of happiness. The two sat upright, facing the camera, sharing their stories and amusing anecdotes with the netizens on the other side of the screen. Their eyes sparkled with a passion and dedication for streaming, with each interaction brimming with sincerity and enthusiasm. Amidst this warm and joyous occasion, Gao Yi and Tianren quietly entered the streaming room. Their arrival was akin to a refreshing breeze, infusing the joyful ocean with even more vitality and color. Gao Yi, sporting a signature smile, exuded a playful curiosity, while Tianren appeared more composed and reserved. Yet his eyes twinkled with a keen interest in the stream. "CC, why are you also streaming with Wenbo?" As soon as Gao Yi opened his mouth, a wave of laughter erupted in the live stream. His voice was imbued with a magnetic charm, compelling listeners to draw nearer. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ruiyun, feeling the proximity of Gao Yi, was adorned with a delicate blush that blossomed on his cheeks. He shyly lowered his head, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but feel their hearts fluttering at the sight. It was simply enchanting that Wenbo's live stream audience welcomed me. So here I am. Zhang Ruiyun's voice resonated like a celestial melody, gentle and sweet. His response was straightforward and sincere, reflecting his passion and commitment to the live stream. Zhao Wenbo, noticing this, revealed a look of contentment. He understood that Zhang Ruiyun's presence added significant color and vitality to their broadcast that moment. A unique comment quietly streaked across the screen. "Host, how about we draw some viewers for a friendly match?" This comment was like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly creating ripples. The viewers in the live stream eagerly responded to this proposal, expressing their desire to participate in this extraordinary friendly match. Zhao Wenbo's eyes glimmered with excitement upon witnessing this, that he recognized the potential and value of the suggestion and understood it was an excellent opportunity to bridge the gap with the audience and foster closer ties. Thus, he promptly replied, "Indeed, we can have a friendly match." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to compete with the viewers. Gao Yi and Tianren nodded in agreement, aware that Zhao Wenbo's proposal was both appealing and innovative, and understood it was a splendid chance to showcase their prowess and charm. In unison, they exclaimed, "This proposal is splendid." Their voices were filled with steadfastness and confidence, as if they had thoroughly prepared for this friendly match. Zhang Ruiyun, witnessing this, also revealed an expression of anticipation. He recognized that although his skills might not match the formidable trio of Zhao Wenbo, Gao Yi, and Tian Rini, he yearned to demonstrate his own abilities and potential in this friendly match. Thus, he expressed his willingness. "I'm on board too. Let us all give it our best." His voice resonated with determination and resolve, as if he was ready to embrace the challenge. With the unanimous agreement of the four, the atmosphere in the live stream instantly transformed into one of fervor. Viewers expressed their support and eagerness for the upcoming friendly match, flooding the comments with excitement. "Looking forward to the friendly match. Go host, Shishi you too." These messages fell upon the screen like delicate snowflakes, adding further anticipation and vibrancy to the forthcoming event. To prepare for the friendly match, the four began to organize with great urgency. They deliberated on the rules and procedures of the competition, selected suitable game modes and maps, and adjusted their states and mindsets. Every aspect was infused with tension and expectation. They understood that this imminent friendly match was not merely a simple game showdown, but a rigorous test of their teamwork and synergy. To showcase their best capabilities during the competition, they resolved to give their all, leaving no room for regrets. In the pre-match preparation phase, Zhao Wenbo, as the organizer, displayed his meticulousness and thoughtfulness that he first announced the participation method for the friendly match via the live stream, inviting interested viewers to send private messages backstage to register. Subsequently, he would randomly select 5 lucky teams from among the numerous registrants. This selection method ensured fairness while adding a layer of excitement to the competition, filling every viewer with anticipation. As more viewers registered, the atmosphere of tension surrounding the match began to envelop the live stream. Zhao Wenbo, Zhang Ruiyun, and Tian Rini were engrossed in their preparations, ensuring not only the smooth progression of the match, but also aiming to provide a dual feast for the eyes and senses for the audience. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was also actively preparing. He invited a friend to join his team, knowing their inherent synergy would bolster their confidence. Gao Yi even informed his friend about the live stream, allowing him to enjoy the game while experiencing the charm of broadcasting. Upon hearing this, his friend immediately expressed his intention to prepare for the match while watching the live stream, undoubtedly adding an extra spark of motivation to their team. As time progressed, the 5 friendly teams were finally selected. They hailed from various corners of the world, yet gathered together due to their shared passion for the game. In the upcoming matches, they would face dual challenges. First, the intense competition among the friendly teams, followed by the more formidable showdown against the host team. Each round of the competition would serve as a supreme test of their abilities, as well as a prime opportunity to showcase their coordination and teamwork. Just as the competition was about to commence, a viewer suddenly posed a question in the live stream. "Hosts, is there no prize for this?" This question immediately resonated with numerous audience members. Indeed, if it were merely an ordinary match, the joy of victory might dissipate swiftly. However, if there were some special rewards or penalties, the match would gain a deeper significance. Zhao Wenbo fell into brief contemplation upon hearing the question. But soon, inspiration struck. He proposed to the audience, "If our host team loses, how about we have Shishi change into a dress for the live stream?" This suggestion instantly sparked a fervor. As the only male-to-female streamer in the team, Shishi's transformation would undoubtedly become the focal point of the audience's attention. Such a penalty would not only delight viewers, but also enhance the match's excitement and appeal. The proposal was quickly met with enthusiastic responses and unanimous agreement from the audience. Zhao Wenbo, seeing this, promptly inquired about Zhang Ruiyun's opinion. As another core member of the team, Zhang Ruiyun understood the weight of the proposal. However, considering the team's honor and the audience's expectations, he willingly accepted the challenge. Thus, a friendly match filled with uncertainty and adventure was set into motion. Chapter 67 began as Gao Yi's gaming friend, Li Haoyu, initially thought the suggestion of having host Zhao Wenbo's roommate, Zhang Ruiyun, don a dress if the host team lost was merely a jest. After all, having a boy dress as a girl, while somewhat novel, hardly seemed like a significant highlight. In today's live streaming world, where bizarre occurrences abound, such a penalty seemed rather tame. However, when Li Haoyu, feeling idle, clicked on Zhao Wenbo's live stream to witness the excitement of the match, his perspective subtly shifted. In the live stream, Zhang Ruiyun sat beside Zhao Wenbo, and the girl in the dress was unrecognizable. Wait, could it be his roommate, Zhang Ruiyun? Yet there was a certain elegance about him, Li Haoyu couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Ruiyun truly donned a maid outfit. It could be quite the sight, he mused silently, his lips curling upwards involuntarily. At that moment, a bolder idea flashed through his mind. He would conspire with the opposing team to act as a saboteur within the host team, intentionally throwing the match to ensure the opposing team gained an insurmountable economic lead. This way, not only would the match become more entertaining, but it would also lead to Zhang Ruiyun wearing a dress, satisfying his curiosity. Once this mischievous thought took root, it spread like wildfire within Li Haoyu's mind. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, envisioning Zhang Ruiyun's stunning transformation in a dress. However, he also understood that implementing this plan would not be straightforward, that he had to carefully communicate with the opposing team, ensuring their cooperation while avoiding any suspicion from the host team. To execute his scheme, Li Haoyu began to privately contact the captain of the opposing team. After some negotiation, they reached an agreement. Li Haoyu would act as a mole within the host team, deliberately underperforming in the match to assist the opposing team in gaining an advantage. In return, the opposing team would collaborate with Li Haoyu after the match to suggest the penalty of having Zhang Ruiyun wear a dress. With everything set in motion, the competition officially commenced. Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and their other teammate remained blissfully unaware that a traitor lurked within their ranks. The three of them clustered around Zhao Wenbo, who was both their roommate and host, attentively watching the match on screen while interacting with the viewers in the live stream. Zhao Wenbo, as the host, was naturally fully invested in the competition, operating his character while narrating the unfolding battle, striving to lead his team to victory. Meanwhile, Li Haoyu did not exert himself like the other teammates, that he intentionally wandered aimlessly in the game, feeding the enemy, and even sacrificed his own progression to gift the opposing team economic advantages. His actions soon caught the attention of the rival team. However, as they had already agreed upon their plan, the opposing team chose to remain silent about Li Haoyu's identity. Quietly accepting his assistance, as the match progressed, the economic disparity between the host team and the opposing team began to widen. The opposing team, bolstered by the assistance of Li Haoyu, found themselves increasingly ahead in terms of resources. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and their teammates remained ensnared in the tense atmosphere of the match, entirely oblivious to the presence of a traitor within their ranks. The competition grew ever more fierce. The streaming team endeavored to regain their lost ground through team battles. Yet each confrontation ended in failure due to Li Haoyu's deliberate blunders. His actions not only incited feelings of anger and disappointment among his teammates, but also sparked a flurry of discussions among the viewers in the live chat. Many were perplexed as to why Li Haoyu, who usually performed commendably, would so egregiously undermine his teammates today. However, at that moment, Li Haoyu was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Ruiyun's appearance in women's attire and the pride and satisfaction he felt upon witnessing that moment during the stream. He believed that the small price he paid for this fleeting joy was well worth it. Ultimately, through Li Haoyu's relentless efforts, the streaming team succumbed to defeat. When the screen displayed the word fail, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and their teammates wore expressions of disbelief. They could not comprehend why they had suffered such a devastating loss. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat began to leave comments, both mocking and consoling the streaming team. At this juncture, Li Haoyu felt it was time to unveil his plan. He feigned a sigh of regret and remarked, "Alas, it seems our team is not in peak form today. However, a loss must come with a penalty. As is the rule, I propose we have Zhang Ruiyun don women's attire for the stream. What does everyone think of this idea?" As soon as Li Haoyu's words fell, the viewers in the live chat enthusiastically expressed their agreement. They found the penalty both amusing and reasonable, perfectly catering to their curiosity. Although Gao Yi and Zhao Wenbo harbored feelings of dissatisfaction and helplessness, they felt obliged to accept the punishment due to pride and tradition. As for Li Haoyu, he sat before his computer, gazing at Zhang Ruiyun in women's attire, his heart brimming with satisfaction and pride that he felt that everything he had orchestrated that day was worthwhile. Nevertheless, he was aware that such behavior was not honorable, bordering on despicable. Therefore, in the subsequent matches, he resolved to approach each game with renewed seriousness, determined to earn victory through his own prowess rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Although this match concluded with the streaming team's loss, it left a profound impression on everyone involved. It revealed another facet of online streaming, one that encompassed not only laughter and entertainment, but also competition and intrigue. Li Haoyu's actions served as a reminder to all. In the realm of gaming, one must remain vigilant and cautious, for one can never be certain whether a teammate might turn out to be an adversary. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyan had changed into a maid outfit. Though still shy, he had grown accustomed to it, thus not appearing overly bashful. Under the eager gaze of the audience, he was compelled to don the maid attire. When he made his entrance in the outfit, the live chat erupted into a frenzy. The moment he appeared, the screen briefly went blank as viewers, upon regaining their composure, flooded the chat with compliments and playful jests about Zhang Ruiyan's beauty, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed and bashful. Yet he understood that this was a punishment he had to accept, so he steeled himself to face the teasing and praise of the viewers. As Chapter 68 unfolded, with Zhang Ruiyan's stunning debut, the atmosphere of the live stream ignited, reaching unprecedented heights that he endeavored to strike various poses. Despite a hint of shyness on his face, each movement exuded a unique charm and grace. Those slightly awkward yet heartfelt gestures prompted a deluge of comments from viewers, as laughter and cheers reverberated throughout the chat, creating a joyous sea of exuberance. Zhao Wenbo, serving as the host of this live stream, was completely captivated by Zhang Ruiyan's appearance, almost forgetting the previous match's defeat. While striving to maintain order amidst the lively chaos of the stream, he couldn't help but steal glances at Zhang Ruiyan, secretly admiring him. The allure that Zhang Ruiyan exuded in women's attire was indeed strikingly different from his usual demeanor. Pretending to be oblivious, he exclaimed, "Oh my, I never realized we had such a beautiful lady on our team. Had I known earlier, I would have made you our visual representative. Perhaps we could have attracted more fans." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyan turned beet red, akin to a ripe apple, that he waved his hands repeatedly, his voice trembling slightly. No, Zhao Wenbo, please don't jest like that I can't handle this. Let me change back into my male attire quickly. As he spoke, he instinctively tugged at the fabric of his maid outfit, appearing somewhat flustered. However, the viewers were unwilling to let such a rare opportunity slip away, bombarding the chat with requests. "Don't change. Keep going. Show us a dance." The comments surged like a tidal wave, intensifying the already vibrant atmosphere of the live stream. Faced with the onslaught of enthusiastic messages, Zhang Ruiyan found himself both amused and exasperated that he understood that while the punishment was somewhat embarrassing, it also reflected the affection and attention from his fans. Thus, amid the fervent anticipation of the audience, he mustered his courage and agreed to perform a simple dance for everyone. As the lively music filled the air, Zhang Ruiyan began to move clumsily. His actions, though not particularly fluid and somewhat awkward, were imbued with sincerity and charm that deeply resonated with each viewer in the live chat, that he endeavored to synchronize with the rhythm. And each turn and wave of his hand radiated genuine emotion. Viewers flooded the chat with comments. "So cute, adorable." The messages cascaded like a vibrant rainbow, adorning the live stream with warmth and joy. During the dance, Zhang Ruiyan gradually loosened up, shedding his earlier constraints and tension, that he began to relish the experience, delighting in the interaction with his fans. His smile grew ever brighter, and his movements became increasingly natural. The atmosphere in the live stream reached its zenith, as everyone was captivated by his enthusiasm and sincerity. Meanwhile, Li Haoyu, seated before his computer, was filled with satisfaction and pride that he believed his plan had unfolded flawlessly. He had not only succeeded in getting Zhang Ruiyan to wear women's attire, but also delivered an extraordinary live stream for the audience, watching Zhang Ruiyan's clumsy yet endearing dance moves. A triumphant smile crept across his face. However, amidst his elation, Li Haoyu recognized that such actions were not commendable. In future matches, he resolved to approach each game with utmost seriousness, determined to achieve victory through his own skill rather than relying on such dubious methods for attention. He silently vowed to showcase the team's true strength and capability in the next competition. After the dance concluded, Zhang Ruiyan changed back into his male attire. The atmosphere in the live stream gradually calmed, though the joy and warmth lingered. Zhao Wenbo, observing the comments and messages on the screen, felt a swell of emotion that he recognized that today's match and punishment were not merely a simple game or entertainment, but rather a testament to team spirit and a profound understanding of online streaming culture. He addressed the camera with heartfelt sincerity. "Thank you all for your support and attention today. Also, a special thanks to Zhang Ruiyan for the wonderful performance. Although we lost the match today, we have learned so much. In future competitions, we will strive harder and unite more. proving our worth through our abilities. The viewers in the live chat echoed their support with messages. Go for it. You're the best. We look forward to your next match. Make sure to win. These messages fell upon each heart like warm sunlight, instilling an unwavering sense of encouragement and strength. That night unfolded like a vividly colored painting, gradually unfurling in each person's heart, becoming an indelible and beautiful memory that as the night deepened and stars twinkled. Zhang Ru, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, after hours of exhilarating live streaming, finally shed their weary FA-aids and returned to the warmth and comfort of their beds. Though their bodies bore the fatigue of prolonged tension and excitement, their spirits felt nourished by an invisible force, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, stirring within them an indescribable joy and profound satisfaction. That night, they were not merely performers showcasing their gaming skills, but also bearers of joy and laughter. In front of the live stream's camera, the four of them transformed into joyous messengers, presenting their carefully curated anecdotes like treasures to the audience. Zhang Ruoyun, with his unique charm and witty commentary, paired with his meticulously crafted maid ensemble, instantly won the adoration and enthusiasm of countless viewers. Every gesture he made, every word he spoke, seemed to carry a magical allure, captivating the audience to the point of frenzy. Gao Yi, on the other hand, with his exquisite gaming prowess, became a striking highlight within the live stream. Each of his precise maneuvers and dazzling combos elicited awe and applause from the audience. Under his leadership, it seemed as though the entire gaming world had come alive, captivating the audience and immersing them in a shared experience of thrill and passion. Zhao Wenbo and Tian Rini, as harmonious partners within the team, showcased their profound friendship and spirit of collaboration during the live broadcast. They supported one another, adeptly navigating both the challenges of the game and the inquiries and requests from their viewers with remarkable composure and skill. Their performance illuminated the essence of true teamwork, drawing in a multitude of admirers who became devoted fans. As the live stream concluded successfully, videos of Zhang Ruoyun's broadcast swiftly circulated across the internet, like a refreshing breeze sweeping through every corner of the digital realm, allowing even more individuals to partake in the joy and excitement. Viewers eagerly clicked to relive the unforgettable atmosphere, leaving comments that expressed how watching Zhang Ruoyun stream not only imparted gaming skills, but also provided an invaluable sense of relaxation and delight. The amusing anecdotes turned into delightful topics of conversation, offering solace and respite amidst the hustle and bustle of daily life. Among these comments were some from viewers who had never before seen Zhang Ruoyun streams. Captivated by his charm and talent after watching this particular broadcast, they eagerly declared their intention to join his fanbase and become loyal supporters. The influx of new fans undoubtedly injected renewed vitality and momentum into Zhang Ruoyun's streaming career. He felt the warmth and encouragement from his audience, further solidifying his resolve to continue streaming with unwavering determination. For Zhang Ruoyun, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini, this live broadcast transcended mere success. It was a treasured experience of growth. They understood that it was the strength of their team that had brought them to this point, and the support and encouragement from their viewers propelled them forward. Thus, they resolved to enhance their skills, both in gaming and streaming, striving for greater excellence and perfection. They believed that with heartfelt dedication, they could deliver even more captivating and unforgettable content to their viewers. The dazzling fireworks of that night would forever illuminate their path, becoming their most cherished memory. The following morning, as dawn's first light began to grace the horizon, Zhang Ruoyun awoke from his slumber. He gently opened his eyes, savoring the subtle warmth of the morning sun filtering through the window. Instead of rising immediately, he lay still, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the onset of a new day. After a while, he slowly sat up, rubbed his slightly sleepy eyes, and stretched with a big yawn. Once fully awake, he sat on the edge of his bed, reflecting on the peculiar, yet heart-pounding dream he had experienced the previous night. In that dream, he found himself simultaneously with both of his partners, engaging in intimate actions that left him blushing with embarrassment. The thought alone caused his cheeks to flush, and a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Just as he approached a pivotal moment, he awoke. Images of that absurd and unforgettable dream lingered in his mind. In it, Miao Yushi was clad in a nun's attire, radiating an alluring aura. The tailored cut accentuated her graceful form, with every contour seemingly whispering tales of endless allure. Then there was Ren Shinran, whose stockings appeared so fragile that they might tear at the slightest tug, exuding an enticing yet delicate charm. Their figures were captivatingly curvaceous, brimming with a bewitching allure. Their sweet voices resonated like celestial melodies, lingering in his ears, making it impossible to resist. Particularly striking were their seductive eyes, akin to fathomless pools, ensnaring him with a single glance. This thought, Zhang Ruyun's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to being scorched by fire. Simultaneously, he felt an awakening within him, a rush of warmth coursing through his body. This sudden physiological reaction left him flustered, a mix of shyness and exhilaration washing over him. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the enticing images, then firmly slapped his cheeks, striving to regain clarity. That he then hastily got out of bed, quickly refreshed himself, and grabbed his phone from the bedside. As the screen illuminated, he discovered a lively conversation ongoing in the group chat with Miao Yushi and Ren Shinran, with messages flooding in one after another. The charming Zhang Ruyun, renowned for his unique allure, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips as he opened the app, his fingers gliding across the screen to send a warm voice message. "Good morning, my two wives," his voice, akin to a delicate spring breeze, caressed the hearts of Ren Shinran and Miao Yushi, enveloping the two equally tender souls in a wave of inexplicable warmth. The message floated through the air, traversing the invisible web of the internet, reaching the hearts of Ren Shinran and Miao Yushi. They were nestled by their beds, the soft glow of their phone screens illuminating the unmistakable blush on their cheeks. Ren Shinran's eyes sparkled with surprise and shyness, while Miao Yushi bit her lip gently, as if striving to contain the fluttering within her heart. This voice message acted as a key, quietly unlocking the door to happiness within them. "Good morning, my little Cici." Miao Yushi broke the silence, her voice laced with mischief and a hint of affection. "What were you up to last night?" Her tone brimmed with concern and curiosity for Zhang Ruyun, as if she sought to capture a glimpse of the sweetness and warmth of the previous evening from his response. Ren Shinran quickly followed suit, sending her own voice message, filled with longing and anticipation. "Yes. Cici, you must have been very busy last night, right?" Her voice was gentle and delicate, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating every corner of Zhang Ruyun's heart. As Zhang Ruyun read the messages on his screen, a wave of warmth surged through him that he knew that both women, Ren Shinran and Miao Yushi, were his most treasured existence. Smiling softly, he prepared to respond, only to suddenly spot the next voice message from Ren Shinran, freezing his smile and filling him with an ominous premonition. "Cici, last night you seemed so affectionate with your roommate. You responded to so many viewers, yet ignored our messages entirely." Ren Shinran's voice conveyed a hint of grievance and confusion, as if narrating a heart-wrenching tale. Zhang Ruyun's heart constricted painfully. He realized his oversight in neglecting the two women who loved him dearly. He hurriedly scrolled back through the chat history, replaying the scenes in his mind like a film. The previous night, he had been live streaming with his roommate Zhao Wenbo, engaging in lively banter and interactions with viewers. Yet amidst the merriment, he had forgotten that two individuals awaited his responses on the other end of the screen. The messages from Miao Yushi and Ren Shinran had sunk like stones in the ocean, receiving no reply in that moment. Zhang Ruyun's heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, an unbearable ache. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions before typing a response. "I'm so sorry. I was too busy last night and didn't notice your messages. That I promise this won't happen again." His words brimmed with sincerity and commitment, as if he were vowing to cherish every moment spent with them. As Miao Yushi and Ren Shinran read Zhang Ruyun's reply, their feelings of grievance and discontent began to dissipate. They understood that he was not the type to intentionally disregard them, that he had his own life and career, which sometimes led to moments of busyness. However, they also recognized that communication and understanding were paramount in love. Thus, they resolved to set aside any lingering frustrations and engage in a heartfelt conversation with Zhang Ruyun. "Cici, we know you were busy last night." Miao Yushi spoke first, her voice imbued with understanding and compassion. "But we were genuinely worried about you. Could you please let us know before going live next time? That way, we won't be left waiting for your messages." Her tone radiated care and affection, conveying their willingness to be his steadfast support. Ren Shinran chimed in, Exactly. Cicita, we don't expect you to be with us at all times, but we hope you can respond when you have a moment. That would bring us great reassurance. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like the warm sunshine of spring, bright and nurturing. Listening to their words, Zhang Ruiyun felt a wave of warmth envelop him. He realized that these two women were not only his beloved companions, but also his safe haven. He silently vowed to pay closer attention to their communication and interaction, ensuring they never felt lonely or anxious again. That I'm sorry for causing you concern. Zhang Ruiyun reiterated, I promise to be more mindful of our communication in the future. Before the live broadcast, I shall inform you and will respond to your messages promptly whenever I have the opportunity. His tone was imbued with sincerity and determination, as if he were pledging an eternal vow to two beloved souls. Upon hearing this, Miao Yushi and Ren Xinran felt an inexplicable wave of emotion swell within them. They understood that Zhang Ruiyun was not a man of many words, yet he was willing to alter his habits and attitudes for their sake. This was ample proof of his significant place in their hearts. However, Ren Xinran's subsequent remark left Zhang Ruiyun utterly perplexed. As a punishment, we shall play 69 one day. He. In Chapter 70. The Enigma of 69. Zhang Ruiyun sat on his somewhat disheveled dormitory bed, engrossed in the screen of his phone, where a message from his partner, Ren Xinran, awaited him. This message struck him like an unexpected riddle, rendering him utterly bewildered. Although he was not entirely disconnected from the online world, frequently surfing the web, he seldom paid attention to the trending vernacular and memes, let alone the veiled numerical codes such as this one. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he lightly tapped the screen, sending a question mark in response. Following that, he pressed and held the voice input button, inquiring with his slightly magnetic voice, Sister Xinran, what does 69 mean? After posing the question, he set his phone down and awaited her reply, his mind awash with curiosity and confusion. Meanwhile, at Ren Xinran's home, a lively and warm scene unfolded. Ren Xinran and Miao Yushi were sprawled across a spacious bed, playfully teasing one another, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Since both had become Zhang Ruiyun's partners, they had not devolved into a fierce battleground, as many might have imagined, vying for the affection of a single individual. Instead, their relationship had blossomed, finding a remarkable balance. Miao Yushi frequently visited Ren Xinran's home, where they shared secrets, shopped together, and enjoyed movies and conversations. Likewise, Ren Xinran relished spending time with Miao Yushi, their friendship deepening through shared interests and experiences. Recently, with both of them free, Miao Yushi gladly accepted Ren Xinran's invitation to her home. That as their playful antics continued, Ren Xinran's phone vibrated, signaling a new message. She picked up her phone to find an inquiry from Zhang Ruiyun. Looking up at Miao Yushi, they exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with mischief. That is she truly this innocent? Miao Yushi teased, her tone laced with playful mockery and affection. Ren Xinran couldn't help but giggle, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is quite the naive flower. He just thinking about how we'll transform this innocent flower into a more daring one excites me, Miao Yushi said with a mischievous grin, gesturing as if envisioning Zhang Ruiyun being molded into a more audacious persona. Yet, despite their playful schemes, they refrained from directly revealing the meaning of 69 to Zhang Ruiyun, deeming this secret a delightful treasure, waiting for him to unearth and unlock. Concurrently, in a secret laboratory tucked away in a corner of the city, a bright figure was diligently operating intricate instruments, her silhouette captivating in the glow of the lights. This individual was none other than Zhang Ruiyun's sister, Zhang Ruotong. That in recent days, she had seemingly vanished from Zhang Ruiyun's life, yet she had been tirelessly dedicated to the projects within the secret laboratory, projects that were the culmination of years of her efforts, aimed at contributing to the advancement of humanity. The atmosphere in the laboratory was tense yet orderly, with each of Zhang Ruotong's movements exuding skill and precision. She was entirely absorbed in her experiments, as if the world outside had faded into oblivion. Nevertheless, despite her passion and dedication to her work, she had not forgotten her brother, Zhang Ruiyun. When Zhang Ruiyun, unable to glean answers from Ren Xinran and Miao Yushi, sought out his sister, Zhang Ruotong smiled upon seeing his message. She recognized Zhang Ruiyun's insatiable curiosity and his desire to explore the unknown. Thus, she chose not to reveal the answer directly, hoping he would unravel this mystery through his own efforts and contemplation. As time steadily passed, Zhang Ruiyun anxiously awaited Ren Xinran's response in his dormitory. However, he was met with silence and playful teasing from the two young women, which only deepened his confusion. He began searching online for information regarding the significance of 69, hoping to find clarity. Yet the plethora of information online was bewildering and often contradictory. After browsing for a while with no answers in sight, he felt increasingly lost, questioning whether he had overlooked some vital aspect of online culture or a meme that would illuminate the meaning of this simple numerical code. Just then, another message from Rin Shinran arrived. Haha, she, don't fret, discover it for yourself. This statement solidified Zhang Ruiyun's suspicions that he had indeed missed something crucial. Consequently, he resolved to shift his focus away from this quandary and divert his attention to other matters. He began browsing websites, watching videos, and listening to music, attempting to forget the riddle that troubled him. However, whenever he found himself with idle time, the enigma would resurface in his mind, refusing to be dismissed. Meanwhile, in Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi's home, the two continued their playful banter, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Ruiyun's inquiry, entirely immersed in their own world. However, both secretly anticipated the day Zhang Ruiyun would unravel the mystery for himself. At the same time, Zhang Ruodong remained preoccupied in her secret laboratory, unaware of her brother's turmoil over 69 or the playful education being imparted to him by Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi. She was solely focused on her experimental project, committed to contributing to humanity's progress and development. Thus, several days passed. Zhang Ruiyun remained unable to decipher the mystery of 69, but he no longer felt the initial anxiety and confusion. He began to accept his ignorance and curiosity, deciding to dedicate himself to learning and exploring the unknown in the days to come. Meanwhile, Rin Shinran and Miao Yushi observed Zhang Ruiyun's transformation from a distance, pleased to see him emerging from confusion with a more open and accepting mindset towards the unknown. They felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing their playful scheme had yielded initial success. As for Zhang Ruodong, she continued her diligent work in the secret laboratory, unaware of the changes unfolding in her brother's relationships and emotions. Yet, she trusted that they would all grow and progress in their own ways. Ready to embrace a brighter future to end these days, Zhang Ruiyun had been tirelessly seeking the meaning of 69, yet the responses online varied greatly. Gao Yi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Zhang Ruiyun's relentless inquiries over the past few days. Finally, it was Zhao Wenbo who broke the silence, asking, Shishi, what have you been searching for these days? In Chapter 71, The Meaning of 69 and Rin Shinran's Audacity, Zhang Ruiyun sat in a corner of the classroom with Gao Yi and the others. Surrounded by bustling classmates and the incessant rustle of turning pages, he frowned slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if lost in profound thought. At that moment, he was encircled by his curious companions, their youthful faces reflecting anticipation regarding the topic at hand. He rubbed his forehead, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, as if reminiscing about something. Recently, I stumbled upon an intriguing video on Douyin. In it, a girl speaks to a boy, saying, I want a 69 with you. You know, that video prompted me to reflect on modern social interactions, emotional expressions, and how we ought to interpret the deeper meanings behind these seemingly simple words. Gao Yi and Tian Rini exchanged glances, a flicker of bewilderment passing between them. These two typically composed young men appeared somewhat perplexed by Zhang Ruiyun's narrative. In contrast, Zhao Wenbo, with his vivacious and exuberant nature, bore a different demeanor. Although he sometimes came across as frivolous, his insight in this regard was surprisingly astute. That a flurry of thoughts raced through Zhao Wenbo's mind. Could this be a message from Shishi's partner? If so, it was unusual for her to dwell on such a video for days. But should he disclose the meaning of it to Shishi, he silently weighed the situation in his mind, torn between the notion that this might be an amusing jest or a misunderstanding, and the apprehension that it could touch upon sensitive topics in their relationship, potentially leading to unnecessary misunderstandings or conflicts if mishandled. Just as a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, he inadvertently looked up and met Zhang Ruiyun's earnest gaze. In that instant, he perceived the trust and expectations of an elder towards a younger. A profound emotion that struck at the very core of his heart. He understood that he could not make a hasty decision, for this was not merely about clarifying a video. It was a significant test to the emotional bonds between individuals. Zhang Ruiyun's gaze flitted among the group before settling on Zhao Wenbo's face. His large, luminous eyes seemed particularly bright at that moment, as if capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. Zhao Wenbo felt a surge of pressure. He realized that his decision at this moment would not only influence his relationship with Zhang Ruoyan, but could also ripple through the entire team's atmosphere and emotions. Time appeared to stand still. The surrounding noise faded away, leaving only the subtle tension among the four of them. Each person was filled with anticipation and anxiety, as though waiting for the revelation of a significant secret. At this critical juncture, Zhao Wenbo took a deep breath. Striving to calm the tumult within, he began to contemplate this potential emotional entanglement, pondering how to navigate it with respect for others' privacy while also effectively addressing the intricate feelings involved. His thoughts gradually crystallized, and the scales in his heart began to tilt decisively. Finally, he lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Ruiyan's hopeful eyes and spoke slowly. "Cici, how's your kidney?" The question fell like a stone cast into a still pond, instantly rendering the previously tranquil atmosphere bizarre. Zhang Ruiyan was left utterly bewildered, staring at Zhao Wenbo with a look of confusion, as if to ask, "What do you mean? My kidney is perfectly fine." Zhao Wenbo's face broke into a sly smile at Zhang Ruiyan's reaction. With a gaze imbued with significance, he glanced at her, seemingly penetrating the fog of her bewilderment. Then he slowly elaborated on his cryptic statement. "Consider the matters between men and women, and then look at what 69 resembles, and you'll understand." As this revelation sank in, Zhang Ruiyan's face flushed crimson. She struggled to grasp Zhao Wenbo's hint, gradually associating 69 with a particular intimate ACT to her surprise. She found a certain amusement in this subtle game of associations, though it also left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had always known her sister Shinran to be bold, but never had she anticipated such audacity. Upon comprehending the connotation of 69, she felt as if she had been swept into a light-hearted prank, eliciting both laughter and a touch of shyness. As the school bell rang, Zhang Ruiyan eagerly pulled out her phone. She swiftly opened the group chat interface among the three of them, tagged Ren Shinran, and typed a mischievous message. "Shinran, no lewdness allowed." Once sent, the group chat erupted in a flurry of excitement. Before long, Ren Shinran's reply materialized. Oh, so you know what 69 means now. Next time we go out, I won't hold back, hee." Her response carried a teasing tone that left Zhang Ruiyan feeling both exasperated and amused. Blushing, she shot back Dame, before hastily shutting off her phone screen. Her thoughts swirling in a chaotic haze that at this moment, Zhang Ruiyan's emotions were a tumultuous mix. She realized that she experienced an inexplicable joy and thrill amidst this slightly provocative exchange. Yet, she also felt a sense of confusion and puzzlement. She pondered, how could she, a boy, feel as though she were akin to Shinran's girlfriend? That afternoon stretched interminably for Zhang Ruiyan. She repeatedly mulled over the dialogue that had just transpired, striving to unearth its significance and why she felt the way she did. However, she found it akin to navigating through a fog in search of direction. Yet she recognized that perhaps this was merely the folly and curiosity of youth at play. Conversely, unbeknownst to the others, Ren Shinran was engulfed in a whirlwind of mischievous thoughts. Her cunning eyes sparkled with a peculiar glint as she plotted how to bring down the seemingly delicate Zhang Ruiyan. She mentally crafted various strategies, envisioning the scenarios that might unfold, her lips curling into a sly smile. At that moment, Ren Shinran discovered that Zhang Ruiyan had comprehended the meaning of 69, which thrilled her greatly. Eagerly, she sought out her friend Miao Yushi to share this exhilarating news. Upon hearing the revelation, Miao Yushi's expression mirrored her surprise, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, radiating an alluring charm. Haha. It seems our training of CC is progressing splendidly, Ren Shinran proclaimed with pride. Indeed. At this rate, CC will soon find it irresistible. Miao Yushi chimed in, her face alight with mischief. The two of them grew increasingly animated, as if they could already envision Zhang Ruiyan utterly captivated by their charms. Laughter echoed in the air, leaving one curious about the dramatic tale that might unfold between these two women and the unsuspecting Zhang Ruiyan. Chapter 72. Who was in my bed days later, as the morning light broke softly over the horizon, casting a gentle blue-violet hue across the sky, Zhang Ruiyan awakened from his slumber. This weekend had been long anticipated, for he was set to return to the home filled with warm memories. Although the house was presently empty, his parents lost in the sweetness of their romantic getaway, enjoying a belated honeymoon, and his sister away on a business trip. This did not dampen Zhang Ruyun's eagerness to return home, but he rose quietly from his bed, careful not to awaken his still dreaming roommates, Gao Yi, Zhao Wenbo, and Tian Rini. These three companions were typically inseparable from him, yet today marked a rare day of rest for them. Their snores rose and fell like a symphony within the dormitory, prompting Zhang Ruyun to smile faintly, grateful for his early rising and the tranquility it afforded him. After completing his morning routine, Zhang Ruyun began to tidy his personal belongings. His clothes were neatly folded in the wardrobe. Yet he meticulously selected a few items in need of washing to take home, but he understood that the scent of home always brought him comfort and solace, and donning clean clothes was the best way to express this sentiment. With everything prepared, Zhang Ruyun embarked on his journey home. Filled with longing for his family, he drove his striking Mercedes G-Class through the morning streets. Sunshine streamed through the car windows, warming his face and lifting his spirits. As the vehicle glided forward, his thoughts drifted toward home, the anticipation and excitement palpable. Unbeknownst to him, his home was not empty. Two beautiful figures lay upon his bed. These two lovely individuals were none other than Zhang Ruyun's girlfriends, Miao Yushi and Rin Xinran. Rin Xinran had been brought over by Miao Yushi, who was Zhang Ruyun's close friend, having previously visited with her. This home was merely a residence for Zhang Ruyun and his parents and sister. The truly important things rested with Zhang Ruyun's grandfather. Rin Xinran inhaled the scent on Zhang Ruyun's bed, a satisfied smile breaking across her face, mirrored by Miao Yushi's expression. However, when Zhang Ruyun pushed open the front door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The bedroom door, which should have been empty, stood wide open, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. He distinctly remembered checking every door and window before leaving for school, ensuring they were securely closed. Could he have been mistaken? Had a thief truly entered his home? His heart raced as he cautiously pushed the bedroom door open, wary of disturbing any uninvited guests. Yet, when he finally beheld the scene within, he could hardly believe his eyes. Two people lay upon his bed. These individuals were none other than his girlfriends, Miao Yushi and Rin Xinran. They lay peacefully on Zhang Ruyun's bed, their breathing steady, seemingly still lost in slumber. Miao Yushi's long hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow, contrasting sharply with Rin Xinran's slightly disheveled short locks. Both wore expressions of contentment and happiness, as if immersed in a beautiful dream.